Chapter 171. It's called Mecha Master. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Boss. Looking at the president who just came, Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the white robe dragon coming away, and smiled slightly. At this time, Zhang Zhong and others also came with a group of cavalry. Just now, they did not join the battle, but stayed away from the old nobles at Fong Bai signal to maintain the cloud. After all, although the old nobles could not kill Fong Bai, an elite mecha master, it was still easy to kill some professional mecha masters who did not have full body elemental metallization, even if the strength was suppressed by more than 90% of the cloud. The means were the same. If the old nobles found out that killing all these rhino cavalrymen could lift the suppression of the cloud, it would be a lot of fun. Fong Bai. I just said I would help you, Lu Jin said with a smile. I didn't expect you to come first. What's going on over there? Same. A cavalry team. A master. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, there were bursts of exclamations. That master? Lu Jin looked at Fong Bai expectantly. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the last master of the noble forces in Hanfeng City. Fong Bai knew what they were thinking and shook his head slightly. He ran away. Lu Jin paused slightly, and the others looked at each other and finally sighed slightly. If the last master also died, it would be fun. But it's a pity that he didn't die. Then Fong Bai. Can you maintain this state normally? When others were disappointed, Lu Jin still asked unwillingly, and others immediately looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai nodded slightly under the gaze of everyone, and everyone was in an uproar. Lu Jin also became excited, but then forced himself to calm down and asked, Fong Bai, I don't know if you are interested. Lu Jin turned his head to look in the direction of Hanfeng City. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart couldn't help but beat. Everyone looked at each other. Their hearts were surging. But Fong Bai's words calmed them down instantly. But even if I can match the master level, what about the elite level? You know, these nobles have quite a few elite levels besides the master level. This is no problem for me. But what about you? After the voice fell, everyone calmed down immediately. Besides this, there are a number of churches and a magic tower in Hanfeng City. Other small churches are fine, as is the Church of Light, which is a major church, and the magician who built the magic tower and overlooked Hanfeng City. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. And Fong Bai said at this time, this is a victory. But it doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is to use this precious time to improve your strength. Everything is fake. Only strength is eternal. And Fong Bai's mouth corners suddenly curled up, revealing a smile. I don't know if you are interested in extraordinary professions and this extraordinary army. In just a moment, Fong Bai felt more than a dozen pairs of extremely hot eyes. You sell it? Hao Wei asked in disbelief. They saw Fong Bai's strength and the strength of the extraordinary army, and envied them in their hearts. But no one asked a question. Did they not want it? They didn't even dare to ask. They didn't even dare to think about it. However, Hao Wei's tone stagnated again after he finished speaking. He suddenly found that he couldn't afford it. The secret of mass transfer of extraordinary people. The method of training extraordinary army by quantity and quality. None of these can be measured by price. They can't afford it either. They all know this very well. However, Fong Bai shook his head. Sell it. Then it's definitely not for sale. You can't afford it. Fong Bai spoke slowly. But these people still looked at Fong Bai, waiting for the next words. But I can give it to you. What's the price? There was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. But then, they calmed down and asked aloud. I can tell you the job transfer method for the extraordinary for free. Not just you. I will make it public. Anyone can transfer according to the method I make public. I will not charge any price for this. Completely free? No price? Completely free. No price. As soon as the voice fell, Hao Wei and others looked at Fong Bai with complicated eyes. And Hao Wei could not help but say, Are you sure you know what you are talking about? Do you know what this is equivalent to giving up? I know very well. Isn't it equivalent to giving up the money that all your guilds can't get even if you multiply it by 100? Fong Bai said with a smile. And Hao Wei and others were stunned. I feel insulted. But this is reality. I feel you are insulting us. But don't you think that if all players change their jobs, then this situation today will never happen again? At least not. It can't appear in the open. Right? Everyone was silent. They felt that they didn't deserve to be insulted by Fong Bai. Fong Bai was also fascinated by his own nobility, smiled, and continued, "Of course, this is just the way to change jobs for extraordinary professions. The way to change jobs for extraordinary armies is not free. But it doesn't sell for money. Under everyone's expectations," Fong Bai said slowly, "I established a small organization called Tiangong Pavilion. I have been thinking about what I want to do with this Tiangong Pavilion I established. What can help me? Help me make armor? Help me make money? Help me with my hands? To put it bluntly, money is really just a number to me. I don't care about money. The thing I am least likely to lack in my life is money. So I have some ideas. But at the same time, I am a little confused. But just now, I figured out what I want to do. I want to establish a pure research organization. I want to establish a research sanctuary independent of all players. We are not good at fighting. Don't laugh. I am indeed not good at fighting. But I have good equipment and great strength. We are not good at fighting. So we will concentrate on research. You guys go to fight. We will study things like extraordinary job transfer methods and extraordinary armies to help you become stronger. Dedicated to improving the overall strength of players. Pursuing the ultimate in true technology. Or something more lofty. Pursue some ideals, goals and the like. Of course, there are too many things to study, and it is naturally impossible for a small Tiangong Pavilion like me to take on everything. So I just want to do in-depth research around armor, machinery, and this extraordinary profession and extraordinary army that I created." At this point, Fong Bai saw that everyone was confused, and reacted and said with a smile, "By the way, did I forget to tell you? This extraordinary profession was actually created by me, and its name is Mecha Master." Chapter 172, Doing Charity. Mecha Master. Oh, Mecha Master. Everyone suddenly realized and reacted. Wait. What Mecha Master? Mecha what? Self-created? What? Mecha Master. Self-created? Just the literal meaning. Although I changed my job, I felt that it was not satisfactory. So I made a profession for myself to play with. And their props for changing jobs are also Mecha Masters. After a long while, Hao Wei, Lu Jin and others completely accepted this fact, and looked at Fong Bai with complicated eyes. They seriously suspected that they and Fong Bai were actually playing two different games. Why had they never heard of what Fong Bai said, let alone done it? What do you mean you make a profession for yourself if you think the profession is not good? Do you think it's cheating and plugins? Well, maybe it's really cheating? A group of people looked at Fong Bai suspiciously, and Hao Wei quietly walked to Fong Bai's side. Fong Bai, it's not that cheating is bad. It's mainly because I have a friend who does it. Hao Wei rubbed his thumbs when he said this. Where did you buy the cheat? I have a friend who wants to criticize it. I am his friend. Lu Jin stood up seriously, and the others followed. Me too. Fong Bai was a little amused. Cheating? Who cheated? Don't make a fuss. Okay. Think carefully. Where did the extraordinary profession you are transferring to come from? Could it be grown from a tree? Aren't these all created by our predecessors? If so, why can't we create it? It's nothing more than a brand new path of cultivation. Seeing that everyone showed an increasingly outrageous expression, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Let's put it this way. This is a world. And our reality is also a world. One takes the technological route, and the other takes the extraordinary route. When two worlds with completely different technological lines collide, how many sparks of inspiration will the friction of the wisdom of the two worlds produce? Isn't the so-called new profession a new way of cultivation that takes the strengths of others and makes up for one's own weaknesses, and finally summarizes it according to one's actual situation? Although I am the only one who has created a profession now, I am sure that I will not be the last one. Fong Bai saw that everyone's expressions gradually changed from outrageous to thoughtful and smiled. Interrupted the topic, and continued, after saying so much off topic, let's get back to the point. I will fully announce the profession, and the registration training method and other skills of the extraordinary army will require a certain price. I don't want money. I want. Fong Bai knocked on his head. I want wisdom. Knowledge is priceless. Not for sale. I only accept technology in exchange for technology. Knowledge in exchange for knowledge. For example, you just arranged the spell scroll, and the extraordinary knowledge that just broke the fighting spirit. This knowledge can be existing, or it can be summarized by your own research. I will find a way to quantify this knowledge into points and exchange points with each other. Of course, I know you must have concerns in your heart, so I can also provide another set of supplementary solutions. That is, Fong Bai paused slightly and said after seeing that everyone was paying attention, I provide materials, I provide funds, I provide projects, and I can even provide guidance. You only need to provide people. Provide people to help me with research. And finally get results. And distribute points according to contributions. In addition, the technology you have researched can also be used freely. How about it? After the voice fell, the expressions of these presidents changed slightly. No need to pay money. No need to have existing technology. Just people. Hao Wei and others looked at the 50 extraordinary soldiers behind Fong Bai, and looked at the clouds above their heads, and their hearts couldn't help but beat. However, no one is a fool. All of them are modern people who have received modern education and have been broadened by the internet. And those who can become the president of such a large guild are even more outstanding. So even if they are tempted, they will not ignore one point. That is, in this era, talent is the most valuable asset. Fong Bai. They were interrupted by Fong Bai as soon as they opened their mouths. I know what you are worried about. Research can be carried out through division of labor and remotely. You can also withdraw people after studying a project and replace them with other people to study. Or you can pay the subsidies I give them. All of this is fine. You can even send people to study here, as long as the basic qualities are good enough and they can help. I am also happy to give them the opportunity to exercise. These are all fine. You don't have to worry about these things at all. I won't treat you as fools. I said that I only need their wisdom, knowledge, and technology. So I won't play tricks on people themselves. You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. You can go back and discuss it and reply to me. In fact, after all, I am still a little idealistic. Even if you abandon me and set up your own research institute, I will not say anything. On the contrary, I will be very happy. I am happy to have more like-minded people. And I am happy that more people will fight for more advanced technology and more knowledge. At this moment, Hao Wei and others even felt that they had to look up to Fong Bai. Fong Bai made it seem like after a round of greetings, many presidents left for the time being. And Zhang Zhong next to him was very strange. Boss, you are too noble. Right? They must think you are going to do charity. A real good person. Fong Bai was happy to hear this. Don't say I am a good person. I am not a good person. Good people will be morally kidnapped. And it is easy to be criticized as saints. So they are better not to be good people. In fact, you all think too much. I seem to be a good person. It's just that I give you what I don't need in exchange for what I need. You may think that I give you the job transfer method for free. And I am willing to help others train and research for free. But I think very simply. All I need is knowledge. Advanced and profound knowledge. Even if this knowledge belongs to someone else. It doesn't matter. I can find a way to buy it and exchange it. It's not that I have money but nowhere to buy it. Or I have a lot of knowledge but no one to communicate with. At this point, Fong Bai took a deep breath. It's just that each of us takes what we need. But you stay on some specific things. But what I see and want is the overall environment, as well as the final width and height of the Mecha master profession. I am the creator and pioneer of the Mecha master profession, which is more important to me than specific wealth. Fong Bai said calmly. Fong Bai concept is partly derived from the bullied players, and partly from the title attribute of the Mecha master pioneer. 2. Automatically obtain the Mecha master training, transformation and other experience within a certain range, including but not limited to driving mecha experience, combat experience, training experience, and the absorption speed depends on the title level. Chapter 173 The title of being suppressed. Mecha Pioneer. After changing his job to Mecha, Fong Bai can obtain the cultivation and development of this extraordinary profession. Of course, this is only one of the reasons for announcing the Mecha profession, not the reason why Fong Bai decided to cultivate talents. After all, the knowledge obtained through research cannot be obtained through this channel. So Fong Bai is more of a change in the pattern. This change may be born from the abundance of money after the job change, or from the miserable situation of players becoming experimental subjects, or from the heartbeat when creating the Mecha profession. Maybe Fong Bai has really broken away from physiological needs and started to pursue something at a higher level. Pursue ideals. Pursue higher level scenery. Unconsciously, Fong Bai's heart became surging. Hey, boss. If you play like this, do you have enough money? Scientific research is just burning money. Oh no. Burning money is not as fast as scientific research. What millions? Tens of millions. Playing big? Hundreds of millions and billions are just very simple. It's okay to spend a lot. But the main thing is that there may not be results. And even if there are results, they may not be realized. Boss, what does your family do? Fong Bai's magnificent heart suddenly became like a pool of stagnant water. Calmed down, and turned to stare at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was a little scared by Fong Bai's look. Boss? Boss? If you can talk, just say more. Fong Bai said unhappily. Don't you know what to say in the atmosphere? You are talking about something that is not related to the topic. Zhang Zhong couldn't help scratching the back of his head when he heard it. And seeing that Fong Bai was not really angry, he immediately laughed. Laughing ghost. Get out. Fong Bai laughed and scolded. You still need to worry about these things. Do you think I am not sure if I can say that I am not short of money? But don't you publish all the professions for free? Fong Bai rolled his eyes. Brother, you are not still selling job transfer quotas. Are you? How much can you sell in a day? How much can you make at a time? Free ones are the most expensive, and non-compulsory ones are the most profitable. Understand? Fong Bai is naturally not a god who does not care about worldly things. Nor is he a god who thinks about doing things when his brain is hot. The way to make money has naturally been thought of a long time ago. If this method is used well, research funds will at least not be too scarce. Selling one-time transfer and job transfer quotas? Sorry. Fast-moving consumer goods are the most profitable. While thinking, Fong Bai turned his head and looked at the many presidents who were still hesitating. After thinking about it, he understood immediately. What he wanted was too little. So little that they dared not make a decision easily even if they were tempted. There is no way. Probably because they are scared by the free 0 yuan discount and bargain prices. They don't believe there are such good people. And they don't believe that pie will fall from the sky. Actually, Fong Bai doesn't believe it either. After a moment of silence, Fong Bai walked to Hao Wei and other presidents and said a few more words, adding a few requirements. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, they immediately felt relieved and agreed excitedly, scrambling for it, fearing that it would be snatched away by others. Really? It's cheap, Fong Bai muttered in his heart. But he didn't show it on the surface, and began to finalize some things with these presidents. After discussing the cooperation, they immediately discussed the distribution of spoils. According to the merits, Fong Bai took away most of the spoils. But Fong Bai is not a fool who doesn't know how to behave. He didn't give up the spoils that belonged to him. After asking Zhang Zhong to collect them all, Fong Bai immediately spoke out. By the way, do you want to make weapons? I just happen to have some time now. And we just had a good chat. I'm free anyway. I can make a few for you for free. As soon as the voice fell, the slight resentment left by Hao Wei and others when they saw Fong Bai take away most of the spoils disappeared instantly. Boss, you are generous. Thank you. Boss. Boss. 666. Everyone was immediately excited. This is the extraordinary equipment made by Fong Bai. Didn't you see that the old noble at the master level just now couldn't break through it for most of the day? The presidents immediately began to mobilize the elemental metals stored in the guild, and also dealt with some player death compensation and industrial adjustment work. While Fong Bai ordered Zhang Zhong to light the fire, he controlled the clouds in the sky to slowly dissipate. The clouds can't be forged with the magician's hand and fire control. There are no high-temperature furnaces and hammers here, so it is impossible to forge without magic. After the clouds dispersed, Fong Bai suddenly felt the power in his body filling up and expanding rapidly. At this moment, Fong Bai felt that he could kill himself with one punch. Forget it. He can't be killed. Even if the power is multiplied several times, he can't be killed. Fong Bai's defense inside and outside is all elemental metal, which is recognized even by the master level. As soon as the clouds dispersed, Fong Bai's overall strength increased by about 50%. Fong Bai was not surprised by this. He had discovered before that he was also suppressed under the cloud. Not only was his spellcasting ability suppressed, but also the title blessing from the Mecha Master Pioneer. This power did not belong to Fong Bai, but was the title blessing. I don't know how the blessing was transmitted, but this power was also within the suppression range of the cloud. Feeling this power, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Originally, Fong Bai was very much looking forward to the title of Mecha Master Pioneer and attached great importance to it. After all, this power blessing was too great. In the future, as the scale of Mecha Masters increased to 100,000, or even 1 million or 10 million Mecha Masters, he might not be able to obtain 200%, 300%, or even 1,000% or 10,000% of the power blessing. Such a large blessing would lead to qualitative changes. Originally, it was like this, but after discovering that this power would be suppressed by the cloud and that it would return to its original form once suppressed, Fong Bai had a little grudge against it in his heart and was a little disgusted. Because Fong Bai understood that this kind of power with obvious flaws was the most fatal temptation and was not necessarily a good thing. In the future, the world will surely be dominated by clouds, which is the general trend. All forces that cannot exist under clouds will be eliminated or gradually decline. Before the clouds are completely cracked and completely rejected, the entire supernatural world must make adaptive changes based on clouds. In this case, what is the use of the power of the title? Is it a reversal of history? What if he has 10 times the power? 100 times the power? Or even 1,000 times the power? No one will deliberately attack him in the absence of clouds to challenge him. Right? Fong Bai blinked his eyes. Hey, that may not be the case. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows and laughed. It was not that he had any bad intentions, but he just wanted to laugh. Wish them good luck. Fong Bai looked at the many presidents who brought materials happily and immediately got busy. While Fong Bai was forging, the causes and consequences of the full-scale war between Red Maple City and the nobles, and the beginning of the war were also uploaded to the internet by people who specialized in text live broadcast. In an instant, there was an uproar. Chapter 174 Announcement, Mecha Master. Shocked. A small guild has 50 extraordinary people. Extraordinary army appears. Elite anti-killing master. The strongest player appears. Good news. The players finally stand up. Red Maple City. The first city where players suppress nobles. In a short period of time, a large amount of similar information spread on the internet. Red Maple City is not the first city to completely fall out with the nobles. Although it attracted many people's attention at the beginning, it was still limited to a small area. Everyone thought that Red Maple City would be like other cities, and would have to lie dormant again and accumulate strength under the suppression of the master. This is not surprising, and it can attract the attention of players. When the news of killing the master came out, no one believed it. Think of it as another clown who was sensational. But when more and more similar messages were released, and when well-known accounts with real name authentication began to release the same message at the same time, some people gradually began to believe it. And then it instantly became a hot search. Maple City players killed a master. This news rose 10 places on the hot search list. In just over half an hour, it suppressed the popularity of a singer releasing a new song and directly dominated the list. However, there were still people who were pessimistic at this time. When the news came out that the remaining 2 masters died and 1 escaped, and the Maple City players won a complete victory, everyone related to the game couldn't help but boil. More and more information was disclosed, and the name Fong Bai gradually came into everyone's eyes. When everyone learned that the 2 masters died at the hands of Fong Bai, and the 3rd master also escaped from Fong Bai directly became the most mentioned name. Once famous, the world knows. At the elite level, he fought against the master and won consecutively, fighting 3 masters in a row. Winning consecutive battles, 2 masters died and 1 escaped. This terrifying record instantly attracted everyone's attention. And in the discussion, gradually, the strongest player has been used to refer to Fong Bai. Boss, do you know that people online are calling you the best player now? When Fong Bai was taking a break and preparing to log off to eat, Zhang Zhong excitedly said, as if he was the best player. Oh, you just say oh? Otherwise, what good will this do me? And you know there are no crouching tigers, hidden dragons in this game? Fong Bai curled his lips. Calm down. Fong Bai logged off after he finished speaking, leaving Zhang Zhong, Hao Wei, and others staring at each other. Fong Bai's image was unconsciously elevated again. Hey, the best player. Hey, you can talk. Like. Offline. Fong Bai happily watched the comments bragging about him one by one, and liked them one after another, enjoying it. The benefit is that there is no benefit. But it looks really cool. Who doesn't like others to praise themselves? After watching for a while, Fong Bai gradually calmed down, pondered for a moment, took a stack of A4 paper, and started writing. Writing, painting, stroke by stroke. Gradually, a complex large hexagram appeared on the white paper. Inside the hexagram, layer after layer of models, projections stacked. Fong Bai looked at the ritual field and took a long breath. The new ritual field after the original job transfer ritual field was fused with the magician's hand ritual field with a solidified frequency. After so many tests in the fantasy space, there should be no problem. Fong Bai looked at the complex ritual field and began to write the advantages and disadvantages of the job transfer Mecha Master, and informed in advance of the courses that needed to be supplemented. Finally, the structure of the ritual field, layout materials, layout methods, precautions, etc. were attached. After all the editing was completed, Fong Bai directly used his Weibo account and clicked to send. Looking at the message sent out, Fong Bai's heart was immediately relieved. I will ask Cao Wei and his guild's official account to forward it later, so there should be no problem. He got up to get the takeaway, which was a specially customized medicinal meal. Very expensive, but it takes into account both taste and nutrition. Although it can't be said to be a big tonic, it can just make up for the loss of Fong by daily high-intensity exercise. While eating the medicinal food, he read the comments. At present, all the hot searches on Weibo are dominated by Red Maple City and Fong Bai. More than 50% of the hot searches are related to them. And the current top hot search is an analysis post. Analyze why Fong Bai can defeat 3 masters with elite strength, and prove whether Fong Bai is the real strongest player at this moment. Fong Bai smiled while holding the meal. This post is quite interesting. Brother, look at this post. They all say that Fong Bai is the strongest player at this stage. Killed a master who was seriously injured by the explosion. Killed a master who was suppressed to the point of only brute force, and was praised to the sky, a boy said. And next to him, a sturdy, muscular man wearing a tight suit was asking a martial arts master for moves. The two slowly put their hands together, and only a moment later, the martial arts master who was over 50 years old said in amazement, Zhao Lei, you are ready to become a master. Not long after, the martial arts master left. Zhao Lei took a shower and walked to the computer. Looking at the comments on it, Zhao Lei's eyes gradually ignited a trace of fighting spirit. Brother, if you ask me, in this case, you can still go up. Aren't you also an elite level? Why is he the strongest player? Zhao Lei read the comments one by one, and said after a moment, let's go to Red Maple City. Red Maple City has overthrown the nobles, and there are also means to suppress the masters. As long as the players in charge over there don't go up and slaughter the nobles, then Red Maple City will not say that the players have the final say, but at least they will have a great say. Let's move. Go to Red Maple City. Let's go! Let's leave now. After seeing the news, players from one place after another began to set off for Red Maple City with various thoughts. Not only individual players, but also teams of different sizes, and even guilds began to set off. But at this time, a new voice suddenly appeared on the internet. Fong Bai is definitely the undisputed #1 player. It is said that Fong Bai also has the means to suppress the master level. Do you know that Fong Bai 50 subordinates are all extraordinary people, without exception, and they are all of the same profession? It is said that Fong Bai relies on this team of 50 people to suppress the master level. In addition, this team can not only suppress the master level, but also mobilize the power of the other 50 people to amplify Fong Bai. What? Don't believe it? Otherwise, how can Fong Bai beat the master with an elite? His. So powerful. This kind of voice was normal at first, and many analyses also attracted a lot of attention, until a question appeared. I don't know how Fong Bai managed to make 50 people change their professions to the same profession. Can everyone change their profession? It would be great if everyone could change their profession. 50 extraordinary people can suppress the master. If there are 500 or 50,000, our players will not encounter misfortune again. Right? Chapter 175 Moral Kidnapping. Why doesn't Fong Bai transfer more people? There are only 50. If he transfers 100 or 200 people, won't other cities have to worry about the master? A netizen said. Hey, you are stupid. There must be some restrictions. There are 50 people. It must not be the limit of the transfer props. It must be a matter of money. If you have no money and no resources, you can transfer your head. Ah, If you have no money and no resources, other guilds must have them. Hurry up and support them. Transfer 1 day earlier, and one less player will suffer misfortune. These are all living lives, and they are all families. In front of life. What are a little resources? Hey, what are you thinking? Even if there is no shortage of resources, Fong Bai energy is limited. How can it be as easy as you think? Then why doesn't Fong Bai publish the transfer method? He has no energy and no time. But others do. It saves other people's time to change jobs. In this way, all players in the game can use this method to change jobs, and then save themselves, and even rescue trapped players. Isn't this moral kidnapping? What does the life and death of others have to do with Fong Bai? That's what I said. But when I think of those players who are still suffering under the hands of the nobles, and think about how they want to commit suicide every day, I can't bear it. Talk about me. It's all my fault. I'm morally kidnapping. I bear this stigma. As long as I can help everyone. As long as the trapped players can be freed as soon as possible. What's the grievance I've suffered? In a villa, the feminine young man in fancy clothes put down the keyboard and said directly to the fat man in front of him. Post it. Just follow this format. Post it with this meaning. In addition, buy this topic directly on the hot search. And bring those big guilds along. I want to create a big trend. The feminine young man said excitedly. And the account he hyped was written as Songziyu. The number of fans behind it was 1.2 million. Songziyu directly wrote a long article on this topic and published it. As his message was published, the popularity instantly rose, and many people commented below. The fat man next to him said quickly, Mr. Song, isn't this moral kidnapping? This will make you lose your reputation and get scolded. Hey, Mr. Song, why did you send a message with a big account? They all started scolding you. All scolding you. The fat man was anxious and was about to operate the account, but was stopped by Songziyu. What's wrong with moral kidnapping? Wouldn't it be good to publish such a good thing and let everyone use it together? It's just a job transfer method. Do you know how much it will improve the overall strength of players? Do you know how many lives this can save? Fong Bai was wronged. If he could save so many people, then why not be wronged a little? Can his grievance be more important than other people's lives? Besides, do you know how much my popularity has increased in such a short time? Twice. Exactly twice. And I didn't have time to buy it. And it was almost on the hot search. Songziyu was very excited when looking at the soaring data. Go ahead and curse. It doesn't matter. This is the era of traffic. We are not afraid of being cursed. But we are afraid of no one cursing us. Isn't being black and red also red? Whether Fong Bai announces the job transfer method or not, I can get the most attention. If it is announced, it will be even better. By changing the method and promoting it, the excitement of the job transfer method can be transferred to me. I promote things that benefit the vast majority of people. There is no need to whitewash them. I am popular. Do you understand? The fat man hesitated when he heard this, but he nodded when he looked at Songziyu. I understand. After saying this, his stubby fingers waved on the keyboard. With one message after another, one QQ group after another was mobilized to guide the comments in various comment areas in an organized and planned manner, with the guidance that can be called brainwashing. The post posted by Songziyu became more and more popular, and finally rushed directly to the hot search. And the comments under the post changed from pure curses to quarrels. Gradually, some people began to speak up for Songziyu. And gradually, some sentences appeared in the comment area. To be honest, although this is a bit unfair to Fong Bai, it is indeed the best way. Indeed, can anyone contact Fong Bai? In this way, we can't let Fong Bai suffer losses blindly. Let's raise money together. We can raise as much as we can. Tens of dollars per person. At least millions or tens of millions. Right? We don't want it for nothing. We buy the job transfer method and use it together. Hey, who knows Fong Bai? Can contact Fong Bai? Let's go to the official Weibo of the Lost Paradise Guild. The news about Fong Bai came from there at the beginning. And didn't they say that Fong Bai had contact with their guild from the beginning? Let Lost Paradise contact and call Fong Bai out. Okay. Let's go. No need. Songziyu directly tagged Lost Paradise Guild. He is an internet celebrity, so it will definitely be more effective if he tags it. Let's go downstairs to help. Okay. As the fat man put down the keyboard panting, Groups of netizens began to gather towards the official Weibo of the Lost Paradise Guild. Seeing this, Song Ziyu, who was next to him, directly tagged the official Weibo of the Lost Paradise Guild on his Weibo and asked directly. On the screen next to him, 2 short essays dealing with 2 situations have been prepared. Whether Fong Bai chooses to resist and not announce it or chooses to announce it directly, Song Ziyu can put himself at the highest point of morality and gain the greatest benefits for himself. After simple guidance, after becoming the opinion leader of this group of netizens, the popularity of Song Ziyu's account has expanded at an unprecedented rate. In a short period of time, the number of fans of his account actually broke through a small threshold and reached 2 million. And it is still growing rapidly now. This growth rate made all employees scream with excitement. And so did Song Ziyu. He felt that he had seized this unprecedented opportunity. This time he can definitely become a top star in the true sense. At this moment, he even hoped that Fong Bai would step down and argue with him. It would be best if he was so angry that he lost his mind and scolded him. The more he scolded him, the more intense the quarrel, the better, Song Ziyu thought with great excitement. For this, he even deviated from his original personality a little, so that he might have to pay a huge penalty for several brand endorsements. But it doesn't matter, unless the public opinion is completely reversed. Then he may die miserably next time he is as popular as he is now. But this is impossible. The general trend has been established, and Song Ziyu can't think of any way to reverse it. Even if Fong Bai ignores him, it doesn't matter. He still has a killer. And as long as this time succeeds, let alone whether he will be held accountable for breach of contract. Even if he is held accountable, he can still pay it easily. From then on, he jumped up. At this time, inside the Lost Paradise Company, the staff of the publicity department looked at the wind direction guidance on the internet with a solemn face. You continue to pay attention. I go to the boss. After the person in charge said this, he went upstairs and walked directly into Hao Wei's office. But just as he started to report, he heard Hao Wei say, I don't need to say it. I've seen it. Hao Wei, who was originally laughing, now looked serious and stared at the computer screen. Song Ziyu. Chapter 176 Gongqing. Boss Hao. Someone is obviously leading the discussion here. How do we deal with it? The person in charge asked. Such obvious signs. Let alone he is a professional. Even if he is not, anyone who is not blind can basically see it. But when the person in charge glanced across the screen, looking at the comments above, well, there are many blind people. Should we take some action? The reason why the heat is so high now is that no one has intervened. We just need to divert the topic, and it will cool down naturally in 2 days. Hao Wei shook his head directly after hearing this. Don't worry about him. Jumping clown. Why do you think the guilds in Hongfeng City have not ended? Everyone is just watching for fun. Okay. The person in charge left, and Hao Wei continued to deal with the work at hand. So many people died this time, and most of them sacrificed their bodies as spell materials at the beginning. And the experience points were directly reset to 0. Although the guilds have their own charters, they just need to follow the charters. But the wonderful thing about human beings is that no matter how perfect the rules are, as long as there are too many people, there will definitely be problems. And they must be coordinated and handled one level at a time. So he has a lot of things to do. Of course, he can still browse Weibo when he has time. So Fong Bai was training his muscles and capturing the heat flowing between his muscles, while Hao Wei was handling his work. The Lost Paradise Weibo account that was tagged did not make any comments. Minutes and seconds passed, and Song Ziyu, who had been waiting for Lost Paradise to respond, frowned slightly when he saw that there was no response. Although he could get enough traffic if other people did not go out, it would definitely not be as much traffic as after the quarrel. Boss, could it be that Lost Paradise did not see the news that we tagged them? Impossible. Such a large company has a special publicity department responsible for operating the account. It is impossible that it has not seen it for so long, Song Ziyu said firmly. But they are not a company, but a game guild. After the person next to him said that, Song Ziyu felt a little hesitant. Yes, they don't seem to be a serious guild. At this moment, an employee suddenly said loudly, yes, there is movement. He just liked everyone. What? Song Ziyu hurried over to take a look, only to see that the official Weibo of Lost Paradise had withdrawn the like of a ragged blogger's photo. Hao Wei, who was far away in Lost Paradise, secretly thought it was not good. No. My hand slipped. Quickly withdrew it. Song Ziyu on this side was silent. And Lost Paradise's behavior of ignoring him made him furious. Bang! The glass fell to the ground. And the fragments flew. The fat man who was looking at the picture with relish trembled. And quickly turned off the picture. Just muttering in his heart. This Lost Paradise official Weibo has a good eye. Song Ziyu, who was furious, did not pay attention to these. His brain was working quickly. And he made a decision immediately. Go find Fong Bai in the game. Fong Bai is in Red Maple City. It won't be difficult to find. And he is actually in Red Maple City. This is his trump card. He wanted to completely corner Fong Bai. As long as Fong Bai was so angry that he killed him, everything would be fine. Song Ziyu ran to the computer and posted a message on her official Weibo account with real name authentication. No. Lost Paradise and Fong Bai refused to reply. Thinking of so many brothers and sisters who are still suffering under the hands of the nobles. I can't wait even a second. I happen to be near Red Maple City. I'm going to find Fong Bai in the game. Everyone wait for my message. I will report the progress in real time. The Weibo post had just been sent out when there was a reply. Song Ziyu saw it and smiled. Don't go. Blogger. Their refusal to reply has already shown their attitude. It's very dangerous for you to go like this. Although you are also extraordinary. You will definitely not be able to beat Fong Bai. It would be a pity if you die. Song Ziyu raised the corner of her mouth. Typed a few words. And clicked reply. Some things always need people to do. So why can't it be me? Song Ziyu immediately logged into the game. And the popularity of this post gradually increased. One netizen after another watched. Waited. And even expected it. As long as they were players. They knew very well how difficult it was to change their jobs. This made them subconsciously yearn for a way to change their jobs. Even if this method was not so moral. However, the morality in their hearts condemned them. Telling them that this was wrong. So they could only pay attention and watch. Song Ziyu grasped this mentality. After logging into the game, he immediately rushed to the Lost Paradise and other guilds' residences according to the location of the text live broadcast. At this moment, a young man who was browsing Weibo suddenly saw a post. Huh? Mechanic change method? Fong Bai? The young man was startled and immediately looked at the pictures. The dense ritual content on the pictures looked very decent. The young man who had seen Song Ziyu's post suddenly thought of that post. Could it be that Fong Bai was really forced to publish the job transfer method? The young man who thought of this question immediately saved the picture and shouted. Dog. Goozy. Are you complaining? A boy yawned and walked over. Don't you know that I didn't go to bed until 3 o'clock yesterday? Damn. This adventurer's mission is not something that humans can do at all. Come and see. Fong Bai was forced to publish the job transfer method. What? The boy was startled when he heard this. And instantly woke up and looked at the young man's computer. But after seeing it clearly, he was immediately disappointed. Gong Qing. You think too much. Look at this time. The release time is more than 2 hours earlier than the message released by Song Ziyu. Also, look at this account. Although it is called Fong Bai, it doesn't even have real name authentication or celebrity authentication on Weibo. It is obvious that someone made it to take advantage of the popularity. Otherwise, why don't you see so many comments? But to be honest, this drawing is well drawn. The boy rubbed his eyes and said aloud. Gong Qing was stunned when he heard it. And it seemed to be true. But looking at this drawing and this explanation, I don't know why I always have a feeling in my heart. This is true. This is true. But Hojie, what should I do if I feel more and more about this drawing? I feel it is true. A man's sixth sense? Then wait. No matter whether it is true or not. If it is true, someone will definitely verify it later. We just need to wait for others to verify the results. Otherwise these materials are not cheap. It is complicated and expensive. So you can buy a few copies of the materials in advance. Gong Qing looked closely at the main material written on the drawing. Red crystal powder. This is the most consumed layout material. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in Gong Qing's mind. Thinking and thinking. His heart couldn't help but beat. Hojie. I want to take a gamble. Chapter 177. Wait. What time? Are you crazy? Hojie looked at Gong Qing in disbelief. Pointing at the computer. You just borrowed money from a Weibo post that you don't know if it's real or not. And invested all your wealth in it. What if it's fake? Hearing Hojie's words, Gong Qing subconsciously wanted to retreat. But then he still strengthened his belief. What if it's true? I have a very strong feeling that this is true. As long as this is true. Then hoarding materials at this time. As long as I sell them before the production of materials increases. It will definitely increase my net worth dozens of times at one time. But you don't have any basis. Only a feeling. A bullshit feeling. If it's not like this, do we have a chance to gamble? Gong Qing looked at Hojia seriously. This may be the only chance we have in our lives. If we catch it, we catch it. I want to try it. At worst, I will spend 10 years to pay for this gamble. But this is very likely to be fake. Seeing that Gong Qing was like a bewildered soul, Ho-san was furious. Damn. You idiot. Forget it. Count me in. Gong Qing. I tell you. You've screwed me over. Gong Qing's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this. And then the two entered the game together. On the other side, with a lot of attention from the text live broadcast, Song Ziyu had already approached the Lost Paradise and other guilds where they had their bases. At this time, a large number of local players from Red Maple City gathered next to him. It's not that they were ready to speak for Song Ziyu, but they saw the text live broadcast and were bored. So they came to watch the fun. No matter where you are, there will always be spectators. This was more in line with Song Ziyu's heart. And he even started to specially collect ordinary players who were interested, and finally walked towards the player guild base in a mighty manner. This also attracted the attention of Hao Wei and others. Hao Wei, Lu Jin and others looked at each other, and their eyes were all ready to have fun. Have you all contacted Fong Bai? Yes. Fong Bai forwarded a Weibo of mine. Get ready for some fun. Puff. That Song Ziyu is on his way here. Hao Wei. Why don't you go call Fong Bai? Okay. I call him. In reality, Fong Bai's body formed one extreme movement after another. His muscle fibers were tightly twisted together like iron wire. His strong body was like molten iron. And his skin was even faintly red, as if he had just taken a hot bath. Sweat flowed down in streams. And Fong Bai, who maintained his extreme state, focused all his senses inside his body to capture the heat flow between muscles. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. When the phone rang, Fong Bai was not distracted at all, and all his energy was concentrated inside his body. But it seemed that there was still a little bit missing, although it felt as if he could condense his chi and blood in the next moment. It was still a little bit missing. After a few minutes, Fong Bai, whose face began to turn pale, exited this extreme state, and his muscles gradually relaxed under the massage of the magician's hands. He took the phone and called back. Okay. I be online right away. After relaxing a little, Fong Bai's mood remained cheerful. Song Ziyu's matter did not affect his mood at all. There are all kinds of extreme people in the world. If you get angry because of others, and affect your cultivation and research state, wouldn't it be painful for your relatives and happy for your enemies? Of course. Although it doesn't make you angry, the price that the other party should pay still has to be paid. Otherwise, this atmosphere will be bad. While massaging, Fong Bai sensed his body condition. The muscle lines are obvious. The figure is exquisite. The six-pack abs. The muscles are many, but not bloated at all. In unscientific terms, it is living muscle, rather than fake muscles and dead muscles as others joked. Fong Bai exercise methods are tailored to his physical condition, with scientific and appropriate training methods and scientific training plans. Fong Bai's body has begun to move towards perfection and coordination little by little, and his appearance looks more and more handsome and natural. It's still a little bit short, but it should be in the next 2 days. Thinking of this, Fong Bai was slightly excited. Supernormal in reality. This is different from mental power. Although mental power is also supernormal, it is too weak. Fong Bai's mental power has been at most 20 to 30 centimeters away from the body. It will dissipate if it is farther away. Now it is basically used to scan the body state, massage, or form a layer of close-fitting armor with the hands of a mage to increase strength. That's the only use. But chi and blood are different. Chi and blood are truly supernormal energy and supernormal power. This is a supernormal power that will not be restricted even in reality. Reproduce supernormal in reality. The mere appearance of this thought made Fong Bai tremble all over. Slowly calming down, Fong Bai lay on the bed and logged into the game. In the game, Fong Bai, who was resting with his eyes closed beside the little rhino, opened his eyes. The little rhino noticed the movement and turned his head to look over. Fong Bai rubbed the little rhino's head, and then heard a voice. Who is Fong Bai? I'm looking for Fong Bai. I am. As the voice rang out, Fong Bai walked to Hao Wei, Lu Jin and others, quietly watching Song Ziyu and the large number of melon-eating players behind him. The situation here was directly broadcast live to the real network by some bored players. At this moment, countless players in the game and in reality watched this scene. And Song Ziyu was so excited that he almost trembled. But he still held back and said aloud, Fong Bai. Although it's embarrassing. Although I don't want to say it. Then don't say it. At this moment, Fong Bai's eyes were indifferent, as if he saw a dead person. And Fong Bai's situation directly attracted the 50 soldiers behind him. And the evil spirit was attracted. Song Ziyu seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses in front of him. Song Ziyu stagnated slightly. But this made him excited. No. Although you may not want to. I still want to say that I may have been morally blackmailed. But I am willing to bear the consequences. And I hope you can. I have already announced it. Fong Bai suddenly said, with the help of simple amplification techniques. His voice echoed in Song Ziyu's ears, and in the ears of everyone present. Song Ziyu paused slightly. And he suddenly felt that he had punched the air. But it's okay. Announcing it is also a victory. Song Ziyu's mouth curled up slightly. And suddenly lowered his voice and said, You are quite wise. You actually announced it. Fong Bai looked at him indifferently. And his voice rang in the ears of all players. Weibo. Account name Fong Bai. Release time. 8:27 this morning. Well, I will transfer wait. What time? Song Ziyu said with satisfaction. But just halfway through he suddenly realized that the time was wrong. And his eyes widened instantly, looking at Fong Bai in disbelief. The next moment, his face turned pale. Chapter 178. Thank you, Song Ziyu. 8:27, Fong Bai said calmly. Beads of sweat slid down Song Ziyu's forehead. And the other players around him didn't feel anything wrong. Only some players, who were more familiar with the whole process, felt something strange. 2 hours before the first comment asking me to contribute the job transfer method was posted. Unfortunately, it was earlier than you. Song Ziyu's legs softened. And other players online and offline were instantly in an uproar. At this moment, Fong Bai found that Song Ziyu had a faint pleading expression on his face. Fong Bai's face did not fluctuate at all. And he turned his head to look at Hao Wei and others. Hao Wei. My personal account does not have celebrity certification. The message was posted. But it is not very popular. Please help me forward it. Okay. No problem. Forward it now. The presidents nodded one by one. And immediately ordered the players next to them to go offline and forward it. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he looked at Song Ziyu again with indifferent eyes. As for you, I have to say that I really have to thank you. I was a little too excited, and was going to publish the job transfer method, and the method of the extraordinary army, as well as some skills and knowledge for free. But thank you for calming me down. This seems very beautiful. But in fact it is also a kind of moral kidnapping of other scientific researchers and other forces. Research requires time, energy, and financial resources. Risking all your money will naturally qualify you to make a fortune. Now that players are in trouble, I will share the job transfer method to improve the overall strength of players. But the extraordinary army. Follow my rules. Equal exchange. Boom. Song Ziyu was instantly like a bolt from the blue. You can say he is bad. But he is definitely not stupid. After hearing Fong Bai's words, he could already imagine his end and shuddered. Hao Wei, Lu Jin and others looked at each other in the back. If they remembered correctly, Fong Bai was going to do this from the beginning. Right? This clown is in trouble. Who cares? Hao Wei shrugged and continued to watch the show. In reality, the internet did explode. And Song Ziyu's Weibo was directly flooded. Hearing the exclamation of the employees in reality, Song Ziyu fell to the ground. Kill him. Okay. Zhang Zong, who had been eager to make a move, directly pierced Song Ziyu with a spear. But at this moment, no one sympathized with him, but hated him. The dead Song Ziyu did not revive, but went offline. But the phone rang just after he went offline. Boss. It's the brand. Song Ziyu's eyes went dark. And he went over. And the company was in chaos. On the other side, Gong Qing said excitedly. I bet right. That's true. Look. These guilds have reposted Fong Bai Weibo. Hiss. Hojia pinched his legs until they were blue. And suddenly reacted. How much did we earn? I don't know. But the price has doubled. Hiss. In an instant, the place fell into a carnival. This is just a microcosm. Almost all players looked at Fong Bai's handwritten job transfer method with burning eyes. Countless players, who were stuck at level 10, came online and immediately bought materials to prepare for the ceremony. And some channels went directly to the players of the Mage department to help set up the ceremony site. As for the disadvantages, Fong Bai explained what remedial lessons and what difficulty had long been completely forgotten by them. What could be more important than job transfer? Become a transcendent first. And hasn't the potential of this profession been fully demonstrated by Fong Bai? Those who were quick had even prepared all the required materials and learned the ceremony site. But suddenly found that they were still missing a core material. Iron ingot. Fong Bai. Your iron ingots must be specially customized. Otherwise the ceremony will inevitably fail. Where can I get this kind of iron ingot? Hao Wei asked curiously. It's not inevitable that you will fail. As long as you can understand the ritual thoroughly and master the means of forging the 3 refinements, you can transfer as usual. Although there are few people who master the 3 refinements, you can still find a group of them in reality. As for not being able to find a forger of this level, this iron ingot is a necessity. I can provide it, Fong Bai said after a moment of silence. This is considered a consumable for cultivation. Hao Wei was shocked when he heard it, and reacted instantly and stepped forward. Fong Bai, can you please lend me a step? Hey, Hao Wei, what are you doing? That's right. What do you mean by lending me a step? If you want to lend me a step, we should go first. The other presidents reacted quickly and said quickly. Fong Bai was watching this scene with a smile on his face. Hao Wei only hated himself for doing more at this moment. What was he asking here? This is good? Hao Wei slapped his mouth, and then said with a smug face, forget it. Fong Bai, I be frank. You said before that you only wanted to be responsible for research. If we establish a Tiangong Pavilion dedicated to research, production and sales will also require manpower. If you don't want to waste the manpower of Tiangong Pavilion, then we can do OEM and sales at Lost Paradise. I guarantee that we will sell it to every city. Sell it to every player who needs it. Hao Wei immediately patted his chest and said. Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. You can't produce it. And you can't even do quality inspection. Otherwise, I wouldn't hide this supporting technology. There is no way. The technical content is too high, and I can only check it myself. But sales? Fong Bai, we can also do it. Fong Bu, boss, our Wanbao Pavilion is definitely the most suitable. We have ready-made manpower and caravans. Bullshit. You Wanbao Pavilion can do it. So why can't we? When they found out that Fong Bai was going to outsource sales, these guild leaders went crazy and started arguing in an instant. Later, they didn't know what happened, and the verbal dispute turned into a physical conflict. Lu Jin, who didn't establish a guild, was squeezed aside and watched them fight with Fong Bai, laughing. But after thinking about it, Lu Jin couldn't help asking a question. By the way, Fong Bai, you announced the job transfer method, but didn't announce the production process of consumables. It may cause some people to be disgusted. Although we know your character, others don't know, and are unwilling to believe it. They may even use this to attack you and put you on the cusp of the storm. Although you may not care about this. But? Lu Jin stopped talking here, and Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. I understand what you mean. But how can I say thank you, Songziyu? Fong Bai was very serious at this moment, and Lu Jin was stunned when he heard it, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Songziyu. It's true. Fuck. It's really amazing. Thank you so much, Songziyu. Lu Jin was so happy that he could almost imagine Songziyu's miserable situation in the future. And Fong Bai also smiled and continued to forge in his hands, with the vortex that was raised from time to time. One extraordinary equipment after another was forged. Chapter 179, one after another. Extraordinary equipment was completed, and the surrounding gold elements were even temporarily drained. Such a big fluctuation made the several guild leaders who were fighting calm down, and they watched from the side with bruised faces. When Fong Bai paused for a while, he couldn't help but fight again. After several pauses, Fong Bai finished making all the element alloys they brought and called it a day. He left a sales charter to Hao Wei and other guild leaders, and then let them quarrel. After they finished quarreling, they would naturally give Fong Bai a satisfactory result. With so many guilds supervising and restraining each other, Fong Bai could safely hand over the sales task to them. After all, although Fong Bai didn't want to take care of sales, he couldn't let the sales department cause him a lot of trouble. As for production, Fong Bai grinned. Normally, this can only be produced by him. No, to be precise, it should only be produced by him personally. You know, to be used as a consumable material for the job transfer/cultivation ritual field. It must meet a requirement. That is, the 3 refining method that can be fixed in the ritual field can complete the 3 refining. The 3 refining forging method in the ritual field is fixed and identical, and will not be automatically adjusted according to the difference in gold. To be used as consumables, these iron ingots must be completely consistent at the forging level. Exactly the same. At least it must be within this extremely narrow range, which is no longer a simple precision requirement. There is no way to mass produce this at all, because of a series of factors such as different iron ores, different smelting temperatures, and different cooling degrees. The seemingly identical iron ingots are actually very different. If you want to produce, the only possibility is for Fong Bai to pre-treat each iron ingot by forging, and adjust each iron ingot to be consistent at the forging level, perfectly meeting the requirements of the ritual field. If you tell others about this kind of thing, others will feel that it is a fantasy, let alone doing it. Unless other 3 refining forgers have undergone a lot of special practice, it is impossible to complete this step suddenly. So theoretically, it is impossible to mass produce this before the ritual site is improved again. The price of this consumable iron ingot will be sky high, which will severely limit the number of mecha masters who can change their jobs. After all, Fong Bai time is precious, and one person can't forge a few pieces, which is not enough. And at this moment, Fong Bai can still laugh. It's completely rumbling. Another car of forging scrap iron was piled at the root of the iron tree, and was quickly absorbed by the iron tree and became nutrients for the growth of the iron tree. Since Fong Bai discovered it, the iron tree has grown a circle. At this time, its spirituality has completely not rejected the approach of players, and it is even very excited to see players pushing carts approaching. Food is coming. It has never been treated like this. No need to refine from iron ore by yourself. No need to spread roots in the iron ore. Just piles of pure iron ingots delivered to the door. What tree can resist such temptation? It couldn't resist the temptation. And even the various weapons that were originally on the branches of the iron tree disappeared. Now only black iron ingots slightly longer than a palm are left hanging on the branches. This kind of ordinary iron ingot grows very fast on the iron tree. When fed with enough scrap iron, the iron ingot grows at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then falls down in batches, collected by the players waiting nearby, and piled up neatly beside. These ripe iron ingots are exactly the same. After Fong Bai test, these iron ingots are not only exactly the same in appearance, but even the forging level is exactly the same. Although Fong Bai had expected this effect, it still made Fong Bai laugh when it really happened. This is also the real reason that drives Fong Bai to fully announce the method of Mecha Master's job transfer. Otherwise, even if the job transfer is made, without enough job transfer consumables, players cannot transfer to Mecha Masters in large quantities. And the ceremony site is even more of a joke. And these iron ingots are the biggest reason why Fong Bai dared to say that he was not short of money before. How much money can you make by helping others change their job? After changing their job, the consumables for cultivation are the real gold mine. Okay, even if Fong Bai is going to sell consumables at a fair price, the profit is an astronomical figure. And this is the biggest capital that Fong Bai dares to claim to have established a pure research institute. This is the biggest exclusive deal. An almost absolute monopoly. Even if other 3 refining forgers have figured out the trick, it is useless. The cost of handmade consumables has no competitiveness in front of this mass production. And why it is said to be almost an absolute monopoly is that Fong Bai is completely worried that there is a second iron tree in this game world, or other cheap ways of copying. Otherwise, this is an absolute monopoly. And as long as the Mecha division is fully deployed, it can continue to make money, until the ritual field can complete the automatic 3 refining, or the 3 refining forger is fully popularized. But the difficulty of these two things made Fong Bai dare not even think about it. How high is the level of the automatic 3 refining ceremony? How high is the difficulty of arrangement and the consumables of the ceremony? And the comprehensive 3 refining? Don't be ridiculous. Fong Bai thought for a moment, then retracted his thoughts, said goodbye to Hao Wei and others, and took Zhang Zhong and 50 people directly to the direction of Hanfeng City. When Zhang Zhong asked what they were going to do, Fang Bai narrowed his eyes. What are you going to do? The nobles of Hanfeng City were defeated, and they should pay the price. Zhang Zhong was shocked when he heard the words, and immediately became excited. And watching Fang Bai leave, the many presidents who were fighting suddenly quieted down, looking at the direction where Fang Bai left, slightly silent, and slightly moved. Suddenly, Hao Wei spoke out. Fang Bai said before that he would not force the nobles in Hanfeng City to death. In this way, as long as the nobles are not exterminated, the Yabang Kingdom officials will not directly send strong men to take over Hanfeng City. Before the nobles are in danger of death, they will not allow other forces to get involved in Hanfeng City. After all, there is a competitive relationship between nobles, and sometimes they are even more hated by nobles than us, and attract more firepower. This time, only some of the noble families are our enemies. So what we need to deal with next is still the nobles in Hanfeng City. But after this battle, the pressure is basically gone. We can win a precious period of free development time to improve our strength. As for the others, we will settle accounts later. Fang Bai trip should shock a circle and warn them. He is in charge of this part. Let's discuss the negotiation with the nobles later. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and then sighed helplessly. As players, they are really embarrassed. This is the first time that the status of a player is so low. We still have to negotiate. In other games, what is there to negotiate? I have no interest in the plot. I just need to know that there will be a massacre. In the end, it all comes down to strength. Job change. You must change jobs in large quantities. Job change requires iron ingots, and iron ingots are needed. Unknowingly, the tension between the presidents has become stronger, and after a while, they fight again. At this moment, Fang Bai came to the foot of Hanfeng City. Chapter 180. The war is over. Open the gate. Fang Bai glanced at the gate tower indifferently, and the elite superhuman on the gate tower saw Fang Bai pupils suddenly shrink. The news of the defeat of those families has spread, and he even heard that there were masters who died. At first, he didn't believe it, but later he found that the players began to kill the adventurers and superhumans who had fought before on a large scale, and he felt something was wrong. Looking at Fang Bai army at this moment, he couldn't help but fall silent, and spoke after a moment. I am the commander guarding the city gate. How can I? Boom! The clouds rose into the sky and instantly suppressed half of Hanfeng City. Seeing Fang Bai was about to take action, the commander cursed inwardly and didn't leave any face at all. He opened the door as soon as he was told to. How shameful! Couldn't he say a few more words? But he still shouted hurriedly. Open the door! The soldier was stunned, and the commander couldn't help but kick the soldier. You're waiting to die if you don't open the door? After a while, the gate creaked open, and the guards huddled in the gate tower without showing up. Fang Bai and others entered Hanfeng City. Is it that simple? Zhang Zhong was stunned. Fang Bai felt the magic circle on the gate tower that had fallen into silence. But it seemed that there was still a magic circle running that could operate under the cloud. Fang Bai pondered for a long time, and finally felt that he had too few people. With only 50 people, it was already very difficult to form a cloud, and the strength was definitely not enough. If there were 18,000 extraordinary people, or hundreds of thousands of soldiers, Fang Bai didn't believe that anything under the extraordinary energy system could still operate under the super cloud. It directly suppressed his extraordinariness. Thinking of this, Fang Bai had some inspiration in his heart. If the extraordinary energy system is not obvious, anyone can only rely on physical strength to fight, or rely on other physical rules to fight. Then this can completely form a safe zone for players in disguise, belonging to the player's domain. Although players will be suppressed under the super cloud, and they will also be suppressed, the extraordinary energy system cannot beat the nobles. The power of modern weapons under the physical rules will definitely not be worse than the level of the nobles in the extraordinary field. And with a safe zone and a foundation, some things will have a foundation for development, and the factory and laboratory that have been developed with great difficulty will not be completely destroyed by a master. Fang Bai vaguely had some inspiration, and when he heard Zhang Zhong's words, he looked at him. What else? Not all the nobles participated in this battle. This part of the nobles is courting death. When other nobles see our strength, they will naturally recognize our status. In addition, there are several churches, which are also a force. In addition, Hao Wei and his men have already sent a message to these noble families, who did not take action through the Church of Light in the name of the Guild Union. They have expressed goodwill. So why should they be our enemies? If they are not our enemies, why can't we enter Confronting City? Ah! Zhang Zhong opened his mouth wide when he heard this. He was not very clear about some of the communications between Fang Bai and Hao Wei, and he didn't know these inside stories. He opened his mouth and couldn't help but fall silent. Feel a little aggrieved? Do you think this battle was fought in vain? Zhang Zhong nodded when he heard this, and Fang Bai's expression on his face also restrained, patting Zhang Zhong on the shoulder. In this battle, we have determined the strength of the players. We are like a new species that has just joined this ecosystem. We need to fight all the animals we can get in touch with to determine our position in the ecosystem. And other animals should also determine our position in the ecosystem based on the results of this battle. This battle has established our status. And this battle has given us space and time to develop. Next, the negotiation team of Hao Wei and others will negotiate a living space with these nobles. They suffered heavy casualties this time and need some time to recover. In addition, after this battle, no one will dare to capture players and conduct various experiments within the scope of Confronting City. So, how can this be called useless? Of course, I know. What you mean is that you feel that you cannot completely wipe out everything and completely control Confronting City by relying on this battle. But the nobles have hundreds and thousands of years of extraordinary history and hundreds and thousands of years of extraordinary heritage. How can it be so easy? And why do we have to push all the nobles to the opposite side of us? This is not black and white. The nobles are also people. There are good people and bad people. Why should we help them unite to deal with us together? We are not barbarians. We are not savages who only know how to kill. We must exert our political wisdom. Unite with good people. And attack bad people. Isn't that better? Isn't it more likely to achieve? Isn't it possible to gather greater strength in this way? Zhang Zhong scratched his head when he heard this. And Fang Bai smiled when he saw this. Forget it. I've told you so much. Anyway, don't think that the Aborigines are necessarily bad. Isn't Kaming also an Aborigine? Correct this kind of thinking in the future and separate the two concepts of Aborigines and enemies. In addition, this war is over. But there will definitely be a next time. We will definitely not stop here. Zhang Zhong understood it now. Yes. At the gate of the city, Fang Bai opened the cloud and did not close it. The terrifying cloud suppressed it. And the elements of heaven and earth in half of Confronting City were solidified. In the manners in Confronting City, the professional level, elite level, and even a few masters felt this suppressive force. And their eyes became complicated. It was this suppressive force that directly led to the death of the two masters. For a while, their heads calmed down completely, and their IQs returned to a high level. The defeated nobles also consciously opened the gates of the manors and allowed Fang Bai and others to rush and kill. And there were even many noble children among them. Fang Bai understood that this was the price they paid. Even if he burned down these manors, they would not dare to say no. Leaving their inheritance was the greatest generosity for them. Of course, it was mainly because Fang Bai did not want to. He was not worried about revenge. But this would definitely cause other nobles to feel grief, and even make these nobles spend a huge price to bring out some of their background. After all, there were several families that had produced masters, and who knew if there were still some connections. The situation that was created with great difficulty could not be broken just like that. So, endure it. Fang Bai grabbed Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong turned his head to look at Fang Bai. Fang Bai chose to go offline and call Zhang Zhong, and said aloud, "Forget it. I can't bear it when I think of that laboratory at the beginning. And I can't kill them openly. You will kill them secretly in a few days. And kill one family in a few days. Damn. I feel sick to let them live. Don't leave any of them. Kill all the chickens for me." "Understood," Zhang Zhong replied excitedly. "I was waiting for you to say this. Assassination? No problem. I didn't watch hundreds of episodes of Conan for nothing." Chapter 181. Move all of these away. After making the decision, Fang Bai and Zhang Zhong both felt relieved. And everyone looked kind. According to the list found in the laboratory, they went door to door and looted all the property in the manor. But the most important thing was the study or small library of these nobles. There were books in them. And even a piece of draft paper was moved away by Fang Bai. although there was not even a single high-grade secret book. The huge number of low-grade secret books, cultivation experience, travel notes, and basic knowledge still made Fong Bai ecstatic. Really ecstatic. Without any of the previous depression. The person decided to kill. And the book was in hand. How could he not be happy? All the books were dragged away by carriage, one after another, and there was no end in sight. After a round of walking, the number of books obtained was enough to be a library. And Fong Bai basically took Zhang Zhong and others around Hanfeng City. However, it is worth mentioning that when the cloud was about to cover the Church of Light and the Mage Tower, Fong Bai took the initiative to retract the cloud. The deterrent effect that should be achieved has been achieved. So there is no need to make enemies everywhere. After all, the Church of Light helped him, and the Mage Tower did not take action from beginning to end. So Fong Bai naturally had the respect and courtesy that he should have. You know, the Mage Tower is the only major force that Fong Bai can be sure has not privately captured players for experiments. Absolutely not. Not even one. Fong Bai is sure. Why? Because they all use players for experiments openly. How to do experiments? Directly recruit people. And the money given is equivalent to 5,000 yuan per life. There is even some extraordinary knowledge, which can participate in the research of spells, although as a subject of research. But you can also learn it. Learning about ritual fields is completely fine. Some mage apprentices have established good relationships, and they are willing to teach you a few words during experiments if the gifts are delivered and the wine is drunk. Do you want to go or not? Yes. Isn't it just death? Are players angry because they were killed by nobles? No. Will players be afraid of death? The Mage Tower needs connections to find players to do experiments. And players have to rush to go. They even only want acquaintances, because acquaintances have some knowledge of spells, and will actively cooperate when doing experiments. Fong Bai felt very uncomfortable when he heard the news. But, forget it. As long as they are happy. 5,000 yuan for a life. TSK. If it was when he just entered the game, Fong Bai would be happy. So Fong Bai can basically be sure that the Mage Tower must not catch players for private experiments. And that laboratory is just the personal behavior of that elite mage. Therefore, Fong Bai still respects the Mage Tower enough. And he also wants to go there when he has time. After all, it is a Mage Tower with mages in charge. But not now. Leaving Hanfeng City with carts of valuables and books. The carts towed by the rhinoceros looked like small trains. A bit like a 100-ton king. In addition, Fong Bai also hired a group of people to help him pull the carts and follow behind. The harvest of this trip was indeed huge. Leaving Hanfeng City with the team, the gate guard was full of emotion when looking at the covered carts. When leaving Hanfeng City, Fong Bai watched groups of people coming back from outside the city. And there were even a lot of extraordinary people among them. Seeing Fong Bai looking at them, Zhang Zhong immediately went over to ask. And after a while, he came to Fong Bai and said, "Boss, it's adventurers. The nobles paid the penalty and cancelled all the missions. So they all came back. Should we? No need. We just killed some players. Not arrested them. Players' lives are the least valuable. So there's no need to target them. If there are players who really want revenge, they will find a way to get back at them." That's true. Zhang Zhong immediately lost his opinion after hearing this, and followed Fong Bai obediently. The adventurers who passed by only felt a chill all over their bodies. But it was only a flash, which made them a little suspicious. There were no accidents on the way, and Fong Bai and others soon arrived at the guild headquarters. Looking at Hao Wei and other presidents who came out to greet them, Fong Bai said to Zhang Zhong, "Take out half of the property and give it to Hao Wei and his team, and the other half belongs to their guild alliance. Then take out 1/5 of the remaining half and give it to the individual players who participated in this battle. It will be based on their standard for compensating their own players." Yes. Zhang Zhong now has a high degree of execution of Fong Bai orders. Without any hesitation, he immediately went to distribute them. Hao Wei and others who had just approached were stunned when they heard this. They didn't want anything in the first place. They had already accepted this matter. After all, the main credit was Fong Bai. Fong Bai can help them forge so many extraordinary weapons for free, which is already very precious. But Fong Bai is now willing to take the initiative to share them. And the quantity is not small. Fong Bai. We are all brothers in the same trench. So there is no need to talk about these things. And didn't the nobles fight together? You won't lose anything with this thing. You have to be careful about the share for the individual players. After all, I don't have a foundation in Confronting City, so it's not very convenient. So you have to worry more about the distribution of the spoils for the individual players. Fong Bai actually made a decision on these distribution issues a long time ago. But he didn't say it directly to Hao Wei and others, but chose to say it now. The same words can have completely different effects when said at different times. It's okay. It's okay. This is what we should do. Yes, that's right. We will definitely do these things well. Just rest assured. One after another, the presidents patted their chests and said. At this moment, they were full of surprises looking at the huge amount of wealth. Such a huge sum of money is also a great gain for them. With money in hand, it will be easier for them to do anything in the future. And the guild can continue to expand and become stronger. Surprised, Hao Wei suddenly thought of something and asked. By the way, Fong Bai, the negotiation time is set. Do you want to come? Fong Bai shook his head without hesitation. No. It's meaningless. I'm afraid I can't help but stab the other side with a knife. And negotiate directly physically. After Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone laughed. Seeing that Fong Bai was determined, they didn't ask any more questions and started to greet Fong Bai. After chatting for a while, Fong Bai turned around and left with the soldiers and the remaining carts. Although the war was over, Fong Bai still did not return to his territory, but returned to the newly built camp in the garrison. As soon as he arrived at the camp, Fong Bai began to think about a question. Can ordinary people condense cloud energy? Chapter 182 Gold Element Iron. The essence of cloud is the product of the fusion of blood, heaven and earth elements, and personal will. And talent is the external effect of cloud. Theoretically speaking, without strong enough blood and chi, and without a unified and tenacious will, it is definitely impossible to form cloud. Fong Bai thought for a while, and then his mind sank into the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, streets appeared in front of him, and one figure after another condensed. These are the streets of Confronting City. These are the natives of Confronting City scanned by Fong Bai. And none of them are extraordinary. The figures and streets are like frozen amber. Except for the heartbeats and breathing of these natives, there is no sound of human activity. Fong Bai quietly sensed everything and consciously captured some content. I had sensed something in Confronting City before, but I didn't have time to sense it. But this does not mean missing it, because Fong Bai can completely replay the situation at that time and continue to sense it. According to the previous information and perception, Fong Bai finally showed a look of understanding in his eyes. Sure enough, Fong Bai sensed the extremely subtle red in the environment. If the chi and blood power of a professional soldier is a thick red cable, then this red is the smallest fiber in the cotton wool. Although it is tiny, it does exist. No need for professional level, or even level. Even ordinary people without any level have chi and blood power. Chi and blood power is originally the power generated by the body's muscles and blood circulation, or a manifestation of the power that pushes muscles and blood circulation. As long as you are alive, it must exist, regardless of strength. Although the chi and blood of ordinary people cannot condense into chi and blood power, they cannot actively manifest themselves. But in life, between every move, between the beating of the heart, the contraction of the lungs, and the peristalsis of the stomach, chi and blood are radiating to the outside world all the time. This radiation is also chi and blood. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all, and immediately collected this red silk for testing. Little by little, and little by little. Sure enough, after continuous collection, countless red silk like chi and blood turned into a strand of chi and blood power. The blood and chi of a single ordinary person cannot compare to that of a professional soldier. And even the blood and chi of 100 people cannot compare to that of a professional soldier. But if the blood and chi of 1,000 ordinary people, 10,000 ordinary people, or even 100,000 ordinary people are gathered together, it may not be much in one day, but in 10 days, 100 days, a year, assuming that there are 100,000 people in a city. If 100,000 people accumulate blood and chi to form clouds in units of years, then let alone the master. Even if a legend above the master comes, he will have to shout that Newton is awesome. And if this is a player city, there are at least 4, 5, 10th level, professional level extraordinary people coming and going everywhere. Then the clouds formed by such blood and chi are definitely enough to be called a safe zone. Enough to protect a main city. This kind of protection power depends on the number of players. The larger the number of players, the stronger the cloud protection will be. And if some high-level skills of using clouds are developed, it will definitely have far-reaching significance for the players. Fong Bai's eyes were stern, and he immediately began to write the experimental plan in the fantasy space, mainly focusing on two directions. 1. How to effectively integrate scattered chi and blood and maintain it for a long time. 2. How to use will or find a way to replace will to penetrate chi and blood and the elements of heaven and earth, so as to form clouds. Fong Bai immediately immersed himself in the research, but was interrupted by Su Shiping in the territory not long after. Su Shiping brought everyone to Fong Bai excitedly and handed Fong Bai a draft book. Fong Bai, look at this. Su Shiping and others had long been arranged by Fong Bai to transfer to Mechanical Forging Division and Mecha Division. They were roughly divided into two directions. In addition to studying mechanical structures, they were studying how to reconstruct metals with metal light spots. Fong Bai took the draft book and saw that it was not a mechanical structure, but more like a microstructure, etc. Have you found a way to reconstruct metals with metal light spots? Fong Bai was shocked. If this is true, it would be a lot of fun. Yes. Su Shiping's simple word fell, and Fong Bai was immediately shocked. Su Shiping and others looked at Fong Bai with excitement. Su Shiping pointed at the structure on the draft book and said, "Thanks to the trial space, we have been huddled in the trial space to conduct experiments during this period. It may have taken several years in total." Su Shiping sighed a little, but then said excitedly, "But there is still some results. That is, this structure. A metal microstructure we have researched. Iron. We have done theoretical demonstrations many times, and there is no problem with theoretical derivation. But every time there is an accident during the practical operation, I feel that my ability to control the metal light spots is relatively poor at present, and accidents often occur. So I want you to try it now." Su Shiping opened the draft book and continued. "In my understanding, these metal light spots are the essence of metal. We generally call it gold element now, and gold element gives the material metal characteristics. When gold element is transferred from metal to human body, metal loses its hardness, strength, corrosion resistance and other characteristics, and is transferred to human body along with the movement of gold element. Gold element determines metal. We found in the previous experiment that gold element has no meaning in isolation, and it must be fused with other substances to show the characteristics of metal. This carrier can be metal, or human body. Of course, it can also be other substances that can carry gold element. For example, metal, wood, grass, and even clothes. Of course, different structures are required for different material combinations, and it is meaningless to simply drive it past. Fong Bai, you can see, this is based on the combination structure of iron sheets, and this is based on the combination structure of linen clothes. According to these two structures, we can use the gold element stored in the body to strengthen ordinary iron armor and ordinary linen clothes. But at present, the strengthening effect is extremely limited, and there is a lot of room for improvement. According to our thousands of experiments, we have experimented with materials including but not limited to iron, steel, bronze, pure copper, silver, wood, water, ice, linen, soil, etc. Finally, it was found that the gold element, which is closer to iron in nature, has a high affinity, and even has a tendency to surpass iron itself. In addition, the gold element is easy to obtain. Even if it is not in the environment, we can store and carry it ourselves. After all, it is not difficult to compress the gold element. We can store and carry it with our bodies, and will not be affected by the external element environment. So this structure finally appeared. You only need to drive the gold element to combine with the gold element, and finally build this structure. As he spoke, a strange black iron block slowly took shape in front of Fong Bai. Chapter 183 Armor Hero? How did you form it? Su Shiping stared at the strange-shaped iron block in a daze. "Ah, I just tried it, and it worked. Isn't that a good thing? It means that your theoretical derivation process is correct, and there is no problem." "That's right. But," Su Shiping recalled that he had failed thousands or tens of thousands of times in the fantasy space, and felt very confused. "It worked in an instant. Why is it so simple? Don't you just need a hand?" Seeing that Su Shiping and others were still puzzled, Fong Bai smiled. The third-level forger can shape the microstructure of metal with a hammer. You have the ready-made structure. And I often use the magician's hand for forging. Fine control is like instinct. The accuracy of lathes in reality may not be as high as mine. It is natural to make a structure. Su Shiping was silent after hearing this. Abnormal. Fong Bai shrugged and reached out to grab the black iron block that appeared out of thin air. After Su Shiping and the others finished recording all the data, Fong Bai gently clenched his fist. The iron block changed its shape in Fong Bai's hand like soft plasticine. Pure iron? Yes. Gold and metal have extremely high compatibility and similarity. In addition to some considerations of eliminating interference, we used pure iron as the research object and successfully derived this structure. Fong Bai needed the soft pure iron block. Do you know what level my gold element is? Element metal level. Pure. So this is why you molded my pure element metal gold element into pure iron. Fong Bai said happily. Pure iron cannot be said to have no defense or attack power. Even if there is a little attack and defense effect, Fong Bai will not say that it has no effect. Hey. Experiment. Step by step. Now it can be pure iron. Then it can be steel, elemental alloy, or elemental metal. Finally, according to the characteristics we need, we can combine the advantages of different metals, gather the advantages of various metals, abandon the disadvantages, and truly create a high-level metal out of thin air. Fong Bai was also full of amazement. Just now it was just a joke. He could deeply understand the huge potential of this technology. Not to mention pure iron. Even if it is a ball of cotton, the meaning contained in it is very far-reaching. What does this mean? Gold element can be integrated into the body for storage. And gold element can also be integrated into the body for storage. The combination of the two can become hard metal. This means that as long as they want, as long as they have enough knowledge and technology, the Mecha Master can summon armor out of thin air. Just like summoning armor warriors. Isn't this the armor warrior? Not only that, as long as they have enough knowledge, the gold element is not limited to armor, lance, longbow, crossbow, tower shield, gun, artillery, electromagnetic rail gun. What can't be summoned? At that level, as long as they have enough knowledge, this method can directly transform knowledge into the most direct combat power. Knowledge is power. The conversion of gold element into metal cannot bring direct combat power, but it is definitely the greatest supplement and improvement to the Mecha Master profession. This will bring countless possibilities to the Mecha Master profession. Isn't this an alternative magician? Fong Bai clenched his fist. Bang! The iron block exploded, and then turned into gold element and elements again after Fong Bai released control and returned to Fong Bai body. Sure ping. This direction is correct. It is absolutely correct to go in this direction. Just as you said. We just need to complete the derivation of the gold element structure of steel, elemental alloy, and elemental metal step by step. But at the same time, the research on mechanical structure cannot be left behind. The structure of mechanical power armor has not kept up with the progress. So we must study better combat armor that is more suitable for actual conditions, or engineering armor, experimental special model armor, etc. Mechanical power armor can be used at the professional level. As long as the whole body metallization is completed, it will enter the elite level. At this stage, gold elements can be stored, thus having the ability to summon armor. So we must give full play to the advantages of the elite level and further expand it, so as to greatly enhance the combat ability and adaptability of professionals. The new armor must fill the gap of the elite Mecha Master, and can amplify strength, attack, speed, etc. Of course, the most critical thing is the energy and power system. Fong Bai. I have two ideas about energy and power for the time being. At this time, Chi Peng, who was next to Su Shiping, glanced at Su Shiping and said in a demonstrative manner. Chi Yun's younger brother Chi Peng finally fulfilled what he said to Su Shiping. He found a forging master. It really is Fong Bai. But it was not him who promoted Su Shiping, but he took advantage of Su Shiping. Of course, after the subsequent contact, Chi Peng's ability was indeed recognized by Fong Bai, and except that he studied every day and targeted Su Shiping in terms of results, he didn't have any bad habits. He is a tough guy. Hearing Chi Peng's words, Fong Bai raised his eyebrows. Oh, tell me about it. The first one is electricity. I don't need to explain the reason. If we copy the existing technology route in reality, we can directly get a mature technology system. And there is only one key point. That is, to use what Su Shiping just said. To gather the advantages of different metals. Remove the unnecessary disadvantages to form a variety of unique metals. Non-existent metals. If this step can be achieved, then sub-superconductivity, where resistance, corrosion resistance, and other material problems encountered in reality can be solved with new superior metals. Or use elemental metals to solve them. As long as the material problem is solved, the power and miniaturization of the motor will never disappoint you. Not to mention too outrageous. It is always easy for you to beat a mud truck with your fist. Of course, if the metal Su Shiping makes can't reach this step, it's none of my business. Bullshit. What do you mean my metal can't reach this step? Don't blame me if your technology is not up to standard. Just wait and see. Just wait and see. Qipeng and Su Shiping stared at each other. It was so lively. Fong Bai smiled upon hearing this, while Qipeng glared at Su Shiping fiercely before continuing. The second is the extraordinary. That is, the magic array, Qipeng said after a moment of silence. I heard my brother mention before that there is a kind of puppet called the iron puppet, and a kind of armor called the alchemical armor. The former is a mass of iron lumps, and the latter is a piece of armor. Both are man-made creations. Both are created by mages. And both are combat puppets created through various spells and magic arrays. It is not surprising that they are professional and elite level. And the power that drives them to move and even attack is definitely strong enough. If it is used on our armor, it will definitely not be inferior to the motor. Fong Bai couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. Chapter 184. In my opinion, there is no need to distinguish between real technology and game supernatural. And there is no need to argue about who is stronger. For us, the two are just technology trees with different routes. And we will use whichever is more useful. If we can combine them, take the essence and discard the dross, form supernatural motors, and develop our unique technology. It may not be a better way. After all, Fong Bai, you also said that the collision of knowledge from different worlds will burst out countless sparks. Many technologies that are limited in one aspect and find answers from the other's field. This is an era of rapid breakthroughs and full of opportunities. I think we can make some attempts in energy and power first. Fong Bai, I need some manpower. Qipeng just finished speaking, and Su Shiping reacted instantly. He glared at Qipeng and said immediately, Fong Bai, I also need manpower. The two of them blew their beards and glared at each other. And they were about to fight. Manpower? Where can we get the manpower? 10 or so people here are all the manpower. And how can their project be completed by 1 or 2 people? One is the heart of modern technology. Energy and power. The other is the foundation of everything. Materials. 100 or 80 people are just a base. And these 10 or so people are not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Of course, the more the better. Seeing that the two people were arguing more and more excitedly about who was more important, and even wanted to convince each other with physics, Fong Bai immediately glared at the group of people watching behind him. Why don't you pull them apart? Oh. Okay. A group of people immediately rushed up and pulled the two apart. Seeing that the two were still not quiet, Fong Bai immediately spoke out. Seeing Fong Bai talking, the two looked over. Both materials and motivation are indispensable. I have already started to solve the problem of manpower. First of all, recruitment. You are also aware that I still have invitation letters in my hand. I will give out 10 invitation letters every month in the future. You are responsible for finding people. As long as they have real talents. We will take excellent masters and doctoral students. I think there should not be many people who can directly use invitation letters to hire graduate students at this stage. You can look for them. But the premise must be that they have real talents. No one can hide this. Everyone knows it as soon as they open their mouths. But don't always stare at these students. We can also take big names like teachers and professors. Of course, most of these people have positions and projects. And there are many people competing for them. It may not be possible to invite them with just an invitation letter. And it may not be a good thing to invite them. They are not suitable. But you can raise your sights a little higher. I am still young at 60. So we will accept those who are 70, 80, or even 90, as long as they have the real talent. For people at this level, we rely on their previous achievements, and as long as they meet the standards. First of all, the invitation letter plus the mechanical forger job change. Originally they don't have the energy, so I will help them to become extraordinary. using the game to influence reality. As long as the physical fitness and mental strength are enhanced, and they can return to their peak state, there is definitely time, energy, and ability. In this regard, you can find your teacher's teacher, or your teacher's teacher's teacher. You can directly speak clearly, and explain the pros and cons, rights and obligations. I don't need them to devote themselves to our Tiangong Pavilion. They just need to play a guiding role, a leading role, and a role in attacking. I think this should not be a big problem. Fong Bai looked at everyone, and everyone opened their mouths wide when they heard it. This is an idea they have never thought of. But thinking about it carefully, they can't help but be moved. That is, if I restore my teacher's teacher's teacher to his prime, won't I be able to walk sideways in front of my teacher? This is just a joke. But if you think about it carefully, it is unimaginable how much this operation will help their future growth. Whether it is academic potential or administrative potential. This is incredible. Fong Bai saw that everyone was moved, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This group of graduate students from prestigious universities can trace their roots back to their teachers. And it would not be surprising even if a few of the first batch of retired academicians were brought up. No. It should be said that there must be. As long as it can be traced back to the teacher's teacher's teacher. There must be. And this group of people, even if they only go to Tiangong Pavilion to lead a project and guide a project throughout the process, it is worth the price for Fong Bai. Not for status, but because of their knowledge reserves and terrifying abilities. They are truly SSR humans. So, the people you can come into contact with in college may be the highest level people you can come into contact with in your life. At this moment, the corners of Fong Bai's mouth are even harder to suppress than AK. But there is a problem. Which is, in order to avoid some troubles you may encounter, you only have the right to recommend candidates, but not the right to decide. You must write a brief introduction of the person you recommend and provide me with the necessary supporting materials. I will decide the candidate, and I will propose a meeting when necessary. At this moment, the group of people were already excited. Fong Bai smiled and continued. This is the first point. You can go to your respective mentors when you go offline. The second is that in the next period of time, a large number of players will send you resumes. This is a group of ready-made labor that does not require an invitation letter. And their level should not be too bad. Seeing that everyone was a little confused, Fong Bai briefly explained the matter of exchanging points for extraordinary military training methods. And everyone suddenly understood. They have been paying attention to things on the internet before, so it is not difficult to understand. And there is no problem. So in the next period of time, at least before the major guilds exchange extraordinary military training methods, a large number of high-quality labor will gather here. And as long as the technical library is continuously filled, this state can continue, thus entering a positive cycle. What you need to do is to establish various project teams, such as materials, power, energy, electromagnetic railguns, handheld guns, handheld cannons, shields, and mecha power transmission, etc. Build a good project, make a good PPT, and then find your instructor and recruit high-quality labor. I will help you solve all the chores. You just need to devote yourself to research. Next, you can get everything you want, including strength, status, money, and also our dreams. I want one day. We will shout that the armor will merge. I want one day. I can jump into a fighter and soar into the sky. I want one day. I can grow wings on my back and soar into the sky. I want one day. The most mechanical mecha will stand on this land. Chapter 185 Suppress Consciousness Sentence after sentence. Sentence after sentence. When all the members were just college students and postgraduate students, the atmosphere became heated in an instant. Everyone became excited and gathered together to discuss what kind of projects they would start, and excitedly imagine the future together. They were all still at the age of having dreams. Looking at this scene, Fong Bai smiled slightly. In fact, he didn't want to say these at all. But now Tiangong Pavilion has just started. There is no pure research atmosphere, no qualified corporate culture, and it is difficult to gather people without saying these words. And Fong Bai has always believed that if you want a person to be free from distractions, you must first solve his worries. The simplest example is the income problem. Maybe they are still at the age where they can pursue their dreams unconditionally, but reality will eventually knock them down. The expectations of their girlfriends, the hopes of their parents, buying houses, buying cars, betrothal gifts, wedding expenses, etc. will wear down his enthusiasm. But if all these can be solved in the process of pursuing dreams, this can make their families feel proud. Then reality will not be an obstacle, but a greater help. This is what Fong Bai needs to do. Fong Bai needs to guide the birth of an absolutely pure research atmosphere. From this perspective, Fong Bai is still an idealist. Still have dreams. Fong Bai now has many dreams. Many dreams. Of course, this is only now, when everything is on the right track. Fong Bai still thinks that treating people with sincerity is the most practical. For good people, treating people with sincerity can convince them the most. For bad people, it is useless not to treat people with sincerity. Don't think too much. Just make sure that you have enough strength to make the other party treat you with sincerity. It's like two things. Two people. As a manager, you choose the difficult one with small benefits and give the other party a better one. After many times, people will naturally obey you. At this time, even if there are 3 people, you give one of them a good one and give one a bad one. As long as you are the worst, the 2 people will still obey you. And the basis for this is that Fong Bai needs knowledge, not the specific benefits brought by a certain project. Different needs. The success of everyone is to lay the foundation for Fong Bai's success, which is the basis for the operation of this model. Otherwise, blindly benefiting others will not last long. Of course, in the end, everything comes down to strength. Dragons don't live with snakes. If the gap in knowledge reserves, scientific research capabilities, etc. is too big, then everything is false. So, Fong Bai looked at the players who had already gone offline, and sneered. In his mind, in the fantasy space, Fong Bai was conducting experiments again and again at the highest speed. After his mental power gradually became stronger, under the urgent need, after repeated attempts, Fong Bai has now mastered the use of dual threads. Although one of the threads can only stay on handling daily affairs, it still allows Fong Bai to clear all the sundries and ensure 24 hours of pure research time a day. Even when meditating to restore energy, he can continue to study. In addition, with the current thinking speed of more than 200, nearly 300 times, Fong Bai is confident that he can kill anyone in one day. Of course, pure time may accumulate knowledge reserves that surpass everyone in the world. But this does not mean that Fong Bai is the best in the world. A 1,000-year-old turtle is still a turtle every year. And a supercomputer that stores all the information in the world is just a computer. If Fong Bai does not have enough scientific thinking to master this knowledge, his achievements will be limited. Before, Fong Bai could not deeply understand this. But after such a long time of self-study books, Fong Bai has actually realized this in a vague way. And he has also found a solution for this. It is not possible to work behind closed doors. So learn from others and ask for advice from others. Who to ask for advice? Of course, it is the academicians who are about to come to Tiangong Pavilion. As the pavilion master of Tiangong Pavilion, as a person who supported the game invitation letter, the mechanical forger's job transfer, and the Mecha master's job transfer, he was thick-skinned to ask for advice and study tirelessly. This will not be driven away. Right? This will not be taught at all. Right? Fong Bai shook his head slightly, looked at the people who were offline from time to time, and suddenly spoke out. Call me Pavilion Master from now on. Pavilion Master of Tiangong Pavilion. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Fong Bai, and said subconsciously, Okay, boss. After saying that, he turned back to continue the discussion, and Fong Bai laughed and scolded at this, and immediately immersed himself in research. Of course, more is learning and reading. In the noble's house, Fong Bai found too many books, too many exercises, too much common sense, and basic knowledge. Fong Bai started self-study again. First of all, there are too many books to read through, and he is still in the reading stage. However, the long-term high-speed opening of the fantasy space also caused some problems. Fong Bai was slightly dazed after he came out of the fantasy space. The difference between the speed of nearly 300 times and the normal flow rate made him feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, Fong Bai felt that the fantasy space had changed after being open for a long time. Or Fong Bai felt that his consciousness had changed. The fantasy space appeared in the consciousness, and it seemed to be bordering on the consciousness at this moment, as if the fantasy space had a constant sign because of the long-term opening. The fantasy space seemed to be integrated into the consciousness. In addition, Fong Bai occasionally felt that his consciousness was heavy. as if it was pressed by something. And obviously, it was the fantasy space. The speed of the fantasy space should not be just what it is now. Fong Bai felt silently. In the past, the highest speed of the fantasy space depended on the mental power. In this wooden barrel, the mental power is the shortest board. So as the mental power increases, the speed will increase at any time. Now the length of the wooden board of the mental power has exceeded a certain limit, and it is no longer the shortest board. So the fantasy space has not exerted the full strength of the mental power. The current key point should be consciousness. Fong Bai felt this heavy feeling. Not the mental power, not the soul, but the deepest and most illusory consciousness. The consciousness seemed to be pressed down by a heavy object. The consciousness is not strong enough. If the consciousness continues to be strengthened, the speed should be further increased. And it's not just me. Fong Bai main body, outside the Red Maple City, turned his head to look at the 50 soldiers. Every soldier was extraordinary and very powerful no matter how you look at it. But in fact, Fong Bai knew it in his heart. Except for a few people like Zhang Zhong. Although these soldiers are all extraordinary, in terms of strength alone, they are definitely not as good as the extraordinary people who have been transferred normally in other guilds. According to Fong Bai observation, these soldiers may have encountered similar problems as him. The physical strength is caught up, but there are still defects in the consciousness. Chapter 186 Relics? How Wei? We're going back first. Call me if you need anything? Oh, are we leaving now? Without waiting for the negotiation results? How Wei was surprised. No, you won't die anyway. At most, we fight again. It doesn't matter. Just call me when the fight starts. Okay, then take your time. We meet in real life later. Okay. After greeting Hao Wei and others, Fong Bai immediately led his men out of the station and headed straight towards Bag Town. Walking back to the official road, it was very quiet this time compared to the first time they walked this road, where Fong Bai and others passed. Insects didn't dare to bark, and even dogs had to tuck their tails between their legs to pass by. A professional level can pass unimpeded on this road, and 50 professional levels and 1 elite level can walk sideways here. Feeling the rising evil spirit, the beasts and monsters on both sides of the road fled in panic. There was nothing going on along the way, and Fong Bai arrived at the junction of the Beige Town area and the wilderness in a few days. Here, Fong Bai saw Qi Yun, Li Jianming and other guild leaders. These guild leaders looked at the extraordinary people behind Fong Bai. Their eyes were red, and when they saw those familiar faces, they immediately greeted Fong Bai and ran over. Hey, Ali. Abayo. Long time no see. Please call me by my full name. I'm afraid Fong Bai will misunderstand. Qi Yun had a big question mark on his head. And then he heard someone next to him say, "Didn't I quit the Dynasty Guild?" "What? Contract? Oh, this is my penalty. No need to count." Just right. The guild leaders opened their eyes wide and looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Their looks are so familiar. But why are their faces so unfamiliar? So unfamiliar that they seem to be looking in the mirror. Of course, this was all a joke. They all chatted and laughed in a familiar way, greeting each other. Both sides were very comfortable, and everyone's face was full of smiles. However, after the joke, everyone tacitly agreed not to talk about the original guild's affairs. This tacit understanding made everyone talk very happily. Well, these extraordinary people were really happy. And these presidents were happy on the surface with bleeding hearts. However, no matter how heartbroken they were, they did not show it. Instead, as they chatted, in a blink of an eye, with the cooperation of several presidents, their positioning quietly changed from the previous guild to the concept of the mother's home. Under the current circumstances, these presidents still created the best situation for the guild. Not long after, all the presidents gathered in front of Fong Bai and looked at Fong Bai with resentment. The strong resentment was about to come out. Don't be resentful. You sent them here, and they became extraordinary people. The key is not you, but sending them here. The key is me, Fong Bai said with a frown. And their resentment was restrained. But they still glanced at Fong Bai with resentment from time to time. They understood the truth, but they still resented it. Fong Bai smiled at this and continued. Forget it. I don't want to provoke you. I give you a big gift for the fact that you have provided me with so many talents. What big gift? Qi Yun asked curiously. Fong Bai immediately told him the recruitment plan that he had discussed with Hao Wei and others. However, after that, Fong Bai, you beast. After defrauding our combat players, you are now targeting our logistics players. Hey, slander. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Didn't I just say that? You can pay it over at any time. The money to be paid will also be paid to your guild. And you can transfer it. There is also... I don't believe you. I don't believe that people can walk out after entering your Tiangong Pavilion. Qi Yun looked at Jiang Biao and Zhongli sourly. They didn't get any benefits before. And they even lost 2 main generals, losing both the wife and the army. Fong Bai's momentum suddenly weakened a little when he heard this. And he laughed. You can also choose not to send. Completely free. Qi Yun paused and touched his heart silently. He understood that the talents in the guild could not escape now. People who went there might come back or not. But if they didn't go, there would be no better talents to come back. This was a naked conspiracy. And Fong Bai was just like he said. Everyone was voluntary from beginning to end. It was voluntary to send people there. And it was also completely voluntary for them to come back or not. Qi Yun sighed, shook his head slightly, and then turned to look at Fong Bai. By the way, Fong Bai, can you talk to me for a moment? What's the matter? Fong Bai was stunned. But seeing Qi Yun's serious look, he thought about it and followed Qi Yun to the side. Can you tell me now? Qi Yun nodded when he heard it, and then covered his mouth and said aloud, I found a relic that is still in operation. I wonder if you are interested. As soon as Qi Yun finished speaking, Fong Bai's mind flashed back to what Qi Peng had said. He opened his eyes and was a little surprised. Armor puppet? Iron puppet? Did you hear Qi Peng say that? Qi Yun was not surprised at all, but asked back. Seeing Fong Bai nod, Qi Yun continued, I am talking about this ruins. The ruins are very large, and there are many iron puppets and armor puppets that can function normally. Each puppet is at least professional level strength. At present, more than a dozen of this level of armor have been found. I strongly suspect that there are elite level puppets inside. So I would like to invite you to develop it together. After development, the harvest will be distributed according to work. The minimum is 30%. Even if you don't make a move once. As long as you follow me, I will give you 30%. Of course, this is impossible. You will definitely need help at that time. So 30% is just your starting point. And the highest is 90%. If most of them are cleared by you, then I will give you all. And you can give me 10% to comfort me. Qi Yun grinned, and Fong Bai glanced at him. If this relic is so powerful that Fong Bai has to take action throughout the whole process, then Qi Yun, who is clinging to his thighs, will make a lot of money even if he only takes 10%. And if the relic is average, then he can also get a larger proportion, which is a good deal. However, Fong Bai recalled the 2 puppets mentioned by Qi Peng before, and he couldn't help but feel excited, and nodded after a moment. Okay, when do we leave? Now, Qi Yun said bluntly. Fong Bai thought about it for a while, and then nodded. Okay. Fong Bai immediately waved to Zhang Zhong. Boss? What's wrong? I have something to do. You lead the team back. Zhang Zhong was stunned, and then nodded. Yes. Seeing Zhang Zhong leaving with the team, Qi Yun directly separated from the other presidents and entered Qi Yunxian. And as soon as he entered Qi Yunxian, Fong Bai's attention was quickly attracted by something. Chapter 187 Chariot Chassis. What is this? Fong Bai was slightly startled. He was shocked. He actually saw a track chariot chassis in the Kaiungswen Guild. Fong Bai rubbed his eyes, even went out and came back. But the scene in front of him did not change at all. Qi Yun beside him was very happy to see this. He deliberately did not tell Fong Bai. Now his bad taste was satisfied. Fong Bai walked quickly to the chassis. Looking at the rusty chassis, it seemed that it had gone through countless times, and had already decayed in a long time. What is this? You made it old by yourself? Fong Bai was a little confused. Qi Yun said with a smile. Why do we have nothing to do when we have nothing to do? We can make a track chariot. Can't we use it? I'm not sick. Why should I make it old and put it here as a damaged version? This was dug out from the ruins. Fong Bai's eyes widened slightly when he heard this, and he turned his head in disbelief to look at the chariot chassis. This world is clearly a medieval supernatural world, with a powerful wizard civilization in prehistoric times. This is Fong Bai's understanding of this world. But when he looked at the chassis of this chariot, Fong Bai understanding seemed to be completely shattered. Track chariot. Wizard. Supernatural. Middle Ages. What exactly is this world made of? Fong Bai was stunned. And it took a long time for him to come back to his senses and turn his head to look at this chassis. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart instantly aroused a strong curiosity about the ruins. Isn't it incredible? Incredible, Fong Bai said slowly. And Qi Yun was full of emotion when looking at this chassis. We also felt very incredible at the time. Did you also change your job in this ruins? Fong Bai suddenly asked. And when he met Qi Yun, he found that Qi Yun was already a supernatural person. Professional supernatural person. But Qi Yun's specific occupation is not known for the time being. Qi Yun nodded slightly. I guess so. Wait a minute. I gather some people. Qi Yun didn't let Fong Bai wait for long. In a few minutes, he gathered more than 30 players. Fong Bai was slightly surprised when he saw them, and turned to look at Qi Yun. For extraordinary people? Qi Yun's mouth curled up slightly. He was about to say something boastful. But as soon as the words came to his mouth, he recalled the 50 extraordinary people behind Fong Bai before, and suddenly became dull. Well, there are only 4 extraordinary people. Let me introduce them to you. This is Rao Dong, a professional archer. This is Xian Wei, a professional warrior. This is Xie Ren. And this is Xie Yi. They are 2 brothers, both warriors, and also professional level. Qi Yun said to the 4 people after he finished speaking. This is Fong Bai, the legendary strongest player I mentioned to you before. This time Fong Bai will go with us. And we must pass it. The 4 people looked at Fong Bai curiously. They all paid attention to Fong Bai, and even heard of Fong Bai's title of the strongest player. Now that they really saw it, they only felt that. Fong Bai, your armor is so handsome. But it's so thick. Isn't it heavy? The tall and strong Du Xianwei asked curiously. Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. It's mechanically powered. You look heavy. But there is actually a power-assisted system inside. Wow. Is it so magical? Yes. This is in our Tiangong Pavilion. If Fong Bai sensed a very strong resentment and a straight gaze, he would be embarrassed and smiled at Qi Yun. Have it. Have it. No other meaning. But I didn't say you had other meanings, Qi Yun said faintly. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard it, and immediately smiled embarrassedly. He didn't react for a while. There's no way. More than 99% of the thinking and energy are in the fantasy space to learn and study. Although the thread in the outside world can also handle miscellaneous things freely. But it is inevitable that the reaction is slow, especially when another thread racks its brains to think and concentrates on research. It is easy to squeeze the computing power and energy of this thread. But no matter what, compared with the huge benefits brought by the 2 threads, these are acceptable. Qi Yun obviously made a plan long ago and was very well prepared. This should be the time he arrived in Bag Town. Qi Yun saw Fong Bai was a little confused, and immediately said with a smile, You plan to invite you from the beginning. You can leave as soon as you come, so as not to waste time. And if you don't plan to come, I will go again today, so it won't be wasted, Qi Yun said while taking Fong Bai out. It didn't take long to walk to the edge of the wilderness mountain range and plunged into it. Qi Yun didn't look at the map, and took Fong Bai and others to walk in the forest. The huge tree crowns gathered and intertwined above their heads, and vines as thick as wrists intertwined among them. The leaves and vines blocked the sunlight firmly, making the environment below appear very dim. Walking in the forest, Archer Rao Dong looked at Fong Bai, and suddenly he felt an urge to compete. He couldn't help but feel a sense of winning. Fong Bai was strong, and there was no doubt about that, and he would not question it. But Fong Bai was a power type, and he didn't believe that Fong Bai could surpass him in agility. After all, although Fong Bai's record was terrible, there was no word convince in the dictionary of players. And if he could surpass Fong Bai in speed and agility, then he would be the one who beat Fong Bai. Even if he lost, he would have fought with Fong Bai. Thinking of this, Rao Dong was slightly excited, glanced at Fong Bai who was following behind him, and quietly sped up, and his agile body passed through the forest. Every time he turned and moved, he could just follow the direction of the leaves' growth, find the gaps in him, and quietly pass through with the least effort, leaving almost no trace wherever he passed. Looking back at this scene, Rao Dong's mouth curled up slightly. This is the agility of an archer. Rao Dong was moving through the forest like a fish in water, faster and faster. At this moment, Fong Bai was conducting a relatively important experiment. and most of his energy was immersed in the fantasy space to conduct the experiment. Friends who often drive know that when you are distracted while following a car, the faster the car in front is, the faster you should go, and the slower the car in front is, the slower you should go. When Rao Dong quietly accelerated, Fong Bai subconsciously followed. Rao Dong bypassed. Fong Bai bypassed. Rao Dong turned sideways. Fong Bai turned sideways. Rao Dong accelerated. Fong Bai also accelerated. And Rao Dong accelerated for a long time. But the distance between the two did not change at all. Seeing this, Rao Dong could not help but continue to accelerate. But Fong Bai also caught up instantly, without any gap. At this moment, Rao Dong's competitive spirit rose. Accelerate! Accelerate! But Rao Dong then discovered a terrifying fact. Even if he went at full speed, Fong Bai could easily keep up. He ran until his face was red and his neck was thick. And Fong Bai didn't even breathe. After a long while, Rao Dong finally accepted his fate, returned to normal speed, and said with admiration, "Great, great. I overestimated my abilities." Fong Bai, who had just come to his senses, looked confused. What? Seeing this, Rao Dong, who was full of admiration. Chapter 188. Silence all the way. After Rao Dong shut himself up, the others didn't say anything, and no longer had the slightest thought of comparing. They suddenly realized that even if Fong Bai didn't live up to his reputation, he was not someone they could mess with. Without any ability, he was not qualified to get a false reputation. So during Fong Bai's inexplicable process, the four people instantly became honest. And Chi Yun kept watching this scene with a smile. He had reminded them and emphasized them. And if they still wanted to mess with him, it was none of his business. He had known Fong Bai for so long, and he understood Fong Bai's character. Naturally, he understood that as long as he didn't deliberately provoke with malicious intent, some of his subordinates doing something on their own would not affect their relationship. As long as he explained it well afterwards, Chi Yun would naturally feel much more comfortable. There was no conversation all the way, and the group of more than 30 people soon began to approach a canyon. At this time, an experiment in the fantasy space was completed, and Fong Bai entered a resting state, with two threads in contact. Fong Bai, whose IQ had returned to a high level, was slightly stunned. This place is quite hidden, and there are no signs of other people's activities. With Chi Yun's current strength, there is no way he can't defend this relic. So why did Chi Yun invite me to come with him? He is not strong now. So can he slowly accumulate strength and digest it slowly? At least the output is all his own. And he doesn't have to share it with me. You are so anxious. Unless the relic has a time limit. Unless. Fong Bai slightly focused his attention and looked at Chi Yun, looking at the canyon in front of him. The canyon is about 30 or 40 meters deep, with dense weeds and vines on both sides, and covered with vines on the top. It looks very inconspicuous. If the vines in front were not cut open, Fong Bai would never find that there is a canyon here. Following Chi Yun into the canyon, Fong Bai immediately found Chi Yun. Chi Yun? Is there something you didn't tell me? Ah? Chi Yun was stunned. No. Fong Bai immediately expressed his doubts when he heard it. And Chi Yun suddenly understood and said immediately, "It's like this. I found this relic because of a key. I found this relic based on the spell effect on the key." Fong Bai looked around and understood immediately. This place is so hidden. He had suspected that some player got lost and ran around everywhere. He just felt lucky. Now he knows that it's not luck, but guidance. This is relatively normal. Then what? Is there a time limit for this key? There is no time limit. The main thing is that there are two keys. I only got one of them, and the other one is missing. So you are worried that another group of people will get there first? Yes. Chi Yun nodded and said, thinking for a while, and continued to explain. Don't worry, Fong Bai. I dared to ask you to come, so I won't cheat you. I have always left someone at the entrance of the ruins. If a second group of people go there, he will definitely be dead. Now he is still alive, so we can be sure that no one has gone to the ruins. According to my observation, the ruins are not big. Whether we can win or not, it won't take too long. We can just leave after the fight, so there is no need to worry about it taking too long. The whole process will take at most a few hours, and we will leave directly after it is done. In such a short time, it is impossible that the other party will come just as we arrive. Right? Chi Yun said casually. Of course. I don't want to delay it too long. Fong Bai felt that it made sense and nodded immediately. At this time, he suddenly looked up. But he didn't see anything. Such a keen perception. Almost discovered. Is that person still a magician? But how can a magician wear heavy armor? The young man in a blue short shirt asked in confusion. And he was covered with a layer of looming shield. As a qualified mage, it is normal to always have several shields and a dozen counterspells on you. There are mages who go out without any spells. Not that there are none. But they usually go out peacefully. The short-sleeved mage closed his eyes. And then a bird's-eye view appeared in front of him again. In the sky, an invisible falcon slowly circled. First ring spell, Fairy's Falcon. Looking at the overall situation of the canyon, Fairy pondered. It's not that mages can't wear heavy armor. But for mages, wearing clumsy heavy armor is not cost-effective. Because no matter how thick the heavy armor is, it is difficult for mages to fight with warriors of the same level. Although mages have zoo suits, warriors also have a series of tricks to deal with mages. So at close range, melee can be achieved. But it is not easy to rely on melee to defeat warriors of the same level. At the same time, the heavy armor will not only increase its own weight, causing displacement and flight difficulties, but also greatly affect flexibility. So relatively speaking, robes and short shirts are more favored by mages, especially robes with various spell effects. And if you need the appearance and defensive armor, there are also many spells that can be completed. If you only need defense, then the shield is much more practical. So it should be a warrior. But the perception is very sharp. Yes, the intuition of a warrior is not reasonable at all. And using spells to simulate the intuition of a warrior cannot imitate the intuition that almost predicts the future. There is no principle at all. Fei Rui cursed, as if he had just suffered a big loss at the hands of a warrior. For the real extraordinary world, there is no strongest profession. Only the worst people. It is not uncommon for warriors to kill mages. And each time it can be widely circulated. Until the mages develop restraining spells according to the actual situation. Fei Rui thought about it. Projected the previous situation. And looked at his followers. Go further, and you will meet a group of players. 5 professional players. 1 elite player. And a group of trained ordinary people. Be prepared for battle. Yes. The 5 followers around him responded immediately. And immediately tightened their weapons. And Fei Rui also silently chanted the spell. And coordinated with the spell to activate the elements of heaven and earth. And one spell model after another was quickly formed. The power of a bear. The agility of a cat. The speed of a leopard. Soon, the 5 people were surrounded by circles of spell effect halos. And the halo effect alone was more than 1 meter long. When they stood forward, they illuminated the dim canyon. And Fei Rui's own shields were layered and shining. At the same time, Fong Bai stopped Qi Yun, who was walking forward. Qi Yun was stunned. But before long, he saw 5 big light bulbs, and a super big light bulb slowly walked out from the corner. The brightness made Qi Yun narrow his eyes. Chapter 189. Did you really run into them? Qi Yun was stunned when he saw this. I just said it. It was a coincidence. Qi Yun shook his head slightly. Looked at the 6 big light bulbs on the opposite side cautiously. And his face was solemn. He felt very dangerous. And Fong Bai was even more serious. Because compared with Qi Yun, Fong Bai could sense more clearly. 5 elite melee professionals. A mage of unknown level. Fong Bai couldn't help but look at his side. There were clearly only 5 professional levels. 1 elite level. And a group of ordinary people. This information was absolutely unobstructed in front of the mage on the opposite side. According to common sense, 2 elite levels on the opposite side can sweep, while the other side has 5 elite levels and 1 mage. But even so, the other side actually filled up the spell effects in advance and pulled up the combat state. The strength is estimated to have doubled or more. And the shield on the mage's body is almost stacked into 1,000 layers of cake. And it is still stacking continuously. Fong Bai was originally not weak. But looking at the dense and eye-polluting spell light effects, his scalp was a little numb. This mage is too cautious. It's not that he can't beat them. But Fong Bai seriously doubts that he can't beat them. How can there be such a mage? The enemy is right in front of him. But he doesn't prepare to attack the spell. But sets up infinite shields? Not only for himself, but also for his followers? Fong Bai is completely numb. What should I do? Qi Yun retreated to Fong Bai's side and asked. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Looked at the ground in front of him that was gradually turning into rocks. Took a few steps forward and bang! Fong Bai stepped down hard. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook. The rocky ground burst instantly. And the black cracks spread around. And the surrounding rocks were all blown to pieces. Boom! The rubble splashed and penetrated the surrounding bushes and vines. Hiss! Chi-Yun, who was almost knocked down by the shock, widened his eyes, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. And the other side blurted out a sentence. Master Warrior? The moment the voice fell, a series of spell scrolls were called out. And 7 or 8 shields were formed in an instant to cover all 6 people, leaving no gaps. Fong Bai saw 7 or 8 very solid shields. And he was even more annoyed when he saw the mage, who was frantically adding shields to himself. And now he also saw the strength of this mage clearly. Professional level mage. According to the practice of the supernatural world, he is equivalent to an elite professional. And he is the strongest among the professional level. Fong Bai lost the last bit of fighting desire in his heart. And at this time the mage spoke out. No, that's not right. It seems not to be a master level. Are you really an elite level? Absolutely genuine, Fong Bai said lightly. But you, an elite level, stepped on such a big pit. Is this reasonable? Shouldn't the elite level be like this? Fei Rui was stunned, and couldn't help turning his head to look at his 5 followers. Slightly puzzled, the 5 followers wanted to refute. But looking at the ground that was completely shattered within a 5-meter radius of Fong Bai, they stepped silently. Bang! A small pit of more than 1 meter. The scene was awkward for a while. Fei Rui looked at the small pit of more than 1 meter, and the large pit of more than 10 meters, and was silent for a while, and added a few more layers of shields on himself. Excuse me, how many shields do you have? 57. Oh, now 58. Fei Rui did not hide it, and said it directly. Fong Bai couldn't help complaining when he heard it. We have 5 professional levels, 1 elite level, and a group of ordinary people. You are equivalent to 6 elite levels, and 1 is a mage. You still give them the zoo package, and give yourself so many shields? Is this reasonable? You are an elite level, and you can exert physical strength comparable to that of a master level. Is it reasonable for you? It's reasonable. What's unreasonable? Then I am reasonable too. Anyway, I won't be tired if I cast a few more spells. After speaking, both of them fell silent. After a moment, Fong Bai said, How about this? Since none of us can defeat the other anyway, there is no need to fight. We don't have any conflict after all. The purpose is the ruins here. So let's go together. And what we gain in the end depends on our own ability. After saying this, Fong Bai looked at Chi-Yun, who nodded immediately, indicating that he had no objection. After listening to Fei Rui for a moment, he immediately agreed, and Fong Bai said, My name is Fong Bai. What about you? Fei Rui. The 2 groups walked together to a rift, which was dark inside. Fong Bai, Chi-Yun and others went in first. When they entered, they saw a player lying on the ground and logging off. It seemed that the player heard the noise and logged onto the team. Then Fong Bai made way for the entrance and stayed away from it. Even so, Fong Bai still saw 4 or 5 spell lights flashing at the entrance, as if he had thoroughly checked the entrance before walking in under the protection of 5 followers. This mage was more cautious than Fong Bai could imagine. What kind of experience did the mage have to be so cautious? It made Fong Bai want to sneak attack. Seeing him so cautious, Fong Bai thought about it and gave up the sneak attack plan silently, and continued to chat with this mage. Hey, by the way, why do you have so many spell effects and light effects? I see that other mages can release them directly without light effects. How do you release 1 spell and 1 light effect? Oh, this is a small spell I developed myself. It's very simple. It uses the Del Rainbow effect during the casting process and refraction of light. Fei Rui said it directly, and Chi-Yun and others beside him were confused, while Fong Bai, who knew some spells, couldn't help asking, What a clever principle. What a clever design. Your spell model is so beautiful. Did you design it yourself? As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, Fei Rui immediately became excited and talked to Fong Bai in a vain manner. Fong Bai immediately took this opportunity to ask. He realized that this mage had a very solid foundation and could take this opportunity to supplement some common sense. After talking a lot excitedly, Fong Bai couldn't help but ask curiously, What's the actual meaning of this spell? Hey, Let people know that I used a spell. Don't you think that just these layers of halo representing the spell effect can give the enemy a lot of psychological pressure? Compared to not being able to see anything. This is much more direct. And in this way, others will not dare to provoke without authorization. And as long as they don't take action, everything can be peaceful. Hearing this question, Fong Bai couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Genius. Of course. I just killed an elite warrior just after changing my job. A trace of pride appeared on Fei Rui's tender face. And Fong Bai was shocked when he heard it. So powerful. I didn't kill 2 masters until I reached the elite level. I didn't expect that you could kill elites at the professional level. You are really powerful. A question mark slowly appeared on Fei Rui's head. And the people who had been moving forward in the rift finally came to a huge bronze door. Chapter 190 Iron Golem. Master? Fei Rui looked at Fong Bai in doubt. And subconsciously put on a few more layers of shields. Yes. 2. Fei Rui saw that Fong Bai was not pretending. And couldn't help but silently gave a thumbs up. Awesome. My goal is just to hunt a master at the elite level. I didn't expect you to do it. And your potential is not inferior to mine. Fong Bai was shocked when he heard it. Looking at Fei Rui. Listening to his words. And immediately felt that he had met an opponent. Shi Yun, who was almost self-doubting when listening to the door, saw the door and quickly took out a token and walked forward. The token was shown. And a ray of light from the bronze door shone on the token. And then the magic circle covering the bronze door dissipated. And the heavy bronze door slowly opened to reveal the space inside. There was a huge bronze hall inside, which seemed to have a lot of things originally. But now it was empty. Nothing was left. There were 2 bronze culverts in the hall that could go deeper. But Fong Bai noticed that on both sides of the bronze culvert stood bronze sculptures holding bows. We can enter the hall freely. But once we approach the culvert, we will be prompted that we have no permission and are prohibited from approaching. If we stay for a long time or rush indirectly, the puppet's attack mode will be activated. Shi Yun glanced at the bronze sculpture and continued. Each of these sculptures is a puppet with the strength of a professional-level extraordinary person. Fong Bai took a quick look after hearing this, and found that the distance between the bronze puppets was not short. And the distance between each puppet was nearly 10 meters. Professional level. Then can't we lure them out, and kill them separately? When Shi Yun heard Fong Bai say this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It would be fine if we can attract monsters. We can grind slowly even if it's a little difficult. In the words of the previous online games, this thing is a chain of hatred. Once it is triggered, it will be a group fight. It's not just a group of professional puppets. There is even an elite iron puppet, which is definitely a boss level. Fuck. Have you ever seen a boss being attacked at the beginning? Or even with the monsters? The most important thing is, if you look carefully, these bronze puppets are divided into professions. Warriors, shield guards, and archers are a complete team. I even suspect that it's not us who are fighting the boss. But we are being treated as the boss. Shi Yun told Fong Bai everything he knew in a drip manner. This is too miserable. But if you think about it carefully, this is also normal. There is no defense system that is isolated and monotonous, which allows you to attack bit by bit. Chain, diversity, and comprehensiveness. This is a well-considered defense system. Once the enemy attacks, it will be annihilated with thunder. So, have you ever tried to break through the wall? Fong Bai suddenly asked. Shi Yun, question mark facing Fong Bai's surprised expression. Shi Yun fell silent. At this time, Fei Rui next to him gestured to Fong Bai, and then walked into the alley on the left with 5 followers. As soon as they entered, the bronze puppet was activated instantly, and the turquoise shield, turquoise spear, and battle axe were activated one after another. But before they could attack, they were pushed into the alley by 5 elite warriors with shining bodies and disappeared into the darkness. Fong Bai could only hear the collisions inside again and again, but he could not see the specific situation. Forget it. Let's go in first. Fong Bai shook his head and immediately stepped towards the bronze culvert on the right. The little rhino under the seat mooed at Shi Yun and followed immediately. Hey, Shi Yun just wanted to say something when he saw Fong Bai turn over and sit on the rhino's back, ignoring the puppet's warning and walking directly into it. Warning! Warning! Bang! The giant axe instantly picked up the spear in the puppet's hand. Fong Bai jumped out, grabbed the puppet's neck with one hand, and pushed it against the wall. Bang! The terrifying force made the bronze wall tremble slightly, and the puppet was directly knocked down by Fong Bai. Fong Bai directly scanned the puppet into the fantasy space, and then grabbed the puppet's neck and pierced it down. Bang! The bronze puppet was instantly smashed, and parts flew. At this time, a whistle came from behind, and several bronze arrows as thick as fingers shot out. Fong Bai grabbed them with his big hand and grabbed them one by one in his hand, and then threw them back. Bang, 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 bang. There were dull explosions in the darkness, and Fong Bai turned over and sat on the little rhino, and sank directly into the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. A series of collision sounds were heard. When Qian walked into the bronze culvert, he suddenly found Fong Bai stepping on the head of the iron golem, stepping on the tall iron golem under his feet, raising his axe and swinging it down. Crack! Execution! Crack! The iron golem crashed, and consciousness slowly dissipated. Qian looked at the parts on the ground, looked at the metal liquid flowing from the iron golem, and slowly swallowed his throat. He suddenly found that Fong Bai was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The few words he had heard could not describe Fong Bai horror at all. Awesome. At this moment, Qian said slowly. He had thought these puppets were outrageous before, and treated them as boss. But now think about it. It turns out that the reason for all this is just that they are weak. Routine operation. Fong Bai, who stepped on the iron puppet, and waited for Qian to get up before killing him with an axe, smiled slightly and said casually. Fong Bai then carried the axe, and continued to move forward. The culvert was straight, but there seemed to be no puppets in front, replaced by one magic circle after another. Flames swept. Winds whistled. Spirits were shocked. Acid was sprayed. Fire elements were summoned. And magic circles appeared one after another, attacking again and again. No matter what magic circle it was, Fong Bai penetrated it with force, and forcibly destroyed the spell effects of each magic circle, and moved forward all the way. But Fong Bai found that although the magic circle effect was destroyed by himself, other people would activate the magic circle to attack after coming in again. Some of them Fong Bai could help, but some of them even Fong Bai couldn't help, so he had to let them handle it by themselves. However, due to limited strength, the number of people following Fong Bai continued to decrease, and in the end, Fong Bai was the only one left. At this time, Fong Bai had begun to feel something was wrong. This was definitely not a proper architectural relic. If it was just an ordinary building, it would be impossible for such a long corridor to not reach another room. It was impossible to build it like this with normal thinking. Moreover, Fong Bai found that the power of the magic circle here was increasing, and the power was also increasing when it was activated. At the beginning, the power was not high, but it gradually increased with the passage of time and the distance the magic circle moved forward. After a certain period of time, or when half of the magic circle area was about to be walked, the power would reach its maximum. This doesn't seem to be an attack to expel or kill invaders, but rather like Chapter 191 Trial Invitation. A trial. Fong Bai, who understood this, was no longer in a hurry to leave. He immediately slowed down his pace, spread his mental power as much as possible, and reflected everything around him in his mind. When his pace slowed down, the power and activation speed of the magic circle also slowed down greatly. At this time, Fong Bai suddenly discovered that although he could not erase the magic circle, he could clearly sense it. It was as if these magic circles had not been covered or protected from peeping after being arranged. As long as you stay calm under the attack of the magic circle, you can easily read it. After slowing down and moving forward, the power of the magic circle dropped sharply, and Fong Bai was completely free of pressure. If you stay still, the magic circle will increase its power by a very small amount. If you move forward during this process, the power of the magic circle will increase according to the speed of advancement. If you didn't feel anything before, then at this moment, while paying attention to the structure of the magic circle, Fong Bai clearly found that the originally fixed magic array was changing rapidly during the movement, and all the secrets of the magic array were simply revealed in front of Fong Bai. If the magic array at the beginning was a picture on a page of paper, then at this moment, the paper was quickly turned over, and the pictures on the pages gradually formed a moving picture, revealing its meaning. When reaching the end of a single magic array, the power reached the highest. Fong Bai casually raised his hand to crush the attack of the magic array and stepped into the range of the next magic array. The magic array behind seemed to be more complicated than the previous one. Although the appearance was completely different, the internal structure seemed similar, and there was a trace of inheritance. which always gave Fong Bai a sense of familiarity. At this moment, Fong Bai completely understood. His eyes gradually became empty, and almost all his energy was immersed in the fantasy space, relying on the knowledge displayed on the magic array at nearly 300 times the speed. This was like deciphering a code. According to the connection between one magic array after another, according to the similarity of the internal structure between one magic array after another, to experiment and try bit by bit. As he walked through the magic arrays one by one, Fong Bai recorded more and more magic array information. As the saying goes, if you read 300 Tang poems, you will be able to recite them even if you can't write poems. Looking at the magic arrays one by one, Fong Bai gradually became more and more familiar with the structures. One magic array after another was taken into his eyes, and one magic array structure after another was memorized by Fong Bai. Gradually, these contents were accumulated in Fong Bai heart and turned into Fong Bai knowledge. Fong Bai was immersed in this state, wishing that this road would never end, and there would be no end. He wished that he could walk in this bronze culvert for a long time. But the more you worry about something, the more it will come, and the more you expect something, the less you will get. After walking for more than half an hour, Fong Bai found that he had reached the end of the corridor. Is it over? Fong Bai casually pinched a summoned elite stone element to death, took a step, and came to an empty room. There is a stone pillar in the room, which is about half a person's height. There is a black jade on it, and there is also a gold-rimmed paper envelope. First, pick up the envelope and flip it over. I saw the word trial written on it. There are some fine small words on the back, which seem to be rules. Look carefully. Sincerely invite you to participate in this elite trial. The candidates for the trial are all excellent elite-level extraordinary people who have passed the trial. This is a trial without death. This will be an unregulated fight between elites. Staying alive is the only rule. The last survivor will get a legendary trait. The trial time is to be determined. It will start when it is full. Holders of this invitation letter can enter the trial venue at any location. Seeing this trial invitation letter, Fong Bai was both surprised and not surprised. The trial invitation letter is almost the same design style as the game invitation letter. This is the second type of invitation that Fong Bai has seen. Is there a third type? What kind of existence made these invitations? Ancient wizard civilization? Fong Bai looked at the invitation, thinking in his heart, and then his eyes fell on the words on the back of the invitation. A legendary trait? What is a legendary trait? Something you only have after being promoted to a legend? Or something you need to be promoted to a legend? Legend. Fong Bai couldn't help but murmured. His master-level strength already made him terrifying. Although he is strong now, and can sweep the elite level, Fong Bai knows, if he faces a master level who has no suppression, he will definitely die. The two masters he killed before, one was seriously injured, and the other was suppressed by the cloud gas, and the fighting spirit could only be used in the body, unable to attract the elements of heaven and earth. His strength was 99%, and he could only fight him in hand-to-hand combat. In this case, he was killed one after another. There is absolutely no problem in boasting in front of others. But Fong Bai will not lie to others, and then lie to himself. The master level is still the existence that he needs to look up to now. The master level is still a terrifying existence that can change the terrain to a certain extent. Each one is a human missile. A master level can wantonly slaughter everything below the master level without suppression. 100 people, 1,000 people are just a number to the master. Even among the nobles, the master level can still be a symbol and foundation of a family's strength, and can be used as a strategic force to deter one side. What about the legend? Fong Bai murmured, and couldn't help looking at the invitation again. At this moment, the words on the invitation instantly attracted his eyes. Looking at the front of the invitation, a virtual panel popped up. Not full. Not open yet. So this kind of ruins is widely used for trials? Wait until there are enough trialists who get the invitation letter before the trial is opened. Fong Bai thought for a moment, and then put the invitation letter into the internal layer of the little rhino armor. Then Fong Bai picked up another piece of jade. The palm-sized jade was pitch black and crystal clear, like a beautiful black gem. Fong Bai felt a warm sensation when he held it in his hand. During the mental scan, he found that his mental power could extend into it. When his mental power penetrated into it, he immediately sensed a stream of information emerging in his mind. Detailed explanation of basic magic arrays. Countless structures, magic arrays, and formulas unfolded in Fong Bai mind. Outside the bronze culvert, Rao Dong was waiting in the lobby with a group of players who had not yet changed their jobs. He couldn't hold on at first and came out directly. He looked at the bronze culvert eagerly. Fong Bai was stronger than him, but he didn't expect that others were also stronger than him. Why haven't they come out yet? Why haven't they come out yet? They won't die in there. Will they? Rao Dong couldn't help but think viciously. He was afraid that his brother was not strong enough. And he was also afraid that his brother would be too strong. Confusing. But just when he was tangling, a sound of footsteps came from another passage next to him. And Rao Dong became nervous instantly. Chapter 192 Tower of Fire. Fei Rui. Fong Bai stepped out of the bronze culvert and looked at Fei Rui and the other 6 waiting outside. Chi Yun, Rao Dong and the others were relieved to see Fong Bai come out. And they all stood behind Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Fei Rui raised the invitation in his hand slightly. See you on the trial battlefield. Looking at the invitation and hearing Fei Rui's words, Fong Bai hard moved slightly. Do you know how to do the trial? Well, a feast for elite professionals, gathering all the attention in our area. This is a trial and a ceremony. The final winner of the trial will complete this grand ceremony and become a legend. Fei Rui paused and continued. This is one of the explanations. The trial has not been held for a long time. I hope to see you enter the trial. Although the trial only allows elites to participate, there are more than elites outside the trial. After Fei Rui finished speaking, he took out a token and threw it at Fong Bai. Fong Bai took the red metal token, one side of which was embossed with a slender tower, and the other side was carved with a dancing flame. If you are willing to follow me, you can follow the instructions of the token to find me at the fire tower. I have enough status to protect you. Fei Rui was slightly proud, and Fong Bai was happy to see this. Fei Rui was like a child at this moment. Proud, even a little arrogant, and ignorant of the world. Not too disgusting. Just interesting. Okay. I will come if I can't bear it anymore. Fong Bai joked happily, but saw Fei Rui nodded seriously, and then left. Fong Bai was slightly stunned. Wait, this little brat won't take it seriously? Fong Bai muttered, then glanced at the follower who looked older next to Fei Rui, and immediately felt relieved. Even if Fei Rui believed it, his followers should remind him. Right? How could anyone take such a joke seriously? However, Fong Bai seemed to have forgotten how much these followers admired and were proud of Fei Rui for being able to follow a mage who was younger than him and of similar strength. Isn't it natural to discover your talent, face your recruitment, and then choose to follow you? The follower who left with Fei Rui said proudly, and the young Fei Rui nodded slowly after hearing this. Yes. Thinking of this, Fei Rui immediately began to think. This Fong Bai is obviously a melee professional on the physical side. I remember there is a broken ground membrane in the Earth-level treasure house. Although it is broken and has lost its greatest function, if it is used to temper the physical body, it can still allow the user to stand on the ground with endless power. Fei Rui thought about his contribution value. My contribution value seems to be just a little short. After Fei Rui left, Fong Bai turned his head to look at Chi Yun and others and spoke directly. You have also seen that after clearing the puppets in front, there is a series of magic arrays. These magic arrays should be teaching versions. The slower you walk, the shorter the time you stay, and the lower the power. Just walk in slowly. Not only can you directly observe the patterns of the magic array, but you can also see the details of the demonstration bit by bit. You can also try it. Chi Yun and others were stunned when they heard this, and recalled the conversation between Fong Bai and Fei Rui before, and suddenly realized it. At this time, Chi Yun saw the armor on Fong Bai and suddenly had an idea. Fong Bai, can you rent the armor to us? We want to use the armor to defend against the magic array attack, and then extend the learning time. Fong Bai looked at Chi Yun and wanted to refuse, but he remembered that it was Chi Yun who brought him here, and remembered the invitation letter and the detailed explanation of the magic array. Although Chi Yun also had his plans, Fong Bai had such a great harvest because of him after all. Talk about the deeds, not the heart. After a moment of silence, Fong Bai nodded. Okay, forget about the money. Just be careful when you use it. Fong Bai took off his armor after saying that. Looking at the somewhat excited Chi Yun, Fong Bai had an idea, and the armor automatically floated to Chi Yun's side. Click, click, click. After the armor was put on, Chi Yun suddenly felt that his whole body was locked, and it was very difficult to move. Fong Bai taught Chi Yun a simple operation method. and Qi Yun felt relieved after trying to increase the power. After trying to increase the power to the full, and feeling the greatly enhanced power, Qi Yun suddenly became excited. The time for increasing the power is limited. You should hurry up and pay attention to safety. Although the armor's defense and shock absorption effects are quite good, you still have to pay attention to a little. The excited Qi Yun let Rao Dong punch him in the chest with all his strength. Bang! As an archer, Rao Dong's arm strength is almost the strongest among all people. And this punch immediately made a muffled sound. Qi Yun, who was originally a little worried, didn't feel anything. This discovery immediately made him excited, and he immediately strode towards the bronze culvert. I have always known that Fong Bai armor is so awesome, but I didn't expect it to be so awesome. Not only is it strong in defense, it can also comprehensively increase strength, speed, etc. There is also this kind of increase in attribute values as a super equipment. Qi Yun feels that his combat power has increased several times. No wonder Fong Bai can fight against the suppressed master directly when wearing armor. I see. I couldn't pass a level before, but Fong Bai can pass it wearing this armor. It's not too much for me to pass half of it. Right? Fong Bai looked at Qi Yun and suddenly felt that Qi Yun might have misunderstood something. After thinking about it, he followed behind and said aloud, "Slow down. This magic circle is a magic circle for testing elite professionals. Even if the power is very low at the beginning, it is for elites who are good enough." Before Fong Bai finished speaking, he saw Qi Yun stride into the magic circle, and the magic circle was activated instantly. Qi Yun, full of confidence, faced the attack and raised his arm to block it. Bang! Qi Yun instantly flew backwards and hit the wall. He seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking inside his body. The attacks of the magic circle came one after another. Qi Yun only saw Fong Bai instantly step into the magic circle to catch him, and carried him up to take him out of the magic circle. At this time, the wind blade condensed by the magic circle instantly shuttled in front of Fong Bai. And Fong Bai was not in a hurry at all. Qi Yun was not panicking at first, but when he saw Fong Bai, he suddenly realized that Fong Bai armor was on him. Wait! Fong Bai, be careful. You don't have armor ping. Fong Bai grabbed the wind blade with one hand, crushed it, and slapped it aside. Hearing Qi Yun's voice, Fong Bai turned his head to look at him. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Whoosh! The wind blades came one after another, and Fong Bai smashed them casually. Qi Yun, Rao Dong and others looked at this scene in a daze. They looked at Fong Bai, and then at the armor on Qi Yun. He fell into deep thought. Then he looked at Fong Bai, and then at Qi Yun. The same piece of armor. Chapter 193 Bronze Wall. President. Hello. Rao Dong couldn't help but say, armor is just armor. So there is only one truth. Listening to Rao Dong's words, Qi Yun did not refute, but couldn't help but doubt himself. Fong Bai mental power swept Qi Yun's condition, and found that his body was bruised and his bones were almost broken. He was speechless. Are you so weak? The armor has already dispersed the attack force from one point to the whole body, and it didn't bear it. The armor has tried its best. Puff! Fong Bai seemed to hear the sound of a knife piercing his heart. He looked at Qi Yun suspiciously, and then continued, You must not die in my armor. The one who threw my armor. Puff! Knife asterisk 2. But Qi Yun is also a transcendent after all. Although his physical body is not strong, he still has normal recovery ability. After a short rest, he recovered after running his fighting spirit a few times. Qi Yun, who had recovered, stared at Fong Bai white and tender skin and muscles with wide eyes. There was not even a callus on his hands, but it was such a pair of hands that crushed the wind blades one by one. There was not even a scratch on his hands. It was not until this moment that they understood how powerful Fong Bai was. It was not until this moment that they understood that Fong Bai was really awesome, and he didn't need to rely on armor or equipment. But with this level of power, this armor should not be able to amplify it. Right? Qi Yun looked down at the faint scratches on the armor, which were left by the wind blades, and thinking back to Fong Bai hands without any broken skin, it was obvious that the armor's defense was of no use to Fong Bai. Then why did Fong Bai wear armor? Just a skin? How could that be possible? Wait. Skin? Qi Yun and others suddenly fell into deep thought. Fong Bai didn't know what they were thinking. When he saw Qi Yun calm down and explore the magic circle bit by bit, and he was careful with the help of armor at every step, he was relieved and turned to leave. He had memorized the magic circle of this culvert, and all the changes had been recorded in the fantasy space. But not on the other side. Fong Bai stepped directly into another culvert, and was relieved when he found that the magic circle here was indeed different in type. And then he experienced it. The ruins fell into silence, and Qi Yun and others carefully wore armor to explore and record in the magic circle. Fong Bai walked unscrupulously in the culvert on the other side, activating one change after another in the magic circle. One magic circle after another was like a teacher giving a lecture, breaking down one knowledge point after another to show it in front of Fong Bai, allowing Fong Bai to learn. After getting familiar with another culvert, Fong Bai was no longer unfamiliar with these magic circles and these structures. Bit by bit, record the whole process, and complete the initial learning in the process. In the short term, Fong Bai has not made any progress. Although Fong Bai has memorized this knowledge, he cannot understand it or learn it. But Fong Bai knows that he will not forget this knowledge, and it will become a valuable accumulation. Maybe it is not used now, but when Fong Bai suddenly wakes up or understands it one day, these foundations will become food for Fong Bai to grow rapidly. With Fong Bai photographic memory and the records in the fantasy space, Fong Bai has memorized all the magic arrays after walking through it. When he walked to the innermost part, Fong Bai found an empty stone pillar platform. One relic only produces 2 invitations, and there are just 2 professionals who can pass the level. If there is no suitable person, and the person who found it is unwilling to tell others, then even if there is a relic, no one may get an invitation. In addition, the relic is rare. How long will it take to gather enough people to start the trial? Fong Bai felt like he had started a single-player mode of a battle royale, and only a few people have entered the matching ranks so far. Fong Bai thought about it, and shook his head slightly, put away the invitation letter, and turned to leave the culvert. Seeing that Qi Yun and others were still testing little by little, Fong Bai was not in a hurry to leave, but turned his attention to the wall. Bronze wall. At first, Fong Bai asked Qi Yun why he didn't dig a hole to get in. This was not Fong Bai teasing Qi Yun, but Fong Bai true thoughts. In Fong Bai opinion, you have a lot of culvert arrays. So what about the walls? It's impossible that the walls are all made of elemental metals. Right? If this is the case, Fong Bai will die of laughter here. And getting rich overnight is not like this. If not, then another problem will easily arise. That is, no matter how advanced and hard the door is, it may be broken because of the problem of the door frame and the wall. Because Fei Rui entered the culvert first before, Fong Bai had no time to study, and he also rushed into the culvert here. Now that Fei Rui is gone, and what needs to be done is done, Fong Bai finally has enough time to study the bronze wall. Fong Bai immediately came to the bronze wall, and first used his mental power to probe into it for perception. But the mental power was directly blocked by the bronze wall. Fong Bai was not surprised by this result, because he had been discovered when he was in the culvert before. And this happened to be one of the characteristics that Fong Bai used to distinguish elemental metals from ordinary metals. No matter how hard ordinary metals are, even the quasi-3 refined metals forged by Fong Bai himself, as long as there is no elemental metal mixed in, it cannot block the penetration of mental power. Not at all. This has nothing to do with hardness. It only depends on the elemental power inside the metal. Mental power can drive elemental power, but at the same time, elemental power can also hinder mental power. All of this is relative, and the mental power is blocked, which means that the bronze wall contains elemental power. Is it really elemental metal? Fong Bai couldn't help but think of this question. But before Fong Bai could be happy, he was directly rejected by Fong Bai. Impossible. This feeling is wrong. Elemental metal doesn't feel like this. The elemental power inside the elemental metal is closely connected to the metal itself. The two are tightly combined in a regular and orderly manner, just like a hard diamond formed by neatly arranged carbon. Although there is also elemental power in this bronze wall, the two are not tightly combined. The two are independent of each other. If the two are actually one in the elemental metal, then in this bronze wall, the bronze is like a container. Someone forcibly stuffed the elemental power in, and then imprisoned it, forcibly forming a state similar to elemental metal. No, it can't be said that this state seems to be formed imperceptibly. Chapter 194 Extraordinary Architecture. Moreover, these are actually a mixture of earth and gold elements. Fong Bai couldn't help but whispered. He had seen many elemental metals, but he had never seen elemental metals other than gold. All elemental metals, whether elemental metal alloys or elemental metal alloys, are all gold elements. Without exception, Fong Bai even thought that only gold elements combined with metals could form elemental metals. But now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. Although this is not elemental metal, this fusion mode can actually explain some problems. Fong Bai suddenly punched the bronze wall. At the moment of collision, the arm and fist were all golden. Golden blood flowed, and the inside of the arm was dazzling. Bang! A fist made of pure elemental metal fell on the bronze wall. With a crisp sound, Fong Bai swept his mental power, but found that there was no trace left on the bronze wall. It's actually harder than elemental metal? Fong Bai put down the giant axe he had just picked up. I originally wanted to chop it with a giant axe, but from the hardness, Fong Bai knew that chopping with a giant axe would have no other result except to break the giant axe. After thinking about it, Fong Bai punched out again. But this time he used a little trick. The thumb on the fist slightly protruded from the middle finger and index finger. Originally, all the power of a fist was concentrated on the thumb, and a punch was thrown. Bang! A small gap appeared on the bronze wall, and Fong Bai reached out and grabbed the bronze fragment that flew out. With a slight sense of mental power, the structure inside was clearly visible. In a wave of elemental fluctuations, the earth element and gold element in the bronze fragment all dissipated and returned directly to the bronze wall. Then, Fong Bai found that the gap in the bronze wall began to shrink little by little. The bronze wall was growing and repairing the gap by itself, but it was growing very slowly. Fong Bai looked at the bronze fragment in his hand again and found that it had turned into a piece of ordinary bronze. Or it was a metal that was tougher than ordinary bronze. The hardness alone might be close to the second-grade metal, but it was far from the elemental metal. Fong Bai looked at the bronze wall, which was so thick that he didn't know how thick it was. After thinking for a moment, he put his hand on the bronze wall. Since the mental power couldn't penetrate it, Fong Bai used a more direct method. There are two ways to scan the fantasy space. The first is to use the mental power to completely scan the object, and these scanned objects can naturally condense in the fantasy space. This method was born after Fong Bai obtained the mental power. Before that, Fong Bai scanned objects by relying on the scanning function of his talent. At the beginning, it could be scanned within a range of 2 meters, and now it can be scanned within a range of 10 meters. Although this range is far less than the scanning range of mental power, it also has its unique advantages. Even objects that the mental power cannot penetrate, even objects that Fong Bai can't see can still be scanned, as long as they are within a range of 10 meters. This range is basically Fong Bai absolute perspective area, and if even the talent can't scan, then there is no doubt that Fong Bai has encountered a treasure. However, this bronze wall is not within this range. Fong Bai used the gifted space to scan bit by bit. As Fong Bai walked, the entire ruins gradually appeared in the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, looking at the ruins presented as a whole, he sensed the concentration and flow of the internal and external elemental forces. This ruin seems to have grown on the earth, as if it has merged with the earth. Fong Bai looked at the structure of the ruins and observed the flow of elements. The structure pours the force to the earth, with the earth as a backing. In addition, it continuously absorbs the gold and earth elements contained in the earth. Use water grinding skills to integrate the gold and earth elements into every structure of the building, and improve the strength of the building bit by bit. At the same time, by integrating the power of elements, the effect of pseudo-element metal is achieved. No, it cannot be said to be pseudo, as long as it does not separate from the building itself. These bronzes can be regarded as elemental metals. Fong Bai exclaimed. This is a building that was completed by using technology to make up for the lack of elemental metal and insufficient material strength. If this technology is further developed, the strength of the building using this technology can become stronger and stronger over time as the elemental power is absorbed. Immersed in the structure of the ruins, Fong Bai seemed to see an extremely vast and advanced ancient wizard civilization. This must be an ancient wizard civilization whose technology is no less than that of modern society and is far superior to the extraordinary. Fong Bai's deep curiosity about it arose. This also inspired Fong Bai. Elemental power. The building is nourished by the elemental power. This is an extraordinary building. Elemental power nourishes the building, and the building contains elemental power. And such a supernatural building must be able to directly carry various magic arrays, so that permanent magic arrays can be directly built with elemental metals. And such a supernatural building, or even a supernatural city full of permanent magic arrays, is definitely the strongest indestructible fortress. Fong Bai thoughts quickly diverged. Why are magic arrays rare in the world of the indigenous people? Because the arrangement of magic arrays requires various supernatural materials. And ordinary materials often have their elemental power drained after running for a period of time, thus disappearing. The ritual field used by Fong Bai to change his job to a Mecha master can also be regarded as this kind of magic array. The duration depends entirely on how long the materials used can support. Using the standard materials and standard quantities on Fong Bai material list, it will end just after refining a piece of iron ingot. And if double the materials are used, as long as the ritual field is adjusted in a targeted manner, the duration can generally be doubled. By analogy, if elemental alloys that can store elemental power or other equally supernatural items are used as materials, then as long as the elemental power is continuously replenished, the ritual field and magic array can continue to operate. This is called a permanent magic array. This type of permanent magic array requires more elemental metals, far more than the elemental metals required for an extraordinary weapon. So permanent magic arrays are very rare. Fong Bai has only seen them at a few gates of Hafeng City so far. They are used to monitor whether the people entering are extraordinary people, and record and store the breath of each person entering. It is so precious. Generally speaking, magic arrays are temporarily arranged when materials are needed. But due to manpower, technology, and time issues, the number of temporary magic arrays is difficult to increase. With the same manpower and technology, if permanent magic arrays are arranged, it only takes a certain amount of time, and they can be stacked one by one to form a real war fortress. But Fong Bai is actually thinking about another question. Can I use extraordinary buildings to collect blood and chi, elements of heaven and earth, condense will, and then condense and store cloud gas? Chapter 195 Reality of the Extraordinary. Cloud City. This word emerged in Fong Bai's mind, and his inner idea of the city gradually improved. Based on the extraordinary architecture, it gathers blood and chi, condenses and stores cloud chi, uses permanent magic arrays to complete the city's diverse functions, and suppresses with cloud chi to protect the safety of the city. For a time, the concept of the player's main city gradually became three-dimensional in Fong Bai's mind. It even triggered Fong Bai's series of thoughts about the route. The main city's safe zone is the basis for development. Mechas and mecha divisions are for individual extraordinary. Clouds and extraordinary armies are for collective extraordinary. The main city provides shelter for the extraordinary, and provides time and space for the development of science and technology. Mecha divisions and extraordinary armies are developing outside to compete for resources for the main city and conquer one side. A set of systems that complement each other. If this set of systems is completed and perfected, players can attack or defend. You can use the most solid methods to erode the enemy's living space step by step. And you can open up the wilderness and build step by step. Fong Bai could vaguely feel that he was doing something very important, perhaps of great significance. Maybe he will be remembered in history. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Fong Bai's mouth, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows quietly disappeared. At this moment, Fong Bai's goal became more precise and more specific, and Fong Bai understood more clearly what he was going to do. He left his mind from the fantasy space, turned his head, and saw Chi Yun was still breaking through the level. He pondered for a moment, and was not in a hurry to leave. He sat down and returned to reality. He ate a meal of medicinal food prepared by himself. It was not delicious, but it was not unpalatable, and the price was not cheap. But it was indeed effective, as verified by Fong Bai. It can promote faster recovery of the body, and speed up the recovery of chi and blood. Exercise a little, and gradually increase the intensity of exercise. Abundant power surged in the body. Fong Bai's range of movement was not large, but it pulled every muscle in his body. The body turned red little by little, and gradually, white mist rose up. In the white mist, Fong Bai's body rose and fell slowly, revealing extremely healthy and perfect muscle lines. Repeating again and again, Fong Bai felt the power in his body surging as usual, and that power seemed to be able to turn into energy at any time. But it was still unable to break free from the muscles and periosteum. Fong Bai didn't know how many times he had experienced this feeling. Day after day, it was the same feeling. Just like a certain duo. 99%. 99.9%. 10 yuan bao is still missing. 5 gold coins are still missing. 6 gold yuan is still missing. It has been improving and increasing. But it seems that there is no end to that step. Fong Bai used to be impatient, but he found that impatience could only make him more impatient and useless. And then he gradually calmed down. Gradually, he became a Buddhist, exercising, eating medicinal food, and conditioning every day like brushing daily tasks, day after day. Later, Fong Bai got used to it and ignored this feeling. He could only sigh that the qi and blood power that can be easily extracted in the game is so difficult in reality. However, at this moment, suddenly, the power between the muscles and tendons suddenly condensed. Fong Bai, whose muscles lost power, collapsed directly to the ground. Fong Bai slightly widened his eyes. Not surprised but happy. The muscles that lost power gave birth to power again in a few seconds. Supporting his body and sitting cross-legged, Fong Bai's face was full of joy. A wisp of light red power flowed in the body. The power of qi and blood. It was such a small wisp of qi and blood power that directly extracted the power generated by almost all the muscles in the body at that moment. This small wisp of qi and blood power is equivalent to the integration of Fong Bai's whole body power, including but not limited to the lung diaphragm, tongue, etc. In other words, if this wisp of qi and blood power is transformed into arm power and punched, the power exerted can completely surpass Fong Bai's full-strength punch. After all, no matter how strong a person is, under the limitation of body structure, the arm cannot exert the strength of the lung diaphragm, tongue and other muscles. But the power of blood and qi can. Fong Bai thought. The power of blood and qi flowed to his hands. And he stretched out his hands and slowly bent them. Crack! An iron pipe slowly bent. And even twisted slowly under the twisting of his hands. A terrifying scene was staged here. But no one saw it. And for this strand of blood and qi, Fong Bai was extremely satisfied and excited. Immediately, without any hesitation, all the ingredients and medicinal materials in the refrigerator were taken out to make medicinal food. After all the preparations were completed, Fong Bai started to exercise directly within a very small range. The skin that had just been restrained suddenly turned red. Not long after, a strand of blood and qi was born. Fong Bai, who had been prepared, did not collapse on the ground. Just a moment later, he continued to exercise. Strands of blood and qi were born. And Fong Bai's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strong sense of fatigue surged into his heart. But when he saw the blood and qi in his body, all the fatigue was swept away. Gurgle. Gurgle. Fong Bai's stomach growled. And then he picked up a bowl of medicinal food and ate it quickly. After eating, Fong Bai immediately controlled the blood and qi to flow into his stomach. Stimulate the stomach little by little with the blood and qi. And temper the stomach little by little with the blood and qi. And strengthen the stomach function. Consuming fighting spirit can be used to temper the fighting spirit to improve the strength of the body. Fong Bai found that the blood and qi also have the same effect. Although the blood and qi temper the body more slowly, and the effect is less obvious. Fong Bai thinks it would be a good thing not to temper it with the elemental power from the outside world. Of course, this is a complaint caused by not being able to borrow the elements of heaven and earth. It's like the reason why he doesn't sell sports cars is just because he thinks they are ugly and impractical. But no matter what, pure blood and qi can strengthen the body. However, after the fantasy space experiment, Fong Bai still found a special difference. Ordinary fighting spirit body tempering only improves physical strength, and has no other special effects. However, blood qi body tempering is different. The power from the body is reabsorbed by the body. In this process, when the body's strength increases, its functions seem to be improved accordingly. Tempering the eyes will increase vision. Tempering the eardrum will increase hearing. Tempering the heart will increase blood pumping capacity, etc. While thinking, he controlled the power of blood and qi to flow into the stomach, destroying, absorbing, and repairing. In this process, the power of blood and qi originally from the whole body gradually merged into the stomach. Not long after, the stomach began to move quickly, and with the strengthening of gastric juice, the medicinal food was quickly digested, and the rich nutrition restored Fong Bai consumption. When the blood and qi disappeared, Fong Bai immediately began to condense the blood and qi again. Chapter 196 Window period. Over and over again. Over and over again. Condensing qi and blood. Tempering the stomach and other organs representing digestion. And restoring qi and blood. It often takes 6 hours to complete a cycle. After 4 cycles, Fong Bai digestion speed has been greatly improved. The medicinal food eaten is quickly digested in the stomach and small intestine. And a steady stream of nutrients is pumped out of it like a water pump and poured into the body. Fong Bai estimates that his digestive ability has been more than doubled. A cycle that originally took 6 hours to complete was directly shortened to about 4 hours. This is why Fong Bai prioritizes tempering the digestive organs. In the absence of elements to restore qi and blood, Fong Bai can only continuously improve his digestive ability, so as to extract enough qi and blood from ordinary food, so as to maintain the extraordinary practice in this world without magic. Another day passed, and the stomach and other digestive organs were strengthened again. The time it takes Fong Bai to complete a cycle was directly compressed to 3 hours. Until this step, Fong Bai slowly stopped. Not because Fong Bai was satisfied, but the stomach has faintly adapted to the power of qi and blood. Although the stomach can still be strengthened by continuing to temper with the power of qi and blood, the growth rate is relatively small compared to the beginning. The cost effectiveness is not good enough. It is like fitness. When the body just starts, it is not adapted. No matter what you do during this period, you can easily lose fat and gain muscle. This is the novice period. But when the body adapts to the intensity of the novice period, it will not be so good. Now Fong Bai is in this novice period, or the window period of rapid growth of strength after the breakthrough. The power of qi and blood has just been born, and every corner of the body is like a dry sponge, eager for the integration of qi and blood. At this time, as long as there is a continuous tempering of qi and blood, it will become stronger rapidly until the body adapts to the existence of qi and blood. Bowl after bowl of medicinal food is poured into the mouth and enters the stomach that is like a bottomless pit. All nutrients are squeezed out in an instant. The abundant nutrients flow into the body's tissues and structures one after another along with the blood. Greedy cells absorb nutrients and recover quickly under the special massage techniques of the magician's hands. With the support of abundant nutrition, physical strength is drained again and again into strands of blood and qi. Strands of blood and qi gather into trickles between bones, inside muscles, and on fascia, flowing slowly, like irrigation water. After the drought, the rice fields are flooded with water, and the body devours blood and qi hungrily. Growing rapidly, the blood and qi refine their own bodies, and then completely integrate into the body under special techniques, improving the strength of the body again and again. During this period of time, Fong Bai almost put down the game and immersed himself in the tempering of his body in reality. The game is important, but the importance of forging an extraordinary body in reality is not much different. Day after day, Fong Bai body strength grows to a certain extent every day, and Fong Bai's strength will double in a few days. So Fong Bai basically did not move in the game. He sat in the ruins every day. Qi Yun prepared food and water for him. Qi Yun and others in the game were also happy about this. They thought Fong Bai was going to leave and take the armor with him. Unexpectedly, Fong Bai had something to do in reality and had to stay here for a while. The armor could continue to be lent to them. However, this time was limited. On the 7th day, Fong Bai slowly stood up, and a round and flawless feeling filled Fong Bai's senses. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, revealing beautiful muscle lines. Although he had broken through in these 7 days, Fong Bai muscle amplitude did not increase further, and Fong Bai overall amplitude did not increase. On the contrary, Fong Bai body seemed to have lost a lot of weight overall. His thin and tight body seemed to have explosive power. Putting on a piece of clothing and a pair of glasses, Fong Bai even looked a little weak. But if anyone underestimated him, Fong Bai grabbed an iron pipe, one hand holding one side, slowly joined them together, and twisted it. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the sound of popping, the iron pipe twisted little by little, and turned into a twisted shape little by little. Things that originally required the burst of blood and qi to do can now be easily done. If the blood and qi burst again, Fong Bai slightly pulled a strand of blood and qi, and suddenly, a surge of power burst out from his body. The so-called blood and qi is the extraordinary power formed by the muscles of the whole body in an instant. The size of the power that can be burst out by a strand of blood and qi is not fixed, but depends entirely on the sum of the muscle strength of the condenser. Just like at this moment, Fong Bai muscle strength has increased many times. Similarly, the qi and blood power condensed at this moment will be many times stronger than the original qi and blood power in terms of strength. Although it is also a strand, it is unknown how much more qualitatively. Therefore, under the powerful muscle strength and the superposition of qi and blood power, the steel pipe that was twisted into a twist completely became a toy in Fong Bai hands, and was easily kneaded and folded. After verifying the strength, Fong Bai went directly to the kitchen and picked up the kitchen knife. Feeling the toughness of the skin, Fong Bai did not hesitate and directly picked up the kitchen knife to cut on the back of his hand. However, it did not cut open. Fong Bai continued to increase his strength and speed up the speed of the stroke, cutting back and forth like a saw. With this kind of kitchen knife pulling and cutting back and forth, all kinds of meat can be cut open. But at this moment, Fong Bai's skin membrane only had a small gap. Fong Bai's skin is now like the toughest old cowhide, which cannot be cut at all. After cutting for a long time, Fong Bai simply made up his mind and swung the kitchen knife to chop it directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the kitchen knife bounced up directly. Fong Bai's arm was not injured except for a slight sting. Hiss! Looking at this effect, Fong Bai's eyes widened. Originally, he knew that his body was very strong at this moment, but he had never had a specific concept. He only knew that his defense was very strong. But he didn't expect that the kitchen knife didn't even scratch his skin when it was chopped down directly. At this moment, Fong Bai seemed to have an extremely violent mental patient in front of him. The snow-white blade fell instantly. Bang! Fong Bai clenched his fist and hit it instantly. The snow-white knife light exploded. At this moment, the shadow in Fong Bai's heart also exploded along with the knife light. At this moment, Fong Bai understood. What kind of paranoia? What kind of persecution delusion? Are all fake. The ultimate essence is still strength. When your strength is strong enough, when others can't hurt you, any persecution delusion can be cured. Chapter 197 Father's Invitation. The so-called paranoia is nothing more than a fear of insufficient strength. Fong Bai grinned slightly, and couldn't help but take a kitchen knife to himself and started chopping. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see the skin. This feeling was simply too comfortable. Fong Bai wanted to go out for a walk, and then meet another mentally ill person who wanted to chop him, so that he could fight back fiercely. He pressed the other person to the ground fiercely. Now he is no longer afraid of sudden attacks. He can kill back. However, this basically means that Fong Bai's body has perfectly passed the window period and has completely adapted to the power of blood and qi. This can burst out the power of blood and qi thoroughly. However, at the same time, this also means that Fong Bai has ended the window period. If he wants to improve his strength in the future, he must use the power of blood and qi to grind it bit by bit. Even Fong Bai doesn't know how to practice in the future. This is not a joke. The main way to temper the body with the power of blood and qi has just been studied and learned not long ago. Fong Bai's current strength has exhausted all the research and accumulation on blood and qi. However, there are examples of mecha masters to follow, so just study them slowly. You can always find a suitable training method. Just when Fong Bai logged into the game and was about to find Qi Yuan and others to take back the armor and leave, Fong Bai's phone suddenly rang. Fong Bai looked and saw that it was his father Fong Bogan's call. Seeing this, Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. Fong Bogan knew that he was playing this game, and he also knew that he must be in the game at this time. So he usually didn't call during the day, and he would call when he was offline. And for him to call now, there must be something. Fong Bai quickly answered the phone. Hello, Dad? What's wrong? When he heard that it was his father's voice on the other side, and it was relatively calm, Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief. But then his eyes opened slightly. Ah? Okay. I come back now. After hanging up the phone, Fong Bai's face was a little inexplicable. Fong Bogan walked away from the stove, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and paid attention to the 8-sided Han sword in the stove. Fong Bogan's forging skills are the best in the whole village, and he usually only accepts custom-made forging. He customizes handmade swords for others at a high price. But this time is different. This 8-sided Han sword is not customized by others. But Fong Bogan, under the guidance of Fong Bai, chose to take out a piece of meteorite iron that he had treasured for a long time to forge after he touched the threshold of the 3rd refinement. Fong Bogan does not intend to sell this 8-sided Han sword, but to keep it for himself, because Fong Bogan intends to use the opportunity of forging this 8-sided Han sword to challenge the threshold of a true 3-refined forger. Fong Bogan has been immersed in forging all his life. He has no idea how many weapons he has forged in his life, and how many special situations he has encountered in his life. Although he failed to break through the 3rd refined forger, these accumulations are real foundation. After Fong Bai guidance, Fong Bogan seemed to have opened his mind. The solid foundation turned into inspiration and gushed out continuously. pushing Fong Bogan to move towards the third refinement. The forging of this 8-sided Han sword is nearing completion. Although it has not been completed, Fong Bogan understands it at this moment. Third refining. It's done. It's done. Third refining forger. This progress even made Fong Bai, who was cheating, widen his eyes. Very surprised and very envious. Fong Bogan was concerned about his father's burden, so he didn't show anything in front of Fong Bai. But he was already ecstatic in private. The whole person seemed to have a second spring. Really, he himself had never thought that he would have the opportunity to break through the third refining in his life. Although he had reached the peak of the second refining before, it seemed that there was only a line left. But Fong Bogan understood it better than anyone else. This line is the gap between an ordinary swordsmith and a swordsmith master. When you reach the latter, you are qualified to go down in history. He walked away from the sword-making furnace, washed up simply, and returned to his study. But just as he sat down, he found a piece of colored paper on the desk. Fong Baijin picked it up curiously, but saw that it said Real Game Invitation. Fong Baijin realized this instantly, and looked at the invitation, breathing slightly faster. After repeated confirmation, this is indeed an invitation for a real game, not a fake one. At this moment, Fong Baijin felt like he was in a dream. He had been looking at various games online, and seeing how rare invitations were. But at this moment, one appeared in front of him. This represents not only the price behind the invitation, but also the wonderful feeling of being selected. It's like suddenly winning a lottery ticket. After a while, Fong Baijin and his wife Qiu Shuqing looked at the invitation together. The two looked at each other. Qiu Shuqing looked at the invitation, and then looked at Fong Baigan's expression. At this moment, Fong Bogan looked at her closely. After living together for so many years, Qiu Shuqing knew what he meant. Shuqing, I have no objection. But ask Fong Bai first. Fong Bai entered the game so early. He knows more than you. And although we can't help him, we can't hold him back at least. Play this kind of surprise attack, Qiu Shuqing said calmly. And Fong Bogan nodded quickly. Okay. Okay. Fong Bogan dialed Fong Bai phone without any hesitation. Not long after, Fong Bai returned home, looking at the invitation letter and the expectant father. Fong Bai pondered slightly. He originally didn't plan to let his parents enter the game so early. Entering the game now may not be a good thing. But at this moment, looking at his father's expectant look, Fong Bai knew what he had overlooked. Should I stop it? If I stop it, my father should respect his opinion. But after pondering for a long time, Fong Bai slowly picked up the invitation letter and looked at Fong Bogan. Dad, if you want to go in, then go in. Fong Baijin was slightly happy when he heard this, but he didn't show it on his face. Then Fong Bai turned his head and looked at Qiu Shuqing. Mom, do you want to go with me? Qiu Shuqing was stunned, then shook her head. Fong Bai, here's an invitation. Your dad can go. I don't need it. Fong Bai noticed that Qiu Shuqing said that she didn't have an invitation. Not that she didn't want to. He understood immediately. Don't worry about the invitation. I will take care of it. I ignored it before. Since you want to, then let's go into the game together. Qiu Shuqing was stunned, then spoke out. Fong Bai, you said it so simply. If we go in together, where can we get the invitation? That's right. Fong Bai, I also pay attention to the news online. It's okay to buy the invitation. I have the money and I have asked. The key is that I can't buy it at all. I can't buy one, let alone two. Fong Bai heard this and silently took out 2 invitations and put them on the table. Pushed them to the 2 people. Fong Bogan paused when he saw this. Chapter 198. Invitation. 2. Fong Baijin looked at his invitation that Fong Bai had put into his pocket, and then looked at the 2 invitations that were pushed over on the table. Looking at Fong Baigan's expression, Fong Bai smiled. Dad, Mom, since you all want to enter the game, then go in and have a look. Using my invitation is better than these unknown invitations. Fong Baijin quickly caught the key words in Fong Bai words. Your invitation? Isn't it the same as the one I got? It is the same. But the invitation you got yourself cannot determine the birth location. But mine can. And it is right next to me. Fong Baijin and Qiu Shuqing suddenly showed strange colors on their faces. They also had a certain understanding of the game, but they had never heard of Fong Bai invitation. They suddenly realized that they really didn't know about their son's development in the game. Every time they asked, it was okay. Every time they asked, it was smooth and safe. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel curious. Fongbai can get the invitation letter. So he has already changed his job to a superhuman. Right? As the two asked curiously, Fongbai's mouth curled up slightly. And he couldn't help but feel happy. You will know when you enter the game. Enter the game first. I will be back soon. After Fongbai explained the precautions clearly, he directly let the two use the invitation letter to enter the game. Watching the two leaning on the sofa, Fongbai walked into the forging area at the back. Looking at the various materials in the warehouse, and the blazing forging furnace, Fongbai suddenly had an impulse in his heart. An impulse to forge something in reality. Clenching his fists, feeling the surging power all over his body, this impulse became stronger and stronger. I haven't forged it in reality yet. With my current ability, 3 refinements are easy. Plus there are abundant materials in reality. In fact, I can forge some weapons and armor at home. Even if I don't use it, it's comfortable to look at it. Fongbai thought about it, then made a phone call first, and then entered the game, taking the armor from Chi-Yun. Although he was a little disappointed, he was very satisfied with the week-long time. I'm leaving now. Do you plan to stay here or go with me? We won't leave. Anyway, everything has been transported away. Let's continue to study here. It doesn't matter if someone else kills us, Chi-Yun said casually. Okay. I'm leaving. Call me if you have anything. Fongbai didn't say anything else after hearing this. He patted the little rhino and started to return immediately. In the territory, Fong Bogan and Xiao Shuqing appeared directly in a cave. Soon Zhang Zhong ran over. Uncle and Aunt. I'm Zhang Zhong. The boss asked me to pick you up. Please come this way. Fongbai is waiting for you over there. Oh. Okay. Huh? Isn't Fongbai still outside? Fong Bogan was stunned. But after thinking about it, he followed Zhang Zhong. As they walked, the two looked around curiously, looking at the extremely real themselves and everything around them. This cave is very deep, but from time to time a ball of light rises to illuminate the cave, like a relay of flares. This is the light spell, a low-grade trick. It's inconvenient to light too many torches in the cave, and the brightness is not as high as this. So now basically people are arranged to take turns to release the light spell as a lamp. It's not difficult. If uncles and aunts are interested, they can also learn it. Fong Bogan and the others nodded, responded a few words, and continued to scan the surrounding situation. The people here are very busy. Some rhinos pull carts to transport iron ingots, scrap iron, and ore. Several blast furnaces emit scorching temperatures, and many players swing hammers under the blast furnaces to forge continuously. When passing by a training ground, a group of people rode on the backs of rhinos and charged in groups, and the earth shook slightly. Going further, a white tower came into their sight, and when they got closer, they saw Fongbai figure. But Fongbai stood there, and didn't mean to come forward. Dad? Mom? Fongbai shouted, and seeing that they were a little confused, Fongbai smiled and said, I'm still outside. This is a projection of mine. It can be used for communication. It can't go far. Zhang Zhong. You go first. Okay. After Zhang Zhong left, Fong Bogan couldn't help but ask, Fongbai, what's going on? Is this the guild you founded? Why do I feel it's a little different from what I saw on the forum? And you? Have you changed your job to a professional? Fongbai couldn't help but smile when he heard it. Professional? Fongbai pointed at the players training in the training ground and said, Did those people see it? Yes. What's wrong? Every one of them is. What? All professionals. Fong Bogan was startled and turned to look at the 50 people. Suddenly, he reacted and turned to look at Fongbai. He already had 50 extraordinary people under him. So what about himself? At this moment, a thought exploded in his mind, like a bolt from the blue. Fongbai? Fongbai? Fong Bogan suddenly said in surprise. You are Fongbai? You are the Fongbai on the internet before? Yes. Awesome. Right? Fong Bogan looked at Fongbai for a long time, and couldn't speak. After a long time, he explained, Awesome. Xiao Shuqing next to him also reacted and said proudly, Of course. Don't you see who gave birth to it? I gave birth to it. Bullshit. I gave birth to it. Can you give birth to it without me? Fong Bogan said disdainfully. and Qiu Shuqing nodded seriously. Can you give birth to it? Just kidding. How can you give birth to it without me? Fong Bogan suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. What do you mean? Okay. Old Fong. You don't trust me. Right? Okay. Okay. Stop arguing. You're an old married couple. Why are you still arguing? Fong Bai hurriedly advised. Of course. He also knew that the two of them were not arguing seriously. After a few arguments, Fong Baijin and Qiu Shuqing finally accepted Fong Bai's current situation and calmed down. Looking at Fong Bai, they suddenly paused. Fong Bai had achieved so much all of a sudden that they really didn't know what to say for a while. After thinking for a while, by the way, Fong Bai, how is the conversation with the girl I introduced to you before? Have you talked recently? Fong Baijin said. Qiu Shuqing, who was originally planning to continue arguing, was immediately attracted by the conversation and looked at Fong Bai and asked, Oh, yes. When are you going to get married? Fong Bai was confused. How did they change the topic so quickly without being abrupt? How did they change it? Why did they all agree with him while arguing? Fong Bai was silent. After a moment of silence, why don't you just keep arguing? After all, you haven't explained your private money to me yet. Fong Bogan, ? Chapter 199. By offering his father's private money as a sacrifice, Fong Bai successfully escaped from the questioning. Who knows? He had forgotten about it, and didn't even add the girl on WeChat. And he really didn't have the energy to develop in this direction recently. Women. Can they be more interesting than mechas? Humph. Women will only affect the speed of his mecha making. Fong Bai muttered. And he laughed as he spoke. Of course. This was just a joke. He just let it go when it came to finding a girlfriend. People's energy is limited. Now he has a goal that he is willing to fight for his whole life, and continues to throw himself into it. Relatively speaking, he naturally has no energy to put on finding a girlfriend. So, let it go. As for when fate will come, it depends on God's will. Anyway, he is now extraordinary, and has strong vitality. His lifespan should be more than 180 years. There is still a long time. As for Fong Baijin and Qiu Shuqing's plan, it would be more practical to train another trumpet? What? What did you say? Suddenly, the two looked at Fong Bai in unison. Oh! I said, why can't this game train another trumpet? Fong Bai said without blushing. Really? Fong Baijin and the others looked at Fong Bai suspiciously. Of course it's true. Fong Bai said seriously. Oh! By the way, Dad, have you tried to do the 3 refinements in the game? You can try it. There are elemental forces in the game. And the feeling of the 3 refinements is completely different from that in reality. I feel that this kind of 3 refinements in the game is the true face of the 3 refinements. Now I call the 3 refinements without the participation of elemental forces as quasi-3 refinements. Oh, really? As soon as forging was mentioned, Fong Baijin immediately became interested. He was absolutely passionate and interested in training. Of course, I have a forging table here. You can try it. Fong Bai took Fong Baijin to his own forging table and said as he walked, the 3rd refining can activate the gold element and forge the body. After you forge the body, I will teach you how to change to a combat mecha master. There is also a professional mechanical forger. I will arrange it for you later. In addition, Dad, did you see anyone forging over there on the way here just now? They are all learning forging. You can go over and give them some pointers when you have time. As for me, I am still on the way, and it will probably take some time to come back. Fong Baijin tried forging while listening to Fong Bai, looking at the gold elements pouring into Fong Baijin's body during the 3rd refining process. Fong Bai pondered slightly. He suddenly realized that these relatives from the same family in his village were also a considerable fortune. Although none of them reached the level of the 3rd refining, they were all good at the 2nd refining, and several of them vaguely touched the threshold of the 3rd refining. If they work harder in the game, they may not be able to break through the 3rd refining. Ordinary 2nd refining is meaningless to Fong Bai, but if he can break through the 3rd refining, it is definitely worth Fong Bai invitation. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, looking at Fong Bogan and the other person who were forging, and his figure slowly dissipated. Sitting on the back of the little rhino, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes, and then his mind sank into the fantasy space again. In the fantasy space, the teams of soldiers in front of him and the clouds above their heads quickly dissipated. Fong Bai looked at the collected data and recorded it. And finally recorded the results of the deduction in a notebook. There are a few small words on the cover of the notebook. Primary Soldier Drill Manual. Train according to this drill manual, and follow the steps to train soldiers who have reached the threshold of chi and blood condensation into soldiers. Well-trained soldiers who can raise clouds for joint operations should be called soldiers. Fong Bai thought slightly. The so-called chi and blood condensation threshold. For ordinary people, as long as they reach level 10, they can meet the conditions. However, people's physiques cannot be generalized. If you encounter someone with a slightly stronger physique, level 6 or 7, or even level 4 or 5 is enough. The concept of level 10 is roughly equivalent to a normal person who insists on 1 to 2 years of systematic military training in a completely healthy state, and ensures adequate nutrition. After all, level 10 still belongs to the category of mortals. But the physical fitness has reached a relatively peak level. Of course, this is just a general level 10. Before reaching the extraordinary level, if you have enough potential, you can still continue to exercise and continuously improve your physical fitness. But that is another matter. So the threshold of this item is actually not high. It does not count the ordinary natives in the game who are seriously deficient in physical fitness, and is calculated based on the sub-health of the players who eat and drink well. Even if there is no experience to upgrade and add attributes, it can still be formed into an army in 1 to 2 years if the training method is systematic and scientific and the nutrition is adequate. But if it is a talent, Fong Bai pondered for a moment. Is there a way to train a talent directly? Or does it have to go through the battlefield and kill people? While thinking, 50 Rhino cavalrymen appeared in the fantasy space, repeating the process of condensing the talent. Talent, power blessing. Soldiers can be blessed with 100% power. This is absolutely subversive for the enhancement of soldiers. The key is that one doubling is not the limit in this blessing, but only the basis. Fong Bai has found more than one power blessing that has reached 130% and 150%. Of course, there are also a few power blessings that are only 80% and 90%. And this overall increase ratio seems to be growing. Although the power of this talent belongs to the army, it will disappear if it leaves the army. But individual soldiers will also play different degrees of effect according to the degree of mastery, proficiency, understanding, physique and other differences. This talent is also like fighting spirit, which can be cultivated. So theoretically speaking, if a soldier develops his own strength strongly enough, he can completely use the talent blessing on the battlefield to play a strength comparable to that of a transcendent. If 1 times the blessing doesn't work, then 10 times. If 10 times the blessing doesn't work, then 100 times. If you can practice, then there are infinite possibilities. This is definitely another extraordinary path. And it would be great if you can master the method of direct training. In other words, Fong Bai wants to directly master the method of practicing this talent. Thinking, Fong Bai mental power is completely immersed in the clouds, immersed in the process of the birth of talent. And at this time, there are groups of pure white clouds slowly emerging next to him. Clouds from different periods emerge one after another. Fong Bai patiently compares the differences between them, and silently analyzes the composition of talent. At this moment, outside Hongfeng City, a negotiation has come to an end. Chapter 200 Agreement. Finally it's over. Hao Wei sat at the negotiation table and took a long breath. He looked at the nobles who turned around and left, and took a big gulp of water from the cup. During this period of intense negotiations, in addition to physical contact, insults, throwing shoes, smashing stools, and slamming tables were all used. They were a little restrained at the beginning. After all, they were all nobles. It would be bad if there were deficiencies in etiquette. So they specially consulted experts and strictly followed the etiquette standards. The etiquette with Jolie, as the core, is generous and noble, although the players lacked a kind of nobleness that they were born with. The prestige cultivated by the leaders also made them not lose at all. At least it was like this before the door closed. Just when they thought it was just the beginning, the noble representative, who took a deep breath after the door closed, scolded the players in an instant. This is not a noble negotiation. This is just a shrew scolding in the street. In order to compete for interests, all etiquette is thrown away, and the most primitive and essential method is used to not give up a bit. This reminded them of the legendary United Nations meeting, where they suffered a great loss in the first 2 days because they were not in a good state. However, When the negotiators finished their training on the second day, the situation was completely reversed. For the first time, the noble representatives deeply realized what it meant to be at a loss for words. After the door was opened, Hao Wei and others looked at each other with admiration in their eyes as they watched the nobles, who instantly changed from blushing to elegant postures and left. You are indeed nobles. Their eyes were full of smiles. And then, they all looked at the signed documents on the table, which indicated the formal establishment of the Red Maple City Management Committee. Although there were not many seats for players, and they did not occupy an absolute dominant position, it also meant that players officially had the same status as the indigenous people. Among them, the major guilds had the same status as ordinary noble families. In addition to status, the major guilds also had rights and interests that matched their seats. This directly allowed the major guilds to get a share of the Red Maple City and enter the fast lane of rapid development. Looking at this significant agreement, specialized personnel had sent it out through the official Weibo, Douyin and other channels of the major guilds, as the first equal agreement signed between a large-scale player and a major city. The Confronting City Management Committee was established with the nobles based on the agreement. This agreement has great historical significance. The house where the negotiation took place is destined to become a historical site, and the original draft of the agreement has long been prepared for the museum. At the same time, this special day is a must-test point. Among them, although the legendary Mecha Master, Mecha Pioneer, Tiangong Pavilion Master, and Forging Master Fong Bai did not participate in the negotiations, he still made a very significant impression on the negotiation results. Now, which classmate can answer me? What is Fong Bai's seat in the original Confronting City Management Committee? The third one. Fong Bai is the first person under the master level. This is a fact recognized by us and even the nobles. Fong Bai is ranked third. And there are 2 people above, which means that there are at least 2 masters in Confronting City. Otherwise, they would never dare to be ahead of Fong Bai. Hao Wei said. So far, our high-level forces are still lacking, although the transfer of Mecha Masters has been initially started. Unless a large amount of elemental metals are found, and a 3-refined forger is recruited. Otherwise, it is difficult to replenish high-end forces. So, pulling down the opponent's high-end forces is our only answer. According to the data sent by Fong Bai, under the clouds, large-scale Mecha Master extraordinary people can restrain the master level. As for the elite level, they can be surrounded and killed. At the same time, Fong Bai created a new folder and took a video for me. He renamed the new folder as Basic Soldier Drill Manual. Just created a new folder? A president muttered. And then he laughed. Then the people you sent should set off? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that my people left yesterday. But it was too late yesterday, and I saw that you were all tired, so I didn't disturb you. The corner of the president's mouth slightly raised, and he immediately saw other presidents looking at him strangely. I thought it was shocking, but suddenly I felt more and more wrong. I saw a president next to him slap his thigh and said, shocked, "What? You actually went there as a group? Those people in my guild ran away on their own. And the earliest one ran away several days ago. Oh, it's really too embarrassing. I'm embarrassed to say it. Hey, are you the same? Mine is also too. It's really too embarrassing. By the way, the earliest one of me was old 10 days ago. How about you? I was 9 days ago. I was 7 days ago. Hey, Hao Wei. How about you? Me? Hao Wei was slightly stunned, and then said lightly, on the same day. The day Fong Bai finished speaking. A pair of wide eyes looked over, and only the president, who spoke at the beginning, pointed at the crowd with a trembling finger. Oh, Lao Gao. It's because your guild has such a high cohesion that no one sneaked away. I admire you. I admire you. You? Yes, I admire you, the Golden Knights, the most. You are worthy of being a knight group. And your cohesion is strong. You? Hey. But then again, you are going now. I'm afraid all the good projects have been selected. Right? You? Gao Xiang pointed at them tremblingly. His eyes were red. I have never seen such a shameless person. Everyone looked at this honest man and laughed. No one wants to be an honest person. Everyone wants to meet an honest person. At this time, Hao Wei, who was smiling, restrained his smile and knocked on the table. Dong dong. Hearing the sound, the presidents who were laughing pulling their hair, monkey stealing peaches. And Qianiansha immediately looked over. Seeing Hao Wei so serious, they immediately showed seriousness. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Hao Wei spoke. Just now, the official Weibo of Dynasty, Tiangong Pavilion, and Shuiyue announced that they would move to Hongfeng City at the same time. And at the same time, Xingye Qin Zhao Lei, Gun King Song Yi and others responded. The moment Hao Wei's voice fell, there was silence at the negotiation table. After a moment, the silent Hao Wei slowly said, although these three guilds are large and powerful, relocation is not something that can be completed in a day or two. But brothers, be prepared. After a moment, many presidents dispersed with heavy hearts, and the happy mood of signing the agreement disappeared without a trace. Walking outside, there seemed to be more excited and curious new faces around. Chapter 201, Beaten Again. Although the war with the nobles is over, it is obvious that it is far from over. For the players, this is just the beginning. Fong Bai received a call saying that he became the third seat of the Red Maple City Management Committee and knew his rights and interests. Fong Bai, who was immersed in research, agreed casually and then put it behind his mind. This is not as important as research. But when Fong Bai, who was immersed in research, saw the familiar environment, he suddenly woke up. How could he not be sober? Anyone who came to a place where he was beaten repeatedly would be sober. But Fong Bai is not afraid now. He was afraid before. That was a thing of the past. I was able to be beaten several times before. Can I continue to be beaten now? I was beaten even if I was not an elite. And I continued to be beaten if I became an elite. Isn't this elite in vain? The scale has grown again. Fong Bai carefully peeked at the nest of the blood ant. The nest of the blood ant was originally very large. And now it is completely like a small hill. What caught Fong Bai's attention was that there was actually a cloud of qi and blood on this hill. Fong Bai almost thought that the hill was automatically generated, and almost thought that the answer to the building generating qi and blood cloud was right in front of him. After looking at it for a while, he found that it was not. It was just that there were too many qi and blood ants gathered. So many that the qi and blood leaked out during the activities gathered together, and could automatically form this qi and blood cloud. But it was not cloud gas. This qi and blood cloud had no power to increase pressure except for temporarily storing qi and blood. This is actually very easy to understand. The overflowing qi and blood power is easy to dissipate. If all of them are gathered together, they will dissipate relatively slowly. Under this kind of qi and blood cloud, the qi and blood consumed by the ants that have overflowed qi and blood can also be compensated in this way. Although the loss will be relatively large, it can still play a very powerful recovery function. This is equivalent to a positive physical recovery buff. Endless physical strength. At first glance, it has some effect. But in front of the cloud gas, it is completely killed instantly. Thinking of this, Fong Bai, who was originally planning to leave, suddenly thought of a problem and felt something was wrong. Does this blood and qi gather automatically? Fong Bai looked at the blood and qi cloud, thought about it, and entered the fantasy space, and condensed a large number of blood and qi ants. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 in the fantasy space. The number of the same item is a joke to Fong Bai. In the blink of an eye, the fantasy space became densely packed with blood and qi ants. None of these blood and qi ants actively drew up the blood and qi connection. All just moved freely. During the activity, the blood and qi produced in their bodies overflowed little by little. After a moment, Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the blood and qi cloud in disbelief. Failed. Not to mention 100,000. When he finally experimented with millions of them, the blood and qi cloud did not form a fixed form. His initial suspicion was correct. At this moment, Fong Bai was very glad that he directly believed in his own experience and judgment, and chose to do an experiment to verify it. Otherwise, you may miss the opportunity to break through. As expected, practice is the only criterion for testing the truth. For ordinary people, experience can reduce time and improve efficiency. But for scientific researchers, blindly believing in experience will definitely miss many opportunities for breakthroughs. Fong Bai immediately cast his eyes on the protruding ant nest. The blood cloud was floating just above the ant nest. Obviously, the appearance of the blood cloud must be closely related to the ant nest or something in the ant nest. Among them, Fong Bai believes that the possibility that the cause is the ant nest itself is very high. Thinking of this, Fong Bai looked at the ant nest more attentively, wishing that an electric drill would grow at his eyes, and drill directly into it to perceive the structure inside. In addition, the gold element fluctuations that were originally looming inside the ant nest also became extremely conspicuous. It was obvious that the gold element fluctuations with vitality were easy to distinguish. This made Fong Bai's heart sink slightly. The blood ant must have transformed into the realm of magic beasts at that time. Ordinary monsters are nothing. Fong Bai can beat them with one hand. But this is a Qi and blood ant. The Qi and blood ant wins by numbers. The Qi and blood ant that ordinary people can easily kill becomes an ordinary monster that can actively hunt players. Fong Bai feels horrified just thinking about it. Ordinary Qi and blood ants can already beat him when they gather in groups. What if they all become monsters? But fortunately, Fong Bai roughly scanned the area and found that the gold element was fluctuating in this place. Although the Qi and blood ants that came in and out were much larger in size. They were not confiscated, but just ordinary ants. Obviously, it is not that easy to become a monster. It is impossible for one to become a monster continuously. Fong Bai watched the Qi and blood ants coming in and out, watching them go in and out of the ant nest, climb up or down. Since the internal structure cannot be seen, Fong Bai can only guess and deduce based on the existing data. However, Fong Bai is very sure of one thing. The ant nest is definitely not just the small hill exposed above. There must be a huge underground ant nest underground. But it is really impossible to spread the perception with mental power. And the eyes cannot see the contents inside, let alone the contents underground. This almost makes Fong Bai look forward to it. Looking at the densely packed Qi and blood ants. Looking at the huge hill. Thinking about the huge ant nest underground. When Fong Bai thought that there might be a natural way to gather Qi and blood here. And when he thought of the knowledge contained in it, he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. Suddenly, Fong Bai had a bold idea in his mind. The little rhino suddenly felt a dangerous signal and ran away in fear. It didn't forget the situation of being chased and beaten here before. Although I don't know why Fong Bai came here, and although I don't know why Fong Bai exudes a dangerous aura. Experience tells it to run first. Moo. Moo. The little rhino lowered his voice and told Fong Bai to go. But Fong Bai waved his hand. Go further. Further. When the little rhino could no longer see his shadow, Fong Bai immediately restrained his whole body's breath and all his mental power, and carefully avoided the patrol team of the Qi and blood ants like a dead object, and approached the ant nest little by little, when he could no longer avoid them. Before he was discovered, Fong Bai gathered strength in his body and bent his knees slightly. The metal muscles twisted together like steel cables, and the violent power instantly poured onto the ground. Bang! An explosion broke the tranquility near the ant nest, and a big pit was blown out of the originally flat ground. Under the push of the huge reaction force, Bai shot out suddenly and rushed towards the ant nest at the highest speed. In just a moment, the Qi and blood ant nest was completely boiling, and the huge Qi and blood cloud in the sky instantly expanded, scarlet and black. In the distance, the little rhino looked at this side with wide eyes. Moo. Fong Bai was going to be beaten again. Chapter 202 Half-Demon Beast Qi and Blood Ants. Buzz. Fong Bai was horrified by the rising horrible Qi and blood. He finally understood why a tiny amount of leaked Qi and blood could form a Qi and blood cloud. Some kind of power that gathers Qi and blood is one reason. And the number of Qi and blood ants in the ant nest, and the total amount of Qi and blood are too huge is another reason. The majestic Qi and blood is like a lake suspended in the sky. Although pure Qi and blood cannot have any effect on matter, but Fong Bai can still feel the temperature rising rapidly under the Qi and blood cloud. High temperature. The air is gradually scorching. Literally. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and the hot air rushed into his lungs. If it were someone else, it would definitely be a lung burn. But fortunately, Fong Bai has long ceased to be a human. One foot after another landed on the ground, and there were explosions. One after another. Big pits appeared on the ground, and Fong Bai turned into a phantom and approached quickly. At this time, a group of ants gathered and formed a giant axe and fell towards Fong Bai. This is clearly the appearance of Fong Bai giant axe. Learn. Fong Bai retracted his right hand slightly, turned in a circle, tightened the metal muscle fibers, and simply hammered out with his iron fist. Bang! The Qi and blood ant colony exploded, and the close connection between the ants led to the conduction of power. In an instant, countless ants exploded directly, quickly approaching and punching one after another. The Qi and blood ant colonies could not even slow down Fong Bai's speed, and were directly smashed by Fong Bai. Although the Qi and blood ant colony has undergone great changes, Fong Bai is no longer a wuxia amon. He changed from a secondary professional mechanical forger to a mecha master, and was promoted to an elite with the highest difficulty and the highest price of elemental metallization. Fong Bai, who could even fight against the master under the cloud, has long been reborn. This terrifying growth rate, from the professional level to the hard master level, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is cheating. In this case, if a small nest of ants can keep up with Fong Bai promotion speed, if a small nest of ants can touch Fong Bai, then this world would have been over long ago. How useless humans must be. How strong the monsters must be. And the blood suppresses the elements. Fong Bai is pure brute force. Any fighting spirit blessing. Pure brute force blessed by spell effects. Even if the Tiangong teacher comes, he can't use the brute force that is forbidden by the magic. Thoughts flowed in Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai directly rushed into the ant colony with absolute brute force. And soon, he was close to the ant nest. However, at this time, a group of ants rushing out of the ant nest attracted Fong Bai's attention. That was also a blood ant. But the body length was close to 1 meter. And the dark and shiny shell made people have no doubt about its hardness. And more importantly, Fong Bai detected a faint elemental fluctuation on them. Warcraft? No, it's not a Warcraft. And it doesn't look like the offspring of a normal Warcraft. It should be the soldier ants born by the Warcraft blood ants. They can't be simply counted, but should be regarded as the extension of the Warcraft blood ants. It seems that this nest of blood ants has indeed found some tricks. But the number is still too small. If there are really thousands or tens of thousands of them, it will be a troublesome matter. Fong Bai didn't hesitate at all, and rushed directly to the group of blood ants and punched them. This group of blood ants quickly dispersed, commanding each blood ant colony. Under the linkage of blood and Qi, each of them exuded an aura that was almost as strong as that of the Warcraft. With the support of countless blood ants behind them, Fong Bai had no doubt that they had the ability to easily hunt down the Warcraft. It seems that the greatest value of a strong individual is not to increase their own strength, but to bear more blood and Qi with a stronger body, so as to gain higher strength. This can also avoid the previous practice of treating blood and Qi ants as consumables to gather blood and Qi. Fong Bai was severely injured when he overbeared blood and Qi. So this group of blood and Qi ants was no exception. The reason why ordinary blood and Qi ant colonies can burst out beyond their limit is just that they burst out with overload, then died suddenly, and then replace blood and Qi ants to continue bursting. This is also an important factor that restricts blood and Qi ants from directly gathering the blood and Qi of the entire group to exert extraordinary power. Blood and Qi can indeed be gathered, but no blood and Qi ant can survive to exert this power, even at the cost of sudden death. It is impossible. Although the growth rate of this group of blood and Qi ants is not as fast as mine, it is indeed too much. I am afraid it is not cheating. Fong Bai grabbed a super blood and Qi ant and pressed it to the ground, in the face of absolute power suppression. The super blood and Qi ant had no room to struggle. Fong Bai finished scanning it honestly and stretched out his hand to pinch it. Crack! The giant blood ant died suddenly. Fong Bai did not look back, but reached back and grabbed the giant blood ant's mandibles, letting it clamp his hand nail with a crisp sound. Swing it up and smash it. Bang 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 bang. Fong Bai used the giant blood ant as a weapon and started his unparalleled attack in the ant group. Fong Bai scanned and killed the giant blood ants one after another. After all the cleaning was done, Fong Bai continued to walk towards the ant nest, and the ordinary Qi and blood ants rushed towards Fong Bai like crazy. And Fong Bai could sense that the elemental fluctuations deep in the ant nest began to move deeper. Are you going to run? Hey! Wait! Why is there still a group of fluctuations left here? Fong Bai was suddenly stunned. But although he was confused, his steps did not stop at all, and he did not rush to scan the ant nest above, but rushed down. In his perception, the group of elemental fluctuations were clearly moving downwards quickly, and the depth of the movement was far beyond the height of the ant nest above. Obviously, the ant nest above was just the tip of the iceberg exposed on the ground, and the passage inside the ant nest was so large that Fong Bai could walk freely as long as he lowered his head slightly. It's really big. Fong Bai couldn't help but exclaim, while using the scanning function of the fantasy space, while taking everything around him into the fantasy space, and moving forward quickly. However, Fong Bai soon discovered that the passage was diagonally downward, and it was winding, like a winding mountain road underground, with 9 bends and 18 turns. No matter how fast he accelerated, he could not catch up with the speed of the group of elemental fluctuations leaving through the scanning function of the fantasy space, and then condensing in the fantasy space. In this way, Fong Bai can sense in this area where mental power is prohibited. Sensing the layers of ant nest space below, Fong Bai suddenly stopped after a while, raised his foot, and stepped hard. Bang! The soil that was compacted and reinforced by some kind of mucus instantly collapsed, and Fong Bai's foot sank. This feeling made Fong Bai pause slightly, and he immediately began to practice and try again and again in the fantasy space, refining his control of his power bit by bit. After a while, Fong Bai broke away from the fantasy space again and stepped down. Bang! A big pit appeared under Fong Bai's feet, which was a full circle larger than the previous big pit, and the depth of Fong Bai's foot sinking into the ground was also shallower. Obviously, more power was spread to the surrounding soil, not directly under the feet. Bang! Another kick. The ant nest layer collapsed. Fong Bai fell directly to the second layer, and raised his foot at the same time. Chapter 203 Strange Metal Ore. Bang! 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 Fong Bai's skills became more and more proficient. Layer after layer of ant nests collapsed. Fong Bai fell straight down, approaching the distant elemental fluctuations at a very fast speed. This violent way of breaking the situation made Fong Bai feel refreshed. This is much faster than running through the channel honestly. No matter how the elemental fluctuations below run, they can't outrun Fong Bai, and they are approaching quickly. Soon, Fong Bai stepped out suddenly, and the soil collapsed, falling directly in front of a huge ant. Its body is comparable to that of an elephant, and half of it is belly. The chi and blood ants under his command have long been able to hunt monsters, and now hunting ordinary elites is no problem. The queen of such an ant colony is actually just a mere monster. At this moment, Fong Bai had to sigh at the potential of the chi and blood ants. If this queen ant can be promoted to an elite monster, if this queen ant can stably produce monster blood ants, if the entire ant colony is replaced by monster blood ants, then the masters will probably become the hunting targets of the ant colony, and the mages will be chased and beaten by these blood ants. And if the blood ants can successfully transform the blood cloud into cloud gas, any mage will be a younger brother. Thinking of this, Fong Bai suddenly didn't want to kill this blood queen ant. Recalling the scene of being chased and beaten before, Fong Bai stepped forward and beat up the blood queen ant. I let you chase me. I let you beat me. I let you chase me. I let you beat me. Fong Bai beat the blood ant hard before leaving refreshed. When he left, he couldn't help but turn around and pointed at the blood queen ant and said viciously, "Remember me. Walk around me from now on, or I beat you up every time I see you." Chi Shui Ant Queen, ? You broke through more than 10 layers of the ant nest just to beat me up. Fong Bai found that the Chi Shui Ant Queen didn't seem to run away, and the Chi Shui ants really didn't attack him, and they took a detour when they saw him. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. You're quite sensible. Otherwise I'd beat you up a few more times, Fong Bai muttered, and then walked around the ant nest, constantly scanning the overall structure of the ant nest. He is not in the deepest part of the ant nest now. There are many layers below. The queen ant is not in the deepest position, but in the middle of the ant nest. It stands to reason that the deepest part should be the safest. Is there danger underground? It's really troublesome not to use mental power. The distance of the fantasy space scan is too short. Fong Bai tried it, but the Chi Shui power inside the ant nest was too strong. Once the mental power was probed out, it was like probing into a stove, and it would be burned in an instant. So the mental power can only passively accept various fluctuations and information from the outside. In this way, unless it is a very large and obvious element fluctuation, it is difficult for Fong Bai to sense it. The sensing range is greatly limited, so the puzzled Fong Bai can only keep going deeper. And when he goes deep into the bottom of the ant nest, he finds that it is indeed obvious traces of fighting. Fong Bai found that there are many half-demon beast chi and blood ants living here. That is, super chi and blood ants. Although they all avoid Fong Bai, they are still sensed by Fong Bai. Looking at these very obvious traces of fighting, looking at these super chi and blood ants that are more than the upper layer, Fong Bai found that it is even more dangerous below. Looking at a natural gap connected by the road in the chi and blood ant nest, feeling the breeze blowing from inside, Fong Bai raised his eyebrows. Underground cave? Fong Bai thought about it, and shook his head slightly. There is no quiet place in this world. Life is struggling to survive everywhere. No matter where you are. Even underground. You have to fight for survival. Fong Bai looked at the crack and pondered for a moment. After thinking about it, he still didn't go in. He turned his head upwards, and scanned the ant nest completely bit by bit. If you can't use your mental power, then use the scanning function of the fantasy space, going all the way up from the bottom. When you reach the middle, Fong Bai finds that the Blood Queen ant has actually returned to her original position. After finding that Fong Bai didn't kill it, it really didn't leave. Sensing the strange element fluctuations next to the Blood Queen ant, Fong Bai walked straight over. The cave where the Blood Queen ant is located is very large, with a floor height of at least 3 meters. The Blood Queen ant with a swollen nose and face shrank her neck when she saw Fong Bai coming in. Fong Bai ignored it, but looked at another group of strange element fluctuations. Fong Bai found that it was actually a stone the size of a billiard table. Extremely rich blood gathered in this cave, and these blood entered the stone, causing the stone to emit a constant high temperature. The scorching temperature surprised Fong Bai a little. Looking at the ant eggs on the edge of the stone. Ant eggs as big as watermelons leaned against the stone, and slowly produced the same rhythm as the rich blood power inside the stone. A faint elemental fluctuation emanates from the ant eggs. Half-demon beast chi blood ant eggs. Fong Bai just glanced at it, and moved his eyes to the stone. After a closer look, Fong Bai was slightly surprised, because it seemed to be a piece of iron ore. It was not an ordinary iron ore, but had some characteristics similar to elemental metals. Elemental metal iron ore? Fong Bai was slightly surprised, looking at this huge stone, and was immediately surprised. This piece was actually all. What kind of elemental metal is this? Gold element? No. It seems not. And other elements don't seem to be either. At this moment, all of Fong Bai's attention was attracted by this piece of iron ore. At this time, Fong Bai noticed that there seemed to be a lot of iron ores around, but there was no elemental fluctuation. No elemental fluctuation. No. There was another small piece, about the size of a watermelon, and there were also a lot of chi blood and eggs next to that piece. At this moment, Fong Bai did not hesitate at all. He went forward and moved the chi and blood and eggs next to the iron ore away, and then smashed them with his hands. The hardness of elemental metal iron ore is very different from that of ordinary iron ore. Fong Bai smashed the elemental metal iron ore out with one punch after another. Looking at this huge piece of iron ore, Fong Bai picked it up excitedly and wanted to leave. At this time, the chi and blood ant queen hurriedly crawled over, anxiously pointed at the chi and blood and eggs that were moved away, and then pointed at the ore. Fong Bai suddenly realized it. Oh, you mean there are still these chi and blood and eggs? I understand. Fong Bai immediately picked 10 chi and blood and eggs with relatively strong chi and blood, put them on the ore, and moved them away together. The chi and blood ant queen was stunned, and then quickly lay on the remaining piece of elemental metal iron ore and blocked it with her body. Family members, who knows? You were sitting at home, and suddenly someone came in and beat you up without any reason, took away your most valuable things, and kidnapped your 10 children. Fong Bai didn't go back to get the watermelon-sized iron ore. After scanning the complete structure of the ant nest, he walked in the direction where the little rhino left. Chapter 204, Perfect Mental Power. Moo! Moo! The little rhino circled around Fong Bai in confusion, as if curious about why Fong Bai didn't get beaten. Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly, holding the ore in one hand and punching the little rhino on the head with the other hand. Bang! With a dull sound, the little rhino sat on the ground with a snap. Why didn't I get beaten? You saw me floating with a piece of ore, right? Fong Bai said unhappily. He could now understand the little rhino's meaning based on its tone, expression, and some mental power fluctuations. I tell you, even if I, Fong Bai, hold the elemental ore in one hand, I can suppress you with one hand. Moo! Moo! The little rhino stood up and rubbed Fong Bai flatteringly, and Fong Bai pushed it away. I tell you, it's too late. Fong Bai immediately put the huge ore above the little rhino, and gestured in the little rhino's nervous expression. Fong Bai found that it seemed difficult to put it. Forget it. I feel sorry for you, so you don't have to carry it. I hold it myself, Fong Bai said, and sat on it without waiting for the little rhino to breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden weight startled the little rhino. Moo! Moo! Go. I'm holding the oar myself. I didn't ask you to carry it. Why are you still yelling? The little rhino was stunned when he heard that. After a closer look, it seemed that Fong Bai was holding the oar. But, moo. Oh, can I lie to you? Go. Go. Go home. You've changed your job to a mecha master. With a body of steel and iron. Why don't you let Lao Ding take a good look? What do you mean by you are not strong yet? But you will change when you grow strong? The little rhino didn't care to think too much when he heard that. He got excited and ran forward with all his strength. Moo! Moo! It probably means Lao Ding. Lao Ding. Here I come. There were no more accidents along the way. Fong Bai elite aura and the little rhino's professional aura spread out. And the beasts retreated wherever they passed. Even the ferocious beasts with no brains knew to retreat. After all, they were just brainless, not looking for death. So Fong Bai basically took the shortest path, if the terrain allowed. Along the way, Fong Bai was still thinking whether it was necessary to build a road to the outside world. After all, with the development, Tiangong Pavilion still needs to communicate with the outside world. However, an idea that suddenly popped up made Fong Bai temporarily put this idea aside. Looking at the falcon flapping its wings in the sky, Fong Bai silently retracted his gaze. Let the little rhino excitedly go to find the old rhino. And Fong Bai also carried the oar all the way into the cave. Along the way, many people saw Fong Bai and greeted him. There were young people, middle-aged people, and even 2 or 3 elderly people who walked tremblingly. Fong Bai did not dare to be arrogant to these elderly people, and was very respectful and polite. The veteran revival strategy proposed by Fong Bai before has officially begun to be implemented. In addition, Fong Bai also saw a lot of unfamiliar players. And there were quite a few of them, adding up to hundreds of people. And these people also looked at Fong Bai curiously. After asking, Fong Bai found out that these people were sent by Hao Wei and other guilds. And then, they were screened and assessed by different project teams. After all, the project team and the players are two-way choices. Players sign up. The project team screens, or the project team sends an invitation. And the players make a choice. If a project team cannot join, and cannot pass the approval to obtain the qualification to establish a project team, then they will get a return trip after a while. So now the inside of the cave seems to be crowded. But relatively speaking, more people and project teams are established in some areas outside the cave. Those who can enter the cave are still some core people. In the cave, Fong Bai also saw the figure of his father Fong Bogan. When Fong Bai went over, he was forging something. It was the 3 refining technique. Seeing his concentration, Fong Bai lowered his footsteps and did not disturb him. Back to his own mage tower. Lying comfortably on the bed, Fong Bai can finally relax completely. Within the territory, as long as the clouds rise, the master will die. So Fong Bai felt a long-lost sense of security here. Without using meditation to replace sleep, Fong Bai lay on the bed, letting the sleepiness come, and fell into a deep sleep. After a day and a night, Fong Bai slowly woke up and opened his eyes. There was no haziness or sleepiness in him. As soon as he woke up, he was clear-headed. This was the manifestation of Fong Bai's complete recovery of energy. Faintly, Fong Bai felt that his mental power had improved a little, and a feeling of abundance surged in his mind. Mental power is perfect. This thought naturally emerged in Fong Bai's mind. This is a concept in the magic profession. The free mental power naturally fills the mental space, and even overflows. This is a sign that a breakthrough can be made. At the same time, this also means that if there is no breakthrough, the mental power will be limited to this level, and it will be difficult to improve again. If the mage breaks through, he should be promoted to the spell level. From a first-ring mage to a second-ring mage. Fong Bai recalled the books he had read before. These books were copied from the study of the nobles. The information density is not high. Many of them are like travel notes, like diaries. Scattered knowledge. A little here and a little there. But when Fong Bai read all the collected books and memorized them all, he compared them with each other and pieced them together. False knowledge was easily eliminated or marked. And the remaining knowledge fragments were pieced together by Fong Bai bit by bit into a relatively complete puzzle. So although Fong Bai can't say that he knows everything, he will not be like before, knowing nothing and studying everything bit by bit. Even Fong Bai found a way for the mage to break through in a mage's travel notes. Although the travelogue was full of human princesses, elf princesses, mermaids, and goblins, Fong Bai still insisted on reading it to the end, and extracted key information from it, and confirmed it through other related books. That is, there are two necessary standards for the level assessment of the mage. First, a spell slot of matching level. A first ring spell slot is equivalent to a first ring mage. Second, knowledge of matching level. The mage may be the only combat profession that needs to be assessed by the level of knowledge. For the arrogant mage, as long as you do not have the corresponding level of knowledge, even if you have the spiritual power of a god, you are just a mage apprentice. The assessment of the knowledge level is actually very simple. Fully understand the existing spell structure of the same level, and create 3 new spell models with practical significance. Only in this way can it be called reaching the corresponding knowledge level. This step is even difficult for Fong Bai. As for the spell slot, it is very simple. Chapter 205 Mechanical Forger Occupation Broken. Use the Warcraft Crystal Core as a model to compress the mental power with all your strength. When the mental power is compressed to the extreme, it will become a spell position. Fong Bai murmured, sitting on the chair, slightly closing his eyes, and his consciousness sank into his mind. In his mind, Fong Bai thoughts moved, and all the mental power gathered together immediately. It was very simple at the beginning. As soon as the thought moved, all the mental power gathered around the first ring spell position to form a ball. But with the compression, Fong Bai began to feel pressure on the mental power. It is not only mental power, but also consciousness. If it were someone else, they would never be able to detect the role of consciousness in it. But Fong Bai consciousness was suppressed by the fantasy space at this moment, which brought a great burden to the consciousness, but also made Fong Bai feel the existence of consciousness. At this moment, he also felt the help that consciousness gave to the mental power. If you think about it carefully, it is true. Mental power can certainly be contracted, but just like a person can pinch himself, but it is impossible to strangle himself to death. Mental power can be contracted and compressed, but if it relies solely on mental power, it is absolutely impossible to complete the final transformation. At this moment, Fong Bai felt the force of consciousness, which was the answer. As the compression continued, the contraction of the single mental force became weaker and weaker, and the role of consciousness became greater and greater. Little by little, Fong Bai felt as if he was strangling himself to death, as if he was suffocating. Tired, tried his best. Impossible. The feeling of failure constantly invaded the consciousness, but the consciousness suppressed by the fantasy space stood still, easily resisting all kinds of negative emotions. At this time, click, hearing a crisp sound, Fong Bai suddenly opened his eyes. He had an extremely real feeling that as long as he persisted, his original first ring spell position would be broken. As long as he persisted, the profession of mechanical forger would be directly broken and lost. This is true, not false. Fong Bai was sure. Do you want to continue? The profession will be lost. So what? This thought filled Fong Bai's mind. The last layer of obstacles was broken, and the compressed mental power suddenly contracted. Boom! Several internal spell models associated with the brain space were broken. The control of fire is broken. The forged magician's hand is broken. Meditation is broken. The first level spell slot is broken. And everything given by the mechanical forger profession is broken and vanished. The attribute panel pops up automatically. And in the profession column, profession, Mage mechanical forger. Countless cracks appear on these 8 black words. Ping. Like the sound of broken glass. These words are broken and disappeared. And Fong Bai completely lost this profession. In reality, Fong Bai suddenly woke up as if he was asleep, and he found that his mental power in reality was also disappearing bit by bit. Fong Bai was stunned, and quickly logged into the game from the game to reality. But at this moment Fong Bai entered the state of death for the first time in a long time. System prompt. Please select the resurrection method. 1. Resurrect on the spot. 2. Resurrect randomly. 3. Resurrect at the resurrection point. Although he was prepared, Fong Bai in the dead state was still stunned. Is this really dead? Fong Bai was silent. The second death in the game appeared so abruptly. He didn't die in the most dangerous place, but died in the safest place. Looking at his own head exploding, Fong Bai silently chose to revive on the spot. Once revived, Fong Bai, who had been silent, suddenly felt something was wrong, feeling the scattered mental power filling the space in his mind. Only the spell slot disappeared without a trace. The spell slot disappeared, And the mental power that could originally condense the second ring spell slot also lost most of it, leaving only this little bit now. But at this moment, Fong Bai's eyes revealed a hint of surprise and astonishment. Without any hesitation, he closed his eyes and sank his mind into the fantasy space, compressing it with all his strength. The second ring spell slot can meet the compression breakthrough requirements, let alone the first ring spell slot. In a flash, the mental power has reached the compression limit, and Fong Bai's heart is determined, and he shrinks suddenly. He has died once, and the weak state has been hung up. The worst thing is to die again. In an instant, boom, just when Fong Bai thought he was shot in the head again, Fong Bai opened his eyes, but found that he was still in the game world. He is not dead. Quickly sinking his mind into his mind, Fong Bai looked at the one-ring spell position that was slowly rotating in the center of his mind. And it was like a dream. Subconsciously, he swept his mental power, and when he read it, the mental power arrived, without any delay, and it felt extremely smooth, as if it had evolved from 100 trillion to 10 trillion light. No more jams. Mental power is like one's own hands and feet. Every bit can be freely controlled, flexible and changed. Everything is as one wishes. And the control of mental power, scanning range, and scanning accuracy are several times stronger than before. Not compared to when he just changed his job to a mechanical forger, but compared to just now, compared to the peak of the first ring, when the mental power was full and perfect, and was about to break through the second ring. Although it was just a ring, it was stronger than the peak of the first ring. And more importantly, Fong Bai felt that he could fully control the spell position that was condensed at this moment, because everything in the spell position was Fong Bai's own. There was no impurity and no interference. At this moment, even if the spell position was dispersed, it would only take a thought. Excited Fong Bai couldn't help but go offline to check, and found that not only did his mental power return, but the scanning distance doubled. In the real space where the extraordinary did not exist, the mental power scanning range was doubled. At this moment, Fong Bai had a vague guess in his heart. With excitement, he logged into the game and opened the attribute panel. In the profession column, 2 words slowly condensed. Profession, Mage. Looking at these 2 words, Fong Bai couldn't help but get excited. The mechanical forger profession was gone, and he directly changed his job to the upper profession of the mechanical forger, the Mage. But what surprised Fong Bai was that although he changed his job to the Mage, the Mecha Master profession was not lost. From the perspective that only one combat profession can be changed, this is abnormal. It stands to reason that the Mecha Master will be replaced by the Mage who changed his job later. But the Mage occupied another occupation column. Fong Bai thought of 2 possibilities. First, Fong Bai did not use the job change props or any ceremony, but only relied on himself and his knowledge to change his job. So this is not included in this occupation column, and it will naturally not replace the Mecha Master, a combat profession. But since it appeared on the attribute panel, Fong Bai felt that this was unlikely. That is the second possibility. The Mage is not actually a combat profession, and is also a secondary profession like the mechanical forger. As a secondary profession, it naturally occupies the secondary profession column and will not replace the Mecha Master. But in the information I received, whether it is a player or a native, the Mage is an absolute combat profession. How can it be a secondary profession? It can't be that there is something wrong with the Mage I changed my job to? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although I changed my job through the information in the storybook novel, I have verified it with each other. This way of changing jobs is absolutely correct. Chapter 206 The Real Mage. Did I change my job to a fake Mage? Fong Bai looked at the familiar panel suspiciously, looking at the Mecha Master profession that still existed. He had clearly heard that mages were all combat professions. The native's words were not credible, but Fong Bai had seen players say so. And the Mage said this when discussing whether mages could change their jobs to other combat professions again in the forum. It was because someone replaced other combat professions with mages, and caused the collapse of the original combat profession's extraordinary skills, that Fong Bai was so sure. At this time, Fong Bai recalled a sentence he had seen in the storybook. This is the real mage. Since there are real mages, does that mean there are fake mages? Then mine is fake? Fong Bai felt this transparent spell position, felt the control from the heart, and felt the mental power that directly completed the macro-micro transition by perceiving details. although he felt that it was unlikely that his wild way would directly change his job to become a real mage. He felt something was wrong. I feel like I'm real. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head. Forget it. I felt that she liked me before. How dare I think about something without any basis? Get down. Anyway, whether it's true or not, I have changed my job now. And it's also written as a mage. So nothing else matters. Anyway, it's just a pleasant surprise. My real job is a mecha master. Fong Bai threw away all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Felt his mental power. Felt his control over the elemental power that was several times stronger. And his micro-manipulation ability. Mage's hand. An invisible palm took shape. With the same output power. But the power was greater than before. And the details that could be controlled were far more than before. Primary flame control. The flame turned into a fire lotus in the air. If Fong Bai could compress it to the size of a fist at most. Now Fong Bai could easily compress it to the size of a thumb. Exquisite. Beautiful. Lifelike. And with a higher temperature. The skills of the mechanical forger can be used normally. No. It should not be called skills. I have mastered the underlying logic and spell model of the skills. Therefore, although I have lost the skills and cannot use them with one click, it does not affect my ability to cast spells at all. So the collapse of the profession is actually no big deal. As long as the extraordinary power of the profession does not disappear. As long as I master the spell model. Then I can release the skills at will. Not only can they still be used, but they can also be used more powerfully and flexibly than before. Fong Bai felt that the profession did not matter at this moment. Recalling the information he received at the beginning, he immediately understood. The so-called job transfer props are just a shortcut to lower the entry threshold of the profession, and do not represent anything. The same is true for the profession on the attribute panel. Only when you have power will the profession panel display the profession according to the power. It is not that you have power only when the profession is displayed. Power always belongs to you, and will not change due to changes in the attribute panel. Even if you lose the attribute panel, you still have the power you should have. But I am not a real mage now. Fong Bai recalled the content of the book he had read before. The book also says that a true mage has mastered all spell structures of the same level. Spells of the same level have no secrets in front of the mage, and can be interpreted, modified, or even created at will. The so-called spell structure is the structure that constitutes the spell model, which is composed of spell nodes, and controls the various functions of the spell model. For example, the generation of flames, the restraint of flames, blasting, the supply of fire elements, etc. in the fireball spell. All belong to different spell structures. The spell model is essentially a free combination of spell structures. And once a mage masters all spell structures of the same level, that means that any spell of the same level can be used. There is no need for a learning process, because it has been mastered in essence. And different spell structures can be combined according to actual conditions to create the spells you need. It can make every spell in every battle different. You can never cast two identical spells. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly understood why mages can fight across levels. A true mage can target any enemy to death. As long as the mage has enough knowledge, he can become the natural enemy of any profession, and can become the natural enemy of anyone. So strong, but also so difficult. Fong Bai recalled the spell models he had come into contact with, and immediately understood the difficulty. But he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his chest. It is because of the difficulty that it is strong. I don't know whether my mage profession is true or not, but I can make my knowledge true. I'm not stupid. I have enough perseverance. And I have almost unlimited time. I can also have unlimited experimental opportunities and endless experimental resources. Master all spell structures? If others can do it, then I can do it too. I am now a ring. So I will master all the spell models I can find and their internal spell structures. Well, let's start with the tricks. Fong Bai immediately brought out a series of spell models such as his light spell, air spell, meditation spell, primary fire control, and forged wizard's hand. Although he didn't know how regular wizards learned, he knew that the core of wizards lies in mental power and knowledge can be learned. And part of it belongs to spell models and spell structures. No matter what the learning method is, as long as the spell model and spell structure can be mastered, as long as it allows him to master all spell structures of the same level, the process is not important. It's nothing more than the difference in energy and time spent. And in the end, The same goal. Mage is noble, mysterious, rare, and of high status. All books that record wizard professional information are extremely valuable, extremely rare, and even monopolized. And the price is high. High. Fongbai currently does not have any books on mages, with almost no knowledge of mages. And after successfully changing his job after dying once, Fongbai bravely took a firm step towards the mage profession. Most people would not dare to do this. It would really kill people. But Fongbai is fearless, not afraid of difficulties or death. Perhaps this is the wealth given to Fongbai by his identity as a player and the creation of the Mecha master profession. So what if he knows nothing? At least he knows the general framework. He has nothing as a Mecha master, and he created it out of thin air. How much more difficult can it be than creating a Mecha master profession? Fongbai smiled indifferently. His mind sank into the fantasy space, and he immediately began to study in the fantasy space. First, all the spell models currently mastered are displayed. Since they are all spell models, Fongbai needs to find the commonalities between them. Chapter 207 Assimilation of Qi and Blood Ants. They are all spell models. So as long as we grasp the commonalities among them, then I can analyze the overall framework of the spell model, and I can try to understand the spell model. Then all the research will have a foundation, so I won't be confused. Fongbai planned silently. Although he had made plans to spend endless time rushing into the field of mages, Fongbai would not mess around. He also has his own set of thinking logic and research logic that is still growing and improving. He divided his mind into two. The main thread occupied more than 90% of the consciousness for spell research, and the remaining consciousness controlled the body and shifted his attention to the ore. There are also 10 half-magic beast Qi and blood ant eggs on the ore. Stared at the ant eggs for a while, feeling the rhythm of life inside, then moved away and looked at the ore. The ore is roughly the size of a billiard table and irregular in shape. This ore gave Fongbai a very active feeling. It even made Fongbai feel that it was alive. And the breath is exactly the same as that of the blood queen ant. And it seems to be blood. Fongbai looked at the blood and eggs on the ore, whose breath and ore were slowly moving, and suddenly understood something. With a thought, Fongbai directly gushed out a stream of blood. As a Mecha master who used pure elemental metal to advance, Fongbai blood was definitely the most powerful level 1. The powerful and condensed blood hit the ore directly. As expected, the blood, which was generally invisible and intangible, and could not defend an attack, directly contacted the ore. And it was like there was a huge space inside, and Fongbai blood could flow into it. And when the blood flowed in, he immediately felt a familiar breath. The breath of the Blood Queen. This is the blood of the Blood Queen. It stores the blood in it, then communicate with the ant eggs through this ore. In this process, the blood ant eggs should be affected by these blood. Fongbai saw some clues. Compared with the beginning, the breath of these blood ant eggs is getting closer to the breath of the queen's blood. No wonder the queen ant was so nervous. She knew she couldn't beat me, but she dared to stop me when I took the ore. Without any hesitation, Fongbai directly used his own blood to penetrate the queen ant's blood, and then continuously injected blood into it. This ore was like a sponge, continuously absorbing Fongbai blood and storing it in it. And in this process, the breath emitted by the ore also slowly changed, from being close to the queen ant to being close to Fongbai. Fongbai injected blood into it little by little, again and again, and gradually, during the process of the blood and eggs exchanging their breath with the ore, Fongbai blood and Qi invaded the inside of the blood and little by little. At the same time, a change in the ore caught Fongbai attention. The temperature emitted by the ore increased. Originally, the temperature of the ore was much higher than the outside temperature, and now it seemed to be even higher. After a little trial, Fongbai found that it seemed that with the input of blood and Qi, the temperature emitted by the ore gradually increased. Fongbai looked at the ore whose temperature was gradually increasing and pondered slightly. No more blood and Qi were input, lest the temperature of the ore rises and the blood and Qi and eggs are not hatched in the right environment, causing death. If Fongbai didn't care about these blood and Qi and eggs before, now Fongbai is a little more serious. You can try to raise them. Originally, the plan to smelt the ore was cancelled, but now, Fongbai took the blood and Qi and eggs away first, and then with a thought, the spell model of primary flame control was formed. The flame inside the forging furnace flew out and turned into a thin red line in the air. The flame of the entire furnace was compressed in this hair-like red line. Like a substance, the red line pressed on the ore, and the hot and high-temperature red line touched the ore, melting the ore it touched bit by bit, just like a hot melt knife, cutting it bit by bit. After a while, half of the ore was cut off by Fong Bai, put the blood and chi and eggs back on the ore, and Fong Bai took the other half of the ore. First, he tried it several times in the fantasy space. After trying it, the red line circled and turned into a huge fire lotus. The ore flew into the fire lotus, and the fire lotus slowly closed. The temperature inside and outside was isolated, and the hot temperature condensed on the ore. The originally red ore quickly turned red, and even turned golden. In the constantly condensing high temperature, the parts that did not belong to the elemental metal liquefied or even vaporized, and then were eliminated by Fong by mental power. The smelting of elemental metals is often very simple, and pure high temperature is enough. Because elemental metals are extraordinary materials, their melting points are often much higher than the impurities inside them. The elemental metal may not have started to melt even if all the impurities have been vaporized. Of course, this is not necessarily all, but this is the case with this piece of ore. The impurities were soon completely removed, leaving a honeycomb-shaped metal with fine holes and pores all over it. After reaching this step, Fong Bai instantly raised the temperature, and the fire lotus gradually turned dark green. The elemental metal turned red little by little, melted little by little, and gradually turned into a golden liquid inside the fire lotus, about the size of a suitcase. Continuously raising the temperature to quench, the mental power scanned it, and after confirming that the impurities were removed and only the pure elemental metal was left, the fire lotus slowly dissipated. As the temperature dropped, the liquid elemental metal gradually melted, and the golden color created by the high temperature faded and turned back to its original red color. The suitcase-sized liquid elemental metal was divided by Fong Bai into pieces of red iron ingots of equal size. After completely cooling, Fong Bai grabbed an ingot and felt it was heavy. After thinking about it, he guided a stream of blood into it. The blood flowed into the iron ingot. Buzz! The iron ingot instantly turned red, and a blazing heat burst out. Fong Bai threw it out fiercely. However, the mage caught it just after throwing it out. But the mage's hand collapsed in an instant due to the burn, and a burning pain instantly swept through Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai couldn't help but cry out in pain. Dang! The iron ingot fell to the ground, and as the blood and chi inside it were consumed, the high temperature on it slowly dissipated, forcibly suppressing the burning pain in his brain. Fong Bai recalled the time when the blood and chi ants used the blood and chi cloud to burn his mental power. This is exactly the same feeling. It's just that it was a huge blood and chi cloud before, and this time it was just a small blood and chi. And it was his own blood and chi. The blood and chi that would not burn himself, and the amount that was not enough to burn his mental power actually hurt his mental power. I burned myself. This should be the effect of this elemental metal. And then there is. Fong Bai looked at his right hand that had just grabbed the iron ingot. The red part of the hand nail that just held the iron ingot slowly faded, leaving 2 straight line marks. It was like a plastic toy burned by a high temperature fire tongs. Chapter 208 Stepping on the Ground. Hiss. Fong Bai was slightly shocked. His gauntlet was made of 3 refined elemental alloy, and its hardness and strength were not inferior to those of a master. But today, in just a moment, it melted directly, leaving 2 eye-catching marks. Fong Bai moved his fingers slightly, and found that the gauntlet was no longer flexible enough, and was a little stuck. Looking down at the armor covered with scars on his body, he was slightly startled. Suddenly, he felt that this armor that had been with him for so long seemed to be really out of date. Under the high temperature just now, there was no problem with the fingers in the gauntlet, and there was no injury at all. But the gauntlet melted directly. This set of armor seemed to have become a decoration on him. A decoration that would limit his flexibility. This feeling was very strange and wonderful. In this wonderful feeling, he walked up to the Mage Tower and entered a showroom on the top floor. The showroom was very large, with only a solitary armor stand inside, on which stood a set of iron pagoda armor, the full name of which was Liaojin Fei Moth Eyebrow Dohi Iron Pagoda. Fong Bai quietly looked at this armor of great commemorative significance. It was with this set of armor that he successfully walked out of the novice village, laying the foundation for his current development. And this armor also truly witnessed his difficulties. At the beginning, he even sold the armor directly during the period of economic difficulties. It was not until some time ago that Li Jiaming sold it to Fong Bai at the original price. Fong Bai still remembered what Li Jiaming said at the beginning. He said that he took advantage of it and used it for so long, and asked Fong Bai to return it at the original price. So, Fong Bai's first piece of armor successfully returned to his hands, and was well maintained and hidden in the showroom. Fong Bai walked away from the iron pagoda and took out another customized armor stand. With a thought. Click. Click. The mechanically assisted armor opened a little awkwardly, and some parts of the armor that was damaged in many places were not as smooth as before. The armor parts floated onto the armor rack one by one, and then they were closed. Fong Bai strode down the Mage Tower with a relaxed look. The second armor, the mechanical assisted armor, was officially completed. However, the third armor has not yet appeared. The mechanical design of the mechanically assisted armor is absolutely exquisite. However, due to the limitations of materials and technology, the parts of this armor can only be replaced and cannot be repaired. In addition, the lack of attack means has a great impact on the flexibility of the wearer. There is no means of transformation, and it cannot be carried with you. Normal wearing has a great impact on life. In addition, in terms of the survival system, high temperature, low temperature, sound waves, poison gas, flash and other means will pose a threat to the wearer. These problems must be solved one by one on the new armor. The first and second generations have made progress little by little. As the third generation, it can't be too bad, right? After taking off the armor and the restraints, Fong Bai suddenly had an inspiration in his mind. He returned to the forging table, looked at the pieces of red elemental metal in front of him, and put them on the open space. When the blood and chi flowed into it, it suddenly burst into a terrifying high temperature, and even the mental power could be directly burned. High temperature, both mental damage and physical damage. Well, it can also be used to boil water. Fong Bai thought for a while, and ideas suddenly popped up in his mind. Heat energy itself is a kind of energy. After thinking about it, he first put these elemental metals into the wizard tower, and then left the cave. Fong Bai wanted to try something. Since the fantasy space was studying the spell model, Fong Bai did not intend to load this process into the fantasy space to avoid interference as usual. In the fantasy space, the game world has no isolation method to separate threads more conveniently to avoid confusion. Walking on the ore deposit for the first time in a long time, looking at the messy cabins and stone houses at the entrance of the cave, he frowned immediately. Too messy, too ugly. But thinking carefully, he did not make any plans or restrictions here, let alone provide any place to live. It was okay when there were few people in the past, but when there were more people, they always needed to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. It was normal to build a place to live by yourself, at least to shelter from the wind and rain. The planning and construction of the territory also needs to be put on the agenda, not to mention how well it should be built. At least it can't be so messy all the time. Well, maybe we can refer to the bronze wall and the internal structure of the ant nest and try to build an extraordinary building. At this time, Fong Bai remembered the description on the territory stele. And there are territory buildings. No matter how hard I ask, I have never heard of such a thing. There is no such thing in the books looted by the nobles. There is no way to find it at all. There is no clue. And the Mage Tower was regarded as an extraordinary building as soon as it was built, and was counted by the territory stele. Does that mean that as long as the extraordinary building is built, it will also be recognized by the territory stele? Fong Bai heart moved slightly, and he immediately wrote this idea in his notebook. This is also a direction. While thinking, Fong Bai has already left the cave and unknowingly came to the edge of the dragon's might area. Fong Bai didn't think about it and walked directly into it, feeling the powerful dragon's might pressing on his will. Fong Bai's heart seemed to have a layer of haze. The dragon's might is very strong, but Fong Bai at the edge can still accept it. Going a little deeper, after the surroundings were completely quiet, Fong Bai looked at the red ground and raised his legs slightly. While raising his legs, he felt the power contained in the twisting of muscle fibers, and recalled the feeling of breaking the ant nest in the ant nest, and moved slightly. Bang! The right leg fell instantly. The ground made a muffled sound. Gravel splashed, and a small pit appeared under Fong Bai's feet. The recoil force was transmitted into Fong Bai's body, and Fong Bai did not resist at all. He was directly absorbed by the metallized internal organs, muscles, and bones without being affected at all. The metallization of the whole body inside and outside is so arrogant. Looking down at the small pit under his feet, stepping on such a large pit on this pure rock ground with 1 foot. The power is definitely greater than that of an ordinary bomb. However, Fong Bai was not happy, but frowned slightly, not looking very satisfied. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai took another step. Bang! The ground exploded. But Fong Bai did not even look at it. He recalled the feeling and took another step. Bang! 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 The dull sound echoed in this empty land. But as an area covered by the dragon's might, no one or any creature was active here. Only Fong Bai was alone here trying. Again and again. Again and again. Fong Bai kept repeating it tirelessly. And in the process, the depth of the pit he stepped on became smaller and smaller. But the area was getting bigger little by little. And this gave Fong Bai a glimmer of hope. After taking a step, Fong Bai seemed to have a certain feeling. Chapter 209 Walking on Water. Bang! No. No! Bang! Not quite there yet. Time passed quietly like a fleeting moment. Fong Bai entered this area day after day and practiced again and again. Each practice seemed the same, but it also seemed different. Each time had some changes, and each time was recorded by Fong Bai. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Fong Bai continued to practice in this bumpy place early in the morning. Whispering, he raised his right leg as usual. Metal muscle fibers twisted and gathered, and a little bit of power gathered from the muscle fibers, thus turning into a huge force condensed on the right leg that was enough to break the rock. Suddenly, the membrane that Fong Bai had tried again and again was broken, and the huge power condensed on the right leg seemed to be peeled off bit by bit, turning into a little bit like a steel cable. A huge force of 1 divided into 3 was dispersed again under Fong Bai intentional control. 1 force was directly turned into 3. The total amount of force did not change at all, but the force that Fong Bai could control was turned into 3. Bang! 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 Fong Bai kicked down, and the force was divided into 3. It was just 1 kick, but it was like 3 overlapping explosions, and a pit in the shape of a Chinese character pin appeared on the ground. It was like 3 circles interlaced. The 3 circles were not big, and the sum of them was not as big as the original 1 kick. Obviously, the force was too dispersed, and there was a great loss. But Fong Bai became excited. It doesn't matter if he performs poorly now. It's just the beginning. Fong Bai didn't hesitate at all. He immediately seized this opportunity and practiced quickly in this state. After completing the 1-to-3 division from nothing and finding the trick, Fong Bai progress was rapid. Day 6. 3:9. Day 7. 9:27. Day 9. 27:81. Day 15. 81. Day 27. Little by little, Fong Bai could control more and more power with 1 step. But the total amount of power Fong Bai used did not change from beginning to end. During the practice day by day, the pits Fong Bai left on the scene became shallower and shallower. But the area became larger and larger, and Fong Bai control over power became more and more delicate. It didn't take long for Fong Bai control over power to be as fine as a cow's hair. Fong Bai couldn't count how many parts his power was divided into with 1 step. Fong Bai only knew that when he stepped down, there was no pit under his feet, and there was no trace left on the ground. But the 10-meter radius around him trembled at the same time. Dust shook up and fell. With 1 step, the area of more than 10 meters shook, without leaving any trace. The great power contained in the thigh was directly dispersed by Fong Bai to every inch of the land within a radius of more than 10 meters. Compared with the time when he stepped on the ant nest without sinking his legs into it, but broke through the soil layer of about 1 meter in radius. Fong Bai has now successfully expanded this range to a radius of more than 10 meters. Fong Bai tried again and again, and the power on his thighs seemed to have become substantial and could be controlled at will. After hundreds of attempts, Fong Bai has firmly remembered this feeling. The brain remembers it, and the body remembers it at the same time. It was not until this step that Fong Bai laughed. "It's done," Fong Bai said happily, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. Bang! The terrifying power instantly exploded in the earth, and a palm-sized, but tens of centimeters deep pit was blown out on the rocky ground. Seeing this scene, Fong Bai finally turned around and left with peace of mind. Looking at the moon that had already hung up, he lightly tapped the ground with his right foot. After a muffled sound, he turned around and left. Whoosh! The breeze blew, and the powder drifted with the wind, revealing 2 large characters engraved on the ground. Step on the ground. Straight out of the range of Long Wei. Fong Bai felt his consciousness loosen. After relaxing, the originally suppressed fatigue gradually surged into his heart. Although his mental strength was very full, this kind of fatigue still could not be dispelled, and he could only endure it with willpower. On the way back to the cave, Fong Bai concentrated most of his energy in the fantasy space, sorting out the structure of the spell model bit by bit. Induction, functional area, control area are the three elements of the spell model summarized by Fong Bai himself. Currently known spell models all have the above three elements. So theoretically, having these three elements can be called a spell model. On the contrary, it can only be called a spell structure, even if the spell nodes of this spell structure far exceed some spell models. This is the law summarized by Fong Bai to distinguish between spell models and spell structures. After all, in essence, spell structures and spell models are composed of spell nodes and node channels. The two cannot be distinguished by the number and complexity of spell nodes, but it can be done through these three elements. According to the three elements, Fong Bai tried to divide the spell model of primary flame control. And at this time, Fong Bai was suddenly stunned. He was so engrossed in thinking just now that he didn't pay attention when passing a river and walked into the river. But, can I walk on the water? Fong Bai was stunned, and a doubt popped up in his mind. As soon as the doubt appeared, he fell into the water. The feeling of weightlessness made Fong Bai a little nervous, and his right leg subconsciously exerted force. During the nearly 1 month of practice, the way of exerting force that had long been remembered by the muscles burst out. The water's surface trembled slightly, and Fong Bai stood in the water, with a light step on his right foot. The river water within a radius of more than 10 meters vibrated. Under the maintenance of the recoil force, Fong Bai stood on the water. Fong Bai stagnated slightly. His energy was withdrawn from the research, and his IQ returned to a high level. My act of dispersing my power means that my weight can be carried by the water surface of more than 10 meters at the same time. Such a large area can carry my weight, so I can stand on the water like a raft, or even walk on the water. Fong Bai walked directly, and the water surface was as flat as the ground. This novel feeling refreshed Fong Bai, and he was not in a hurry to go back, and walked directly along the river. As he walked, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Fong Bai's ears. Moo! Fong Bai turned his head when he heard the voice, and saw that it was the little rhino. Looking around, Fong Bai realized that he had walked into the valley where the rhino group was. Moo! The little rhino looked at Fong Bai in confusion, with big doubts in his small eyes. How can you stand on the water? As everyone knows, people can walk on the water. Don't you know? Fong Bai said as a matter of course, and the little rhino was stunned. Moo! Of course it's true. Why don't you try it? The little rhino looked at Fong Bai and immediately walked to the river with half belief and half doubt. That won't work. I have to jump over with big steps. The little rhino paused, thought for a moment, and then jumped with its short legs. Plop! The little rhino surfaced and stared fiercely at Fong Bai, who was trying to hold back his laughter. Chapter 210 Extraordinary Skills. Moo! Moo! The little rhino stood on the shore and shouted angrily at Fong Bai. Fong Bai finally couldn't hold back his laughter, which immediately made the little rhino even angrier. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm in the water, and you can't hit me anyway. Moo! The cow mooed loudly, and the old rhino, who was taking a nap, subconsciously became alert. But when he saw that it was Fong Bai, he relaxed again. Seeing the little rhino's angry look, he even became happy. Looking at the little rhino's angry look, Fong Bai was happy. But after laughing for a while, Fong Bai said, Okay. I won't be angry with you anymore. Do you want to learn this way of walking on water? The little rhino's eyes lit up when he heard it. But after thinking about it, he looked at Fong Bai suspiciously. Moo! No kidding. No kidding. Seriously? But this is a little difficult. You probably can't learn it. Moo! The little rhino shook his head, showing a confident look, urging Fong Bai, as if to say hurry up. Moo moo moo. I tell you, the muscles in the body seem to be a whole. And in fact, they are also a whole. Fong Bai saw the little rhino was stunned, and was about to hit him. So he immediately pressed the little rhino's horn with one hand to hold it down. Hey, don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's just a joke. Muscles are actually a whole, but they are also composed of countless muscle fibers. When we use muscles, we usually use the whole muscle group as a unit. For example, walking, running, clenching fists, kicking feet. These are all actions completed by several muscle groups working together. After these actions, the strength is twisted into one strand. This is actually a shortcut, a foolproof operation, and there is no difficulty. However, although it can be used normally, the control of strength is very clumsy. The essence of my walking on water is actually the subtle control of strength. I disperse the strength bursting from my legs to a large water surface. By carrying my weight over a large area, I can walk on the water. The essence of subtle control of strength is to control the strength of different muscle fibers. The fewer muscle fiber units you can control, the more subtle your strength control will be. Later, you will feel that the concept of strength has been concretized, and you can even control it directly like extraordinary strength. Speaking of this, Fong Bai was suddenly stunned. Unlike his previous research and training, Fong Bai suddenly had a new understanding of this power while teaching the little rhino. In a sense, is this indeed a kind of extraordinary power? This is the extraordinary of skills. When skills reach the pinnacle, the abstract concept of power becomes concrete and achieves extraordinary. Fong Bai murmured, and the little rhino looked at Fong Bai in confusion. It didn't quite understand what Fong Bai was saying, but it understood that this state was very important to Fong Bai. For a moment, the little rhino calmed down, let go of its perception, and was on guard for Fong Bai. Extraordinary skills. This extraordinary power cannot be stored, cannot be condensed in a dance, but in battle, in the outbreak, it can bloom its grandeur. At this time, an earthworm crawled under Fong Bai's feet. Fong Bai's toes lightly touched the ground, and the extremely condensed power burst out underground. Bang! A large cylinder-shaped pit with a diameter of half a meter and a depth of several meters, small outside and large inside, appeared under his feet. The earthworm had long been detonated by the power, and its body was gone. In just a moment, Fong Bai thought of countless applications in combat. The next moment, Fong Bai flashed and appeared on the water again. His power spread out like a fine spider web, and the feedback of power supported Fong Bai walking on the water. Now I can walk on the water. If my skills continue to improve in the future, if I can spread the power to a radius of 100 meters, or even hundreds of meters, then I may not be able to walk directly in the air with air as the medium. Extraordinary skills. This seems to be an extraordinary power specifically suitable for combat. After this attempt, Fong Bai vaguely felt that there was a word that might be very appropriate and very suitable. Woo! Fong Bai murmured, then looked at the little rhino on guard next to him, walked over again, and continued. Everything starts with recognizing your muscle structure. Start with the easiest muscles to control, and deepen your control over the muscles little by little. Fong Bai spoke very carefully, not only to the little rhino, but also to himself, talking and thinking at the same time. It really makes sense to promote learning through teaching. After repeating it, Fong Bai gained some more insights. After finishing the story, Fong Bai looked down at the little rhino's confused eyes and smiled. He didn't know if the little rhino could understand it, and he didn't expect the little rhino to learn it. It's not that he looked down on the little rhino, but mainly because Warcraft is equivalent to illiterate, and Fong Bai can't praise its learning ability. Besides, rhinos are animals that are good at brute force. If you want to let the little rhino do skill work, don't make it difficult for it. At this time, Fong Bai found that the old rhino was listening very attentively and seriously. But he didn't care. The old rhino is also an old friend. It's okay to listen and learn. Just when Fong Bai was about to leave, the little rhino suddenly stopped Fong Bai. Moo! The little rhino called twice, and pointed at the old rhino with its rhino horn. When it pointed, there was also extraordinary energy flowing on its body surface belonging to the Mecha Master. You want me to help the old rhino change his job? Moo! The little rhino nodded repeatedly. Fong Bai didn't hesitate and nodded directly. Yes, but the job change can be free, but you have to earn the subsequent training resources yourself. Moo! The little rhino called confidently. Seeing this, Fong Bai immediately took an iron ingot, but after a moment of hesitation, he changed it to an elemental alloy. After all, the strength of the elemental alloy after the job transfer is far superior to that of ordinary metal. The more gold elements absorbed, the greater the gap. The only disadvantage of the elemental alloy is that it is expensive. But, after all, it is the little rhino that earns cultivation resources, and it is also good for it to give it some pressure. Helping people to change jobs to Mecha Masters is a familiar thing for Fong Bai. And helping rhinos is naturally no problem. It didn't take long for the old rhino to complete the job transfer. And a layer of light golden light flashed on its body. Looking at the excited little rhino and the huge size of the old rhino, Wei Wei estimated the amount of elemental alloy required and the price. The little rhino mourned for a second, then turned around and walked away, feeling the envious eyes of the little rhino behind him. Fawn Bai strode forward. Moo! You went the wrong way. Listening to the little rhino's reminder, Fawn Bai waved his hand without thinking and turned his back to the little rhino. Wrong way? How could I? Fawn Bai. Go. It seems to be the wrong way. Chapter 211 Strengthening Consciousness. Walk the wrong way. Fawn Bai was silent for a moment, feeling the admiring eyes of the little rhino behind him, and finally continued to walk forward until he was completely out of the little rhino's sight before turning around and heading towards the cave. Entering the cave. The outside has become a little different now. The houses made of huge stone slabs and steel nails look rough and solid. Houses and walls. Most of the rest and accommodation areas of the house. The inside of the walls are basically the outdoor experimental sites of the project departments. One after another, the players walked by Fawn Bai in a busy manner. And they did not forget to glance at Fawn Bai when they walked by. But they did not cause any reaction. Now Tiangong Pavilion has officially implemented the system of intern members, reserve members, ordinary members, elite members, honorary members, and elders. All members of Tiangong Pavilion do not distinguish their status based on qualifications or strength. There is only one factor that determines status here. That is knowledge. The more knowledge you develop independently, the higher the points. And the higher the points, the higher the status. At present, all members are ordinary members. And the backbone of the project team is the reserve members. And the ordinary workers are just interns. Only ordinary members can be called part of Tiangong Pavilion. When you become an ordinary member, you have the qualifications to freely apply for research projects and set up project teams, which requires approval. In addition, you have the authority to unconditionally establish a project team once a year, without the approval of anyone including Fawn Bai, whether successful or failed. You don't need to be responsible to anyone, and it will not cause any adverse effects. Completely free. However, the budget is limited to the authority of ordinary members. Ordinary members can be promoted to elite members after obtaining a certain amount of points through research results. Elite members enjoy unconditional project team authority once every 6 months. And the budget authority is upgraded to the first level of elite members. At the same time, they can apply for the scale of the project team, and the budget amount is further increased. By analogy, after a certain number of elites are reached, the top few people in the points ranking automatically become honorary members according to the proportion. This title is updated in real time. As for the elders, they need to make great contributions to research results and be recognized by all to achieve it. Otherwise, no matter how high the points are, they will only be honorary members. Under this model, the looseness of Tiangong Pavilion has reached a new level. As a member of Tiangong Pavilion, unless they belong to the same super large project, there is basically no affiliation. Even the elders can only manage the people in their own project team. And it is impossible to manage other project teams, even if this project team is only established by an ordinary member. In this regard, Fawn Bai did not give these members any power, but only rights that are conducive to research. In this way, a relatively relaxed scientific research atmosphere is created, and knowledge is king. In order to achieve this effect, Fawn Bai even restricted his own rights to death. Even he only has the power to review projects and give budgets. Fawn Bai has no right to command anyone in Tiangong Pavilion, even an ordinary member. This plan has been implemented for more than half a month. Perhaps because the current main members of Tiangong Pavilion are college students, graduate students, or some researchers in schools and research institutes. Relatively speaking, simple people are more likely to form this kind of atmosphere under this plan. In this atmosphere, Fawn Bai even has a feeling. If he doesn't research something, he will be looked down upon. At present, there are more than a dozen project teams in Tiangong Pavilion. Mechanical structure, magic array, element energy, element motor, element alloy formula, gold element structure, etc. The project team varies from a few people to dozens of people according to the size. Many of them have instructors. With the help of teachers and the blessing of time in the fantasy space, their research progress is quite fast. Fawn Bai even heard that a project team is about to make a breakthrough. Golden element. Fong Bai recalled the good news he had heard before and wanted to go to the project team to see. But at this time a strong sense of fatigue came to his heart. Conscious fatigue. This is the consequence of staying in the Longwei field for a long time. Basically every day. But today's fatigue is far beyond the ordinary. Carrying the fatigue, Fong Bai still gave up the plan to go to the Golden Element project team to see, and went directly to his own magician tower. Going up to the top floor, the drowsy Fong Bai fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. This sleep lasted another day and night. When Fong Bai woke up again, he was stunned when he found that the time was wrong. He suspected that he was just sleeping all at once. But the time was indeed correct. And after waking up for a while, Fong Bai suddenly found that his consciousness was much lighter and more flexible. Although he was still suppressed by the fantasy space, he was relatively lighter. After sensing, the fantasy space has not changed at all. There is only one reason for the lightness. Consciousness has become stronger. Fong Bai was stunned. Consciousness can actually become stronger like this? The Dragon Might field actually has the function of tempering consciousness. Fong Bai was a little unbelievable. You know, he had tried it before. No matter what method or technique he used, he could not sense consciousness. If it weren't for the fantasy space suppressing consciousness, which made him feel the existence of consciousness, Fong Bai would think that mental power is the core of everything. And even if he realized consciousness, it would actually be useless. Because Fong Bai didn't find any way to train consciousness. So he could only bear the pressure brought by the fantasy space. But he was powerless. But at this moment, the mysterious consciousness can actually be trained to become stronger. Yes, Dragon Might is different from our pressure. Dragon Might acts directly on the field of consciousness. Directly suppressing consciousness, no matter how strong or weak, cannot be exempted, and can only use the strength of consciousness and willpower to resist. After resisting fatigue and then recovering, it will naturally become stronger. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps, this dragon power domain is the most valuable wealth and the most precious cultivation resource. Consciousness. This is something that there is currently no way to cultivate, but it can affect all aspects of the domain. At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but think of the Rhino Cavalry whose power was a little unstable. At this moment, Fong Bai also thought of the composition of talent. Clouds are the will that penetrates the blood and the elements of heaven and earth. And the essence of talent is the external manifestation of will on the soldiers with the help of clouds. Whether it is clouds or talent, will is the absolute core. And will and consciousness Fong Bai couldn't help but surge in his heart. And he wanted to take the Rhino Cavalry into the dragon power domain right now. But after thinking about it, he still suppressed it and turned to a project group that is crucial to the Mecha division. Gold Element Structure and its Free Combination Project. Chapter 212 Formula. Boss. Walking into the laboratory of the Jinsu project team, one player after another gestured to Fong Bai. Among them, many players looked at Fong Bai curiously, only hearing his name, but not seeing him. As Fong Bai walked in, he saw Su Shiping. He glanced around and found that Professor Wang, who was in charge of guidance, was not there. I didn't know you were coming. Professor Wang went to the Mage Tower. He planned to use the trial space of the Mage Tower for some experiments. Oh! Research is more important. Fong Bai didn't care and continued to ask. I heard that there have been some breakthroughs in the structure of Jinsu. Su Shiping immediately became alert and nodded when he heard this. Yes. Come and see. Su Shiping took Fong Bai directly into an independent small laboratory, where the table was piled with calculation manuscripts. Apart from this, there was basically no experimental equipment. Or in other words, the people who changed their jobs to mecha masters and mechanical forgers are the best experimental equipment and experimental materials. The mental power born from the mechanical forger is responsible for observation and research. The gold element possessed by the mecha master is used for research. In a sense, it is more objective and researchable than many experimental equipment. No matter how to experiment, calculate, or test, it is not as good as using mental power to perceive. Of course, their mental power is not strong and has its own limits. For areas that cannot be perceived by mental power, they still use the old method. Just calculate. Use paper, pen, abacus, computers equipped in school laboratories in reality, and even directly call supercomputers in other laboratories for calculation, coupled with the repeated simulation experiments in the fantasy space. combined with scientific and technological products and extraordinary. This has made breakthrough progress in a very short time. Fong Bai flipped through the data, the structure depicted on it, and the complex formula that was as long as a page. What they did was not to deduce the internal structure of a certain element metal, but to directly deduce the calculation formula. For element metal, even Fong Bai mental power cannot penetrate and observe. But the element alloy level is different. Looking at the formula and the structure, Fong Bai directly penetrates the mental power into a piece of element alloy. In an instant, Fong Bai entered the microscopic realm directly. Looking at the microscopic particles combined in a specific structure, Fong Bai imported the data into the formula one by one, and then compared the calculated structure with the perceived structure to find that it was completely consistent. Seeing this, Fong Bai couldn't help but try again, one piece after another of different element alloys. When he finished comparing dozens of element alloys and found that they were all correct, Fong Bai couldn't help but show an expression of amazement. He turned his head and looked at the elemental metal. Next to him, Su Shiping, who was slightly proud, continued to explain the formula to Fong Bai. Boss, theoretically speaking, as long as you calculate these data through the formula, and then control the gold element, you can successfully construct the elemental metal. Of course, this is only theoretical. In fact, so far, according to a data on the manuscript, Fong Bai calculated slightly, and his mental power immediately controlled the gold element stored in his body to flow out of his body. At this moment, in Fong Bai's eyes, the gold element was like an energy body composed of various microscopic particles. It is these energy bodies that completely overlap and fuse with muscles and bones to form the iron body of the Mecha Master. Fong Bai thought about it and directly controlled the gold element to pile up in front of him in the calculated structure. Fong Bai found that he was just like constructing a spell model. The basic particles were suspended one by one, and they faintly emitted energy fluctuations, as if each had its own independent field, attracting each other but repelling each other, keeping a distance between them. The position and quantity changes between different basic particles caused the fields to overlap and cut each other, and lines slowly emerged in the overlap and cutting. Energy flowed among the basic particles and then formed a whole. Buzz! This whole emitted a more powerful field, and the fields of the holes docked and merged, and an elemental metal dagger slowly formed in front of Fong Bai. Fong Bai was thoughtful. At this time, Su Shiping's words were still echoing in his ears. So, boss, can you condense? Su Shiping paused, looked at the elemental metal dagger, and then looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai turned his head and looked at Su Shiping thoughtfully. The data on your drawings is for a dagger? Look, is it like this? Looking at the elemental metal dagger that he had imagined countless times and made countless models of, Su Shiping was stunned. What did you do? In all honesty, they have only achieved a theoretical breakthrough and have not yet reached the application level. It just sounded good. In theory. Of course, it is correct in theory, but it is still a long way from practical application. Today he notified Fong Bai to come over. One is to tell him the good news, and the other is to prepare for some additional investment. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Fong Bai must increase his investment to increase the usage time of the trial space on the first floor of the Mage Tower. He is confident that it will take at most 10 more trial space days to complete the transformation from theoretical technology to applied technology. But I condensed it according to your formula. Fong Bai patted Su Shiping on the shoulder happily. Shiping, I was right about you. This technology is very successful. I thought you were just tricking me to make additional investment. But I didn't expect you to produce results in one go, which is much better than other project teams. No, I want other project teams to learn from your advanced experience. Otherwise, you will just trick me to increase investment all day long, so you can save me trouble. In this way, I will not take back the remaining usage time, and I will give you 10 more hours of free usage time. In addition, you prepare to write a report, and I will convene other members to evaluate the value of this technology and calculate the contribution points. Su Shiping was a little confused after Fong Bai's speech. Where am I? What did I do? Fong Bai grabbed the dagger curiously and gestured while he gestured. I didn't expect that you, Shiping, also have such in-depth research on the spell model. Replace the energy lines of the spell model with the intervals formed by the fields between the basic particles cutting and overlapping each other, complete with the disguised spell model. Wait, Fong Bai. What spell model are you talking about? What energy lines? I know that the metal element is a field connected by particles. And I also know their connection rules. Field strength and stacking effect. We do use the fields to stack and interlock to imitate metal structures. But what does it have to do with the spell model? Su Shiping caught the key words and asked, like a string of cannonballs. Chapter 213 Two Ways. In this way, the fields of the basic particles can merge with each other at the energy level to form a stronger field. If there is a problem with the structure between the basic particles, the fields cannot be merged. And even if they are forced to fit together, they will be very loose. It's like coal and diamond. And with this continuous stacking, the elemental metal dagger is formed. It should be noted that the stacking method will produce new changes after the field becomes stronger. They themselves will also produce some strangeness because of the field. And this strangeness is actually the extraordinary energy. When we consider variables, we must also take this part into consideration, so as to turn it into a boost. But the fields of the basic particles will also. After Fong Bai found that he had misunderstood something, he immediately understood and explained to Su Shiping what he meant. After Su Shiping understood Fong Bai meaning, he immediately asked questions. In the question and answer, the two gradually discussed, and the other people in the project team gradually gathered. Fong Bai and Su Shiping were both quick thinkers with broad and deep knowledge. It was difficult for other people to interrupt their discussion, so they could only keep recording. The sparks that burst out in the discussion also made Fong Bai and Su Shiping more and more happy. In this case, there was a player named Ding Xiu who could follow Fong Bai and Su Shiping's ideas, which made Fong Bai look at him twice more. Gradually, it turned into a discussion among three people. But Fong Bai and Su Shiping mainly spoke, and Ding Xiu mainly listened. This situation lasted for more than 5 hours. During this period, no one ate the lunch that was delivered. The manuscript paper they discussed and calculated covered one wall after another. The final calculation formula was successfully simplified from filling a page to filling half a sheet of paper. Fong Bai and Su Shiping also understood why the two had a misunderstanding before. In fact, these are two solutions to the same answer. Su Shiping used modern mathematics to build models, and used computers to perform a lot of deductions and calculations. Building models again and again. Calculating again and again. For this purpose, he specially asked a tool person from the mathematics department to come to help. After Fong Bai learned the result, he reconstructed the structure through the understanding of spell structure, spell stage, spell channel and other knowledge. The application of this part of spell structure knowledge just completed the practical application process of this theory. Although some problems occurred during the application process, Fong Bai thought it was caused by his lack of proficiency, so he didn't care, which led to this misunderstanding. So, you also plan to increase investment at the beginning? Fong Bai suddenly reacted and stared at Su Shiping suspiciously. I saw that you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect you to. Su Shiping smiled awkwardly. Fong Bai was helpless. It's not that he was reluctant to increase investment, but mainly because there are only so many fantasy spaces on the first floor of the Mage Tower, and each can only be used for 24 hours a day. There are so many projects and so many researchers, each of which is very urgent and important. If this one is too much, the other one will be too little, and it won't work. But everyone is for the right business, and everyone must be justified. So Fong Bai is also helpless, and sometimes even wants to hide. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Fong Bai waved his hand, then paused for a moment and said, I just found a problem. Su Shiping looked at Fong Bai. Sometimes we encounter problems not because we can't solve them, but because we lack communication. Just like just now. It's fine now. But as the research deepens, the differences in our knowledge fields will become greater. We are like a tree, and we are all on the trunk at the beginning. As we move up, our research fields will become more refined, and our professional distance will become farther. Let's do this. In the future, we will get together regularly, and different project teams will sort out the problems they encounter and the help they need. Fong Bai recalled that during the discussion just now, his knowledge and ideas collided with Su Shiping and Ding Xiu, and new ideas continued to emerge. This kind of like-minded people, and this feeling of pleasant communication made Fong Bai fascinated, but also benefited a lot. Then, hold regular discussions and look at the problems we face from different professional perspectives. Not long after, Fong Bai left Su Shiping, but did not return to the Mage Tower. Instead, He chose to go to other project teams and planned to visit all the project teams. This way, he could have a clear idea of the overall situation and progress. While walking, Fong Bai couldn't help but have an idea. Basic particles can simulate the magic path by stacking and interlocking fields like the magic structure, thus formally forming the magic structure. And by continuously stacking and expanding, the extraordinary and strangeness of the field is continuously enhanced. And finally, an elemental metal dagger is directly constructed with metal. Fong Bai held the dagger. This dagger is similar to real elemental metal in all aspects, except that it will collapse and turn into gold elements and return to the body after losing control. Even because it is a customized structure, it can be perfect and adjusted independently, which is superior to real elemental metal. What about the spell structure? Can the spell structure refer to this structure to construct various powerful spells? For example, the explosive elements of the fire element are continuously stacked to create a powerful explosion spell. For example, the temperature elements of the fire element are constantly stacked to create the extremely high temperature I need. The sharp elements of the gold element are constantly stacked to create the sharpest armor-breaking spell. A steady stream of inspiration emerged in Fong Bai's mind. He used his mental power to perceive the various characteristics of the elements and recall the process of stacking gold elements into elemental metals. An idea gradually sprouted in Fong Bai's mind. This idea made Fong Bai's heart palpitate slightly. After thinking for a long time, he finally wrote it down in his memo. After completing these, Fong Bai also went to Chi Ping's project team. Chi Ping's project team mainly focuses on power research, which is divided into two parts. One is to use better materials to replicate the reality. Motors, trying to make high horsepower micro motors. One is to study the extraordinary drive based on the armored puppets and iron puppet structures brought back by Fong Bai. The former has made some progress, while the latter is basically stagnant. Fong Bai first read all the current progress and understood the knowledge by asking Chi Peng and other project team members, and learned about their research and development ideas. After using the fantasy space and fully understanding it, Fong Bai put forward his own ideas and started the most intense discussion with the entire project team. And this terrifying learning efficiency made Chi Peng completely convinced. He understood it as soon as he read it, and was able to immediately put forward some constructive suggestions. This ability is admirable. Chapter 214, The Weakest Elite Level. Horror! But for Fong Bai, he used his photographic memory to remember all the knowledge, and then entered the fantasy space to learn in the passage of hundreds of times of time. In this case, he could also ask Chi Peng and others for advice. Nothing special. Just practice makes perfect. Not surprisingly, when Chi Peng expressed his amazement, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. I am not a genius, but I have a better memory, a stronger understanding ability, and more perseverance. If we really talk about genius, each of you is more talented than me. Fong Bai is not being Versailles, nor is he modest. Fong Bai really believes so. Fong Bai really believes that if he did not have the talent of fantasy space, his achievements would be far less than those of his subordinates. And this is precisely one of the reasons that spurred Fong Bai to work hundreds of times harder and persist with super perseverance. If you are not as talented as others, and you are not as hardworking as others, what is the point? Of course, Fong Bai himself did not realize that in the process of his consciousness becoming stronger, his mental strength becoming stronger, his knowledge accumulating, and his thinking becoming broader, he was also getting stronger in decades of boring persistence. He was also gradually washed away from a piece of coal in the process of thousands of tempers, and bloomed with the dazzling light of diamond. Use potential, tap potential, exhaust potential, and breakthrough potential. Fong Bai at this moment is no longer the Fong Bai before. Otherwise, how could Fong Bai convince so many top graduate students from major universities? You know, each of these people is a genius who won the college entrance examination, graduate examination, and tutor selection. What's even more perverted is that Fong Bai himself did not realize this. And he was still constantly learning, using his imagination space, constantly exploring various fields and going deeper. Biting off more than he can chew does not work for Fong Bai. Fong Bai, who has more than 300 times the time of others, has learned more than 300 specialties than others. But 100 more is not too much. Right? What's more? More than 300 times the time is not the end. And he will definitely be stronger in the future. In this case, Fong Bai is destined to continue to learn and absorb knowledge in various fields. No matter how intense the discussion or how close the communication is, it can't be compared with what he knows. 1,000 experts in tense communication can't compare to what Fong Bai knows. No one knows what this will breed, and no one has realized it yet. Although Fong Bai is still immature now, he is quietly accumulating his own foundation in this cave. And Chi Peng listened to Fong Bai's words. He could feel that this was indeed Fong Bai's true words. But lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharp blade. After discovering this, Fong Bai's words not only didn't make Chi Peng feel better, but made him even more uncomfortable. There is a perverted talent better than you, harder than you, and even more humble than you. Chi Peng suddenly felt ashamed. Compared to Fong Bai, what is my achievement? Work hard. Work hard. You must work harder. You can't be left behind? Chi Peng said secretly. What did you say? Fong Bai, who was about to leave, seemed to hear something and turned to look at Chi Peng. Nothing. Oh! Fong Bai continued to leave and walked towards the next project team. At the same time, after many experiments, Fong Bai finally sorted out the method of changing his job to a mage. As long as you change your job to a mechanical forger and your consciousness is strong enough, you can change your job to a mage at the cost of breaking the mechanical forger profession without reaching the breakthrough threshold of mental power. The price is death once. And this method is common to all magicians who can condense spell positions. Of course, due to the limitations of the method, you must die once if you want to change your job. At least once. So this method is only for players. If the natives insist on using it, then I wish him good luck. Although this looks simple, according to Fong Bai calculations, the success rate of this job change method depends on the player's consciousness strength. Although theoretically, as long as the consciousness is strong enough, you can change your job again after changing your job to a mechanical forger. But Fong Bai still noted in the method that it is recommended to use meditation to nourish consciousness and other methods to hone consciousness before changing jobs. Otherwise, the success rate of job change is basically proportional to the strength of consciousness. The summarized method of changing the mage to a mage is included in the list to be evaluated, and is ready to be added to the Tiangong Pavilion points exchange list after the points evaluation. Although the ability to cast spells with one click will be lost, the so-called skills will be lost. But for researchers, this doesn't matter. The ability of the mage's mental power to directly perceive the microscopic field surpasses all so-called skills for them. It took a week to go through all the project teams, and the progress of each project team was clear in mind. And the results of each project team were thoroughly understood by Fong Bai. Fong Bai returned to the Mage Tower and looked at the chi and blood and eggs. After these chi and blood and eggs had undergone a chi and blood refining process, their aura had been weakening. In the process of weakening, the aura of the queen ant was also weakening continuously. When the queen ant's chi and blood completely disappeared, these chi and blood and eggs were dying. Fong Bai seriously suspected that as long as they were separated from the ore and their own chi and blood, these chi and blood and eggs would die instantly. However, even with the ore, these chi and blood and eggs were still in great danger, because the ore only maintained the chi and blood, not the treatment. The situation of the chi and blood and eggs was still getting worse. Seeing that they were about to die, Fong Bai was silent. All gone. Although this didn't matter to Fong Bai. If they died like this, I would be so embarrassed. But I don't have a pharmacist here, and I don't know how to heal. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He immediately found some iron ingots, and with a thought, the ritual field was instantly constructed, and the ritual began. First, they tempered their bodies with gold elements to complete the basic fusion of gold elements, and then used their bodies fused with gold elements to bear the gold elements. These chi and blood and eggs were originally half-magic beasts with gold elements, so this step was very easy to complete. After a while, Fong Bai directly completed the job transfer of these half-magic beast-based chi and blood and eggs. Mecha Master. With the integration of ordinary metal gold elements, the dormant gold elements in the chi and blood and eggs were mobilized and completely combined with the gold elements into the body. The chi and blood and eggs were not large, and Fong Bai, who had completed this step, simply used ordinary metals to help them complete 100% metallization. So far, the 10 chi and blood ants have become real elites before they were born. The weakest elite in history, which may not even be able to beat ordinary professional levels, cannot even mobilize the gold elements in the environment, and can only wait for the body to recover naturally. But no matter what, The extraordinary energy belonging to the Mecha Master condenses in the metallized bones, muscles, internal organs, and muscles, and flows in the body. Combined with the infected blood and chi, the vitality of the blood and chi ant eggs gradually becomes strong. However, can this still be called a blood and chi ant? Can it still grow up? Fong Bai looked at these blood and chi ant eggs, tilted his head, and suddenly became interested. Chapter 215 Iron Ants. Pure iron lumps. Fong Bai knocked on the chi and blood and eggs and groaned. Forget it. Let's call them iron ants for now. Pure iron ants are just to distinguish them from the chi and blood ants of the chi and blood ant queen. Fong Bai watched the vitality of the iron ant gradually increase, and a sense of satisfaction suddenly emerged in his heart. It was like raising a potted plant and watching it grow continuously, which was very comfortable. It would take some time for the iron ant to hatch. Fong Bai looked at it for a few times and turned around and walked up to the Mage Tower. Entering the study, leaning on the chair, his consciousness completely sank into the fantasy space. Fong Bai has basically mastered the overall structure of the spell model at this moment, and understood some basic concepts of the spell structure. Even the spell structure of these spell models that he has mastered has a certain degree of control. However, there are still many problems in the research of spell structure. It is not impossible to learn. It can be learned, and it can even be freely adjusted to a certain extent to modify the functionality of the spell. For example, Fong Bai can adjust the temperature of the fireball or the power of the explosion, etc. In short, the function can be slightly adjusted based on the original spell structure. Fong Bai can do this in all the spells that he has mastered so far. For example, the light spell that can reduce the brightness and increase the duration of maintenance is also a product of this situation. However, adjusting the functionality of the spell within the rated range should not be a modification of the spell model. In essence, although the spell channel has undergone some extremely subtle changes in the spell stage, the overall structure and functionality have not been modified and are still exactly the same as the original. So although the effect seems to have changed, it is actually the original spell. In comparison, it is better to say that this is a modified spell than to say that it is a correct use of the spell. It is just touching the original activity control space of the spell model. For a real mage, this is just a basic operation to release the spell. You can easily do it with the most basic understanding of the spell model. Although Fong Bai has never seen any mage so far, he already has a basic concept of a real mage. Although no one knows where the real magician he mentioned comes from. What he said is indeed correct in a sense. He tried to release the spell again and again, and adjusted the spell within a certain range again and again. And this certain range is the fundamental reason why Fong Bai concluded that this is just the free use of spells. How can the improved spell be completely restricted to a small range? Fong Bai found that as long as he conducted research within this range, there would be basically no problem, and the spell effect would easily change with the adjustment. But as long as you leave this very narrow range, as long as you dare to exceed this extremely small range, even if it is just a little bit, there will be no accidents in the release. It will definitely fail. Fong Bai looked at the spell model in front of him seriously. Light spell. The most familiar and the simplest spell model so far. This spell model took shape in front of Fong Bai, and he looked at it quietly. Light spell has only more than 10 spell nodes, and the spell structure is very simple, and there are not many spell channels used to connect different spell nodes. The most common magic pathway connected to a spell node is only 3 points, which is many times simpler than other formal first-level spells. Fong Bai tried to modify the position of a spell node. It was only a millimeter off, and there was no effect after it was condensed again. The elements flowed in the spell model, but there was no reaction, no light. On TV, you can often see people doing experiments without knowing anything, which led to explosions. Fong Bai can clearly state that it is impossible to make it explode without certain professional knowledge, not to mention the light spell that does not cause any damage. Even the offensive fireball spell will not explode if you mess around. It will only lose its effect. How exquisite the spell is. How magical the spell is. If you mess around, it will only make the spell model invalid. The size and three-dimensional position changes of each spell node will cause differences in the spell effect. At the same time, the position of the spell pathway changes due to the change in the position of the spell node, and the change in length leads to a series of changes. All of this will directly lead to the invalidation of the spell model. In order to successfully change a spell effect, you must coordinate the position, size, and relative position of the spell nodes, and coordinate the length, thickness, and even the intersection angle of all spell paths. After all are coordinated, ensure that the extraordinary effects of each spell structure are not lost, and ensure that the extraordinary effects of the structure can be stacked and complement each other, so as to play a better spell effect. So many factors cannot be guessed at all. There is no point in exhausting them. There are too many variables. What kind of spell model experiment error caused the explosion? This is not bad luck at all. But what? Is there such a good thing? The light spell exploded? What caused a lot of casualties and destruction? A trick can cause such a damage effect. No. Record it immediately and change it into a trick level damage spell. As long as it is released, you will immediately become the rising star of the wizard world. Of course, this is impossible. To put it simply, it is like a lottery with many digits. Every number can affect the final result. You can only win the jackpot if you buy all of them. The order in numbers cannot be wrong. Otherwise you will have nothing. And the probability of the spell model is even smaller. Approaching infinitely small. Meng? Fong Bai doesn't believe it. Unless someone really buys 10 lottery tickets casually. Huh? Fong Bai was suddenly stunned. And then fell silent. After a moment, Fong Bai opened his mouth. So, it is reasonable for the beast to evolve a magic model and condense it in the crystal core. Right. Except for the response path and the response law. The heaven and earth condense naturally. Theoretically speaking, it is reasonable for the beast to spontaneously condense a magic model by coincidence, transform itself into a magic beast, and then pass it down through blood. After all, no matter how small the probability is, it will become 100% in the face of infinite time. Fong Bai pondered this sentence and then put it down. That being said, Fong Bai would never use this exhaustive method as long as there is a way. This is not the end of the law era without extraordinary and no reference. Now the extraordinary is flourishing. Fong Bai has enough samples and enough references to study, research, summarize the rules, and finally master the rules. Originally, Fong Bai planned to find more magic models, find more samples, and then study again. But now, Chapter 216 Extraordinary Essence. Originally, Fong Bai planned to expand the sample library and then summarize the rules through a large number of comparisons. But now Fong Bai thinks there may be a better way. Maybe faster. Fong Bai recalled the field he felt when he first sensed the gold element. Each basic particle in the gold element has its own fixed field, which affects the surrounding energy through this field. At that time, Fong Bai referred to the spell model and thought that the model that happened to be highly similar to the spell model could be regarded as the spell model. And then he succeeded. Now Fong Bai is thinking about the principle of the spell model, just like a child who likes to break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. Before, Fong Bai stayed in the thinking of an adult, an ordinary person. That is, what is the principle of releasing spells? Oh, it lies in the spell model. It stops at this step. Think that's all. And Fong Bai knew a little deeper before. That is, the principle of spells is the spell model, and the principle of the mage model is the spell structure. This was the previous idea. So now Fong Bai started to think about a problem. What is the principle of the mage structure? What is the principle of spell nodes and spell pathways? What allows the spell model to release spells? What causes a slight adjustment of a spell node to cause the spell to fail? Fong Bai felt that he might have found the answer. At least part of the answer. The spell model is not a ritual to borrow power from the outer demon. Nor is it a spell that calls on the laws of the world and responds to the laws of the world. The spell model is a skill and method that is manifested through the accumulation of field theories of spell nodes. What is a field? Fong Bai combined modern knowledge to understand that the field is the radiation range of energy or mass. High mass will have gravity, and high electrical energy will have an electric field. Whether it is mass or energy, their existence will cause various effects on the surroundings. Fong Bai believes that this range of influence is the field. After the stacking experiment of Jinsu, Fong Bai had this understanding of the spell model. Spell nodes and spell pathways constrain the flow of elemental power or spiritual power. When elements flow into the spell node and fill it, a weak field will be generated. When elements flow in the spell channel, a field will also be generated. The relative position of spell nodes is the cutting and overlapping of fields. The same is true for the mage channel. The field is connected, the energy flows, and the characteristics of extraordinary power continue to expand in the process of field stacking. thus forming a weak effect of the spell structure and forming an overall field. The field stacking of spell structure and spell structure completely forms the spell itself. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly understood, although there is no theory or experiment to confirm this. But Fong Bai has a very strong feeling that this is the fact. This makes sense. The explosion and hot characteristics of the fire element continue to expand in the spell model of the fireball spell. From the spell node to the spell structure. And then to the spell model. Step by step to become a fireball spell comparable to a bomb. Everything makes sense. Fong Bai heart surged. Not only the spell model and the gold element, but also the structure of the chi and blood ant's nest. I didn't think so before. But now it seems that these are clearly the same fields stacked on top of each other. The owners of these fields are none other than the chi and blood ants living in them. Take each ant nest as a node, and the road connecting the ant nests as a passage. And the entire ant nest is a huge field. And the core of the field is. Fong Bai leaned out of the window and looked at the elemental metal or used to hatch iron ants. No wonder I felt such a strong chi and blood force in the nest of the chi and blood ant queen. It turns out that there is the chi and blood circulation core of the entire ant nest. No wonder there is such a strong chi and blood force. But Fong Bai suddenly realized a problem. A very critical problem. The chi and blood ant nest is made of mud. Although it was reinforced by chi and blood ants in some way, there is no elemental fluctuation in it, nor any other extraordinary energy fluctuation. Could it be that it is a field directly caused by mass? But it is not a stone with radiation. Theoretically, the field of ordinary stone should not be very strong, and it is difficult or even impossible to cause extraordinary. Fong Bai pondered. It should not be the ant nest itself. So could it be the chi and blood ants living in the ant nest? This is somewhat possible. Not to mention the half-demon beast chi and blood ants. The chi and blood in the bodies of ordinary chi and blood ants are also a kind of extraordinary power. It is completely understandable that the field emitted by the chi and blood constitutes this effect. But a new problem has arisen. These chi and blood ants are active, and it is impossible for them to stay in the nest all day. And they can't stay still, nor can they stay in the same position. If they are nodes, then their movement is equivalent to the movement of spell nodes. And no immortal field can withstand such a creation. Fong Bai frowned. And suddenly, a light bulb flashed in his mind. No, it's not the blood ants. It's the ant nest itself. No, it can't be considered the ant nest itself. But the blood ants leaked into the ant nest during their lives. And then the blood force is restrained by the ant nest. This is also true in the channel. And the field of blood force constitutes this huge ant nest. It also gathers all the discrete blood and chi emitted by the entire blood ant colony to form a heavy blood cloud above them. Fong Bai completely figured it out at this moment. And his thinking was extremely smooth for a while. I originally thought that the principle of the blood ant nest and the principle of the spell model were two different things. After all, one is to use the power of elements, and the other is to use the power of blood and chi. But now it seems that this is clearly the same thing, and it should be listed in the same category. Both are extraordinary energies. And then through the field stacking of extraordinary energies, the characteristics that originally belonged to these extraordinary energies are selected and amplified to highlight. The principle is the same. The two are essentially the same thing. But the energy used is different. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Look through the phenomenon to see the essence. The essence of the extraordinary is the extraordinary energy itself. There is no creation out of nothing. There is only the enhanced utilization of the properties of extraordinary energy. All spells belong to this. All extraordinary belongs to this. And Fong Bai suddenly realized. The profession itself has long revealed this to me. Using a new extraordinary energy can form a new profession. In this way, if extraordinary energy is not the essence, then what is the essence? Fong Bai did not hesitate at all, and immediately assumed that this theory was true, and started an experiment based on this. Chapter 217 Elemental Collision. True. 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 In a short period of time, Fong Bai conducted a large number of experiments, using the different passage of time in the fantasy space. The purpose of each experiment is very clear, and each experiment has certain differences. After one experiment after another, Fong Bai was given a positive result each time. One experiment may still be a misjudgment. 2 experiments are still coincidences. 3 experiments made Fong Bai waver. When the 5th, 6th, 10th, and 20th gave Fong Bai the same answer, Fong Bai's heart surged. This theory is very likely to be true. Of course, to confirm a theory requires a lot of experiments and a lot of results to prove it. But this does not affect his excitement. See the essence through the phenomenon. Before understanding this theory, Fong Bai always thought that he had learned a lot. On one side is the study of spell models. On the other side is the military cloud. And on the other side is the casting of armor. But now this theory directly connects the two. And in an instant Fong Bai research focus is directly placed on the field. Theoretically speaking, as long as Fong Bai has researched the field, he can create all spells according to the characteristics of different elements. Theoretically speaking, Fong Bai can directly use the field of extraordinary energy clouds to build a unique mobile magic array. Theoretically speaking, Fong Bai can use the field of extraordinary power and the field of extraordinary materials to create various extraordinary equipment. Extraordinary equipment with various spell effects. And isn't this the extraordinary forging technique? Inspiration flashed in Fong Bai mind one after another. Mastering all spell structures of the same level is a true wizard. Then what does it mean that I have mastered the most basic field stacking? Then I am not just a wizard. I am a wizard. Then it means that I can not only release all spells of the same level, but also higher level spells. It means that all spell models have no meaning to me. I can directly release all the spells I want to release according to the characteristics of elements or other extraordinary energies. I just need to continuously learn field stacking techniques and extraordinary energy characteristic screening techniques. And everything starts with the nature of the field. Different extraordinary energy fields should be different. I must first start with field tests of different extraordinary energies. After thoroughly mastering the field properties of all extraordinary energies, you can try to stack them. But Fong Bai sensed the wisps of elemental power and thought, then how can I sense the field of elemental power? The reason why gold can let me feel the field is because gold itself is a basic particle, and my mental power can enter the microscopic state. And these elemental forces, whether it is the power of qi and blood, are all in strands, and the volume is much larger. The field exists, but I don't know why the large volume field is not perceptible. Fong Bai pondered for a moment. Either the mental power finds a way to break through the elemental power and the power of qi and blood, and directly injects the mental power into it to sense the basic particles of the elements, to sense the field of the basic particles. But this elemental power, or the power of qi and blood, is a whole. Whether it is resonance or vibration, it is impossible to inject mental power into it to sense. Since mental power can't do it, then use the elemental power. Directly find a way to break the elemental power, and directly break the elemental power into elemental basic particles. In this way, I will definitely be able to sense it. Fong Bai did not hesitate and took action immediately. Fong Bai may not be able to do other things, but Fong Bai actually can't break the elemental power. But Fong Bai felt that he could at least try it. Instead of being confused, elemental power is like a gas. Too small and too scattered. It is meaningless to simply attack and squeeze the elemental power. At most, it can be flattened, but it cannot cause any damage to them. If you want to cause the elemental power to collapse, you must first take two steps. First, constrain and compress the elemental power to prevent the elemental power from unloading the power. Fong Bai said while doing it. And as soon as he thought about it, a stream of gold elements gathered rapidly. Gold element is the elemental power that Fong Bai is most familiar with and controls the strongest. Fong Bai's first choice for the experiment will naturally be gold element. In the fantasy space, after the gold element gathered, Fong Bai once again materialized a piece of elemental metal. This piece of elemental metal was directly forged into a tube by Fong Bai in a few strokes. A tube with a wall thickness of more than 10 centimeters and a tube diameter of less than half a millimeter. Fong Bai has exerted his craftsmanship to the limit, and this is already the smallest hole that can be made. In addition, there is also a piece of elemental metal plane and a very thin needle on it. However, when Fong Bai accidentally tilted the needle, he paused slightly, rematerialized a huge piece of elemental gold, and then forged it into shape. A huge cylindrical cavity, with a cone at the bottom of the cylinder. The innermost part of the cone is very small, and the cone is slightly smaller than the cylindrical cavity. And there is also an elemental metal cylinder. Fong Bai thought, and extremely rich gold elements poured into the cylindrical cavity, and compressed it continuously. When the concentration of gold elements inside reached the highest, Fong Bai couldn't even compress it, and stuck the cylinder into the cavity. The cylinder fits tightly, and even gas can't leak. When Fong Bai stuffed it in, he felt a resistance. not knowing whether it was air or gold elements. Looking at the top of the cylinder, a fireball spell model slowly appeared in Fong by hand. With a thought, the fireball flew out. The fist-sized fireball flew directly into the cavity and landed on the cylinder. Instant bang! The fireball expanded. The flames instantly filled the cavity, and the shock wave directly pushed the cylinder inward, madly compressing the air and gold elements inside. Bang! Suddenly, the entire device was blown away, which made Fong Bai slightly stunned. The next moment, Fong Bai immediately restarted the structure, this time directly repeating the materialization of elemental metal, using the infinite characteristics of materials in the fantasy space. A larger device was directly cast. The original equipment was fixed to the ground by elemental metal. The tube wall was greatly thickened, and the airtightness and precision of the cylindrical parts were once again improved. And at the location where the fireball exploded, Fong Bai directly designed a sealed explosion chamber. All the shock waves of the explosion will be concentrated on this side of the cylindrical cavity, and all will tilt over. After all was completed, Fong Bai began to gather gold elements again and continuously compressed them in. When it could not be compressed anymore, the cylindrical plug was put in, and Fong Bai slowly materialized a fireball spell scroll. And then, boom, boom, Chapter 218 Fighting Chi Condensation failed. Bang! A loud noise, along with the vibration of the machine in front of him. The gold element inside was compressed to the limit, and Fong Bai quickly pulled out the cylindrical element metal to check the situation inside. Element metal can block the penetration of gold element, so it can compress gold element. But while blocking the element metal, it also blocks Fong Bai mental power. So Fong Bai can only pull out the cylinder of element metal to check. However, when Fong Bai pulled out the cylinder, he found that there was no change inside. The air is still air, and the gold element is still gold element. The only difference is that the concentration of gold element that Fong Bai could not increase originally has been further increased inside. But this is meaningless. And even this increased concentration of gold element is decreasing at a very fast speed until it returns to normal. The scene that Fong Bai wanted did not appear, where the gold elements squeezed, collided and broke each other under high compression. The gold elements inside are still strands, without any mistakes. Seeing this scene, Fong Bai frowned slightly. He knew that things would not go as smoothly as he imagined. However, Fong Bai did not give up for a while. He looked at the machine and immediately started to think again. Not long after, a larger and more complex machine appeared in front of Fong Bai. Boom! 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 The continuous muffled sound foreshadowed the continuous explosion of fireballs, and the machine trembled slightly in the explosion. But when the explosion ended, Fong Bai mental power probed into it to check. But the result still disappointed him. Redesign. Continuously increased the pressure. High pressure and high temperature. The machine design became more and more complex, and the pressure given became greater and greater. But even if Fong Bai increased the pressure to the limit, he could not cause any damage or change to the gold element. No matter how great the pressure shock was, it would only increase its concentration a little, and it would be completely restored to its original state in a few seconds. After going through experiments again and again, he tried all the current methods over and over again, so that it was convenient to record them completely and then seal them on the bookshelf. Then Fong Bai tried to destroy the gold element in other ways. But no matter how he tried, no matter what method he used, Fong Bai had no way to deal with this strand of gold element. You can easily control it. You can easily use it. You can easily integrate it with blood and chi, and turn it into will. Suddenly, Fong Bai looked up suddenly, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his eyes. Wait! In the process of practicing Do Chi, the gold element will be integrated with blood and chi, and mental power. Thus, a powerful and controllable Do Chi can be cultivated. In this process, the elemental power, mental power, and blood are completely integrated, and the elemental power is also completely integrated into it, rather than being a strand of elemental power that is isolated and can be divided forever. In this process, blood and mental power will inevitably penetrate into it. Fong Bai has not practiced Do Chi for a long time, or his Do Chi has been replaced by a new extraordinary power born in his body. This is an extraordinary power born in the elemental metal body, similar to Do Chi, but different from Do Chi. It is this extraordinary power that causes the machine to overclock. It is worth mentioning that this extraordinary power can not only overclock the machine, but also overclock Fong Bai. which is quite interesting. With this extraordinary energy, Fong Bai did not condense Do Chi in the game. In reality, there is no gold element at all, and it is impossible to condense Do Chi. Therefore, after officially changing his job to a mage, Fong Bai has not tried to condense Do Chi with his current mental power. Of course, not condensing does not mean that it cannot be condensed. As Fong Bai thought, strands of blood emerged from his body, and strands of gold elements gathered. According to the method of condensing Do Chi, Fong Bai merged his mental power, blood, and gold elements bit by bit. When the gold element, blood, and mental power merged together bit by bit, Fong Bai seemed to see a huge world, and countless basic particles formed a strand of elemental power. Fong Bai was shocked to perceive the basic particles that were large or small, sharp or solid. All kinds of breaths and particles echoed in it. At this time, the mental power, blood power, and gold element began to merge. However, the exploration of the internal structure of the gold element, which was originally uncertain, went very smoothly without any accidents. However, the condensation of fighting spirit, which was fully confident, had an accident. After the blood and gold elements were completely fused, the fusion of mental power failed, and the mental power was directly ejected from the gold element at the moment of failure. At this moment, Fong Bai was stunned. I can't even condense fighting spirit? Fong Bai doubted himself a little at this moment. But after trying again and again, he found that his steps were absolutely correct, because there was no problem with the initial fusion of the three. Otherwise Fong Bai mental power would not be able to peek into the internal structure of the gold element. So the failure of condensation must not be a problem of steps. My mental power was not strong enough before, and I couldn't spy on the internal structure of the gold element, but I could fuse it normally to form Do Chi. Now my mental power perception has become sharper, and I can spy on the internal structure of the gold element at the moment of fusion. But it can't be fused. The gold element has remained unchanged from beginning to end, and my blood and chi power has only become stronger, without any other changes in nature, and the feeling during the fusion process. The three are not equal. Compared with elemental power, blood and mental power can easily take the dominant position, and blood and mental power, blood and chi can completely take the dominant position, which is completely different from the original harmonious fusion. So, the reason for the failure of Do Chi condensation is that my mental power, blood and chi, and elemental power are no longer matched. Fong Bai felt it slightly. My blood is stronger than my mental power, and my mental power is stronger than ordinary gold elements. When fighting chi is fused, it needs to be balanced. The balance is broken, so it cannot be fused. In this case, ordinary mages will be fine, but powerful mages will not be able to condense fighting chi. Or it is not that they cannot condense, but condensing fighting chi requires strengthening the body in elements. Relatively speaking, the cost effectiveness should not be as high as directly focusing on improving mental power. And mages can use spells, such as the Zoo Package series, to strengthen the body and fight with warriors of the same level. In addition, once mental power is fused into fighting chi, it will also restrict perception and spellcasting ability, which is not worth the loss. In this way, there is really no need to condense fighting chi. After thinking about this step, Fong Bai did not continue to study the condensation of fighting chi, but began to repeat the fusion process, fusing again and again, failing again and again. Fong Bai also took this opportunity to spy on the basic particle structure inside the gold element again and again. Chapter 219 Structure, Solid. Failure. Failure. A series of failures made Fong Bai more and more aware of the internal structure of the gold element. This also made Fong Bai discover a fact. That is, the internal structure of the gold element is also formed by the superposition of fields and basic particles. Yes, Fong Bai once again sensed the existence of the field inside the gold element. In a relatively large macroscopic existence, the field may exist, but Fong Bai could not find it at all. But the field in the microscopic field of basic particles can be easily sensed by Fong Bai. Could it be that the more complex and perfect the structure, the more difficult it is to sense the field it emits? Fong Bai hard moved slightly, sensing the stacking structure of the basic particles of the gold element, layer after layer, layer after layer, layer after layer, constantly enlarged, and finally formed such a strand of gold element in a complete and unified manner. This strand of gold element cannot be broken or compressed at all. Different basic particle structures show different properties of gold elements. Everything is formed under the structure of basic particles. Fong-Bai used his perception again and again to describe and record these structures. With the help of the time flow rate of the fantasy space, Fong-Bai drew the entire basic particle structure inside the gold element in just a moment. Looking at the similar but different structures, sensing the fields, the contact, overlap, and coverage of the fields, Fong-Bai's excitement was indescribable. It's like you are taking the college entrance examination, but all are open book exams, with a sweep of mental power, according to the characteristics displayed by the basic particle structure, according to the overlap of the fields, and according to the comparison of similar structures. At this moment, extremely high-intensity reading comprehension and comparison began. As time passed, Fong-Bai read the answers belonging to the gold element bit by bit. Solid. Fong-Bai chose the structure with this characteristic of condensation for interpretation. This structure may only account for less than 1/10,000th of the internal structure of the basic particles of the gold element. But in order to form such a structure, 3 layers of basic particles are still used. The so-called 3-layer basic particles are to stack the fields of basic particles on each other, forming the first layer of large fields, and then continue to stack. The first layer of large fields stacked on each other to form a unified whole is the second layer of basic particle fields. Each layer of basic particles emits its own field. The stacking of fields will lead to local enhancement of the field. The proximity of fields will cause the shape of the field to change. The overlap of fields will lead to the emphasis and screening of some functions of the field. The distance between fields will lead to different degrees of field influence, thereby dispersing and weakening the effect. Multiple basic particles are combined together to form a structure, fortunately forming a complete field. And the effect of this field is still the one you want. Suddenly, Fong-Bai felt that the difficulty was not worse than the spell model, and it was even more difficult, because this is closer to the basics, and also because the spell model is more mature, even mature to modularization. One structure after another can be separated, but it's different here. All of them are basic particles. Everything is formed by basic particles. The difficulty can be imagined, and ordinary people don't even dare to think about it. But Fong-Bai is full of confidence, because this is different from the spell model. First, Fong-Bai has accumulated gold elements and a certain amount of spell models in the field. Second, there are plenty of samples for Fong-Bai to analyze, compare, and learn. And Fong-Bai is full of expectations. And it is imperative, because compared with the spell model, Fong-Bai can feel that this is the real thing close to the essence. This can even explain the extraordinary to a certain extent. And the spell model is just an external manifestation based on this underlying logic. It is far inferior in level. But when Fong-Bai really goes deep into it, he knows how difficult it is. Field. This is an extremely difficult subject in itself. These 2 words alone are enough to set up many majors. If you don't even understand the field, then it's nonsense to understand the overlap, isolation, change, and cutting of the field. In order to conduct research, Fong-Bai even scanned a large number of textbooks, journals, and papers on magnetic fields, energy, gravity, etc. in reality. And in this process, he constantly consulted and learned from graduate students and doctors in the relevant majors of the internal project team of Tiangong Pavilion. When the graduate students and doctors could not answer Fong-Bai questions, Fong-Bai began to ask some professors for advice, and even directly found a big man in the relevant field. Originally, Fong-Bai studied according to textbooks, examples, and tutorials in an unguided environment, and everything depended on his own understanding. Originally, I didn't think much of it. I just needed to learn slowly. But now that I have tasted the sweetness of being taught by someone, Fong-Bai can't stop. This feeling is so happy. Fong-Bai absorbs knowledge quickly like a sponge. Of course, these people suffer, because Fong-Bai often goes to people with questions, and after getting the answers, he immediately enters the fantasy space to think, learn, and even experiment. More than 300 times the time flow rate. Fong-Bai can even keep asking questions, and the difficulty of the questions can increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fong-Bai can even ask novice questions in front of him, and then after 10 or so questions, directly turn from novice questions to questions they can't answer. What is the visible progress speed? This is the visible progress speed. The speed of getting stronger even made them open their eyes wide and couldn't accept it. They felt that what they had learned for more than 10 years and decades was like learning from a dog. This is fucking asking what 1 + 1 equals at the beginning. And then after a while, They start asking why 1 plus 1 equals 2. It's fine if you just ask. He can even calculate a process for you. Asking you sincerely, "Excuse me, is this how it is proved?" Specializes in mentality. That is, the last big guy strongly suppresses Fong Bai and can answer any question. And the questions he answers are often not answered by Fong by spending more time. What is difficult? Difficulty is not how much time you spend to solve it. The real difficulty is not a matter of time at all. However, Fong Bai still nodded hard, making progress bit by bit, and finally had a knowledge reserve of nearly professional master level, and a certain level of research ability in this field. At this point, Fong Bai officially began to study the basic particle structure of the gold element that he chose. Structure, solid. Chapter 220 Elite Players. Difficult. 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 Ah! Fong Bai couldn't help but sigh. Even with the help of the fantasy space, the entire analysis process was extremely difficult. Every bit of progress and every piece of knowledge requires countless time and energy to calculate and calculate. The trajectory of a bouncy ball bouncing in a range can make people's scalps numb. What's more, a field, the collision and overlap of complex numbers and fields? And this is not getting easier the more you study. When you have completed the research on the first level and fully interpreted it, you will face the second level. The second level is not just stacking up large fields. It is to stack them up without affecting the function of the first level field, and then realize the upgraded function of the second level field. But if you want to avoid affecting the first level field, although all the fields have formed a large overall field, in fact, each basic particle exists alone, and each small field still exists. This means that the newly added basic particles not only need to consider the impact on the large field, but also need to coordinate the involvement of the small field. Nightmare level difficulty. Originally, I could imagine that it would be easy once I got started. But now it seems that getting started is difficult. Advancing is difficult. Mastering is difficult. 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 Difficult from beginning to end. There is nothing simple. This made Fong Bai silent. But thinking about the results once they are achieved, thinking about this picture, thinking about the effect, Fong Bai suddenly became a lot more energetic. Diving into it, Fong Bai broke free from the fantasy space after a full day. And the whole person was stupid. I'm so stupid. So stupid. Fong Bai's eyes were dull. Why should I force this thing? Is this thing definitely something I can study at this stage? 1 day in reality. 350 days in the fantasy space. Nearly a year. And Fong Bai's progress is 1.2 per 10,000. To be precise, it is 1.2 per 10,000th of the first layer of the basic particle structure of the solid characteristic structure of gold. At this speed, Fong Bai only needs less than 10,000 years to fully interpret the first layer of basic particle structure, understand field interference, understand field overlap, and understand how to construct the structure to evolve the first layer of solid and extraordinary effects. Well, it only takes less than 10,000 years. And with the help of fantasy space, it will only take about 10,000 days. About 20 years. Although as Fong Bai deepens and becomes more familiar, the speed will become faster and faster, and the time will be greatly shortened. But Fong Bai can still see his dim future. Is this really not what I need to study at this stage? Fong Bai muttered secretly. Did I come up with something extraordinary? Fong Bai seemed to have noticed something. It seems so. My mental power can't sense the basic structure of the gold element at all. No matter what method I use, I can't destroy the gold element. And my computing power is seriously insufficient. In theory, I should first acquire the ability to destroy elements, so that I can directly extract and sense the basic particles of the elements. In theory, I need to have a computing power far beyond the current one. With the cooperation of perception and computing power, I can advance this interpretation work at a relatively normal speed. But, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. I have already sensed it. I have already recognized it. In reality, you can't see anything. You can't sense anything. And you can study it, calculate it with mathematics, and deduce it with models when you don't even have a concept of anything. I can sense it directly with my mental power now. So what else can't be studied? What is not suitable for research at this stage? I say, this is what should be studied at this stage. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he slammed the notebook shut in the fantasy space, and then fell asleep with a heavy head. The fatigue of consciousness cannot be relieved by meditation. In fact, Fong Bai mental power is still full, but it is useless. However, strong mental power plus some tricks can ensure that Fong Bai enters a real deep sleep, and it only takes 2 or 3 hours to fully recover. After waking up, Fong Bai slowly sorted out his thoughts. The interpretation of solid structures must be a long-term task. While continuing research, other work cannot be ignored. Fong Bai pondered slightly, stood up, and walked towards the training ground inside the cave. Zhang Zhong and the other 50 people are the only team in the entire Tiangong Pavilion without scientific research tasks. The only team directly under Fong Bai, and the only armed force inside Tiangong Pavilion. At the same time, this is also the world's first army with talent. For this army, Fong Bai is not going to disband, but intends to maintain it. For them, Fong Bai has his own position in his heart. Store grain, but not guns. My neighbor is the grain factory. This sentence is not said in vain. An army that is too focused on violence is not good. But an army without violence is also not good. Looking at the people who are training and the rhinos under their seats, Fong Bai groaned slightly. Compared to horses, rhinos are still not suitable as war mounts. Pure strength and thick skin and flesh can no longer cover up its shortcomings. If there is a chance, it is better to replace these rhinos with war horses. But ordinary war horses are not good either. And Warcraft war horses are best. Well, I remember that there was originally a herd of horses next to the valley where the rhinoceros herd lived. But since I helped that old bully build a full body armor, the herd of horses disappeared. The old bully naturally refers to the old rhinoceros. That old thing is not a good thing, and anyone who passes by will be kicked by it. Otherwise, how did the little rhinoceros get spoiled? Isn't it spoiled like this? Wait and ask. Fong Bai made up his mind and strode towards the people who were training. Everyone, gather. Fong Bai's faint voice echoed in the training ground. Hearing the familiar voice, except for those who were practicing in the ritual field, everyone else gathered instantly. Those who were practicing also slowly stopped practicing and rushed over. Fong Bai looked at the team quietly and waved his hand after a moment. Everyone, get off the horse, turn right, run, go. The moment the order was issued, everyone immediately moved, and Fong Bai followed closely. After leaving the cave, Fong Bai and his team immediately attracted the attention of some players. Fong Bai turned his head and saw a group of players driving various camels to a warehouse next to them to load boxes of standard iron ingots. Specialized training resources for Mecha Masters. Standard iron ingots. It is so standard that every detail is exactly the same. And it is standard that the same ritual field can be used for 3 refinings to practice the Mecha Master profession. And the guarding player Fong Bai couldn't help but take a second look. Elite level? Chapter 221 Cutting Off the Future. Elite players? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. And then he found that these elite players were all Mecha Masters. And judging from the aura, they should all be Mecha Masters made of ordinary iron ingots. Huh? It's so fast to become elite, which is not a little weaker than the elite level of normal extraordinary people. Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. And this is completely cutting off one's own future. Mecha Masters are roughly divided into 3 levels, divided by the metal used when changing jobs. Or in other words, they are divided by the cultivation resources used by the professional level. If all ordinary iron ingots are used, they are the worst Mecha Masters. And Fong Bai calls them ordinary iron Mecha Masters. This kind of Mecha Master has the worst strength. If all elemental alloys are used as cultivation resources, Fong Bai calls them alloy Mecha Masters, which are slightly stronger. If all elemental metals are used as cultivation resources, Fong Bai calls them elemental Mecha Masters. In terms of combat power, compared with ordinary warriors and elite extraordinary people, ordinary iron Mecha Masters are stronger than professional level, but far weaker than elite warriors. The strength of the alloy Mecha Master is basically equivalent to that of the elite warrior. It may have advantages in some areas, such as strength and defense, and may have disadvantages in some areas, such as speed and flexibility. But the overall combat power should be similar. As for the elemental Mecha Master, it completely crushes the elite warrior, and can even fight head-on with the master warrior under the cloud. In the real practice process, due to various reasons, it is generally rare to use a pure single substance as a practice resource. After all, using ordinary iron to change jobs does not affect the continued use of elemental alloys as practice resources in the later stage. Similarly, The use of elemental metal to change jobs may also choose elemental alloys as practice resources because of poverty. After all, not everyone is like Fong Bai, who wiped out a noble extraordinary cavalry in one breath and directly used their weapons and armor for practice. So various mixtures are the norm in normal people. Normally speaking, the more elemental alloys are used, the stronger the combat power, and so on. The weakest is pure ordinary iron. Fong Bai has a plan for the subsequent elite level practice process. But the premise is that he must have elemental gold in his body. That is to say, at least you must have the elemental alloy gold element to practice at the elite level, so as to continue to become stronger, or even break through the master level. This requires that the Mecha Master must use the elemental alloy to practice in the professional level, even once, and not using it at all is to cut off your own future. And it is very likely that there will be no chance of breakthrough and becoming stronger. Reaching the elite level in advance now may be a little stronger, and it seems to have gained some benefits. But this basically means cutting off your own future, which means that you will always be the weakest group of players. Fong Bai couldn't help but be speechless. Now a group of elite Mecha Masters seem very strong. But the stock of ordinary iron ingots is too large. It is large enough for every player to change his job to a Mecha Master, and enough for every player to become an ordinary iron Mecha Master. So in the future, the weakest players will be elites, without exception, because there is no threshold, no requirements, and the requirements for resources are so low that it is unimaginable. This is equivalent to raising the player's floor to the elite level. This is also the reason why Fong Bai will keep the ordinary iron Mecha Master. Otherwise, for the sake of subsequent potential, the alloy Mecha Master is Fong Bai's last bottom line. So this also means that unless these players transfer to other professions in the future, they are destined to be ordinary people, without any extraordinary qualities, and unable to beat any player. And Fong Bai has made these clear in the post announcing the transfer method. And it is written in front of the transfer method. As long as you have read the transfer method, you will definitely see these contents. And since they have seen these contents and still choose this way, it is their freedom. Fong Bai sighed slightly as he looked at these elite players, and they seemed to notice Fong Bai gaze and raised their heads slightly proudly. Fong Bai was silent, and then left with Zhang Zhong and others. Let Zhang Zhong and others march towards the Longwei area. Fong Bai came to the valley and found the old rhino. He kicked away the little rhino that came over, and Fong Bai asked, "You said you drove them in that direction, and didn't let them come out?" Fong Bai pointed in the direction of Longwei and asked, and the old rhino nodded. "Moo, moo, moo. How many times have they tried to come out and occupy your territory? But you beat them back until they dared not come out? Moo." The old rhino is quite proud. "Moo, moo, moo. You said that if it wasn't uncomfortable to stay inside, you would have to go in and chase them for 100 or 80 miles. Moo." The old rhino nodded, and Fong Bai looked at the dragon power area in front of him and pressed his forehead. Oh my god! These horses will not be crushed to death by the dragon power? Ordinary horses are likely to die, but the Warcraft horse should not be dead. At most it is a little embarrassed. As long as you don't go deep into the dragon power area, just stay on the periphery. You can hold on with a strong will. Looking at the approximate location, Fong Bai did not hesitate and directly led 50 players to change the route and enter the dragon power coverage area along the direction pointed out by the old rhino. The moment they entered the dragon power coverage area, many players trembled. Although they did not move much, they were still noticed by Fong Bai. Sure enough, although the Mecha Master who changed his job like this seems nothing on the surface, there are certain shortcomings in consciousness. Some people have this situation. Some people don't. Fong Bai estimated that some people's consciousness is stronger, so there is no problem. Retracting his gaze, Fong Bai directly led them to go deeper and deeper, while paying attention to their status. When some people vaguely reached their limit, Fong Bai found a piece of open space nearby to stop. Looking at the people who were holding on, Fong Bai said slowly, "All dispersed, except that you cannot leave this area. You can move freely." Fong Bai let these people adapt to the pressure on their own, while he practiced on the side. The main consciousness was concentrated in his mind to continuously interpret the solid structure, and a small part of the consciousness was to control the body to continuously learn how to use the ground. Step by step, the ground vibration from the beginning became smaller and smaller, and gradually there was no sound, as if the soles of the feet were just lightly placed on the ground. Over and over again, If you get close, you will find that the rocky ground is shaking slightly. After learning and understanding it, there is no technical content in it. The main thing is to repeat it continuously, so as to train this skill into an instinct in the body, until there is no need to control it at all. And it can be used as soon as the feet move. And the range is not only the legs, but also expanded to the hands. Chapter 222 Stone Bead Movement. Bang! Bang! Punches were thrown one after another. The power penetrated from the arms. The power was dispersed. And the boulder in front was directly turned into powder. Comprehensive attack. Behind him, one player after another was exercising, using various ways to experience the sense of power, to feel every bit of power in the body, to feel the muscle groups, to feel the muscles, and to try to take back the control bit by bit. The control of every muscle of human beings is in the hands of the brain, controlled by the subconscious. Almost all the permissions of this huge, sophisticated flesh and blood machine of human beings are controlled by the default program. The beating of the heart, the expansion of the lungs, the contraction of muscles, etc. These are all passive skills. Only when these active skills are gathered one by one and transformed into actions such as moving hands, lifting feet, deep breathing, running, jumping, etc., will they become active skills and be controlled by the shallow consciousness. This is not that the body's permissions have been usurped, but it is just an insurance for humans to stay alive. If all these details are controlled by the shallow consciousness, then all humans will die instantly. This is protection, not restriction. However, when you are strong enough, the protection will gradually fade away, and you can get your rights from it. Little by little, take back the rights of the body. Use it when you need it, and return it to the body to operate when you don't need it. Fong Bai punched out fiercely. Bang! The air in the area of several square meters in front of him exploded. In the body, Fong Bai mobilized his blood and chi little by little. I haven't moved for a long time, so the operation is a bit unfamiliar. At the same time, the mental power moves with the heart, dancing with the blood and chi. Suddenly, Fong Bai suddenly felt something was wrong, and the mental power was directly concentrated in a pocket of his clothes. Under Fong Bai's gaze, the blood and chi in the pocket sank into a round stone bead when it touched it. Chi and blood are essentially the energy generated by muscle activity. When this energy gathers to a certain extent, it will become extraordinary and can be freely mobilized and controlled. And this power can be condensed in the body, and it will also escape due to muscle activity. This is like the natural heat dissipation, which is a kind of loss generated by human activities. If you work hard on fine control, you can control it from overflowing and form a leak-free body, thereby reducing the body's power consumption and increasing the body's endurance. In reality, in order to accumulate the hard-earned chi and blood, Fong Bai would go to great lengths to control the chi and blood bit by bit. But in the game, there are elemental forces and various high-energy foods, which make it easy and fast to replenish chi and blood. So Fong Bai won't have such trouble. But at this moment, I didn't expect that chi and blood could actually enter this stone bead. This stone bead was originally obtained by Fong Bai in the original Mage Tower, which is now the Dragon Bone and the Mage Tower. It is also the only item that Fong Bai cannot scan with the fantasy space so far. There is no way to the Mage Tower. So Fong Bai carries this stone bead with him and plays with it from time to time. Before this, Fong Bai had tried all kinds of energy, including chi and blood, but the stone bead just didn't react and didn't absorb any of it, let alone chi and blood. Fong Bai had tried blood. There are even people who take the stone bead to fight, kill monsters, and kill people. Even when the master died, it didn't react at all. Fong Bai almost thought that this stone bead would not make any movement in this life. But unexpectedly it reacted again now. Fong Bai suddenly looked at the depths of the Dragon Power area. Dragon Power. Dragon Power is the key. But why didn't I have any reaction the first few times I came? Fong Bai recalled the time when he came here to practice a month ago. For such a long time, Fong Bai has not completely controlled his blood and chi, and the blood and chi are leaking freely. The stone bead was also on his body at that time. Moreover, Fong Bai mental power normally covers himself and the warning area, and there is no situation where he didn't pay attention. The stone bead has changed now. Is it because the time spent in the Dragon Power area is finally enough? Fong Bai mind moved slightly, looking at the stone bead that slowly absorbed the leaked blood and chi, and the leaked blood and chi actively flowed to the stone bead. The absorption speed of the stone bead increased instantly, doubling. Huh? Why did it stop? Fong Bai was stunned and found that no matter how much blood and qi he sent into it, the stone bead's absorption speed was only about 1.8 times the initial speed. And then it reached its limit. Only 1.8 times. I can't absorb all the blood and qi that leak out every moment. When will it be able to drain me dry? Fong Bai couldn't help but complain and pondered for a moment. If it was because of the change in the Longwei area, then if I continue to go deeper into the Longwei area, will the stone bead absorb blood and qi faster and faster? Fong Bai's thoughts were determined. And he glanced at the players, who were training in various ways. And without hesitation, he went deeper into the interior. It's just that Fong Bai feels that the depth is suitable for them, not for himself. After getting rid of them, Fong Bai moved forward quickly. With each step forward, the dragon's might will increase further. But the dragon's might is suppressed on the consciousness, and has basically nothing to do with strength. So although Fong Bai is strong, has strong defense, and has a very high body strength, he still has to face the dragon's might as if he were facing real injuries. Family members? Who knows? It's not easy to stack up the defense so high, but he has to face real injuries again. Thanks to the credit of the fantasy space, Fong Bai consciousness strength is not bad. And he shuttles and moves forward quickly. Step by step. He taps the ground, but there is no trace left, and no sound is made. But he can burst forward at a very fast speed again and again. And as he goes deeper, Fong Bai finds that the stone bead absorbs blood and qi a little faster every time he walks a distance. 0.1 times. 0.1 times increase. It's really because of the dragon's might. Fong Bai looked at the stone bead. Could this be a dragon ball? Fong Bai couldn't help but mutter. But thinking carefully about the power of the dragon bone after it lost the suppression of the magic tower, and the dragon power in this terrifying range now, it's impossible. The dragon bone has such a strong pressure. It almost killed me when it lost the suppression. If it is really a dragon ball, it must be at least stronger than the dragon bone. Right? How can it be ordinary and have no reaction at all? Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. No matter what it is, it's good. It can absorb blood and qi. So I will supply blood and qi. And I will always show some strangeness in the future. Fong Bai had no fear of the unknown stone bead. Only expectation. Whether it is good or bad, it is a good result for Fong Bai. After all, it's no big deal to die. Smile. Continuing to go deeper, the stone bead silently swallowed the scattered blood and qi around Fong Bai. Chapter 223 Monsters. It's almost reached the limit. Fong Bai paused slightly. After reaching here, every step seemed to be difficult. Fong Bai could clearly sense that Longwei did not directly interfere with the body and suppress it. So far, all the suppression was on the consciousness, and then transmitted from the consciousness to the body. It made the body have the illusion of being suppressed. It's like dying in a 100% virtual world. Your head thought you were dead, but you really died. At this time, Fong Bai found that the fantasy space that originally suppressed the consciousness and even made the consciousness close to collapse was blocking Longwei, allowing Fong Bai to barely withstand Longwei's suppression. Otherwise, Fong Bai would not be able to bear it before. At this moment, Fong Bai looked at the fantasy space again, and it didn't seem to be a burden. It was a heavy armor draped over the consciousness, and the armor crushed people to death. You can never blame the armor for being too heavy. You can only blame yourself for being too thin. This thought flashed through his mind, and Fong Bai looked down at the stone bead in his hand. At this moment, the stone bead was absorbing qi and blood very quickly. Not only did it absorb all of Fong Bai's scattered qi and blood, but it also required Fong Bai to continuously put in strands of qi and blood power to satisfy it. One strand of qi and blood power was needed every 10 minutes. You know, qi and blood power is not ordinary scattered qi and blood, but is truly extraordinary energy condensed by Fong Bai's powerful body. With Fong Bai's current physical strength, the energy contained in a strand of qi and blood power can kill a cow with one punch. I don't know how many times it has scattered qi and blood. Fong Bai fed in strands of qi and blood power. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands, 4 strands, 5 strands. Gradually, Fong Bai felt that his consciousness could not bear it, and was on the verge of the limit. Looking at the stone bead that still had no change, Fong Bai sighed and stepped back silently. Fong Bai was surprised. It didn't decrease? Is it long-term? As the strength of the dragon's might around it continued to decrease, the speed at which the stone beads absorbed chi and blood did not decrease at all. And it still maintained the speed of absorbing 1 chi and blood force every 10 minutes. That's easy. I thought I would have to run in there every day. Fong Bai immediately put aside the matter of the stone beads. And after maintaining the state of inputting chi and blood force, he searched around here. This place is roughly at the junction of the ore deposit and the mountain range. On one side is the bare ore deposit, and on the other side is the forest with dense trees. The dragon's might was only realized here, and was confirmed again. The coverage of the dragon's might had no effect on these big trees, shrubs, vines, and even weeds. And Fong Bai had already checked these weeds and trees. There was no bad effect. And there was no good effect either. It was exactly the same as the outside world. The only difference in the forest was the silence. Or the deathly silence. There were no living creatures in the forest covered by the dragon's might. Fong Bai did not see any snakes, insects, birds, or animals. And there was no insect chirping everywhere in the forest. Even if ordinary beasts can withstand the dragon's might for a short time, they will not stay here. If they stay here for a long time, they will be scared to death even if they don't die of consciousness rupture. The kind that ruptures the liver and gallbladder. Could all the horses in the herd be dead except for the magic horse? Fong Bai couldn't help thinking. What a sinful old rhino. A good herd of horses was beaten into the dragon's might area and dared not come out. Fong Bai felt itchy when he remembered that the old rhino said that the horse herd wanted to come out several times, but was beaten back by it. This is a herd of horses with magic horses. Even if there is only one magic horse, the offspring of the magic horse is definitely a first-class horse. It can't be bad. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, the mental power with a greatly compressed scanning range was explored, and the fresh tooth marks or other traces left by animals were searched in the mountains and forests bit by bit. At the same time, while searching, he walked to the periphery. Fong Bai didn't think that this herd of horses could be deeper than him. Even the magic horse was the same. Searching bit by bit, occasionally seeing some traces was already a long time ago. It was probably left before the dragons might cover the area. In addition, there were some skeletons of small animals. It was estimated that the dragon's might came too fast at that time, and they could not outrun the dragon's might and die directly in the dragon's might area. This made Fong Bai look back. But unfortunately, he could not see anything. The core area of the dragon's might was basically equivalent to the scope of the town. And the dragon's might inside was the real horror. Fong Bai even suspected that the dragon's might had condensed into substance. And even if he went in now, he would die instantly. And there would be no accidents. And this place was still a long way from the town. When Fong Bai was thinking and about to look away, suddenly, Fong Bai seemed to see an illusory blue dragon rising into the sky and then swooping down. Boom! Ga! It was as if there was a loud noise. As if there was something evil, chaotic, and shrill screams in Fong Bai ears. Fong Bai consciousness shook, and a feeling of nausea and vomiting surged up, and he began to retch. But suddenly the sound disappeared without a trace. Fong Bai eyes flashed, and the retching feeling also disappeared without a trace. He was still standing in the same place, holding the stone beads in his hands, and constantly transporting the power of blood and chi. Did you hear it? Fong Bai was shocked. But how could he believe this idea? With his consciousness strength, how could he hear it for no reason? Even if it was an auditory hallucination, it must be caused by external factors. So, what was it? Fong Bai recalled the scream he had just heard. And just a scream could shake his consciousness. What was suppressed under the Mage Tower? Fong Bai muttered to himself. What monster? What evil thing? Looking at the direction of the town again, Fong Bai suddenly felt that the town was in danger again. Holding the stone bead tightly, he input the blood power into it bit by bit. Even with so much blood power input, the stone bead still had no reaction and remained the same. It was like a black hole, continuously absorbing blood power without making any noise. It would not absorb anything except blood power. Even blood power must be input into the stone bead before it can be absorbed. If it is not input, even a little difference will be missed. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai continued to hold the stone bead in his hand and input blood power, while he continued to search in the forest. The town is dangerous, but at least it is not dangerous now. So he has to continue working. Looking outside bit by bit. Time passed day by day. The main consciousness sank into the fantasy space to interpret the solid first layer structure of the gold element. It basically moved forward at a rate of 1.5 per day. And part of the consciousness controlled the body, taking the players to the Longway area for training early in the morning, and at the same time spreading out and searching in the Longway area. Until one day, nearly a week later, Fong Bai suddenly heard the low growl of some animal coming from the front. Roar! Chapter 224 The Magic Willow Tree. Roar! Fong Bai followed the sound and approached it little by little. He found a willow tree with branches as thick as two people hugging each other next to a lake. The branches were flying like a group of snakes, binding a mountain cat inside. The fast-sliding branches were like chainsaws, pulling hideous blood marks on the mountain cat's smooth fur. Blood and debris flew along with the pulling hard leaves, and blood fell on the roots of the willow tree. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by the roar of fear, the light of the spell enveloped the mountain cat's body, and sharp blades extended from the mountain cat's claws. From time to time, willow leaves fell, and from time to time, branches broke. But more branches followed. The mountain cat was completely torn to pieces soon, and flesh, bones, and crystal cores fell on the ground. The roots surged, and all traces were submerged in the soil. The branches flew, and the blood and bones on them were thrown out. After a while, the willow tree became quiet again, with its branches dancing in the wind. Quiet and peaceful. Magic plant? Fong Bai looked at this willow tree that was no different from an ordinary willow tree and couldn't help but speak out. Before, when the willow tree was strangling the mountain cat, Fong Bai could still feel the fluctuations of wood and gold elements. But when it became silent, Fong Bai couldn't tell it for a while, and it was difficult to distinguish it from an ordinary willow tree, because it is a magical beast-level existence. Can it withstand the suppression of the dragon's might and continue to stay here? Or can it not leave at all? Fong Bai carefully sensed it. And not only could he not sense the fluctuations of elements, but also the fluctuations of spirit and consciousness. There were no mental fluctuations and consciousness fluctuations before. Or is it simply without consciousness? Or has the consciousness been annihilated, and it is just a plant like a vegetative person, without consciousness? It will naturally not be suppressed by the dragon's might, and naturally nothing will happen. As for the existence of the magic plant, Fong Bai already knew about it, although it was a bit novel. It was not too surprising. On the contrary, the magical beast mountain cat surprised Fong Bai. In addition to the horses, there are other monsters active in this Longway area? Maybe they were driven in by other monsters? But if carnivorous monsters can survive in this area, it means that ordinary herbivores have also been active in this area. In an ecosystem, everything is interdependent and interconnected. A carnivorous monster and a plant cannot form a complete food chain. Perhaps because it is difficult to survive in the outside world and life is in danger, herbivores gradually discovered this blank area without natural enemies. Although there is dragon power, they gradually move in this area. After all, everything is for survival. When they find that dragon power may not affect their survival, natural enemies will immediately hunt them. And when they can get safe by running into the dragon power area, they will naturally adapt to the dragon power and come in. And then, carnivores also came in. Nature's ability to adapt is strong, even in the face of extreme dragon power areas. Maybe many years later, this place will form another ecology that is very different from the outside world because of the existence of dragon power. Compared to speed and agility, the herbivores here may take the path of strong consciousness and rely on going deep into the dragon power area to avoid attacks from natural enemies. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, then walked to the side of the magic plant willow tree and stood at the edge of the branch's attack range. Tugged the branch with his hand. The willow tree did not respond at all. Fong Bai pulled a willow leaf hard, and the willow tree still did not respond. Hunting instinct? Fong Bai muttered, looking at the semi-metallized willow leaves in his hand. A little surprised. The body is metallized, but it still maintains its original function. This is somewhat similar to the Mecha master. As he watched, Fong Bai unconsciously walked into the attack range of the willow, and the branches behind him suddenly moved silently, quietly approaching the neck. Fong Bai grabbed the branches as if he had eyes on his back, and pulled them, and the branches suddenly tightened. But the toughness comparable to that of steel cables in this process surprised Fong Bai. The flexibility and strength are so excellent. This is a good material. Fong Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled it hard. Crack, crack, crack. The branches of the willow creaked, and Fong Bai saw that it was not broken yet. So he immediately looked at the trunk of the willow and pondered for a moment. Forget it. It's not easy for this willow tree to grow branches, so I won't cut it. Fong Bai grabbed the willow branches with one hand, and grabbed one as it flew over. After a while, Fong Bai had a large handful of willow branches in his hand. One of them had some light golden spots on it, and it was particularly strong. The willow leaves were like sharp knives, which surprised Fong Bai. He didn't even catch it. Then Fong Bai caught it, and tied the other willow branches together. The magic plant willow tree that tore the monster alive was like playing house in front of Fong Bai, and he could hold it with one hand. First, he went to the area where the monster mountain cat was buried, and tapped his toes lightly. Bang! The soil exploded, revealing a large pit, and rapidly growing white flocculent roots, and creeping lateral roots. However, every time the lateral roots tried to drill out of the ground, they were suppressed by a force. Silently, the ground shook slightly with every step Fong Bai took. Once the roots that drilled from the bottom to the top approached the ground, their power would be dispersed, and they would be pressed into the soil. With a thought, the mountain cat's crystal core fell into Fong Bai's hand. Looking at the slowly rotating spell model inside the crystal core, Fong Bai put it in his pocket. As for the fur and bones that were completely torn apart, Fong Bai glanced at them and passed by them, and then walked to the main trunk of the willow tree. Ding ding ding. He gently tapped the bark of the main trunk, and the bark immediately made a crisp sound of metal collision. Not bad. Not bad. Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction, and hugged one side of the trunk with both hands. If die you can pull out the weeping willow, I can too. Fong Bai shouted softly. Ah! Ah! Get up! Crackling. 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 A strange force burst out, and the willow tree made a crackling sound, and the tied branches suddenly became violent again. But other than that, the trunk did not move at all. Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and he was relieved to see that there was no one around. Then he looked at the trunk of the willow tree again, and his face was slightly serious. Bang! He stepped lightly, but there were explosions from the ground. Bang! 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 After the explosions, Fong Bai hugged the willow tree with both hands again. His body was like steel, and his muscle fibers twisted like steel cables, eliminating internal friction, and all muscles exerted force towards a target at the same time. Crackling. 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 Puff. Collapse. Under the huge force, Fong Bai stood steadily on the ground, his feet moving rhythmically, without leaving even a footprint on the ground. On the ground, cracks appeared one after another, and the trunk of a willow tree that was as thick as two people hugging slowly rose up. Chapter 225 Dragon Scales. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of branches breaking rang out in the forest. A man was walking around carrying a willow tree, playing with a few glittering objects in his hands. Many of the willow tree's roots were broken, and the cracks were shattered, as if they were blown apart by something. The willow branches behind were tightly tied to the trunk and could not move. One of the willow branches with light golden spots was particularly dazzling in the sun. In the densely wooded forests, the thick willow trees forced their way through the gaps. Wherever they passed, various branches and leaves broke and fell to the ground. They forcibly carved out a path in the forest, but not even a single willow leaf was left. Fong Bai mental power scanned the surroundings. Perhaps because it was closer to the outer edge of the Longway area, there were many traces of herbivores here. The chewed young leaves, grass stems, broken branches, trampled grass leaves, footprints, and even feces with the smell of grass and trees all pointed out the direction for Fong Bai. He kept moving forward, and at the same time, his mental power penetrated into the willow tree bit by bit, studying the metal fiber structure and metal cell structure in the willow tree. As a willow tree that also embarked on the path of metallization, this could bring Fong Bai a lot of inspiration and could be used for comparison. This was also the reason why Fong Bai decided to pull it up and carry it away. Not only would he take it back, but Fong Bai would even take the initiative to spend a certain amount of money to help the willow tree grow and even upgrade. In this way, we can see how the willow tree, which was born and raised, would interpret cell metallization and how it would grow and become stronger. This is an excellent reference. However, as a magic plant, although the willow tree did not have the mental power to resist Fong Bai mental power scan, the branches filled with elemental power also made exploration difficult. and Fong Bai could only go deeper bit by bit. Walking recklessly in the forest, Fong Bai could sense some fresh traces from time to time. Well, traces of escape. The wild animals living here were scared away by Fong Bai. This also indicated that Fong Bai slowly entered the outer area of Longwei and began to contact these wild animals and magic beasts that had just entered the Longwei area. After walking for a while, suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Zilyalu. Horse. Fong Bai was immediately delighted, turned around, and walked forward quickly. The trees became sparser as he went forward, and the ground gradually became flat. When Fong Bai walked out of the forest, he saw a small valley between the mountains. This kind of small valley is very common here. The middle of the valley is often relatively flat, and the water is relatively sufficient. Even the climate is somewhat different from the surrounding area, so wild animals often gather. And Fong Bai was attracted by a horse on the edge of the valley at a glance. The horse's hair is dark and red, and it seems like a flame jumping when walking. The graceful lines of the whole body show its strength and agility to the fullest. The tender scale on the horse's head made it look even more unruly. Fong Bai almost stopped breathing, as if he was afraid that a heavier breath would scare the horse away. Behind this horse, there were many wild horses of various colors, about 20 to 30. Although they were not as good as the horse king in the front, they were definitely good horses. It was not until then that Fong Bai turned his head to look at the opposite side of the herd. When he saw it, Fong Bai raised his eyebrows. Oh, old acquaintance. Long time no see. Opposite the herd of horses was a wolf pack, with a number of 50 to 60, and it was still increasing. Wolves kept coming out of the forest and joining the wolf pack. There were even many white wolves among them, who looked like Fong Bai old enemies. Since he shot the white wolf to death, Fong Bai did not go out of his way to trouble the wolf pack. He usually did not encounter a wolf pack, but he did not expect to see one here today. Why are the wolf pack and the horse pack confronting each other? Shouldn't it be? Fong Bai muttered. When wolves hunt, they can only ambush and attack by surprise, and they can't confront each other head-on. As for horses, they are herbivores, so it's understandable that they can trample and beat them when they are in large numbers. But when they are obviously outnumbered, they don't leave and confront each other head-on. Fong Bai's eyes gradually focused on the wolf king. That was also a white wolf, and compared to the one Fong Bai killed, this one was bigger, and the claw marks on the wolf's eyes made it more fierce. But what attracted Fong Bai's attention the most was the prismatic scale covering the wolf king's forehead. The upper part is prismatic, and the lower part is semi-arc. The scale is pure white, and Fong Bai feels cold at a glance. I don't want to think about why wolves have scales on their bodies. It's not strange for monsters to have scales on them. But this scale is exactly the same as the horse king except for the color and size, which is wrong. Even a fool can see the problem, looking at the shape of their scales. Recalling the phantom of the dragon I had seen before, and feeling the omnipresent dragon power, the answer naturally emerged in my mind without any speculation. Dragon scales. After staying in the dragon power area for a long time, these two monsters have a trace of dragon blood? It's impossible that they are born with dragon blood and then awakened by the dragon's power? Or, did they eat something in this dragon power area? Fong Bai followed the sight of the horse king and the wolf king and looked at a grass between them. It looked like an ordinary weed, but at this moment Fong Bai sensed an extremely restrained elemental fluctuation on it. This elemental fluctuation was not sensed at all before Fong Bai saw it directly and focused on it with his mental power. Within the range of Fong Bai mental power, this grass evaded Fong Bai's skin and successfully made Fong Bai ignore it. And on the top of this grass grew a red berry the size of a fingernail and shaped like scales. Fong Bai understood everything about the scales. And at this moment, in addition to the horses and wolves, Fong Bai also felt a stream of sight in the nearby forest, the opposite grassland, and even the clouds in the sky. Hey, it's not just wolves and horses. The movement of Fong Bai also directly alarmed all the monsters staring at the berry. Fong Bai felt the convergence of vision on his body, and his head tilted slightly. The next moment, the spell model took shape and was released. The light spell that could originally provide long-lasting illumination released all the light in an instant. At this moment, it seemed as if a second sun appeared in Fong Bai's hand. Awu! Hiralu! Shiu! Fuck! Roar! In an instant, there was chaos and Fong Bai was happy. Is it beautiful? But when he heard one of the voices, he was stunned. Fuck? Are there others? Fong Bai couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. He looked carefully several times before he saw two ghillie suits that were almost integrated with the grass. Are there other players here? Fong Bai was slightly stunned. But he didn't care. He carried the willow tree and walked towards the wolf pack. Chapter 226 Dynasty Guild. Roar! When Fong Bai aura was fully released, the Wolf King suddenly became nervous and roared at Fong Bai. One after another, the giant wolves spread out and surrounded him, guarding against the horses and Fong Bai at the same time. Who is that? Do you know him? The player lying in the grass asked in a low voice. And a player next to him shook his head. I don't know him. But be careful. Seeing his fierce appearance, he is probably an elite like the boss. Elite? So what? At such a long distance. My gun is not a fire stick. The player curled his lips and said. But he still shrank his neck when he saw the willow tree in Fong Bai hand. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. You can't be timid. But you still have to know your own weight. It shouldn't be difficult for the two of them to hurt each other. But they will definitely not be able to beat them. The two restrained their breath and whispered quietly. Although they were a little surprised, they were not afraid. However, they were stunned the next moment. Eyes wide open like bells. Awoo! At the command of the Wolf King, the giant wolves quickly retreated, staring at Fong Bai with their teeth bared. Growling, the giant wolf that was just swept away by Fong Bai with the willow tree fell to the ground, whimpering and spitting blood foam, and was about to die. Fong Bai swung his arm and slowly retracted the willow tree. After a few attempts, he found that it was quite easy to use. Bang! The willow tree fell to the ground, and Fong Bai looked at the Wolf King. The moment their eyes met, the Wolf King rushed forward and came to Fong Bai in an instant like a flash of lightning. Bang! Squeak! Fong Bai pulled the willow tree horizontally to block it, and the wolf claws scratched the trunk of the willow tree, making an extremely sharp and piercing friction sound. With a backhand push and a bump, Fong Bai appeared in front of the Wolf King, grabbed the Wolf King's tail, and swung it violently. Bang! 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 The Wolf King whimpered after falling back and forth, and then was thrown out by Fong Bai and hit a giant wolf that pounced on him, knocking him back. Sensing the giant wolves that were surrounding him from all directions, like a wolf array, Fong Bai picked up the willow tree and swung it violently. After a circle, all the giant wolves were instantly in a mess, and their fur was scratched by the sharp willow leaves. This back and forth, from the Wolf King attacking, the wolf pack hunting to Fong Bai sweeping. It only took a few moments. The Wolf King immediately let out a low roar. Roar! The giant wolf pack that was originally preparing to fight back slowly retreated after hearing the sound. After a while, the giant wolf and the wolf pack disappeared into the mountains and forests. Fong Bai didn't mean to stop them too much. He didn't come here to hunt monsters today, so he just had to drive them away. After the wolves left, Fong Bai picked up the willow again. Apart from a few claw marks left by the Wolf King, not a single leaf fell from the willow after the fight, and it was even twisting actively. It really works well, Fong Bai muttered to himself, and carried the willow on his shoulder with satisfaction, and walked directly towards the direction of the grass, pointing directly to the area where the two were hiding. Hey! 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 He's coming! He's about to enter the dangerous distance. Warn him not to get close. The player with the gun glared at the teasing player next to him fiercely. Hey! Hey! Didn't you just say that your gun is not? What gun? Isn't this a fire stick? The player said angrily, and then quickly stood up and looked at Fong Bai flatteringly. Hello, big boss. Another player also quickly stood up and responded. Hello, boss. We won't rob anymore. We leave now. Ah. Fong Bai looked at the guns in their hands with envy. The guns were clearly mixed with elemental metals and belonged to elemental alloy materials. He wanted to study them, but seeing their smiling faces, he didn't know what to do. It happened to be an elemental alloy, which was difficult for mental power to penetrate. To scan it in, we can only use the function of the fantasy space. But this is not convenient. Fong Bai smacked his lips. I still like the way you were unruly just now. Ah ha ha ha. Boss, you are kidding. Unruly? How could it be? We are the most honest. The gun-holding player was sweating coldly on his back and smiled apologetically. There was no way. Fong Bai could only pull the two people to chat for a long time. and let them go after scanning both rifles. After Fong Bai let them go, the two hurriedly walked away, and only breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear until they were far away. This Fong Bai mental power perception range is so large. Did he hear us talking at the beginning? Fortunately, we didn't take action and didn't give in. Otherwise, if these two treasures were lost, the boss would have to kill us. Yes, we are just experimenting to make 3, and 2 are with us. The player looked at the spear in his hand. Just now Fong Bai obviously took a fancy to the spear and glanced at it more than once. I guess he was embarrassed to snatch it, so he waited for us to take the initiative, and then fought back in self-defense. At this point, the two looked at each other, and their backs couldn't help but feel cold, and their steps suddenly quickened a lot. But Fong Bai is actually active in this area. I remember that the boss had been looking for Fong Bai before. Hao Wei never asked it, so I go back and tell the boss. It's also a credit. The two muttered as they walked farther and farther. And Fong Bai, who was left behind, muttered, the gunpowder ratio mixed with extraordinary materials. The sound of the elemental alloy gun. The armor-piercing explosive bullets. Armor-piercing poison bullets. And dum-dum bullets of the elemental alloy warheads. The two didn't know that Fong Bai had completely revealed the details of their guns during the chat just now. The Imperial Guild? The Gun King Songji Fong Bai whispered. This is the Dynasty Guild that announced online that it would move to Hongfeng City. I didn't expect that they have already arrived in Hongfeng City and have begun to prepare to establish a base in the Wilderness Mountains. It can be considered as having one more neighbor. Fong Bai didn't care about having one more neighbor. In this deep mountain forest, Fong Bai would rather have as many neighbors as possible. This is too far from Hongfeng City. It's okay if it's far, but there's no road, so it's inconvenient to go out. But the ore deposit is here, and the Longway area is here, so I can't go there. It would be a good thing if more players came to develop this place. After all, there is a development foundation here. Monster resources, element concentration, and ore veins can support players to continue to invest in development here. But they even made a gun, and it's a modified gun made of semi-supernatural materials. The reputation of the Dynasty Guild as a top guild is indeed true, and the players are indeed full of talents. They thought of, and put into practice, the use of supernatural materials to restudy the ratio of gunpowder and gun materials. But, shouldn't Hao Wei and his team be the ones who should be anxious? Fong Bai was happy. He glanced at the forest, and saw that the monster that was hiding before had left. Now, there were only horses, and hawks in the sky in front of the dragon scale grass. Chapter 227 Conquer Others with Virtue. Herod, the Horse King, looked at Fong Bai vigilantly, and Fong Bai glanced at the eagle in the sky, and saw that it was still circling in the sky, and there was nothing he could do. I can fly. How can these people who run on 2 legs fight me? Retracting his gaze, Fong Bai came to the Horse King carrying the willow tree. The Horse King did not hesitate, and turned to leave immediately. Hey, Horse King. Wait a minute, Fong Bai said, and the Horse King did not mean to stop at all, and turned and ran. Fong Bai paused slightly when he saw this. Can't I just listen to me finish? He shook his head helplessly, kicked his feet, and the whole person shot out like an arrow from a string. In a few ups and downs, he appeared next to the Horse King, and ran side by side with the Horse King. Herod, the Horse King, was startled and was about to attack, but was grabbed by Fong Bai's neck with one hand. Snap! The Horse King was thrown to the ground. Can you listen to me now? Herod, the Horse King, was still unruly, but when Fong Bai put his hand on the top of his head, he panicked. Herod! 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 It should have been done earlier. Fong Bai curled his lips, pressed the Horse King to the ground with one hand, and began to organize his words. Relatively speaking, he still likes to win people over with virtue. After all, a forced melon is not sweet. In this way, I am stronger than you and richer than you. I will protect the safety of your tribe. Help your tribe reproduce. Help your tribe become stronger on average. And then help you improve your strength and equip you. Then your tribe will regularly select the most powerful warriors to cooperate with me in battle. Okay? Herod, the Horse King, hesitated, but the next moment he felt the top of his head tighten slightly. Herod! Herod! Seeing that the Horse King agreed, Fong Bai nodded with satisfaction. Well, the Warcraft's brain works better, and it has preliminary intelligence, which is great. This way, at least we can communicate. And there is no need to fight and kill. At least we can convince people with reason. Fong Bai picked up a stone and threw it out, knocking down a few feathers of the swooping eagle, which immediately startled it and quickly rose to a higher altitude. Then he turned back with the Horse King. And the Horse King followed Fong Bai obediently. And the other horses that had fled in all directions also slowly gathered together, without missing a single one. This is a wilderness mountain range where Warcraft roams everywhere. Wild beasts that lose the protection of Warcraft will not live long. Walking to the dragon scale grass, Fong Bai used his mental power to conduct a comprehensive scan of the dragon scale grass. After condensing in the fantasy space, he immediately began experiments again and again. After a while, Fong Bai discovered that the medicinal properties of the dragon scale grass were all concentrated inside the dragon scale fruit. The dragon scale grass itself did not have any magical powers, and it would even wither naturally not long after the dragon scale fruit was removed. And if the dragon scale fruit is taken, a series of transformations and strengthening will be carried out on the body. The transformation after eating one is not obvious, and there is basically no change in appearance. But the strength, power, and reaction ability of the body will be enhanced. This kind of enhancement is very obvious. Just one dragon scale fruit can make an ordinary person approach the peak of the human body. If you eat a few more, you can even directly become a professional supernatural person. The price is that some dragon scales will grow if you eat a large number of them. For example, Fong Bai ate hundreds or thousands of them in the fantasy space, and he was forcibly promoted to the elite level. He was promoted to the elite level directly from a completely ordinary person. However, the price paid is that the whole body is covered with fine dragon scales. The fingers are clawed, and other animal features begin to appear on the body, or dragon features. And this change is long-term, even fundamental, and it directly affects the bottom of the human body and the race. According to Fong Bai guess, this has a trace of weak dragon blood and has obtained a certain amount of divine dragon blood. And relying on this trace of dragon blood alone can make people have elite-level powerful strength. However, eating this kind of dragon scale fruit after reaching the elite level is useless. It's useless to eat more, as the limit of dragon scale fruit has been reached. However, Fong Bai estimated that if there were higher-level dragon scale fruit or other spiritual fruit containing dragon blood, it should be able to continue to become stronger and break through. There is no threshold, which is too terrifying. Theoretically, as long as I have enough and high-level dragon scale fruit, then can I cultivate a master level at once? Fong Bai heart stagnated slightly. This is really too outrageous. Others may not be able to advance to the master level after working hard for a lifetime, but here they can eat unlimited fruit. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. Taking the shortcut of power will always be backfired by power. But even so, this dragon scale fruit still attracted Fong Bai's attention. Although this kind of power may backfire, as long as it succeeds, it is also a real master level. Even if it is cannon fodder among the same level, it can kill all low-level existences in seconds. Level crushing. It's so simple. So simple that no skills are needed. Fong Bai thought for a moment, then let go of the dragon scale fruit and gestured to the Horse King. The Horse King was stunned. When the Horse King looked at Fong Bai and carefully tried to pick up the dragon scale fruit with his mouth, Fong Bai jumped on the horse. Herod! Fong Bai's sudden move on its back startled the Horse King, and he stood up subconsciously. When Fong Bai moved slightly on the horse's back, and even his body sank slightly, the Horse King's 4 hooves fell to the ground, stepping out 4 big pits on the ground. Standing in the same place, Fong Bai sat on its back without moving at all. But the Horse King's 4 hooves were constantly shaking. Fong Bai seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And even the Horse King could not bear the burden. Facing the huge pressure on his body, and looking at the dragon scale fruit in front of him, the Horse King did not hesitate, and directly lowered his head, and took a big bite of the dragon scale fruit. When it leaned over to chew the dragon scale fruit, the pressure on its body disappeared. Only Fong Bai sat on its back, making it twist its body in discomfort. The dragon scale fruit and the grass underneath were bitten in the Horse King's mouth, and it was swallowed after a few chews. Just a moment later, Fong Bai felt a surge of elements and was slightly surprised. Is it going to break through? Is the effect of the dragon scale fruit so good? Fong Bai was stunned. But then he reacted. The Horse King was originally at the peak of the professional level, and this dragon scale fruit should only play a supporting role. The Wolf King is also at this stage. No wonder he still dared to attack after I released my momentum. It turned out to be the temptation to break through the elite level directly. Fong Bai turned over and got off the horse. Standing aside and watching the Horse King quietly, the fire element poured into the Horse King's body, like an invisible flame that continuously destroyed the body, and then merged into it to continuously enhance its physique. The Horse King's aura grew at the fastest speed, and when it broke through the elite level, Herod, the Horse King neighed happily, and a few more dragon scales grew next to the dragon scales on his head. Feeling the abundant power, the Horse King suddenly glanced at Fong Bai. Chapter 228 Beast King. What are you looking at? Fong Bai asked helplessly when he saw the look in the Horse King's eyes. Without waiting for it to speak, he pressed it to the ground with one hand. Horse King? ? Fong Bai let the Horse King try to struggle for a few minutes before letting it go. Sure enough, the Horse King's eyes immediately became honest. But this horse? Fong Bai always felt that it was a bit rebellious. Thinking of this, Fong Bai turned over and sat on the horse's back, looking at the more than 20 wild horses behind. These wild horses have basically reached the edge of being promoted to Warcraft, with extremely high quality. Without exception, this structure is a bit abnormal. Why are there so few horses in your herd? Where are the other horses? Fong Bai couldn't help but ask. Herod. Oh! These are the ones who survived after entering this area. The ones who didn't come in are hiding in the territory of the old rhino. Right? Fong Bai suddenly realized. The old rhino only cares about the monsters, because only monsters are qualified to fight, and only monsters can hurt members of its tribe, as long as they are not monsters. Herbivores and carnivores are not a problem for the old rhino and other rhinos. It's good not to bully them. Do you want to treat rhinos as prey? So the Horse King, who brought the elites of the tribe into the Longway area and avoided the old rhino, and the remaining old, weak and sick hid in the old rhino's territory, can accept the protection of the old rhino. And the old rhino would not care about this. Herod. Oh! You said that the old rhino has a treasure and wants to take me to see it? It drove you in because it has a treasure? Herod. The Horse King nodded. And Fong Bai was happy, looking at the Horse King who was full of bad water. He had a new understanding of the Horse King's IQ, and said immediately, Is it possible that the old rhino will listen to me? Horse King? ? Fong Bai saw that the Horse King was slightly sluggish, and immediately became happier. Carrying the willow tree, he rode the Horse King and turned into the forest. The willow tree was huge, and Fong Bai and the Horse King seemed a little out of proportion. But both Fong Bai and the Horse King were relaxed, and did not show any pressure. After leaving the valley, the forest gradually became dense. Fong Bai saw a stream of flames burning from the Horse King in a wave of fire elements, extending from the hoof to the front. The weeds and shrubs in front quickly turned into ashes in the high-temperature flames and dispersed with the wind, leaving only the flames slowly jumping on the ground. The flames extended in a straight line, and there was no trace of fire outside the range. A flame path was formed and extended to the distance. The Horse King led Fong Bai and the horses walked on this flame path. But no wild horses were injured by the flames, but they trampled directly on it. This ability surprised Fong Bai slightly. This control ability. Quite good. With your strength, you can't beat the old rhino? I think your strength and skills should be better than the old rhino. Herod. You said the old rhino has a full set of heavy armor. You can't get in. You can only passively take the beating? Herod. And it has become stronger recently, shining with golden light. And it is not afraid of high-temperature flames? Oh, then it's okay. Fong Bai casually changed the subject and started chatting with the Horse King. Originally, Fong Bai could use his mental power to sense the mental fluctuations of the old rhino, so as to chat across races. Now that the mental power perception is more acute, this communication is of course more unimpeded, regardless of race. Gradually, Fong Bai had a general understanding of this area. This area is not as desolate as Fong Bai imagined. Even Fong Bai really has some understanding of this Longway area. Beast King. According to the Horse King, this Longway area has two real Beast Kings. It is not the Horse King, the strongest beast in its tribe. It is the real Beast King, the king of all beasts, who can fly and kill monsters easily. In Fong Bai's opinion, this is Master. It is not a bird or beast but can fly. Most likely a master-level monster. I didn't expect that there would be a master-level monster in this area. And two at a time. Fong Bai was shocked and became more cautious. before the master level was discovered. Fong Bai could do whatever he wanted because he was invincible. Elite level is invincible. There is no other way. The body is made of pure elemental metal and forged by 3 refinements. This is enough to forge weapons for the master level. If the elite level comes, even if Fong Bai can't beat it, he will not be afraid. Because the attack of the elite level can't even scratch Fong Bai's oily skin. Even if he can't beat it, he won't lose. Invincible. But it's different with the master level. Beast King. Fong Bai immediately gave up the idea of searching in this area and left immediately. Because according to the Horse King, one of the 2 Beast Kings is a wolf. It is the common king of all the wolves in this area. The real Wolf King. Slip. 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 Fong Bai immediately slipped away. But he was still very curious when he left. Wait. You actually have the guts to provoke a wolf pack with a Beast King? Fong Bai looked at the Horse King suspiciously. Herod. Herod. The Horse King was very angry at Fong Bai's suspicious eyes, and protested continuously. But after Fong Bai continued to look for a while, the Horse King called out embarrassedly. Herod. Oh! The 2 Beast Kings ran to the depths, not caring about what's happening outside. Right? Herod. Fong Bai felt that the Horse King was a bit cursing. So he ignored this sentence, turned his head to look at the depths of the Longway area, and finally turned around and left. He took the horse herd directly back to the training area of Zhang Zhong and others. After a week, they had more or less some insights. It is indeed quite convenient to feel the strength of muscles after condensing qi and blood. When Fong Bai went over, many of them were doing frog jumps with boulders, and some were doing push-ups with boulders on their backs. Or some people were using various equipment to do strange movements, twisting their bodies into various strange and difficult positions. Fong Bai looked at these familiar courses, put the willow tree aside, dismounted and walked to the side to point out and correct the movements. These movements were developed by Fong by using his mental power to scan the body structure and fitness knowledge. It didn't have much effect, but with the help of mental power, every muscle group and every muscle in the body could be trained without any omissions. Under high-intensity training, people's mental power is highly concentrated, and it is easier to perceive the strength of muscles. In addition, the Legion talent gave Fong Bai some other ideas. After all, talent is called strength blessing, Fong Bai said softly, thinking while his mental power paid attention to their training status and gave guidance from time to time. At this time, Zhang Zhong came over and whispered beside Fong Bai. Chapter 229, Rendering of Consciousness. Boss, someone just told me that someone is trying to poach me. The price is quite high. So high that I am a little tempted. Zhang Zhong ran to Fong Bai's ear and whispered, laughing as he spoke. Fong Bai laughed and scolded him. If you are tempted, then go. Go! I'm not stupid. Whoever goes is a fool. Zhang Zhong curled his lips in disdain. And Fong Bai was also amused by this. Zhang Zhong didn't say anything else. It's not just that someone is poaching others. There are also many people who poach him. But as he just said, only a fool would go. Money? Money is nothing. And don't they know what they are capable of? Is it because of themselves that they can achieve their current results? Aren't all these given by Fong Bai? If I switch jobs to someone else, can I play a role commensurate with the money? If I can, it's fine. If not, what good will it end like? Although they don't say anything, they know it in their hearts. On the contrary, if they follow Fong Bai unswervingly, then even if there is no credit, there must be hard work. If nothing else, at least Fong Bai has paved the way for the extraordinary all the way. This is the extraordinary, which may be synchronized with the extraordinary in the real world. Money? What is money? The extraordinary can live long, and the extraordinary can have power. The former cannot be exchanged for any amount of money. After having the latter, money will come naturally. Zhang Zhong thought so, and so did others. But this actually surprised Fong Bai, because although everyone understands this, Fong Bai always thinks that it is easy to produce top-notch people when there are more people. Among 50 people, there may be one top-notch person who thinks highly of himself and is short-sighted? Their thoughts and will seem to be gradually converging? Fong Bai suddenly looked at Zhang Zhong and others, thinking, the aggregation of consciousness penetrates the blood and elements. In this aggregation process, wills interact with each other and gradually converge? This seems to be more united, more cohesive, and it seems to be naturally infectious. This seems to be the basis of collective military talent. If a small number of new people are added, let them slowly integrate without affecting the overall environment. This should be able to expand the army little by little. Fong Bai thought about it, and suddenly thought of something, and asked casually, "By the way, which guild is poaching people? Have you reported your name?" "I have reported it. It seems that there is a guild called Qin Dynasty. Only this one reported it. Several others are sneaking around." "Qin Dynasty?" Fong Bai nodded when he heard it. "Forget about those who didn't report their names. Qin Dynasty? The person who poached me dared to report his name. I will remember him." Zhang Zhong nodded, and then returned to the team. The group marched directly back to the cave station. When the others saw Fong Bai, they immediately greeted him, and looked at the willow tree twisting wildly on Fong Bai's body, and the horse king under him with curious eyes. They were not surprised to see someone bring something back, but they were quite curious about what Fong Bai brought back. Especially this horse. It looked very handsome. He told Zhang Zhong to take the horses away, and he personally led the horse king away. He first found a place to plant the willow tree, and then returned to his own magic tower. Just as he returned, "Moo! Moo! Moo!" The little rhino stared at the horse king next to Fong Bai with wide eyes, looking at Fong Bai in disbelief. "Moo! Hey! Don't say that. You will be good friends in the future. You have to get along well. Understand? Moo!" The little rhino looked at Fong Bai with shocked eyes, and the horse king also glanced at the little rhino. The little rhino was familiar with it. "Oh! A monster. So weak. The little rhino? Ridiculous. Herod. Herod." The horse king looked at the little rhino with his eyes squinting, calling out one after another. The little rhino stopped looking at Fong Bai and stared at the horse king. The horse king walked beside the little rhino recklessly. When the little rhino finally couldn't help but arch towards him, he immediately looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan, and kicked the little rhino away with his hoof. Looking at the little rhino's frustrated look, the horse king glanced at Fong Bai, and when Fong Bai didn't say anything, he immediately called out proudly, "Moo! Moo!" The little rhino ran away in frustration, and the horse king didn't care. Seeing this familiar scene, Fong Bai touched his chin. "Well, it's still the little rhino I know. Without any change." Fong Bai looked at the horse king with pity, then turned and entered the mage tower. The horse king looked at Fong Bai in confusion, and then he heard the earth-shaking mooing of a bull. It was endless. The blood cloud rose up, and the horse king was stunned. Boom! Bang! Bang! Fong Bai calmed down and conducted research in the laboratory. Pieces of elemental metal appeared in front of him, changing into various different shapes between appearance and disappearance. Outside the window, the elite horse king was chased by a herd of rhinos and jumped around in the cave. Fong Bai was unaware of the huge movement. He was trying to use gold to condense parts directly, and then combine them one by one. The elemental alloy condensed by gold is no different from ordinary elemental alloys. It has the same properties as the original. It is not possible to knead it like a ball of mud just because it is condensed by gold. It is still a piece of metal. But there is an advantage of using gold to condense elemental metal. That is, each grain of gold is stacked freely by Fong Bai. As long as the control is sufficient, there will be no error in the condensed parts. There is no word error, and the word precision will disappear. If it is said that it is composed of 10 gold elements, then there are 10. Not even one more. Under gold, even the smallest parts can be condensed, and there is no difficulty in processing. In addition, if necessary, any part can be transformed into gold in an instant, and then reassembled into the part you need, regardless of whether it was originally intact or damaged. There is no difference between parts and the whole for parts composed of gold. When it is not moving, there are no parts. It is a whole. Whether it is solid or has various force relief devices, there is no problem. On this basis, parts emerge and fall by hand, and extremely small parts rise and fall like waves. The armor design of elite mecha masters has caused great controversy before, and two differences have emerged after a long period of controversy. One is that just like traditional mechanical armor, all parts and functions are integrated into the armor, and usually all functions of the armor are trained to be familiar with them, and then they are fully committed to the battle during use. Compared with the traditional one, Fong Bai still chose the second path. Thinking of this, the parts in his hand slowly changed. When defense is needed, it is a shield. The delicate parts in his hand instantly turned into a thick shield with various shock-absorbing and force-relief accessories. Chapter 230 Transformation Aid. When power is needed, it will turn into a motor, and the engine will output surging power. The shield in his hand disappeared, and then a small and exquisite engine appeared in Fong by hand. I will condense whatever I need. Nothing can limit my changes and choices, except knowledge and imagination. The golden Fong by hand willfully formed various parts and transformed into various forms. As long as I have enough knowledge and imagination, no one can limit my means. Whether it is extraordinary or technological creation, I can design countless types of armor. Armor for long-range attackers, defensive armor, and melee armor. I can choose it at will according to my needs, and even change it at will in battle. When needed, my armor can be a solid weight, or a hollow big bun. Everything is up to me. The metal in his hand changed arbitrarily according to his mind. But Fong Bai fell into deep thought. The power of this armor can be imagined with your feet, completely crushing the first type of armor. But since there will be controversy, it naturally has both advantages and disadvantages. After all, it is not a perfect solution and cannot cover everything. The problem with the second solution is also very realistic. That is the structure. It is fine to combine gold elements into metal structures. This is a fixed style, and there will be no impact if you are proficient. The key is the structure of parts. Armor, weapons, defense, internal structure, external frame, etc. If you want to condense an armor out of thin air with gold elements, it is useless to just condense some metal lumps. The drawings of such a mechanical armor can be a thick stack. In reality, even the designer of the armor drawings cannot memorize the drawings completely. This is unrealistic. The amount of data is too much. At most, they can remember the structure and deduce it bit by bit. If you use this method to condense the armor, then it is already very good to wear the armor within a day. And there is nothing else to say. Of course, this can be solved to a certain extent in the case of extraordinary in the game. Even the warrior's extraordinary brains will be strengthened to a certain extent, not to mention those that can give birth to spiritual power. But even so, if you want to condense an extremely complex armor out of thin air, every detail must be correct. This is impossible to accomplish without a certain amount of time. Fong Bai tried to condense mechanical assisted armor, and his speed was already relatively fast. But it still took an hour. And this is just a relatively simple mechanical assisted armor. And this is just one set. If you want to switch armor during wartime, or even switch armor according to different situations during battle, Fong Bai must first disperse the original armor, run for a few hours, and then condense the armor without being disturbed by the opponent. All think that if you do this, you may be able to laugh the enemy to death. This is what caused them to tangle between the first option and the second option. Long-term training to condense a kind of armor, with proficiency and muscle memory, can further shorten the armor condensation time. In the absence of the need to change armor during wartime, the Mecha Master can focus more on memorizing the armor structure and repair it at any time during battle. Such combat effectiveness is not bad. Although it is not the strongest armor, it can create the strongest Mecha Master after compromise. This is at least much stronger than the Mecha Master who changes armor naked during war. Unless the problem of complex armor structure, difficult to remember, and difficult to condense quickly can be solved. Otherwise, the more armor structures that are remembered, the more complex the armor structure, the faster the Mecha Master will die. But as long as it can be solved, the Mecha Master who can change his clothes at will in combat is definitely a nightmare for all professions, including magicians. Because for Mecha Masters above the alloy level, there is enough elemental power in the gold element to condense armor, and it can also condense spell models and magic arrays on the armor. As long as the Mecha Master in the second form remembers enough spell models, it is equivalent to a heavy armored magician in full armor mode, the kind that directly enters the second form after getting close. And to solve this problem, Fong Bai actually had a faint inspiration in his heart. And this is the fundamental reason why Fong Bai chose the second option against all odds. In the unconscious state, the metal in his hand gradually disappeared again and again. And in the process of reappearing, it evolved into an extremely small metal chip. This is the chip that Fong Bai scanned with his mental power in reality. Although he couldn't use the fantasy space in reality, he used his photographic memory and checked the condensation online at high frequency. And this chip was still condensed in Fong by hand. Chip. If the armor structure of all forms can be recorded with a chip, it can be exported with one click to complete the transformation directly when needed. then everything is not difficult. And all problems can be solved. The strongest profession is born. However, Fong Bai slowly clenched his fist and held the metal chip in his hand. Metal chip. Crack. The precise metal chip shattered. Chips are good things. But metal chips are a joke. This may be solved after the extraordinary metal material science completes a qualitative breakthrough. But before that, it is a joke. However, although the chip is not feasible, it does not mean that this idea is wrong. There is nothing wrong with this idea. Fong Bai does not need a chip, but a method that can store mechanical mechanisms normally, and can directly condense the structure like exporting data. This reminds Fong Bai of the transformation of the armor warrior, and the longer and longer transformation of the masked rider. Whether it is the armor warrior or the masked rider, the shadow will appear first in the process of transformation, and then condense into armor in one step. Especially the transformation of the masked rider, which is jokingly called the transformation invincible frame, will also come with a particularly large frame. Although these are all fake, they are just special effects dramas. But at this moment, Fong Bai thought that this could bring him a lot of real inspiration. Can I do the same as this? Store the structure. Export the structure to form a phantom. And then instantly input the gold element to condense it into shape? In this way, maybe the transformation time can be controlled within 1 second or even shorter. This will have extremely high practical significance. And if this is still difficult, then first condense a larger auxiliary framework outside, like Kamen Rider. Then import its data into the framework, and use the framework to assist in condensing armor? At the same time, the framework can also maintain a constant defense spell, so as to achieve the transformation invincibility frame, and transform without interference. Fong Bai fell into deep thought, and a crystal core appeared in his hand at some point, and he played with it slowly. Chapter 231 New Neighbors. Storage structure. Export structure. Structure phantom. Condense into shape. Fong Bai recited these words, and couldn't help but have a strong sense of déjà vu in his heart. After a moment of silence, he looked at the Warcraft crystal core in his hand. The Warcraft crystal core stores the spell model inside. After the spell model is formed, as long as the elemental power is input from the entrance, it will automatically fill in form. Thus it becomes a spell. From this theoretical point of view, we only need to solve the projection step, and use the condensation principle of the spell model to project the armor structure. Then the crystal core is the best and most appropriate core carrier. Fong Bai said silently in his heart. As for the projection spell, I remember that there is a related application in the collection of a noble. Fong Bai immediately entered the library to search, and soon he came out with a disc-shaped, black object similar to a record. A matching white crystal core was embedded in it, and rays of light gathered and intersected in midair to form a three-dimensional picture. With the rapid flashing of frames, the picture directly formed a video. Real 3D stereoscopic video. Or should we call it 4D? There was even a body next to him. Fong Bai looked at the picture expressionlessly, seemingly calm, but the action of touching his nose from time to time showed his inner restlessness. This noble is really playing around. In this extraordinary world, the top strong men and nobles are really no worse than modern rich people. Even stronger. Many things that technology can do. The extraordinary will not be worse. At most, there is a slight difference in cost. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and turned to study its operating principle with a purely academic attitude. The operating mode is not complicated. The light crystal core is used as energy to drive the magic array, so that the image stored in the crystal core is projected through the magic array, and the attached sound module is activated in the process. It seems that there is no encryption set, and Fong Bai mental power directly perceives each structure. Fong Bai even perceives the encoding mode of the internal video and audio files. Or it should not be called encoding, but a means similar to memory output. The video and audio clips are directly stored in the crystal core, without transcoding, and can be directly projected and played. The principle of sound is very simple. It is just the air vibration caused by the magic circle. Fong Bai quickly understood these two magic circles. However, Fong Bai cannot use this projection technique directly, because Fong Bai needs a projection similar to a magic model, not a light and shadow magic without substance. This magic model should be fine, but it should not be light-based. It should be spiritual-based, directly driven by spiritual power. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai gradually had an idea. Different elements have different properties and fields, so spell models of different attributes cannot be universal. It is impossible to say that the fireball spell can be turned into a water ball spell by using the water element to drive it. It will only fail without any reaction. Magic is not such a trivial thing. So it is not feasible to directly replace the light element with spiritual power. But Fong Bai has another idea. The operation mode of this spell is to project the light element to form a projection. The light element. Fong Bai tried to integrate the spiritual power into the light element, and entered the operation process of the magic circle with the light element. When the projection was projected, the mental power was filtered out. Failed. But can the mental power be filtered out in this way? Directly remove the mental power, and keep only the pure light element. Fong Bai was slightly surprised, and immediately recorded this point, and then continued to conduct experiments. Experiments again and again. Attempts again and again. In the constant failures, Fong Bai groped for the right direction. He did not realize that although he had only interpreted more than 80% of the first layer of the solid structure of the gold element, he had a new understanding of the spell model, structure, and field, compared to before. Although he had also come into contact with many spell models, a lot of related knowledge, and made a lot of research. But no research was as smooth and handy as it is now. Unconsciously, the original projection spell model changed its shape little by little. Gradually, it was completely unrecognizable. When Fong Bai began to test the spell model again, footsteps came from under the Mage Tower. The experiment in his hand did not stop, and the idea moved. When Zhang Zhong walked to the door just opened slowly. Seeing Fong Bai busy, Zhang Zhong stood aside and waited. After Fong Bai finished the test and recorded it, he spoke. "Boss, the president of the Dynasty Guild is here to visit." The Dynasty Guild? Fong Bai recalled the two players he met before and realized that they had finally found this place. When he went out, he saw that, as expected, the two players were among the people who came with the president of the Dynasty Guild. Fong Bai glanced at the two of them, and then walked straight towards the president of the Dynasty Guild. "Hello, Fong Bai. This is Zhao Yu, the president of our Dynasty Guild." "President, this is Fong Bai." "Hello." "Hello." Fong Bai and Zhao Yu immediately held hands. Surrounded by the crowd, Fong Bai led Zhao Yu straight inside. As they passed by each project team, Fong Bai introduced them while walking, and Zhao Yu nodded. At this time, a rhino pulled a cart of iron ingots over, and Zhao Yu immediately looked over there. But Fong Bai, who always took the initiative to introduce, suddenly seemed to be blind, and still led Zhao Yu inside, briefly introducing each project outside. But there was no purpose, as if they were just here to chat. Zhao Yu waited and waited, but Fong Bai didn't talk about what he cared about most. Finally, after talking for a long time, Zhao Yu spoke. It's not that he has no patience, nor that he can't help it, but he understands that the initiative of this matter is completely in Fong Bai's hands. If he doesn't say it, then there's really no need to say it. After a while, the two people who had negotiated came out together. Happy cooperation. We will be neighbors in the future. Neighbor. Happy cooperation. No need to send. We will go back now. The team responsible for transporting standard iron ingots, and the research team will be here soon. Okay. After a round of greetings, Fong Bai walked back into the cave, holding a spear that Zhang Zhong had just handed over. Firearm spear. It was exactly the same spear as the two players used before. A gunpowder spear, in addition to some bullets. This was Zhao Yu's gift to Fong Bai, which made Fong Bai feel pretty good. After aiming the gun for a while, Fong Bai took it back to the Mage Tower and hung it in front of the office as a decoration, and then sat back in front of the desk. With a thought, a spell model slowly flowed. Chapter 232 Stone Beat Crack. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the spell model slowly dissipated. Failed again. But Fong Bai was not depressed, because although he failed, he had broken through the barrier that filtered out the mental power. He could already mix the mental power and light elements and project them out with the spell. Although the projected mental power was completely chaotic due to some reasons and lost control for a moment, it was still a qualitative leap. The next day, Fong Bai continued to take Zhang Zhong and others into the Longway area for training. Many of them had already ridden on tall horses, and some were still walking. This was the result of their friendly consultation. Everyone was satisfied and convinced. Fong Bai looked at the bruised players one by one, as if he hadn't seen it. It is worth mentioning that the Sitting Horse King was even worse than them. There was no good place on his body. It was obvious that he had been beaten for a long time by the little rhino and the rhino group. Fong Bai knew at the time that this must be the case. This horse king always thought that his elite strength could kill here. Not to mention the little rhino. The old rhino was not its opponent. The latter is indeed true. But can it be killed indiscriminately? The little rhino has been following Fong Bai since Fong Bai started studying qi and blood, and witnessed and experienced the development of qi and blood from nothing to cloud. And it taught the rhino group how to condense qi and blood and use qi and blood. This is not an ordinary rhino. This is an intellectual rhino. In the rhino group, the little rhino should not be too relaxed in mobilizing qi and blood to bless itself. And the horse king is just asking for a beating. As usual, they went to a fixed location for training. However, some players had additional riding training to familiarize themselves with new mounts and qi and blood control training. And Fong Bai did not leave as usual, but found a stone nearby to sit on and continue his research. The horse king walked idly aside and saw Fong Bai concentrating on training. Seeing that no one was paying attention to it, his eyes rolled, and he walked towards the depths stealthily with his feet pressed down. But as soon as he moved his feet, a voice came from behind. "Where are you going?" The horse king tensed up and looked back, seeing that it was not Fong Bai but Zhang Zhong. He breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Zhang Zhong, and snorted. "An ordinary monster? TSK. Weakling. Dare you call me?" The horse king looked at him with disdain, raised his hind legs, and flew directly towards Zhang Zhong with his hooves. Zhang Zhong's eyelids moved slightly, and he said softly, "Start the formation." The moment the voice fell, the blood and qi cloud appeared out of thin air in the sky, as if it had been there, just showing up. It's not a cloud. It's a blood and qi cloud. The horse king, ? The next moment, the horse king's hoof was held in Zhang Zhong's hand. Bang, 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 bang. After a terrible battle, the horse king, who had lost all his resistance, was dragged back by Zhang Zhong, and the blood and qi cloud in the sky slowly dissipated. A gleam of light flashed in the horse king's eyes, and he suddenly jumped up. The cloud of qi and blood emerged. Bang, 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 bang. The horse king was then dragged away by Zhang Zhong. "The boss said that you should follow us to train during this period, and learn how to condense and even control qi and blood. You are simply too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak. Too weak." These words kept echoing in the horse king's ears. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He could only look at the sky with suspicion. "Am I so weak?" Fong Bai raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the horse king. There is no saying that Warcraft and humans are stronger or weaker, because the difference between individuals is greater than that between humans and Warcraft. There is no accurate data to compare. Knowledge, race, talent, spells, professions, skills, combat experience, status, etc. can affect combat effectiveness and factors that affect strength and weakness, among which knowledge accounts for a large proportion. And the horse king seems to be stronger than the little rhino in terms of hard power. Zhang Zhong, who is directly one level higher. It stands to reason that the horse king should directly crush him. But every time he failed without any resistance. This was the result of being uneducated. In terms of knowledge, he was far behind this man and beast. His mind returned to the research itself, and he tried little by little according to his own research feelings, and adjusted the spell model little by little. Although Fong Bai did not have a high degree of mastery of the spell model, he had been studying the gold element structure and the field in the fantasy space for nearly 10 years, and had achieved certain results. This had made him extremely sensitive to the field. He didn't know why, but he knew how to do it inexplicably. Occasionally, he would think about it again, and why doing this could also reveal a little bit of the reason. He kept a part of his consciousness in his body to stay alert and input the blood and qi into the stone beads at all times. The remaining consciousness gradually sank into the fantasy space and gradually began to study. After studying the solid structure for a long time, now studying a little spell model, the magic circle is so comfortable. It was like drinking a glass of ice water in the summer, or eating an ice cream in a warm air-conditioned room in winter. The body and mind are relaxed, just for fun. Time passed by minute, and they entered the long way area for training regularly every day. They trained during the day and used meditation techniques to enter deep sleep at night. Little by little, their spirits became more and more high-spirited and refined, and their muscles became more and more obvious. In a blink of an eye, another week passed. During the training, there were no accidents, no monsters, and no Beast King attacks. Everything was normal. However, when the transport team of the Dynasty Guild came to buy standard iron ingots, they met players from the Guild Alliance, such as Hao Wei. In an instant, everyone became nervous, especially the players on the Guild Alliance side, who immediately began to check whether there were any insiders. After a thorough investigation, 2 traitors from other guilds were found, but they never admitted that they were from the Dynasty Guild, and it seemed that they really had nothing to do with the Dynasty Guild. No matter how the process was, the final result was that the Dynasty Guild also purchased a batch of standard iron ingots that could be used for the Mecha Master's job transfer training. There was no conflict between the 2 sides. On the 8th day, Fong Bai entered the Dragon Power area for training as usual. However, as soon as he entered the Dragon Power area and injected a stream of blood and chi into the stone bead, the stone bead changed. A stream of blood and chi was injected into the stone bead, and the stone bead absorbed it bit by bit. When it was completely absorbed, buzz, 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 the stone bead kept making a subtle buzzing sound, and a piece of debris fell off the surface of the stone bead, revealing a trace of the smooth red surface of the stone bead. Just when Fong Bai thought that the stone bead was finally going to reveal its true face, the vibration of the dragon bead stopped. It stopped moving, except for a very small piece of stone skin that fell off. The other parts were intact, and the other parts could not be broken off no matter how Fong Bai tried. At this moment, at the gap, the crystal red inside, a stream of energy slowly seeped out. Chapter 233 Dragon Ball Dragon Chi. Buzz. When this ray of energy appeared, the Horse King turned his head and looked over instantly. Hiralu, the Horse King, who was originally in training, rushed to Fong Bai instantly and bit the stone bead in Fong Bai's hand. Pa! Fong Bai didn't even raise his head and slapped the Horse King away. The thick-skinned Horse King fell to the ground and came back in a flash. His eyes never left the stone bead in Fong Bai's hand, nor did they leave the ray of energy flowing out. His breathing was heavy, but it was probably the slap just now that made it sober and regain some reason. Looking at the crazy look of the Horse King and feeling the breath emitted by this ray of energy, Fong Bai instantly remembered the dragon scale fruit at the beginning. Is it something similar? Fong Bai looked at this ray of energy, blood red, like mist, and looked ethereal. It was just a ray, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. But in Fong Bai's mental perception, it was extremely heavy and condensed. It seemed to contain endless energy, and it seemed to be true. Fong Bai felt an unimaginable energy density in it. The ordinary elemental power was like the ratio of stars to the bright moon in front of this wisp of blood-red mist. Fong Bai casually slapped the horse head that came unknowingly and tried to sweep it. When he found that the same wisp of blood-red mist appeared in the fantasy space, he was relieved and felt a little fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, this one is not like the stone beads that cannot be scanned. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Fong Bai handed the blood-red mist to the Horse King without any hesitation. Don't you want to eat it? Eat it quickly. But it was not in reality, but in the fantasy space. The Horse King in the fantasy space did not react at all. His eyes were dull, and he was a real plant horse. Fong Bai's mental power closely followed the blood-red mist. When this mist touched the Horse King's body, ah! A dragon roar exploded in Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai's head twitched suddenly, and it felt like a bomb exploded in his head. The mental space was in a mess, and even the spell position was a little shaken. Fortunately, it was just an imaginary body. The imaginary space is based on the consciousness level. Theoretically speaking, no matter how big the damage is, it cannot cause damage to the material level. Not to mention the material level. Mental power is impossible. So Fong Bai withdrew this imaginary body and condensed it again to fully recover. But when he saw the Horse King, he was still shocked. Everywhere. Although I guessed that the Horse King would be miserable, I didn't expect it to be so miserable. The sky was full of blood and flesh, and I couldn't even find a piece the size of a fingernail. It exploded too fast. I didn't see any details. Just now. That dragon roared just now. It should be something contained in this blood-red mist. Bloodline? Dragon blood? Fong Bai couldn't help but think of this idea. If this is dragon blood, then what on earth is this stone bead? Dragon blood crystal? Fong Bai had one idea after another in his mind, and rejected them one by one. Finally, the most unbelievable idea emerged in Fong Bai's mind. Damn. This stone is not really a dragon bead. Right? Fong Bai couldn't help but swear. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that the most likely possibility was still this. But if this is the case, it's sad that the fantasy space can't scan. And this is understandable. The location of the Magician Tower's suppression must be the most core location. It is reasonable to take the dragon bead away when it rises. But outside the fantasy space, Fong Bai looked at the stone bead with complicated eyes. The stone bead that he had been working on for so long, cracking walnuts on, and dripping blood on could actually be a dragon bead? This, seeing the crystal clear red color coming out of the gap, Fong Bai suddenly believed it again. Let's just treat it as a dragon bead first. Stone bead? Oh no! The blood red mist coming out of the dragon bead. Dragon blood? Dragon energy? For some reason, Fong Bai couldn't help but think of the word dragon energy in his mind. Then let's call it dragon energy. Fong Bai made up his mind and pushed the dragon energy towards the Horse King again. But this time, he didn't use his mental power to perceive the state of the dragon energy in real time. According to Fong Bai's speculation, the reason why he was injured just now was entirely because of the real-time perception of mental power. That dragon roar should be a spiritual attack, similar to dragon power. Sure enough, when Fong Bai didn't use his mental power to pay attention, there was only a faint dragon roar in his ears, and bang! The Horse King was blown into a ball of rotten meat. Exactly the same as before. Without any difference. Fong Bai immediately recondensed the Horse King and pushed the dragon energy over again. This time, his mental power directly enveloped the Horse King's body. Ah! The dragon's roar was a little clearer, but it did not reach the level of causing damage. The instantaneous change of the Horse King also left a fragment in Fong Bai's mind. And then bang! Again and again. Again and again. Fragments after fragments. A little bit of careful observation. Finally, Fong Bai half watched and half guessed the changes that occurred when the Horse King came into contact with the dragon energy. The moment the dragon energy touched the Horse King, it merged into it, and in less than 1,000th of a second, it had spread all over the dragon horse's body, inside and outside every corner. Muscles, bones, spine, heart, brain, bone marrow, and dragon scales. The dragon scales spread rapidly the moment they came into contact, covering the whole body in a blink of an eye. And in a blink of an eye, they were replaced by a layer of thicker and denser new scales, layer by layer. At the same time, the body became majestic. The horse's hooves gradually extended into 5 claws. The teeth gradually became sharp. The 2 bulges on the top of the head expanded rapidly, and the dragon horns broke through the flesh and blood and stuck out, and the horse's face deformed into a dragon face. In just a moment, the Horse King seemed to have turned into a dragon horse, and the momentum it exuded made Fong Bai terrified. Then, less than 1,000th of a second passed. Bang! The Horse King exploded. At the moment when the Horse King exploded, Fong Bai could still sense that the power of the dragon energy had not been released at all. Not to mention one Horse King. Even another Horse King would be exploded. This dragon energy seemed illusory, but in fact, Fong Bai could not separate it at all. Pushing the dragon energy to the Horse King again and again, recording the details again and again. Fong Bai wanted to continue to spy on the secret of this dragon energy. In an instant in the outside world, a long time passed in the fantasy space. Finally, after the Horse King died countless times, Fong Bai opened his eyes. Looking at the Horse King who was so close and familiar, Fong Bai subconsciously pushed the dragon energy over. The Horse King was ecstatic. But when he saw Fong Bai's eyes, he suddenly woke up with a chill and subconsciously took 2 steps back. The eyes seemed to reflect its countless death. The Horse King? ? Chapter 234 Master Mecha Master. It was a close call. You almost died. Fong Bai retracted his dragon energy and said with a smile. At this moment, the Horse King looked at Fong Bai in horror and ran away. Before, whether he was caught by Fong Bai, Little Rhino, or beaten by Zhang Zhong, he never panicked, because he knew that although he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't die. In this respect, his perception was very sharp. This was the fundamental reason why he dared to be so naughty, because the Horse King found that as long as he was honest and cooperated well in his job, he could be naughty, jump, run away, and sneak attack Fong Bai at other times without any problems. This is called being favored and fearless. But at this moment, the Horse King was really panicked. It seemed that it was really a dead horse reflected in Fong Bai's eyes just now. Some of the information revealed at that moment gave the Horse King a great shock. Now, no matter how Fong Bai called the Horse King, he didn't dare to come over. Fong Bai retracted his dragon energy and sank his mind into the fantasy space again. However, this time Fong Bai did not use the Horse King as the experimental material, but directly contacted the dragon energy himself. The moment the dragon energy entered the body, Fong Bai heard a dragon roar in his mind. Ah! In the dragon roar, the dragon energy turned into thousands and sank into every corner and every cell of the body. The surging energy burst out from the body and directly hit the most essential thing in Fong Bai's body, directly hitting Fong Bai's origin. Boom! It seemed that there was a concrete sound in the ears, as if the Qiantang tide hit the dam fiercely. The terrifying energy filled the body, and Fong Bai felt stronger than ever. The muscle fibers became stronger. The bones became thicker. Everything was strengthened, and everything was changing. When this energy rushed into the energy in the body and merged with it, Fong Bai slowly floated up. The energy and the strength of the body seemed to directly form a microfield. Using this field to fly seemed to have become Fong Bai's instinct. Bang! 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 The powerful heart beat like a giant drum, and the thick figure echoed in the fantasy space. Feeling this unprecedented powerful force, Fong Bai had only one thought in his mind. Master! Master! An absolute master! Fong Bai could feel that his current strength could easily crush his previous self to death. The elemental metal level body was fully bloomed, and the sublimation of the body and energy was completed at the same time. This is extremely terrifying power. Fong Bai even felt that his mass had increased by unknown times at this moment, and the density of his body had increased by unknown times. The powerful force impacted Fong Bai's mind. A wisp of dragon energy actually made him a master. Fong Bai began to believe that this was dragon energy, which was too terrifying. Fong Bai dared to believe that the masters he met before would fight again without anything, without the blood cloud, without the suppression of cloud energy, and they would fight alone or in a group in their own perfect state. And he only needed one punch. No matter how many there are, he only needs one punch. And the attacks of these masters can't even break through his defense. He believes that as long as he shows this kind of strength before the natives, he doesn't need to worry about anything. There is no need to worry about the nobles in Hongfeng City. As long as he is willing to accept it, he will be the greatest noble in Hongfeng City. Hongfeng City will belong to him in an instant, because strength is the greatest capital and the source of all nobility. No one's recognized nobles are more noble than direct power. And among the players, it goes without saying that in the game reality, he will instantly jump up and ascend to heaven in one step, exit the fantasy space, and really integrate into the dragon energy now. Fong Bai was stunned when this thought just emerged in his mind and calmed down in the fantasy space. Wait! When did I become so reckless? Why do I have to merge now? It's just an experiment. The dragon energy can't escape. And even if it escapes, what's the matter? The dragon ball is in my hand. Why should I be so anxious? Even if I really decide to merge, wouldn't it be better to wait until all the experiments are clear and understand clearly before making a decision? And Fong Bai thought, and a mirror condensed in front of him. In the mirror, the keratin on Fong Bai's face slowly bulged and hardened, and the pupils of his eyes gradually narrowed. Raising his hands, the nails of both hands gradually extended and sharpened. When he raised his head again and looked at the mirror, Fong Bai shuddered when he looked into the pair of narrow pupils. Instantly woke up. After waking up, Fong felt it instantly. The energy of the dragon energy was still rushing down, infecting his origin. Although his origin was strong and tough, it was not eroded instantly like the Horse King, but it was also being infiltrated bit by bit, changing Fong Bai's body structure and appearance bit by bit. Going upwards, it directly permeates the mental power, continuously impacting Fong Bai's consciousness. However, compared to the origin of the body, Fong Bai's consciousness remained motionless under the suppression of the fantasy space. This awakening was not a coincidence, but a necessity for a strong and stable consciousness. However, Fong Bai was really shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he truly felt the benefits of having a fantasy space to suppress consciousness. Otherwise, if the consciousness is affected silently, what does it matter how strong the power is? Then are you still you? Fong Bai took a deep breath to calm down. while using a strong consciousness to suppress and control the energy in his body. These energies eventually belonged to Fong Bai, and slowly calmed down under suppression and control. Fong Bai's narrow pupils recovered. The dragon scales degenerated and disappeared into skin, and the sharp nails on his hands slowly retracted. But Fong Bai could sense that this was just a stopgap measure. The power of dragon energy was still continuously impacting consciousness and infecting the origin. This cannot be stopped, and it will not be long before it reaches a certain level, and it will become irreversible. After calming down, Fong Bai thought, is there any dragon consciousness remaining in the dragon energy? Fong Bai had this thought immediately. Fong Bai, who had read a lot of novels, knew that this was no joke. If there was really consciousness hidden, then everything would be over. After thinking carefully, Fong Bai shook his head. There is no consciousness. It is just pure energy. The reason why it can touch consciousness is just because the essence of these dragon energy is too high. It is so high that it has the characteristics of both energy and spirit. And it is so strong that it can span the two realms and affect both realms. This behavior of infecting the origin and consciousness is just the characteristic of dragon energy. Maybe it is the common property of this level of energy. It is like dripping paint into water, which will naturally spread to the surrounding areas with low paint concentration. Chapter 235 Dragon Scale Iron. It's good that there is no residual consciousness. Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the surging power and huge mass of his body. This is because he used his flying instinct to support his body. Otherwise, such an important body would naturally sink when standing on the ground. Just like encountering quicksand or a swamp. Fong Bai's body is too terrifying. It was originally equivalent to a body forged from pure elemental metal. And now it has expanded again because of the increase in strength. The soil the size of his feet can't bear Fong Bai's weight at all. He threw a punch lightly. Bang! A large area in front of him exploded instantly. With a thought. A small hill that he had scanned before appeared in the fantasy space. And he punched straight. Bang! Boom! The hill was instantly shattered and turned into dust and fog. Huh? This terrifying power. If it were put into reality, it should be called a mobile disaster. Right? No. 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 It is qualified to be called that in both the game and reality. No energy is required. Just the physical force can directly smash an entire mountain. That city can't withstand a few of my punches. And this level of attack can completely beat me to death with my recovery speed. And if you had energy, plus the overload state. Fong Bai slowly accumulated power. Accumulated power. And after a moment, he punched out. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying scene emerged. And thousands of elite versions of Fong Bai died instantly under this punch. Retracting his fist. Looking at the fist that was a little bit like dragon claws and dragon scales. Fong Bai sighed slightly. Alas. Fong Bai felt sorry for this power. This power was simply too strong. So strong that Fong Bai was reluctant to give it up. Fong Bai was even reluctant to interrupt this power in the fantasy space. Even in dreams. This kind of power is a mystery. Not to mention that as long as Fong Bai wants it. As long as Fong Bai has a thought. This thing will become a reality. But when Fong Bai found that it would infect the origin and impact consciousness. Even if this might be just an inherent nature. Even if there is no residual consciousness involved. Fong Bai still resolutely decided to give up. Don't really integrate it into the body. No matter how strong and tempting the power is. As long as it can't be controlled. Fong Bai would rather not have it. Even under the suppression of the fantasy space. Fong Bai consciousness can suppress the dragon energy and have a certain degree of confidence to overcome the infection of the dragon energy. Uncontrolled is uncontrolled. And hidden dangers are hidden dangers. Any confidence that there will be no problems is false. The least afraid of accidents and problems is not to use it. It's just a master level power. But it's still unclear and unclear. It's okay if there are no hidden dangers. But there are hidden dangers? Fong Bai also disdained it. With a thought. This fantasy body dissipated. And Fong Bai condensed a new body. A body that originally only had elite strength. The elite strength compared to what he had just now was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. A huge emptiness swept through his consciousness. And Fong Bai couldn't help but think of continuing to experience this power in the fantasy space. But Fong Bai suppressed this thought in just a moment. This is an addiction. It must be restrained. Huh? After a long time, Fong Bai took a long breath and recovered from this state. He looked at the dragon energy again and was able to restore basic calmness. Fong Bai looked at the dragon energy and thought again. Thinking about how to use this strand of dragon energy. Not integrating it into the body is one thing, and using it is another. The power of dragon energy is obvious, and Fong Bai can't give up because of choking. After a while, Fong Bai slowly materialized a piece of elemental metal. With a thought, the dragon energy merged into the elemental metal, and under the perception of mental power, a faint dragon roar sounded. Ah! As Fong Bai watched, the structure of the elemental metal changed at a very fast speed, and even the color gradually turned into light gold. After a while, Fong Bai looked at this piece of completely different light gold elemental metal. The faint and fine dragon scale pattern on the surface, and even the faint dragon power. Although Fong Bai had expected it, he couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. Elemental metal. It actually works. The infection intensity of this dragon energy is so strong that it can even infect non-living matter, and can be forcibly changed. Fong Bai opened his mouth and closed it again. This. Dragon energy has a great infection effect on the origin and consciousness. The degree of danger is very, very high. Once fused, maybe everything from the origin to the consciousness will become unrelated to humans. Consciousness will change silently, and in the end you seem to be alive, but in fact you are dead. So it is unrealistic to fuse life, since living beings are not possible. Then just dead things. Fong Bai's own body is equivalent to elemental metal. That is, elemental metal with life. Fong Bai thought that if his body could fuse dragon energy, then could elemental metals? It should be possible. But? Really? This is unscientific. What is the principle? Fong Bai was really confused. If this is possible, then what about the elemental metal that I condensed with gold element? Fong Bai couldn't help but think, and directly condensed a palm-sized piece of elemental metal with a palm of metal, and then pushed the newly materialized dragon energy into it. Buzz! In just a moment, the gold element completed the transformation. Fong Bai looked at the pale golden elemental metal with dragon scale patterns, and couldn't help but be dazed. And feeling the surging power contained in this elemental metal, Fong Bai was stunned again. The power of this elemental metal even followed the connection of gold element, and was blessed to his body. Of course, at the same time, there was also the infection of dragon energy on the origin and consciousness. But while the blessing power was greatly weakened, this infection power was also weakened by who knows how many times, and Fong Bai could easily suppress it with his consciousness. Not to mention long-term use, at least in a short period of time. This kind of immersion power will definitely not cause irreversible changes to Fong Bai, as long as the connection is disconnected. Fong Bai can easily digest this immersion to avoid affecting himself. When seeing the dragon energy that was recondensed because of the dissipation of the gold element, Fong Bai's heart was already surging. One dragon energy may be a little less. If another batch of dragon energy is fused with the gold element to form a battle armor, the power blessing of the battle armor alone can push Fong Bai to the master level of combat power. Even if it is still not as good as the amplitude of the qualitative change in combat power brought by directly fusing a strand of dragon energy, it is enough, because this does not include the design, structure, and magic array of the armor. The material is determined. Fong Bai's heart was surging, and his third armor finally had a name. This material is called Dragon Scale Iron. Chapter 236. Are you so brave? Strength. Toughness. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai tested the various properties of the dragon scale patch bit by bit. After a few tests, he understood the various properties clearly. With a thought, everything in front of him disappeared, leaving only a few experimental manuals on the bookshelf. At this moment, a corner of the bookshelf that connected the sky and the ground was filled with various books, which represented Fong Bai's current knowledge system and memory. The fantasy space is closer to the essence than the mind, and exists directly in the consciousness. The body carries the spirit carries the soul carries the consciousness, and the consciousness governs everything. This is the human body structure that Fong Bai simply explored and summarized. It is not perfect, but it can also be used as a reference. And memory and knowledge directly exist in the fantasy space, which is basically equivalent to exist in the consciousness. This means that even if Fong Bai loses his body, spirit, and soul, as long as his consciousness remains, he still has memories and his own complete knowledge system. This means that Fong Bai's knowledge and memory cannot be taken away even if he dies. After finishing the experiment on dragon scale iron, Fong Bai was still thinking about how to store dragon energy and trying various containers. A wolf appeared at the training ground. Awoo! Fong Bai opened his eyes and looked at the gray giant wolf. Next to it, giant wolves walked out from behind the stone one after another. And in the distance, awoo! 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 Continuous wolf howls sounded in the back. And with the last wolf howl, the gold elements in the environment seemed to tremble. Fong Bai directly exited the fantasy space, turned his head to look in the direction of the wolf howl, his face slightly solemn. Master Wolf King. Fong Bai was not surprised at all that there was a magic beast coming. The performance of the Horse King just now had explained everything. Although after seeing the performance of the Horse King, Fong Bai immediately used the magician's hand to isolate the air and isolate the dragon energy in a vacuum-like way. But obviously, it failed. Fong Bai did not isolate the fluctuations caused by the appearance of the dragon energy. But, Herod. The Horse King panicked and grabbed Fong Bai close, pulling Fong Bai and trying to take him away. Fong Bai, who was interrupted by the Horse King, slapped the Horse King in anger. What are you panicking about? They are just a group of wolf kings. Aren't you also a Horse King? Horse King, ? Different? No. The same. Fong Bai continued, striding towards the direction where the wolf's howl came from, and his voice rang out. Don't say you are my horse when you go out in the future. You are really surprised by what you have never seen before. Today, I will let you learn what it means that your horizons limit your imagination. Fong Bai finished speaking and looked at the silver giant wolf that appeared in front of him after a few rises and falls. The giant wolf, whose fur was as silver as silk, exuded a violent breath. The giant wolf fell, and the bloody smell on its body almost rushed to Fong Bai. The Horse King's limbs trembled, and the fear in his heart made him extremely eager to turn around and run immediately. But for some reason, he did not move, and stood up straight with trembling legs, looking at Fong Bai. The moment Fong Bai's voice fell, the clouds rose silently, and the surrounding area was shrouded in shadows. In just a moment, the elements within the coverage of the clouds fell into silence, and Fong Bai also felt a force being withdrawn. That was the power blessing brought by the Mecha pioneer, under the suppression of the clouds. This force was no exception. However, to Fong Bai's surprise, the dragon energy did not have any problems. It was still suspended on one side, emitting a faint dragon power, and there was no sign of silence. Can't the energy clouds of too high a level be suppressed? Or is it that the number of my clouds is too small, resulting in the inability to suppress the dragon energy? Fong Bai personally thinks it is the latter. The clouds formed by 50 professional players can suppress the master. Fong Bai does not believe that this is the limit of the clouds. 50 is like this. What about 500? 5,000? 50,000? And 500,000? You know, with the Mecha master profession. As time goes by, the weakest players will be elites in the future. And even the weakest elites have real blood and chi. And even the Mecha master's blood and chi are not inferior to the normal elites of other professions because of their strong physical bodies. And they are even stronger. Fong Bai believes that 100,000 elites, or even 1,000,000 elites, will definitely give him the biggest surprise. But now, Fong Bai looked at the Wolf King, and the Wolf King looked at the dragon energy greedily, and looked at Fong Bai with fear. The loss of control of the elemental power obviously made it a little uneasy, but it had no intention of retreating. Awoo! The wolf howled, and the giant wolf that had surrounded Fong Bai and others rushed out instantly. There were 400 or 500 giant wolves, some of which were at the Warcraft level. Although they could not use their own magic, the powerful bodies of the Warcraft still gave them strong combat power. And the Master Wolf King also flashed a silver light and appeared in front of Fong Bai instantly. Fong Bai raised one arm, and countless gold elements gushed out and turned into a solid stick, and the dragon energy instantly merged into it. Ah! A faint dragon roar sounded, and the fine dragon scale pattern appeared on the stick, as if there was a dragon swimming on it, as a concrete substance rather than energy. Gold elements are also no longer within the suppression range of the cloud. The moment the dragon pattern stick appeared, Fong Bai grabbed the stick body, slid his hand, led the stick, and pulled it out. Swish! Where the dragon pattern stick passed was like a dragon roar, and it instantly came in front of the Wolf King. Ding! In the real collision, Fong Bai was not at a disadvantage at all, and the dragon pattern stick was not damaged at all. But a crack appeared on the Wolf King's claws. The Horse King saw this scene from behind and widened his eyes. Wolf King. This? Fong Bai? Looking at the Wolf King and Fong Bai. The Horse King suddenly stopped shaking. Looking at the Wolf King. Recalling the situation of being chased all over the mountain. He shouted excitedly and rushed up immediately. Bang! The Horse King flew backwards again and fell on a huge rock. Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Even Zhang Zhong and others, who were fully armored, didn't dare to make do with him in the battle with the Wolf King. He didn't expect the Horse King to be so reckless. So brave? Fong Bai shook his head and instantly pointed at the Wolf King with a stick. While pointing the stick head surged and quickly turned into a spear tip. It turned into a short spear and stabbed instantly. In the blink of an eye, he fought with the Wolf King again. Sand and stones flew, and gravel exploded. No one dared to approach within a radius of 10 meters where the man and the wolf were fighting. So they could only fight on the periphery. Fong Bai was not at a disadvantage in the battle. Elemental metal often appeared on the surface of his body to resist attacks. The dragon pattern stick in his hand was infinitely transformed into various cold weapons, making it difficult for the Wolf King to resist. It was a pity that Fong Bai did not have a fixed template, was not skilled enough, and did not carry extraordinary gunpowder. Otherwise he would have to turn into a gun in the battle, changing cold weapons into hot weapons at super close range. He had to let the Wolf King see what a surprise was. Chapter 237 Heavy Tank. Zhongli, you lead the team to clear the giant wolves. I will lead people to help the boss. Zhang Zhong shouted in a low voice. And Zhongli beside him immediately received the order. The players in a group of 5 were no longer wearing the original mechanical assisted armor. During the training period, their equipment did not stop replacing, and they had already replaced the battlefield version of heavy armor. The armored role has completed the transformation from fighting alone to fighting collectively on the battlefield. Thickness that easily exceeds 100 mm should no longer be called armor. Perhaps the name armor is more appropriate. Although this full-body armor caused them to sacrifice flexibility greatly, their defense power has reached the peak. Under the cloud, the innate power blessing took effect, and the minimum doubled power directly turned them into the most deadly battlefield tanks with this armor. With a group of 5, a large shield, 2 round shields and swords, and 2 long spears, they rushed among the giant wolves, strangling groups of giant wolves without any damage. The short spears they carried gave them a certain ability to strike at short and medium ranges. That is, ordinary crossbows and arrows were too weak for extraordinary people, and crossbows that could effectively kill at the professional level were still in the finalization stage. Otherwise they would definitely become the nightmare of any enemy. Even so, they were strangling the giant wolves in the most efficient way, in a continuous stream of simple but murderous movements. There was no difference between ordinary giant wolves and Warcraft-level giant wolves for them. In the battle, Zhongli, who received the order, led the team to strangle the giant wolves in the opposite direction, and Zhang Zhong led 5 teams to spread out, piercing through the giant wolf pack and surrounding Fong Bai. The core scene where the Wolf King was. Everyone was invincible in the wolf pack. Only the Horse King, who struggled to get up, was jumping up and down in a panic under the siege of several Warcraft-level giant wolves. The horse was not good at fighting, and was just swept away by the Wolf King's tail and seriously injured. Although it was elite, it was repeatedly injured under the siege of several professional-level giant wolves. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. This Wolf King is not as strong as the Master Warrior at that time. Although his strength may be a little stronger than that of the Master Warrior at that time, and his physical strength may be a little stronger than that of the Master Warrior at that time, but his combat effectiveness is not just a little bit worse. The crescent blade that extended from the dragon pattern stick in Fong Bai hand once again left a wound on the Wolf King. After scratching the Wolf King, the crescent blade disappeared quickly, and he turned to face the Wolf King with the stick. Looking at the wounds on the Wolf King's body, Fong Bai couldn't help thinking about the weapon fighting method he learned in the fantasy space in his spare time. At this moment, Fong Bai had already discovered that being able to stay calm at all times in battle seemed to be a rare combat talent. Although he felt that he was not good at close combat, his close combat talent was the garbage among garbage. But it seemed that other people were even more garbage, and other beasts were even more garbage. Gradually, Fong Bai also realized the reality that in this worse world, his close combat ability might be okay. He even gradually developed a set of his own fighting style based on this. During the battle, Fong Bai saw Zhang Zhong and others were already in position, looking at the steel locks and steel nets in their hands. He immediately showed a trace of satisfaction. In such an extraordinary world. In daily drills, hunting high-level strongmen will naturally be a must-have item in the drills. At this moment, Fong Bai fighting style instantly became violent. Whoosh! 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 A roar like a dragon's roar sounded. And the terrifying offensive instantly covered the Wolf King, beating it back again and again. And at this time, iron chains and an iron net flew behind it. A whoa! The forced Wolf King suddenly let out a wolf howl, and the speed of his body, which was comparable to that of a commercial vehicle, suddenly increased a few points. While avoiding the rapidly growing tentacles on Fong Bai dragon pattern stick, he turned around and tore the iron chains and iron nets into pieces and threw them away. The cruel eyes were full of madness, but they could not conceal the calmness in them at all. Roar! The wounded Wolf King let out a low roar. As the roar sounded, the giant wolves, which were already bloodthirsty, stopped immediately and retreated step by step. Boss? Zhang Zhong immediately trotted to Fong Bai's side. Under the heavy armor, the ground seemed to shake slightly. Forget it. This beast reacts too quickly, and I can't catch the opportunity. Although it is covered in blood, it is actually just superficial injuries. I didn't really hurt it. Zhang Zhong nodded after hearing this, and immediately ordered the chasing players to return. In fact, it is useless not to give orders. With their short legs, let alone the Wolf King, the Warcraft-level giant wolf, even the shadow of an ordinary giant wolf can't be caught. Of course, that is now. Not now with full equipment. If their mounts are fully equipped, as long as the mounts can withstand their terrifying weight, and can stand up and run after wearing their own defensive armor, then they will instantly transform into real battlefield heavy tanks. The realization of this step will only wait for the Warhorse's Mecha Master to change his job, using trace element metals to keep a glimmer of hope for the Warhorse. And then the method of cultivating pure ordinary iron ingots can mass-produce weak elite Warhorses. Although the weak elite Warhorse will be weak in strength, under the cloud, its physical strength and power will definitely not be weaker than normal elite Warhorses. This is definitely a luxury configuration, and it can definitely meet Fong Bai needs. On the battlefield, Fong Bai looked at the giant wolf corpses all over the ground, and watched the Wolf King leave with the pack of wolves. His eyes narrowed slightly. After the wolf pack completely left the field of vision, Fong Bai looked at the many players covered in blood and asked, "What are the casualties of the brothers?" "Oh, 3 wounded but no dead. 1 brother sprained his wrist, and 1 brother sprained his foot." Then it was. Zhang Zhong walked in front of the Horse King and pointed at the wounded Horse King and said, "1 horse was seriously injured." Fong Bai looked at the Horse King lying on the ground, and couldn't help but hold his forehead slightly. The Horse King fell to the ground, looking at the sky. His eyes were scattered and lifeless. After removing the clouds, Fong Bai scanned with his mental power, and found that the Horse King was indeed seriously injured. However, after removing the suppression of the clouds, the Horse King began to absorb the fire element, and his whole condition suddenly improved a lot. Although it was still very difficult, but at least it did not continue to deteriorate, and began to recover little by little under the self-healing ability. The elite level vitality should still be real. As long as you don't die on the spot, it will be difficult to die later. Seeing this situation, Fong Bai nodded. "Okay. Clean up the battlefield. There will be a review meeting in an hour. Everyone must attend." "Yes." Zhang Zhong immediately took people to clean up the bodies of the dead giant wolves. At least 200 giant wolves have survived this battle. Among them, there are 3 monster-level giant wolves. These giant wolf corpses alone can be piled into a small mountain. Fong Bai sat down and quietly watched the dragon pattern stick in his hand change. Chapter 238. Decan. Decan. You still need a template. You must have something to store the template, and then call it directly in battle. Otherwise, it will be difficult to complete the condensation of complex machinery in battle. Fong Bai looked at the changes in the dragon pattern stick in his hand, and gently pinched it. The stick exploded into a golden mist and dissipated, leaving only a dragon energy floating in place. As the dragon energy was revealed, the breathing of the monster secretly spying on him became heavier. But under the shock of the bloody sky, no monster dared to take a step forward. Fong Bai ignored these monsters, but thought quietly. The stacking of gold into elemental metals is a microscopic control. Otherwise, the stacked metals cannot even form ordinary metals, and can only remain a ball of gold mist. Being able to take care of the stacking at the microscopic level during the battle is the limit of my ability to remain extremely calm and mentally strong. For ordinary people, at most they can condense it before the battle, and then use it in the battle. All the changes are fake. They are all dreams. Unless after countless practice, this microscopic structure is remembered as instinct, and it can be completed without the involvement of the brain. Fong Bai thought of this, and immediately began to think about what to use as the storage medium, and how to realize the storage and delivery in the model. While thinking, Fong Bai suddenly looked up, and looked into the distance. They are here too? Yes. From the previous fight for the dragon scale fruit. They also know something. Under Fong Bai's gaze, Zhao Yu, the president of the Dynasty Guild, came over with a group of people. Zhao Yu glanced at the giant wolf corpses scattered all over the ground, and then at the blood-red mist floating in front of Fong Bai. He only glanced at it, and then retracted his gaze, and walked directly towards Fong Bai. Zhang Zhong and others, who were cleaning up the battlefield and had not yet taken off their armor, saw it, and immediately came over, and surrounded Fong Bai. Although the Dynasty Guild is currently a partner of Tiangong Pavilion, and they had a good chat before, they understand that the moral values used in the game are completely inconsistent with the moral values applicable in reality. Isn't it normal to laugh and laugh just now, and then fight in the PvP area to grab a boss or a treasure chest? Although the probability of the Dynasty Guild turning against each other is not high, it is necessary to be on guard against others. Hey, Zhao Yu. What a coincidence. Fong Bai looked at Zhao Yu and said with a smile. And then, he was a little surprised. How did you know that I just killed a Master Beast King? Are you so well informed? Zhao Yu, ? Hearing Fong Bai's words, Zhao Yu forgot everything he wanted to say. Is it so hard to resist? Boasting? But recalling the wolf howl, and the cloud he just heard, Zhao Yu immediately had a toothache, and gave up his original plan. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Yu smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, then turned around and left. Looking at Zhao Yu's back as he left, Zhang Zhong said to Fong Bai, Boss, I always felt that he wanted to take action at the beginning. Well, you're not wrong. Fong Bai said casually. He knows the benefits of dragon scale fruit, and this fluctuation is so much stronger than ordinary dragon scale fruit. He will definitely be tempted. After all, he didn't know we were here at first, but he knew that we had just fought a battle with Warcraft. It would be abnormal if we didn't make some preparations for the attack in advance. Is he still a player? That's true. Zhang Zhong muttered for a while, and suddenly thought of another question. At this moment, one of Zhao Yu's group who left couldn't help but ask aloud. President, what Fong Bai just said? It should be true. There is indeed a master-level Wolf King deep here, and it is very normal that the fluctuation just now can attract a master-level Wolf King. Did you see the clouds in the sky just now? Seeing that everyone began to recall, Zhao Yu continued. The player next to Fong Bai just now should be the legendary Extraordinary Army. This Extraordinary Army has a record of killing masters before, so it is not surprising to kill another master-level Wolf King. It is that this Extraordinary Army is actually training in this area, Zhao Yu thought, and a player next to him suddenly suggested with some excitement. Then President, Fong Bai just said that the fleeing Wolf King is already seriously disabled. Boss, then you just said that the Beast King is already seriously disabled. Not hitting a single bullet in the game can be called seriously disabled. I chopped the Wolf King so many times. How can it not be considered seriously disabled? Fong Bai couldn't help but say righteously when he heard this. And Zhang Zhong suddenly realized it, and laughed evilly after a long oh. Fong Bai kicked Zhang Zhong in anger. What a joke. Go clean up the battlefield. Yes. Zhang Zhong ran away, and Fong Bai turned his head to look at the suspended dragon energy. The dragon energy was suspended in the air, although Fong Bai had used his mental power to form a vacuum around it. He could tell from the look in the Horse King's eyes that it didn't isolate anything. Using gold to carry the dragon energy should be able to effectively isolate it. Or if the dragon energy is absorbed by some creature, it can also be effectively isolated. However, if it is carried by gold, it will continuously interfere with and erode me. Although it is nothing in the short term, it will be a bit troublesome over time, and the erosion of the origin and consciousness should be avoided if possible. We can't relax just because it can be eliminated. Otherwise it will be too easy to cause problems silently. Fong Bai hesitated for a moment, and still did not use gold to temporarily preserve it. Biological absorption is definitely not possible. This is what I want to use. The performance of this dragon energy after it becomes armor and weapon is absolutely amazing. The claws of the Master Wolf King can break, and I will break the defense if I take a hit. So it can't be wasted. Using ordinary elemental metal to carry it is completely solidified. Fong Bai had a headache, and his mind was immersed in the fantasy space. He immediately began to try to exhaustively use various materials. Let the dragon energy contact all the scanned materials, and then see their status. In addition, Fong Bai also began to try to use magic arrays and spells to restrain and isolate it. Time passed by in the fantasy space bit by bit. Fong Bai had not gained anything yet, but he had made some progress in the exhaustive method. Crystal core? Fong Bai watched as a dragon energy merged into the crystal core. It did not dye the crystal core red, but was suspended in the core of the crystal core in the form of a ribbon. There were no other abnormalities, and the breath of dragon energy seemed to disappear. However, before Fong Bai was happy, cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal core, and then instantly spread to the entire inner and outer surfaces of the crystal core. Bang! With a slight sound, the inside and outside of the crystal core collapsed into a glittering crystal mist that dissipated with the wind. However, Fong Bai did not care. Looking at the dragon energy suspended in the air, he thought, and a crystal core appeared again and wrapped the dragon energy inside. Chapter 239 Projection Base. Belt. The energy content of dragon energy is too high. Ordinary professional level monster crystal cores cannot bear it at all. If you force it in, the crystal core will break after a while. Fong Bai came to this conclusion after trying it with professional level crystal cores and elite level crystal cores. But as soon as the idea came up, he overturned it. No. It can be stuffed in and temporarily accommodated. It shouldn't be a problem of energy content. The energy level of dragon energy is extremely high. The energy density is extremely high. So although the content is large, the volume is very small. It shouldn't be quantity, but quality. Fong Bai recalled the different performances of himself and the Horse King after fusing with dragon energy, and recalled the power he felt after fusing with dragon energy. Master. At that time, the dragon energy gave me some of the characteristics of a master, so I directly had the power of a master. Otherwise, if the energy content was high, it would be impossible for me to become a master in one fell swoop. After all, the master is not a matter of how much fusion energy is. The master has already involved qualitative changes, and the master has formed a small field. It can command elements to a certain extent. So in front of the master, the simple number has no meaning, and the simple energy stacking has no meaning. The fundamental reason why the crystal core cannot carry the dragon energy is that the level of the dragon energy is too high. So high that the ordinary professional level and elite level crystal core cannot carry it. The master level Beast King crystal core should be enough. At this moment, Fong Bai regretted it. Why did he let the Wolf King run away? But Fong Bai thought about it, and understood that whether the Wolf King ran away or not was not something he could decide. The Wolf King was too vigilant, and did not give Zhang Zhong and others the opportunity to intervene. In this case, Fong Bai could not keep it even if he went all out, unless the Wolf King did not run away and kept fighting with Fong Bai, allowing Fong Bai to complete the scan. It would be very difficult. The body of the Warcraft is much stronger than that of humans of the same level, and what is more important is that it is bigger. The bigger the body, the greater the strength, and the thick muscle fibers themselves are a powerful defense. So even if Fong Bai wanted to, it would be difficult to reproduce the scene of hugging and killing the master. However, in addition to the Wolf King, there is another Beast King here. Right? Fong Bai's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly didn't rush to collect the dragon energy. Let the dragon energy be exposed, and stop Zhang Zhong and others from taking off their armor for training. As the sky gradually darkened, Fong Bai had no intention of returning. The campfire crackled, and the wolf meat on it dripped oil. Unfortunately, it was tempting to look at it. The wolf meat was old and tough, and the taste was not good. It was very challenging. They all ate a little and stopped eating, leaving the wolf meat on it. Barbecuing in the wild campfire was not as comfortable as imagined. After that little excitement, there was only boredom. It was not delicious and not fun. Some players have already started playing Go on the Stone, or some of them gathered together to wrestle without restrictions, while others competed in push-ups. Since they had been doing it for too long without a winner, the players who were looking for fun began to do it to them, preparing to add more pressure to them. Accidentally, Too many people came up and pressed both of them down. And slowly it evolved into an unlimited heavy armor fight. Although it is called fighting, if you don't use heavy weapons, punching each other is just scraping. And under the thick armor, no one can hurt anyone. And even if you use heavy weapons, you can't shock them to death. Because after they have armor, Jin Su's strengthening focus is on the internal organs. And the main attack is strong inside and outside. Whoever comes here is a solid iron lump. Except for the frontal crack. The rest is just fancy. Of course. That is, they can attack each other with all their strength without fear of injury. At this time, even an outsider will know what is a heavy iron fist. While they are playing, there are monster armor from time to time. But they retreat consciously when they see the pile of giant wolf corpses. Although they long for dragon energy, they also knew that they were only qualified to enjoy it if they survived. Fong Bai was immersed in the fantasy space. In the fantasy space, in front of him was a magic model. With a thought, the gold element flowed into it, and spontaneously turned into a spear in the frame. Fong Bai reached into the frame with both hands and grabbed the spear. Buzz! The frame collapsed into stars. And Fong Bai directly took the spear out of thin air. Swish! 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 Waving the spear in the air. It made a sound of breaking through the air. And then grabbed it casually. And the spear collapsed into a golden mist. After a few minutes, the magic model in front of him once again projected a three-dimensional frame as tall as a person. And the gold element flowed into the magic model and condensed along the model. Buzz! A tower shield appeared out of thin air and was taken out of the frame by Fong Bai. Dang! Fong Bai grabbed the tower shield and slammed it to the ground, causing the ground to shake. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He tried again and again. And tried again and again. Except that it took a long time to draw the model each time. Everything else went very smoothly. And it had perfectly met Fong Bai expectations. The spell model and the gold model are almost good. The next main task is to stabilize them, to achieve the effect of fast switching in battle. Unlike just now, each gold model requires me to spend a few minutes to condense with all my heart and soul on the battlefield. After a few minutes, the daylily will be cold. It is better for me to directly control the accumulation of gold. Fong Bai thought. But the gold model can still be strengthened to a certain extent. Since it is already a model, then it should not continue to stay in the stage of simple cold weapons. At least stabilize various magic arrays to form extraordinary weapons that can release spells. Form fixed weapons such as the wind-chasing sword, the array-breaking gun, and the flaming blade. Fong Bai thought about it bit by bit, but then put it down, because it was all secondary and belonged to the expansion module. As long as he completed the main part, there would naturally be people who would develop and improve it to form diversity. The model of the projection spell is simple. Ordinary metal is mixed with trace element metal to form an alloy. And then a magic array is engraved. And a professional level crystal core is embedded as energy. With the study of the Mage model, magic array, and ritual, Fong Bai knowledge has accumulated and his understanding of extraordinary equipment has gradually made the extraordinary forging technique that Fong Bai wanted to learn no longer a problem for him. The core of everything is the spell model. After mastering the spell model, understanding the magic array, and contacting the ritual, Fong Bai naturally realized it. The so-called extraordinary equipment is nothing more than turning the spell model into a magic array, and then solidifying it on extraordinary materials to achieve spells that can be used multiple times or even unlimited times. Similar to a one-time spell ritual, but generally higher than a ritual. Fong Bai quickly completed the production of the projection base and embedded the crystal core. Looking at the projection base that looks like a belt head, Fong Bai smiled. Chapter 240 Crystal Core Limitation. Belt. Fong Bai smiled just by looking at this belt. For him, it didn't matter what shape the projection base was designed in. This array was designed by him independently, so there was no shape restriction. But after thinking for a long time and considering all aspects, Fong Bai still chose the belt shape. He gestured with the metal belt head that was smaller than his palm, and was quite satisfied with the effect. It was only slightly thicker than a normal metal belt, and it didn't look any different on the surface. By the way, there are players in Hong Kong City who specialize in making clothes in real life and selling them. They sell well. If you have time, you can buy a few sets. Fong Bai recalled what he had heard before. Although the game is limited by materials, many of them can't be as good as in reality. But after careful research, The players have reproduced many real styles and achieved property freedom by selling clothes in the game. This is also a regular way to make money in the game. After all, this is called fashion and skin. Thinking of this, Fong Bai smiled, put the belt head on the table, and picked up a crystal core to examine it. After a long consideration, Fong Bai still chose the crystal core as the storage medium. First of all, the crystal core is the only material that can contain dragon energy and will not react with dragon energy. Secondly, the crystal core itself will store a spell model, which is the source of the Warcraft innate spell, except that the gold element model cannot release spells. The other characteristics are basically the same as the spell model. If you can store spell models, you have the basis for storing gold element models. Fong Bai did not hesitate and immediately input the simplest eyebrow stick model into the crystal core. The input method is also very simple. By adjusting the frequency of mental power to achieve resonance, the mental power can be extended to the inside of the crystal core. This is almost common sense. When the mental power enters the crystal core, it can perceive the internal spell model, or directly erase the internal spell model. After the spell model is erased, a completely blank crystal core can be obtained. The space inside can be used to continue recording the model. Generally, the higher the level of the crystal core, the larger the internal space, and the more complex the spell model that can be recorded. In addition, the crystal core will automatically absorb the power of the same attribute elements in the environment as energy to drive the spell model. However, since the crystal core comes from Warcraft after all, although it can memorize the spell model, it is still relatively cumbersome to drive it. Therefore, the crystal core is more used to store elemental power as energy to drive the magic circle, or it can be refined into magic wands, rings and other equipment with the ability to release spells in conjunction with some magic circles. This type of equipment does not require external energy to drive, can be operated in a foolproof manner, and will automatically restore elemental power, thereby regaining the ability to release spells. Common extraordinary equipment such as the fireball ring and the binding wand are made in this way. Compared with directly engraving the magic circle, this method requires less space, and the extraordinary equipment produced has the advantages of being small and portable. While thinking and engraving, the gold model of the eyebrow level stick was stabilized in a short while. Under the special environment in the crystal core, the gold model will remain in the same state after completion and will not dissipate. The model is recorded. That is, the projection connection. The dragon energy is stored, and the space inside this professional level crystal core is too small. It can only be used to stabilize the gold model of some weapons, and these weapons can only stabilize one magic array at most. And the magic array cannot be too complicated, otherwise it cannot be accommodated at all. Not to mention the gold model of armor. The gold model of armor is very complicated in terms of the armor structure alone, and this part far exceeds the space of the professional level crystal core. Elite level. Fong Bai took the elite level crystal core and tried it, and found that the gold model of the physical mechanical structure of the armor alone had reached the limit of the elite level crystal core, and the multiple magic arrays that he wanted to design could not be stuffed in at all. Does it have to be pieced together with multiple elite level crystal cores? Fong Bai frowned. Theoretically, this is possible, but it is also known with a simple thought. This not only greatly increases the difficulty of production and manufacturing, but also increases the failure rate during use. Both the mechanical structure and the composite array model are extremely complex and precise things, which is not a joke. If they are pieced together, a slight failure can make Fong Bai armor completely ineffective. Therefore, the patchwork method is not a choice. Otherwise Fong Bai will not use it easily. If not, unless you use a master level crystal core. The storage of dragon energy requires a master level crystal core, and the storage of the gold element model also requires a master level crystal core. Fong Bai, who had a headache, couldn't help but open his eyes, while continuing to input blood and energy into the dragon ball, while sensing the situation around him. But he didn't feel anything. Beast King. Beast King. Why haven't you come yet? The Wolf King has already finished a round and left. Why haven't you come yet? Fong Bai has never been so eager for a Master Beast King to appear as he is now. Looking at Zhang Zhong and others who were laughing and playing, Fong Bai thought for a while, and said aloud, "Forget it. All of you put on your armor and go offline. But don't sleep. Go online when you hear my voice, and be ready for battle at any time. Do you understand?" Everyone who heard Fong Bai's voice immediately stood up and responded, "Understood." As soon as the voice fell, the players fell to the ground and went offline. Although everyone was still in the same place, they seemed to fall into a deep sleep and no longer made a sound. The dark mine gradually became silent. Crack! Crack! The bonfire that was gradually extinguished made some sounds, and the originally illuminated area gradually dimmed. And Fong Bai slowly closed his eyes and sank his mind into the fantasy space again. In front of him, a wisp of blood-red dragon energy was suspended in the air, emitting a deadly temptation. In the darkness, pairs of eyes emitting green light stared at the wisp of dragon energy, their eyes full of desire. But the large number of giant wolf corpses next to them made them full of fear and dared not move. Fong Bai was immersed in the fantasy space, looking at the crystal core, comparing the difference between professional-level crystal cores and elite-level crystal cores. Finding a master-level crystal core is a direction, but Fong Bai can't put all his hopes on it. Compared with professional-level and elite-level crystal cores, master-level crystal cores are still too rare. Fong Bai still wants to start with professional-level crystal cores or elite-level crystal cores, or even not use crystal cores or artificially synthesized crystal cores at all. However, it is too early to talk about these at present. Fong Bai wants to compare the differences between professional-level and elite-level crystal cores first, and try to deduce the master-level crystal core to a certain extent. But suddenly, Fong Bai opened his eyes and looked at the side and front with surprise. Huh? Chapter 241 Invisible Cloak. Huh? Fong Bai looked at the side and front with some surprise. There was nothing in his sight. It was also empty under the perception of mental power. But from the flow of air and the abnormality of dust, there was clearly something there. Invisible. This thought immediately popped up in Fong Bai's mind. It was still quite high in invisibility. Even mental power could be concealed. Of course, this may also be related to the fact that Fong Bai's mental power was only one link and still remained at the primary stage of professional level. Although it was authentic and could observe the microscopic field, it was relatively weak and easier to be obscured. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all, and a short spear at hand was instantly thrown out. Almost at the same time as Fong Bai took action, the area twisted and fled backwards rapidly, and the spear was instantly missed. Obviously, this invisible monster was very cautious. When Fong Bai took a second look, he abandoned all flukes and turned to flee. But it was so difficult to escape in front of Fong Bai. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, 5 or 6 short spears shot out. 4 missed, and 2 shot directly through the monster and nailed it to the ground. The injured monster finally showed its body. Professional chameleon? Fong Bai looked at the chameleon that was the size of a calf, and with a thought, the mage's hand directly grabbed it, routinely scanned it with fantasy space, and then killed it directly to take out the crystal core. After learning the mage model in the crystal core, Fong Bai immediately tried it. Fong Bai found that this was a second ring spell of the light system, which mainly distorted the light to achieve the effect of invisibility. Huh? It can't cover the mental power, and the effect is average. Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and then looked at the chameleon corpse next to him. The chameleon's body was still invisible after death, which immediately made Fong Bai pay attention. After scanning, Fong Bai suddenly understood. The effect of concealing mental power is inherent in animal skin. And animal skin also has a mimicry effect. The animal skin has this invisible effect when combined with the innate spell, which can deceive both mental power and eyes at the same time. The effect of using a single spell is average, and it must be used in combination. I thought I had discovered a top-quality invisible spell. Fong Bai looked at the animal skin and pondered slightly. However, if the animal skin is combined with the crystal core and some materials are added to the constant array, it can make an extraordinary equipment with invisible effect. The invisible cloak. With this set, a professional mage may be able to deceive if he is a little careless. And other melee professionals. Don't get too close, unless you have the intention of assassination. The elite level may not be able to find it. It is also a small top-quality product. After thinking for a while, Fong Bai put the chameleon corpse aside and began to deduce and try it in the fantasy space. After some deduction, he took off the animal skin and made a simple preparation. After a simple treatment, Fong Bai once again focused on the research of the crystal core. After the chameleon died suddenly, the monsters that were spying around became even quieter. The problem of crystal core capacity actually has a connection problem. If it is shaped into a plane, it will be more convenient for projection and easier to connect. An idea suddenly popped up in Fong Bai's mind. Can crystal cores be smelted? If crystal cores can be smelted and recast, then the capacity problem can be completely solved. Right? After all, crystal cores are not responsible for releasing spells, so there is no need for any quality requirements. Crystal cores simply need capacity. What a professional level crystal core cannot store may be stored in 10 professional level crystal cores. Crystal cores come from monsters, and the higher the level of monsters, the rarer they are. Not to mention 10 professional level crystal cores. Even 20 professional level crystal cores are not as valuable as one elite level crystal core. Anyway, the matter of storing dragon energy can be considered later. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and immediately focused on recasting. However, according to Fong Bai's recollection, he found that he had never seen a crystal core in a molten state after being in contact with crystal cores for so long. Either it will shatter directly, or it will turn into a stream of energy and merge into the ritual field. The crystal core itself has substance, but it disappeared as soon as it shattered. It has no substance. According to previous research, the crystal core should be an existence between matter and spirit, or a product of the coexistence of the two and having two states at the same time, gathered by spiritual power, existing because of matter. Ordinary flames. Fong Bai did not hesitate. As soon as he thought about it, a green fire lotus emerged, and several crystal cores were thrown directly into the flames by Fong Bai. Inside the blazing fire lotus, the crystal core did not react at all under the high temperature, and it did not even turn red, as if it was not affected by the high temperature. As soon as this thought emerged, the crystal core suddenly shattered. Ping! The thumb-sized crystal core was like it had just contained dragon energy. It directly shattered a piece of crystal mist and dissipated with the wind. Except for a trace of spiritual fluctuations, there was no trace left. Seeing this, Fong Bai tried different temperatures, situations, and methods, and exploded hundreds of professional level and elite level crystal cores before coming to a conclusion. I have tried high and low pressure, high and low element concentrations, uniform heating, differentiated heating, and even vacuum. So it should not be related to temperature, heating method, or heating environment. As long as the temperature reaches the limit of the crystal core, it will cause the collapse of the crystal core. The external manifestation is that it will collapse directly into countless crystal powders, and then disappear completely after leaving only some mental fluctuations. That is, Fong Bai has room for imagination. Otherwise, after hundreds of professional level and elite level crystal cores, Fong Bai would be bankrupt and in debt even if he is rich. Now Fong Bai even wants to burn thousands of crystal cores to try. For no reason. Just for fun. Although there is a great possibility that it has nothing to do with temperature, situation, and environment. There is always a slight possibility. So anyway, there is no shortage of time. Just burn it for fun, and check it again to avoid omissions. While burning, Fong Bai was also thinking about something. Since the crystal core is a product between spirit and matter, it has both characteristics. Then I only use material flame to burn it. And it seems normal that the material and spirit lose balance and collapse. Then do I also need to use a flame with both characteristics to heat and melt it? Or can I use both heating material and heating spirit to heat and melt it? Don't worry about material flame. As for the flame that heats the spirit, where can I find it? I've never heard of it. Fong Bai racked his brains to sort it out in his mind. But there is no so-called spiritual flame at all. Wait! A flash of inspiration came to Fong Bai's mind. But almost at the same time, in the darkest moment of the early morning, a black shadow fell silently towards Fong Bai. Chapter 242 Bear Hunting. Blood. Blood can burn mental power. And the richer the blood, the higher the temperature for mental power, and the stronger the burning effect. Fong Bai instantly recalled that his mental power was burned by blood in the blood ant nest. At that time, he was too weak, and thought that mental power would not be injured. So he was not prepared. So the injury was quite serious. You can try to gather high concentration blood power with my fire lotus. Just when Fong Bai was about to try, his face suddenly changed slightly. A black shadow in the sky covered the moon. Without emitting a breath, without making any sound, and even without disturbing the airflow. This even deceived Fong Bai. And it was not discovered until it entered the absolute core perception area. And with the speed of this black shadow, Fong Bai realized that it was too late. In the fantasy space, Fong Bai had plenty of time to consider a strategy to break the situation. But Fongbai face was solemn. At this speed, another Beast King must have come. Fortunately, it did not choose Fongbai as the target of attack, but directly chose the dragon energy in front of Fongbai. Otherwise the consequence would be, "Why don't you hit me? If you hit me, I will at least be slightly injured." Fongbai shook his head slightly. It was not that he was mean. He really wanted to let the master level with full firepower hit him to try, so that he could have a sense of measure. His skin, muscles, ligaments, blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and brain were all pure elemental metals, without any alloy. And the gaps in his body could even be filled and compacted with the gold stored in his body. If it is solid, there is no gap at all. The solid elemental metal is like a lump of iron. Fongbai is not bragging. He wants to see where the limit of the master level is. Of course, it is easy to get beaten, but it is estimated that there is no ability to fight back. And it is easy to be caught by the master level and thrown into the furnace. He is not Sun Wukong, who can get a smoky eye after entering and then jump out. At that time, I am afraid it will flow out of the furnace. It was a pity that the Beast King did not attack him, but went straight for the dragon energy. So Fongbai really couldn't catch up. The speed was too fast. Forget it. I give it to you. You can eat it. Fongbai thought moved. And the gold element wrapped around the dragon energy gathered and piled up instantly. And in the blink of an eye, it merged with the dragon energy to form a double dagger made of dragon scale iron. At this moment, the black shadow bit down with lightning speed. Roar! A half-body, dragon scale violent bear roared. On the mouth, the two-edged daggers pierced the lower jaw and cut the nose. And even the dragon scales wrapped around the head were directly cut open. The angry violent bear immediately roared and rushed towards Fongbai. But at this moment all the players were online. The clouds rose, and the battle began. Fongbai stared at the dragon scale violent bear. Compared with the Wolf King, there was almost no sign of dragonization, and almost half of the body of this violent bear was covered with dragon scales. This phenomenon immediately made Fongbai know the Wolf King should be the original Beast King of this area, and the violent bear is a challenger that suddenly broke through. Staring at the eyes of the dragon-scaled violent bear, Fongbai rushed forward without dodging. Roar! Bang! The man and the bear collided, and the air seemed to be slightly distorted at the place of fighting. Fongbai only felt a terrifying force coming from the bear's paw, which made him retreat 2 steps in succession. And the dragon scales on the bear's paw seemed to be forged from elemental metal, cold and hard. Fongbai shook his hands, without any hesitation, and rushed forward again to wrestle with the dragon-scaled violent bear that stood up. The most brutal and visually impactful battle unfolded, and terrifying power erupted from the man and the bear. The muscles under their skin were tightly tightened like steel cables, like cast iron. Bang! 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 The hard rock was as fragile as glass in front of them, and the boxing and biting between the man and the bear were unyielding. An extremely fierce battle unfolded. Under the clouds, the dragon-scale violent bear was greatly restricted, but it still gained the upper hand bit by bit. In the brutal battle, Fongbai endured the bites and slaps of the dragon-scale violent bear. The elemental metal body was bitten with hideous scars, and the chest was directly slapped down by the bear's paw. But Fongbai still didn't let go. Not only did he not let go, he also used the gold element to condense the chain to tightly bind the two together. A fist-to-flesh battle. And at the same time, the fantasy space scan began. In addition, a piece of iron net, a piece of chain, and a piece of armored infantry surrounded it. The real battle began. The dragon-scale violent bear relied on its terrifying power to defend and rush forward. Unlike the Wolf King, who was afraid of group fights, the high attack and high defense dragon-scale violent bear had the qualifications to be unscrupulous. However, unknowingly, these 50 players seemed to have turned into a spider web that entangled the dragon-scale violent bear and bound its movements. It wasted its strength bit by bit, waiting for Fongbai's scan. As time went by, casualties gradually appeared on the player's side, but no one retreated, and they entangled tightly. Fongbai also kept hammering down on the dragon-scale violent bear. The flat-headed iron hammer made of dragon-scale iron would leave cracks on the scales of the dragon-scale violent bear every time. The dragon scales of the places that were hit many times, or even a whole area, were broken, and dark red blood seeped out of the cracks. The dragon scale violent bear gradually became violent in such stimulation, and its strength actually increased to a great extent. It was as if it had released a blessing spell. It was an explosive talent spell that only acted on itself. The people who could have entangled were instantly at a disadvantage. On a huge rock in the distance, the players showed up one by one. Is this the master-level Bear King? Yes. Zhao Yu looked at the overwhelming clouds in front of him, and then looked at Fong Bai and others under the clouds. His eyes full of solemnity. Very strong. But the situation doesn't seem optimistic. Although the current formation looks good, it may still be difficult to kill the Bear King. Zhao Yu looked at the player, who was knocked away by the dragon scale violent bear, and whose body was twisted. This dragon scale violent bear is too restraining for Fong Bai and his friends. It has strong strength, high defense, and internal burst type talent spells that can bypass the cloud suppression. And every attack is equivalent to a heavy weapon beating. Fong Bai is defeated. Before Zhao Yu finished speaking, Fong Bai suddenly rushed in front of the dragon scale violent bear and hammered down at the moment when the dragon scale violent bear opened its mouth and roared. Ping! It seemed that something made a crisp sound, and the dragon scale violent bear seemed to be acupunctured, and all its movement stopped. And at this moment, the iron hammer in Fong Bai's hand turned into a four-sided spear in the blink of an eye, aiming at the throat of the dragon scale violent bear and stabbing it fiercely. Chapter 243 Master Crystal Core. What happened just now? Just now, the dragon scale violent bear seemed to have been drained of all its strength, and was directly stabbed into it by Fong Bai's spear without any resistance. Zhao Yu didn't react for a moment as he looked at the roaring dragon scale violent bear. Although this shot didn't seriously injure it, this change suddenly gave him a feeling. Fong Bai was going to win. As soon as this thought came up, Zhao Yu saw chains extending out of thin air behind the spear in Fong Bai's hand, and the spear that stabbed into the dragon scale violent bear's throat seemed to be stuck inside. No matter how the violent bear struggled, it couldn't break free, which could only make it more violent. In an instant, the dragon scale violent bear was firmly restrained by the spear in its mouth. The situation became clear in an instant, and the dragon scale violent bear's vitality disappeared bit by bit, and finally it fell to the ground in the siege. Dragon scale violent bear. Master Beast King. At this moment, Zhao Yu couldn't help but hold his breath completely, looking at the huge body falling at Fong Bai feet in shock. The huge dragon scale violent bear and the tiny Fong Bai seemed to be the most striking contrast at this moment. Zhao Yu was still watching, but suddenly found Fong Bai eyes projected over. Feeling Fong Bai gaze, Zhao Yu nodded slightly at Fong Bai without any hesitation, then turned and left. Let's go! Watching Zhao Yu and others leave, Fong Bai turned his head again and looked in another direction, but saw nothing. But, stay alert. Yes! More than 30 players, who still maintained their combat effectiveness, immediately surrounded Fong Bai, since they were all only at the professional level, and had not broken through to the elite level. So only part of their bodies turned into elemental alloys, and the rest was still normal flesh. So although the defense was strong, they could not completely avoid injuries from the dragon scale violent bear's attack. 4 people died, and more than 10 people were dying or seriously injured. Fong Bai took a rough look, and then walked to the side of the dragon scale violent bear. Master Beast King. Fong Bai stroked the thick prismatic scales on the dragon scaled violent bear. The dark scales were very thick, as if made of fine iron, and emitted a faint glow under the moonlight. Fong Bai gently tapped the scales, making a crisp sound of metal collision. The normal state of cloud suppression was activated. Fong Bai first cut open the dragon-scaled violent bear's stomach and took out the spear that was inserted into it completely. The front part of the originally sharp spear had already extended thorn-like vines. These vines, including the spear, were covered with hideous barbs, combined with the thorny vines that had obviously extended to the dragon-scaled violent bear's stomach, small intestine, and lungs. Zhang Zhong and others felt a slight chill on their backs when they saw the barbs on them. At this moment, Fong Bai's ability to control the gold element to condense the elemental metal was simply played out by Fong Bai. The metal seemed to have life, and it continued to grow into all the gaps in the enemy's body. Although this kind of growth cannot break through even the weakest defense, it can grow sharp edges and tricky barbs at will. After completely taking out the dragon scale iron spear, Fong Bai dared to melt it and reshape it. Although Fong Bai can easily melt it in the body of the violent bear, the dragon energy will appear directly in the body of the dragon scale violent bear. Who knows if the dragon scale violent bear will come back to life? although the possibility is not high. Fong Bai will not take this risk. Reuse the dragon energy to condense a dragon-scale iron skinning knife. This time the speed suddenly became faster. In front of the sharp dragon-scale iron skinning knife, the tough fur of the dragon-scale violent bear was also cut open bit by bit. Fong Bai dissected bit by bit. Bit by bit. Every time he did it was clean and neat. And every time he followed the texture of the muscle. Like flowing water. Very beautiful. It seemed that Fong Bai was more familiar with its body than the dragon-scale violent bear. And it was indeed so. Otherwise Fong Bai would not have been able to use the shock caused by hammering to offset the muscle strength of the dragon-scale violent bear during the battle. This means that Fong Bai has an absolute grasp of the muscle strength and body structure of the dragon-scale violent bear. Who else would die if the dragon-scale violent bear, which has been scanned and studied thoroughly, did not die? Finally, after Fong Bai broke the skull of the dragon-scale violent bear along the gap between the bones, he successfully took out a prismatic crystal core the size of a finger from it. Master-level Warcraft crystal core. Looking at this crystal core, and feeling the fluctuations transmitted from the crystal core, one can tell at a glance that this crystal core is different. Pack up. Carry the body of the dragon-scale violent bear, and go home. Yes! Everyone shouted in unison. And immediately a group of people carried the body of the dragon-scale violent bear together, and excitedly started their return journey. After this battle, even though it was late at night, everyone was still extremely excited, and had no sleepiness at all. At Fong Bai's signal, the cloud gas did not gather throughout the whole process, and still maintained the state of suppressing the four directions. After they left completely, a giant silver-white wolf walked out from the shadows. Looking at the direction Fong Bai and others left, smelling the scent of death of the dragon-scale violent bear, the giant wolf stopped. A woof! Silver wolf howls at the moon, and thousands of wolves respond. Listening to the continuous wolf howls behind him, Fong Bai looked back and realized that his perception just now was correct. There is indeed a spy in the dark, and it is another beast king in this area. Retracting his gaze, Fong Bai and his party continued to move forward, carrying the dragon-scaled violent bear, not daring to relax at all. At the same time, in the fantasy space, after countless experiments and destroying thousands of crystal cores, Fong Bai finally found the temperature and heating method required for the crystal core to melt, and finally found the technique of perfect coordination between blood heating and fire lotus heating. Tens of thousands of crystal cores. I really don't know if the magic beasts that slaughtered all the mountains can get 10,000 crystal cores, Fong Bai murmured, and immediately started the experiment again. First, put an elite crystal core into the blue fire lotus. The crystal core did not change at all, but Fong Bai kept an eye on the surface and internal temperature of the crystal core, observing the reaction inside the crystal core. Almost within a millisecond, the blood and chi gathered highly, and the mental power left the field in an instant. From this moment on, Fong Bai lost the ability to use his mental power to keep an eye on its status. Therefore, it also reached the stage with the highest failure rate. Once the temperature of the fire lotus is too high or uneven, once the concentration of chi and blood is too low, resulting in the spiritual part not melting synchronously, once there is a difference, the crystal core will directly collapse. And all of this cannot be observed with mental power. Be alert. The inside is completely isolated. No one knows the status inside. This is a real flame that can be burned by mental power. So this can only be judged by experience. And this is also a major cause of the damage to the crystal core. And it was only after practicing with more than 10,000 crystal cores that Fong Bai gained this experience and this feeling. Only the hands are familiar. Little by little, suddenly the prismatic crystal core seemed to lose its restraint and tighten. All loose, like a flowing cake without packaging, instantly collapsed into liquid. Chapter 244 Smelting the Crystal Core. It's done. Fong Bai looked at the liquid crystal core and thought to himself. But he did not proceed to the next step immediately, but continued to smelt. During the previous experiment, Fong Bai found that the crystal core was not absolutely pure, and there were impurities in it. Some of them were not known how to be removed, but some of them would dissipate in the high temperature as long as they were continuously calcined. Little by little, the liquid crystal core under high temperature gradually shrank and became more crystal clear, like a liquid gem. Some of the impurities had evaporated at high temperatures and were collected by Fong Bai with his mental power. As a result, Fong Bai's face was a little green and his eyes were confused. After a moment, Fong Bai suddenly reacted and quickly refreshed the state of his fantasy body. After refreshing, Fong Bai shook his head and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Is this thing poisonous? At the beginning, Fong Bai didn't think there was anything. But after contacting those impurities, he found that the impurities were directly integrated into his mental power. And then some fragments of a certain monster breeding, hunting, and eating emerged in his mind. As the fragments became more and more, his mental power became sluggish, and his entire mind became confused. This impurity is easily absorbed by the mental power. Once absorbed, it will reduce the purity of the mental power, thus causing a significant impact on a series of abilities, such as the mental power perception accuracy and control accuracy. Fong Bai's eyes lit up as he spoke. He tried again and found that although this impurity can be removed after being integrated, it takes a while to calm down. If it is not removed, once the mental power is affected, the control ability and perception ability will be greatly affected, and even directly lead to the failure of some difficult spells to release or some microcontrol failures. If it is not removed for too long, these impurities will even penetrate into the spell position. Once it penetrates into the spell position, it will be troublesome. If you want to purify it again, you have to. Huh? Fong Bai was stunned, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his head. The liquid crystal core in front of him has been melted. The crystal clear liquid crystal core is like a gorgeous gem, shining brightly under the light of the fire. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and the blood and fire lotus dissipated at the same time. Without temperature maintenance, the liquid crystal core began to cool and solidify at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fong Bai mental power moved, and he immediately shaped the liquid crystal core into a disc shape, and it was completely solidified soon. A crystal disc with a diameter of about 3 centimeters, slightly thicker than a 1 yuan coin, appeared in front of Fong Bai. Fong Bai held the crystal disc and looked at it carefully, and his mental power penetrated into it, sensing the huge semi-solidified mental space inside. And finally a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Such a large space is enough for Fong Bai to record the mechanical structure of an entire armor plus the contents of the magic array on the armor. And this is just the smelting of 10 professional level crystal cores. And only 10 professional level crystal cores has surpassed the effect of elite level crystal cores. In terms of price, one elite level crystal core far exceeds 10 professional level crystal cores. Fong Bai recorded the structure of a 4-sided spear in it, and then took out a belt head. First, he made an iron belt with an iron ingot and hung it around his waist. Then, he materialized a willow branch, peeled off some of the bark, twisted it into a thin rope, and then hung the crystal disc around his neck. Ahem. Fong Bai cleared his throat. First grabbed the belt head with his left hand and lifted it up. Then clipped it into the belt. Click, click, click. Turning the hidden wheel, the belt made a sound of mechanical gears turning, and the surface bulged, revealing a small warehouse door. He grabbed the crystal disc on his neck with his right hand and pulled it hard. Duh! The crystal disc and the buckle on the thin rope were disengaged, and holding the crystal disc, a long spear shadow appeared faintly in it. Fong Bai's eyes were firm. His posture was natural, and he neatly clipped the crystal disc into the warehouse door on the belt. Click! There was a crisp sound inside the belt, and the warehouse door closed. In an instant, a door-shaped shadow appeared in front of Fong Bai, and one of the long spears slowly rotated. Fong Bai reached into the door-shaped shadow with both hands, and the moment he grabbed the golden spear, a deep mechanical voice sounded around him. Armor. Combine. Instantly, Fong Bai trembled all over, and the voice function on the projection disc was also attached to Fong Bai. And the voice had been set. The language is wrong, but it's not a big problem. I put the voice package in the crystal disc storage device later. In this way, if there is armor in the storage device, it will be called armor combination, or dragon scale armor combination. If it is a flaming sword, it will be called a flaming sword. This way, it won't be wrong. Just fine-tune it. Fong Bai suppressed his excitement and took out the spear with both hands. The moment the spear was taken out, the door-shaped shadow disappeared, leaving only the spear in his hand. Puff! Suddenly, without a sound, the spear collapsed and turned from a spear into countless gold elements. What happened? The sudden change made Fong Bai full of surprise, and he quickly activated the belt again. The projection was formed, and Fong Bai poured gold into it again. I was too distracted to observe carefully before. But this time Fong Bai mental power covered the whole process. As soon as he sensed it, Fong Bai immediately found the problem. The phantom looked fine on the surface, and there was no problem if he didn't sense it carefully. But after the failure, Fong Bai went back and checked the situation bit by bit, and found that the seemingly regular projection was full of holes. The structure was full of holes. Even if it was filled with gold in an instant, it was just a silver gun wax head, which looked good but was useless. It would collapse completely with a slight movement. Fong Bai immediately sensed the structure inside the crystal disc. After checking, he found that there was no problem with the structure. There is no problem with the structure. But there was a problem after the projection. The problem is with the projection. Or in other words, after Fong Bai checked the projection array and found that there was no problem, he immediately focused his attention on the crystal disc. That's the problem with the storage medium. During the projection process, the storage medium stored the complete structure, but it was distorted during the projection process. Fong Bai did not hesitate and immediately compared the projected structure with the structure inside the crystal disc. There is no problem with the same places. As long as there are differences, Fong Bai will start to calculate and deduce. The appearance looks the same, but there are thousands of holes and distortion points inside. No wonder the condensed sphere will collapse directly. Fong Bai found them one by one, and then deduced them accordingly, and finally found the distortion points in the memory of the sphere gold structure area. Fong Bai mental power sensed a flat area, but on the projection level, there are countless potholes and countless undulating valleys and slopes. This is a field that Fong Bai cannot perceive, and it is also the culprit that affects the projection of the sphere gold model. The material distribution inside the artificially smelted crystal disc is uneven. The density is uneven, and there are even bubbles. It is simply in tatters. Chapter 245 Return. Such a crude thing can actually project the door-shaped phantom and the sphere completely? It's incredible. At this moment, Fong Bai was no longer incredulous because of the failure, but the opposite. It was incredible to be able to reach that level. Although these were areas that Fong Bai could not perceive, Fong Bai used the structural projection to reverse and calculate bit by bit, and naturally he could deduce the distortion points and bubble points one by one in the enlarged image formed at the end. This seemingly flat crystal disc was full of pits and potholes both on the surface and inside. Not flat, not even, and unsightly. This kind of crystal disc is fine for recording ordinary projection images, and can be used as a camera storage card. But if you want to store all drawings and structures in the microscopic field, not to mention projection, storage will be greatly affected in the field of high precision. If I want to use it for the storage and projection of armor and weapon gold structures, I must make another breakthrough. Not only must I know how to smelt, but I must also master more advanced and more sophisticated smelting techniques. In this way, high-quality and high-standard crystal discs can be produced to meet the projection microstructure standards. Otherwise, it cannot be used as a storage and projector for armor gold structures, unless I use the master crystal core directly. In one step, Fong Bai looked at the dragon scale violet bear crystal core in his hand, but still put it away silently, and turned to look at the crystal disc again. The cost of using all master crystal cores is too high. Of course, if it is only given to Fong Bai, let alone one. Even if there are 10, Fong Bai can find a way to find and hunt. But the Mecha Master has never been a one-person profession, and Fong Bai has never been the only one who has changed his job to Mecha Master. Only those who have the possibility of popularization are suitable for Mecha Masters. Of course, this does not affect Fong Bai from using the best materials for himself. These are two different things. The reason for the unevenness and bubbles is the different cooling speeds inside and outside, the influence of gravity, etc. If the internal and external temperatures can be reduced synchronously, and the influence of gravity can be eliminated as much as possible, then the quality of the crystal discs may be improved as much as possible. Regarding the topic of temperature, perhaps some structures in the spell can be controlled by fire. A considerable part of the functions of this spell are realized by the influence of temperature. I may try to balance the internal and external temperatures, let them drop synchronously, and minimize the impact of temperature difference on the overall situation. As for gravity, Fong Bai frowned. The problem of gravity is really a bit tricky. Maybe a spell can be used to create a zero-gravity workshop. Maybe a spell can be used to open a portal to space. But these are not what Fong Bai can do at present. Maybe other methods can be used to promote the uniform distribution of internal materials. Fong Bai pondered for a moment and continued to try immediately. The two simple ideas and words are transformed into experimental plans, which is a thick book. And the specific implementation in the experiment means endless failure and endless repetition. They mean two things. First, burning money. Oh no! Burning money is not so wasteful. Fong Bai suspected that even if the kingdom of Yabang exhausted all the financial resources of the treasury, it might not be able to complete this experiment. With crystal cores as consumables, several projects are carried out simultaneously, and dozens of crystal cores are burned in an average of 1 minute. Others dare not even think about it. Second, time. The time required for the experiment and the energy required. In reality, this requires at least a team that can use the chi and blood cloud to cooperate tacitly to carry out. And the required time is unknown. Thinking of these 2 points, Fong Bai suddenly felt very happy. And the whole person immediately immersed in this endless experiment. More motivated, carrying the master-level Beast King all the way back to Tiangong Pavilion. He saw Su Shiping, Chi Peng and others from a distance to receive it. Obviously, they had been alarmed by Fong Bai a long time ago. Fong Bai, what happened? Why did you drive the cloud all the way? And this? Su Shiping couldn't help but point to the body of the dragon scale violet bear and asked. Half scales and half fur. So ugly. So strange. Oh! A master-level bear king. We killed it. As for the cloud, it was to prevent another master-level wolf king from attacking me. It didn't dare to come with the cloud. Afraid of death. Oh! A master-level beast. Master-level beast king? Su Shiping suddenly reacted, opened his eyes wide, and looked at the huge body of the bear king. He felt stuffy in his chest when he approached. Very depressed. Hissed. No wonder it is so powerful. With scales on one side and thick fur on the other. Fong Bai rolled his eyes and immediately passed them and wanted to leave. But Su Shiping, who reacted, ran to the bear king. Boss. Can I? Boss. And me. Call Fong Bai when nothing happens. Call the boss when something happens. Right? You are more realistic than each other. Fong Bai couldn't help rolling his eyes again. No. No. I will scan the data of the dragon scale violent bear into the Mage tower later. You guys need to do the research in there. After you figure it out, if there is any project that needs to be done, please write a report and a plan for me. Some of the materials Fong Bai found will basically be stored. And unless Fong Bai specifically marks them, other people can apply for them. You just need to pay Fong Bai a research point. However, for resources like the master level body, if they are not fully understood in the fantasy space, and there is no complete use plan, Fong Bai will not easily agree even if he has more research points. Okay. By the way, Fong Bai, do you have time later? I want to discuss some things about the project with you. Me too. If you have time, I will come to you later. After Su Shiping finished speaking, Chi Peng said quickly, and the others followed. No. I go around your project team later to learn about the progress and problems. You all get ready. And when I'm done, I have a group discussion to exchange ideas. Okay. I go back to the project team first. Su Shiping looked at the dragon scale violent bear reluctantly, and said, Okay. After Su Shiping left, the others also left. Fong Bai, as an investor, really understands technology, has a higher position, and a wider field of knowledge, and can often give constructive opinions on projects. So they still have some pressure for Fong Bai inspection, and they need to prepare in advance. After everyone left, Fong Bai took Zhang Zhong and others into the cave and came to the Mage Tower. For the time being, he put down the dragon scale violent bear and told Zhang Zhong not to go out during this period, and to train with people at home. After recovering from the dead state, Fong Bai came to the location where the iron ant eggs were placed. Chapter 246 Improved Spells. Should it be soon? Fong Bai sensed these ant eggs, sensed the gradually active and clear consciousness in them, and felt that they would hatch soon. He replenished some blood and chi for the iron ant eggs, and set a dragon ball as usual. After the transfer, he turned upstairs, washed up and lay on the bed and fell asleep, staying in the Longway area for a long time. Even if the depth was not deep, the accumulation of a long time was a bit stressful for him. After waking up, he felt refreshed and walked to Su Shiping's project team. After entering, he didn't come out for a whole day. First, He learned and understood all the progress of the project team, and then communicated with every member of the project team to start a collision of ideas, and finally held a communication meeting for the entire project team to discuss together. In this process, although Fong Bai often occupies a dominant position, he also silently recorded the inspiration of each member, recorded the gratitude and understanding of each member, and recorded them word for word, stored them in a fixed area in the fantasy space bookshelf, and turned them into his knowledge. After coming out of Su Shiping's place, Fong Bai went to Chi Peng's project team. The same process. First learn, then communicate one by one, record, and go through it completely before leaving for the next project team. As time passed, Fong Bai went to each project team one by one. Some project teams would stay for more than a day. Some project teams would leave in less than half a day, and the fastest one would even stay for an hour or two. It took half a month to go through all of them. After the discussion meeting of the entire project team, Fong Bai was also shocked. As if he had completed a round of cultivation, consciousness was slightly strengthened. In a sense, this is indeed a kind of cultivation. Fong Bai turned into a big tree, and the project team was the root system, absorbing knowledge and nutrients continuously to grow strong. Back in the Mage Tower, Fong Bai entered the fantasy space and read the records of this, and the last time he went to each project team. Read it again, and you will have another understanding. After reading it once, you will have another inspiration. Record the inspiration and ideas one by one, and finally inform the project team one by one. Ping. When studying microstructures, you don't have to focus on the robust characteristic. You can also study other characteristics and other structures. Although the robust characteristic has a part of my foundation, you can follow this part of the basic research and the route will be clearer. But think about it from another perspective. When you are doing research, aren't you also constrained by my ideas? After Fong Bai discovered the robust characteristic structure, Su Shiping's project team also started research in related fields and made some progress. But the difficulty of the robust characteristic structure lies here. And this is a completely unfamiliar field. It is necessary to summarize the rules and build models. Everything must start from scratch. And there are even many things that go against common sense. Although Su Shiping and others can use supercomputing power to calculate, can consult with various bigwigs, and have achieved certain results, this is still a long-term project after all. According to my discovery, the principle of spell structure and spell model is similar to solid characteristic structure. Can this be another research direction? Another breakthrough? Chi Peng. The so-called energy and power can be internal combustion engine or electric motor. The former uses the explosion of oil to push the piston, and the latter uses electromagnetic to push the rotor. The energy of the former is oil, and the energy of the latter is electricity. In the game, the reduction of the power of explosion spells may become a driving force similar to oil. This is your current research direction, because spells in this direction are very common, and the materials in the game are also superior to those in reality. But in the same way, I think the force of magnetic field should not be missed. Some conjectures and discussions on domain. These are some conjectures I wrote, and there are also some arguments in them. If you are interested, you can take a look. I put a black-covered book in the third compartment of the second column of the third row of bookshelves in the library. In addition, I saw that in a failed experiment of Su Shiping's project team, some data was very strange. I read the experimental records, and that experiment may have produced a magnetic field or something similar. I have reminded Su Shiping of this hairstyle, and they should be continuing to prepare for the experiment. You can find out if it can really effectively generate a magnetic field. I think this will also be a good direction. Fong Bai wrote some of his new ideas and thoughts on paper, and asked someone to send it over. He sat on a chair, closed his eyes slightly, and sank into the fantasy space. In the past half-month, while learning new knowledge in each project team and deducing it to a certain extent, Fong Bai never gave up his own research. The research on the first layer of the solid characteristic structure of the gold element has been advanced to nearly 220/10,000. That is 2.2%. Fong Bai has been studying and researching at the same time during this period. Not only has the research speed not been reduced, but it has even accelerated a lot. There are several key nodes that have even been crossed in big strides. Otherwise it would never have reached the current level. And this is the benefit of communication, which is far from being achieved by working behind closed doors. Whether it is the direct learning, comprehension, inspiration of Su Shiping's project team, or the analogy of other research projects. It has greatly helped Fong Bai. Compared to the research speed of 1 day, in reality at the beginning, it is only about 1.5/10,000 in more than a year in the fantasy space. Anyway, the advancement speed has more than doubled now. This is how we can achieve the current results. However, the more Fong Bai studies, the more he can comprehend the profoundness and difficulties in it, which makes Fong Bai more excited. During this period of time, the Dragon Ball continuously injected blood and chi, and it exhaled 2 Dragon Chi again, which made Fong Bai realize that the ratio of Dragon Ball absorbing blood and exhaling Dragon Chi is not a fixed ratio or fixed rule. At least Fong Bai has not found any rules yet. So he can only store the 3 existing Dragon Chi into the Beast King Crystal Core of the Dragon Scale Violent Bear. The Master Crystal Core can indeed store Dragon Chi for a long time without reacting with it. Recalling these things, Fong Bai focused his attention after a while, and started the experiment again. The 10 crystal cores heated up little by little under the high temperature of the fire lotus and blood, and then melted. Next to the liquid crystal core, a magic array similar to flame control, but with a completely different complexity and mode, was engraved on the elemental metal. This is the 2024th version of the flame control magic array, from the initial trick flame control. The current level is estimated to have reached the 2nd ring level. Whether it is function or appearance, it is almost impossible to see the original shadow. Chapter 247. Fong Bai couldn't believe that he could make the change successfully. At first, Fong Bai had no confidence, and just thought about making some minor changes, and changing it into a magic array to assist in temperature control. After all, although the magic array is not as flexible and convenient as directly releasing spells, the stability and sustainability of the magic array are also comparable to direct release. More importantly, releasing with the magic array can completely release Fong Bai energy, without the need to distract himself to condense the spell model. So, the magic array was done. Fong Bai felt that it was easy, and it would be done with a little bit of work. So he thought about strengthening and specializing the temperature control structure to a certain extent. Inadvertently, it was done again, and it seemed so simple. Wouldn't it be enough to have hands? This idea popped up in Fong Bai's mind, and then he thought about it again and again. As he thought about it, Fong Bai expanded the simple magic level spell model and the simple temperature control combination structure into a 2-ring magic array. Moreover, it is a special field, a special structure of the 2nd magic array. That is, the current modified version 2024, under the synchronous heating of the fire lotus and the blood cloud. 10 professional level crystal cores liquefied at the same time. At the moment of liquefaction, the flame control magic array was activated, and the temperature of the fire lotus was directly and accurately controlled, and the blood cloud simultaneously lowered the temperature. Although the control accuracy was not as fine as the control magic array, which could reach a few tenths of a degree, it was not much different. The ability to control the blood power behind this has reached the pinnacle. Well, it was obtained by more than 10 years of boring experiments. Almost instantly, the temperature of this ball of liquid was controlled, and it dropped at a uniform speed little by little. At this time, Fong Bai stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly. Poof! A force exploded in the liquid crystal core through the air, causing a wave in the liquid crystal core, mixing the liquids of different crystal cores together. Puff! 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 Fong Bai's fingers popped out one after another, and waves of power exploded in the liquid crystal core and turned into thousands of threads. Ripples echoed and collided inside. The power dispersed to the extreme destroyed every inch of the liquid crystal core, due to the existence of the blood cloud. Fong Bai could not use his mental power to observe the state of the liquid crystal core, let alone the changes in the power inside. Fong Bai could only rely on his feelings and the slight fluctuations of the shock to infer the state inside. But more of it depends on feelings, experience, guessing, and guessing. When the temperature dropped and the initial solidification began, Fong Bai's 5 fingers popped out. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, all the ripples reverberating inside the liquid crystal core and all the dark forces hidden in it were detonated. But no fluctuations were caused, because every bit of force in the liquid crystal core was offset just right. Not more or less. The liquid crystal core almost entered an absolutely pure state. In an instant, the liquid crystal core solidified. Huh? Fong Bai, who was so nervous that he dared not breathe, finally let out a long sigh. Without mental perception, The liquid crystal core with ever-changing internal conditions, and no fixed shape wants to achieve this step. Even he needs a little luck and dare not guarantee that it will succeed 100%. And because the liquid crystal core does not exist in a semi-solidified state, as long as it is cooled to a level that is not enough to maintain the liquid state, it will solidify instantly. For example, the crystal disc in front of him. Fong Bai gently caught it, and couldn't help holding his breath again. Dazzling. Fong Bai felt that his poor language could no longer describe it. Flawless. Perfect. Dazzling. Gorgeous. It seemed to glow. And as soon as it appeared, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Treasure. Fong Bai looked at it with love. Stretched out his hand. And the cooled crystal disc fell into his hand. As smooth as jade? Fong Bai used mental perception. And all he could sense was perfection. Fong Bai then couldn't wait to start testing the crystal core. Using projection. Sensing the projection's description of the microscopic field. And inferring the uneven points and bubble points of this disc. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart could not help but lift up. However, when Fong Bai did not find a single flaw, he clenched his fists in excitement. It's done, Fong Bai whispered. And then he felt his whole body was unblocked. With a joyful face, Fong Bai kept playing with the crystal disc, projecting it from time to time. After a long time, Fong Bai casually patted it, and the crystal disc fell into the bookshelf that connected the sky and the ground. This crystal disc was too perfect, and Fong Bai was reluctant to disperse it, because it was so perfect that Fong Bai even doubted that he would hardly encounter it again. He shook his head slightly, and recorded the process and data of this experiment completely. And this also showed that the crystal core smelting technology was basically formed. The third armor. From the beginning of the distant and confused, to now in front of us, Fong Bai found that he was overcoming technical difficulties one by one after another. If there was a lack of materials, he would look for materials. If there was a lack of technology, he would overcome the technology. Little by little, with the help of more than a dozen project teams. Under his unremitting research, one technical difficulty after another was overcome. One unique technology after another was formed. In terms of crystal core smelting, Fong Bai had enough confidence. He was confident that even if his technology was not unique among all players and all aborigines, it was definitely the best and leader in this field. After overcoming one technology after another, Fong Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of confidence and pride in his chest. From scratch to now, the armor is right in front of him. As the saying goes, everything is ready except for the east wind. Fong Bai is now ready for everything, except for an armor structure diagram. And Fong Bai has a plan for this step. After integrating all the research results of more than a dozen project teams, and the inspiration of all members, Fong Bai feels that he is terribly strong. The ability to draw inferences from one instance to another brought by knowing all fields is beyond Fong Bai imagination. Fong Bai simply gathered the wisdom of hundreds of people from more than a dozen project teams to create and design. However, Fong Bai did not immediately start the design work of the third set of armor, but focused all his attention on the spell slot. In his mind, the spell slot slowly rotated at the absolute core position. The spell slot in the human head, the crystal core in the head of the monster. Except that the spell slot will dissipate after the death of the person. The two are exactly the same in shape and function, with almost no difference. And the fire lotus can melt the crystal core and purify it with the blood cloud. Purify. Thinking of these two words, Fong Bai couldn't help licking his lips. The spell slot is the absolute core of the mage profession, which is condensed by the original mental power. The quality of the original mental power of the spell slot is basically equivalent to the quality and ability of the mental power. And once purified, puff, a fire lotus slowly ignites. Chapter 248 Overlapping Flames. Hiss. The fire lotus and the blood cloud overlapped in front of him. And the spell slot originally located in the core of his mind was taken out and thrown into the fire lotus. At the moment of contact, Fong Bai took a breath of cold air, and then fell silently, dead, in the mage tower. Fong Bai, who was palpitating, suddenly opened his eyes wide, then took a long breath, and then entered the fantasy space again to condense his body. He just thought he was really dead. That feeling was simply suffocating. It is worthy of being the absolute core spell slot. I will die if you touch it. Fong Bai looked at the body he had condensed before. The corpse was still there, still breathing, and all vital signs were very normal. But there was no trace of mental fluctuation. But this was only temporary. Because Fong Bai found that after losing the control of mental power, the vitality in the body quickly dissipated, and he died in a very short time. Both the body and the spirit are indispensable, Fong Bai thought to himself. And then he turned his attention back to the fire lotus and the blood cloud. The blood cloud was very small, only slightly larger than a palm. But the blood concentration inside was very high, and could reach the spiritual temperature that matched the blue fire lotus. This was the blood cloud compressed under Fong by extremely high controllability. In fact, Fong Bai now prefers to call it blood red flame. The blood red flame overlapped with the blue fire lotus, as if it were one. As the number of smelting crystal cores increased, Fong Bai became more familiar with and understood the properties of liquid crystal cores, which were half spiritual and half material materials. Occasionally, the blood red flame and the blue fire lotus would intersect during the overlap, and it didn't seem like flames of two completely different dimensions. At that moment, a red-blue projection flame seemed to be formed, which seemed to be real, but also like a flat projection projected by a projector, and vaguely a little gray, as if it had formed another thing. However, the appearance of this state was purely due to chance, and Fong Bai couldn't force it. Refocusing his attention on the spell slot, Fong Bai couldn't help but complain when he saw the illusory spell slot. Compared to the Warcraft crystal core, the spell slot is simply too fragile. It will be destroyed by a little fire. Fong Bai shook his head and started the experiment again. Experiment. Death. Experiment. Death. Fong Bai felt a little bit when he died at first, but as more and more people died later, Fong Bai gradually got used to it. After dying for dozens of times, Fong Bai gradually found some tricks. So it was another experiment. Hey, I didn't die? Success? Fong Bai was quite surprised and felt it carefully. Huh? Where did my mage profession go? Where did my mental power go? Fong Bai was confused. Although he didn't die, he seemed to have ruined his mage profession. He shook his head slightly, refreshed his body, and continued the experiment again. But it was still good. The nature of the spell slot was highly similar to the crystal core. Although he died many times in the early stage, he was also very easy to die in the later stage. But Fong Bai had the foundation of smelting crystal cores after all. After dying hundreds of times, Fong Bai probably summed up his experience and slightly adjusted the intensity ratio of the blue fire lotus and the blood and red flames. Relatively speaking, there is also a material ratio in the spell slot, but the components are less, and more of it is the original spiritual power. Perhaps this is why the magic beast will leave a crystal core when it dies, but the magician will not leave a spell slot when he dies. The spell slot is more inclined to spiritual power. In view of this, Fong Bai adjusted the proportion of flames little by little, over and over again. Fong Bai no longer knew how many times he had died, and how many times he had been useless. He only remembered failures again and again, and the experimental records were filled with pages and pages. Finally, at the right temperature and ratio, the spell slot melted. The spell slot turned into liquid. But Fong Bai did not react at all, only feeling a warmth enveloping him. Fong Bai tried to burn the liquid spell slot with flames, and the moment the flames touched the liquid spell slot, a sharp pain directly lingered in Fong Bai's entire consciousness. Fong Bai felt as if he had thrown himself into the flames, and his whole body was being burned by the flames. Under the severe pain, Fong Bai's powerful consciousness remained clear, maintaining control over the flames, raising the temperature little by little, and burning little by little. Suddenly, the liquid spell slot collapsed and turned directly into Fong Bai's original mental power. The second original mental power was greatly traumatized when it came into contact with the flames. Hiss! Fong Bai couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and instantly withdrew his consciousness from this body to isolate the pain. The original mental power was burned. This was a pain that went straight to the soul, and Fong Bai was frightened just thinking about it. An error occurred during burning, causing the spell slot structure to collapse. Although the liquid spell slot is already liquid, it is still a spell slot in essence and follows the structure of the spell slot, whether it is melted or tempered. As long as the structure is not destroyed, the spell slot is still a spell slot no matter what form it appears to the outside. But if the structure is destroyed, it will collapse. If I want to purify the spell slot, I must purify it without destroying the structure. Fong Bai quietly sensed the spell slot and its structure. The structure of the spell slot is very simple. So simple that it is an internal spiritual space supported by a prismatic frame. This spiritual space is essentially no different from the spiritual space inside the Warcraft crystal core. On the basis of smelting a large number of crystal cores, it is not difficult to understand the structure of this spiritual space. Fong Bai just couldn't help thinking about a question. Do I need to keep this spiritual space? Fong Bai couldn't help thinking. For ordinary mages, spell slots are absolutely crucial. Although mages can use spell models to directly release spells, it takes time to release even the simplest spells. And complex, advanced spells take longer to cast. This is the price of completely free casting of spells. Although spell slots have rigid, weak comments, but there is an undeniable absolute advantage. Instant. As long as the spell is recorded in the spell slot, it can be cast instantly, without building a spell model. So no matter how many spells you have learned, no matter how smoothly you cast spells, the spell slot will become the last line of defense for the mage, used for confidential spells such as constant shield and displacement. As the mage's level increases, the spell slot will gradually increase, and there may even be more than a dozen instant spells later. It is said that some mages still retain such a tradition. That is, all spell slots store shield and displacement spells, which is enough to make sneak attackers doubt their lives. Although this may be too cautious, it also indirectly illustrates the importance of spell slots. And the spell slot actually refers to the spiritual space inside the spell slot. And Fong Bai. I don't want it. Chapter 249 New Meditation Method. I don't need mental space. Fong Bai made a very decisive decision after understanding the structure of the spell slot. I'm not a mage. An instant spell is at most icing on the cake for me, but not a timely help. For me, the spell slot is not the mental space where I can store spells. It's the mental power and stronger computing power that can be directly sensed in the microscopic field that extends from the spell slot. Perception and computing power are the core of everything. The structure of the spell slot can give the spell slot three functions: perception, computing power, and mental space. Among them, the mental space occupies the largest proportion of the structure, and perception and computing power can only be regarded as the focus. If the mental space can be directly removed from the structure, and the structural proportion of perception and computing power can be increased, it will be more practical for me. Fong Bai thought of this and made up his mind. The two flames ignited again, and the spell slot was thrown into it. He began to use the flames to quench the structure and purify the spell slot. In the blazing high temperature, impurities evaporated bit by bit, and the structure representing the mental space gradually decayed in the process. In the Mage Tower, Fong Bai slowly opened his eyes. After slightly adapting to the discomfort caused by the switching of time flow, he came to the furnace downstairs. Looking at the furnace, Fong Bai thought, and the flame formed. Then he asked the little rhino to summon the rhinoceros group, and the blood cloud took shape. The blood cloud gathered, and the huge blood cloud gradually shrank and finally gradually turned from the ethereal blood power into a faint flame. The flame and the fire lotus overlapped, and both were in an absolute overlapping state every minute and every second. Even the jumping of the flames. After docking and adjusting the temperature, Fong Bai took a deep breath, and his mind moved. Representing his absolute core spell position slowly floated out. For a mage, the first spell position is always the most core spell position. All other spell positions can have problems, and can be destroyed. This is at most injured, which is not a problem. But if there is a problem with the first spell position, then there is really nothing to say, because this is a spell position that carries the soul and consciousness. But at this moment, Fong Bai resolutely threw it into the flame. Huh? The spell bit flew into the flame, and a burning feeling lingered in Fong Bai's heart. The temperature on the spell bit gradually increased, somewhat different from the fantasy space. Fong Bai was very restrained and cautious in the actual operation, and it could even be said to be relatively slow, and correspondingly, every step was very solid. Heating, melting, and purification. When the liquid spell bit came into contact with the flame, Fong Bai's pupils shrank suddenly. This kind of pain cannot be completely resisted even if you are prepared. But this did not affect Fong Bai's operation. Simplifying the structure, the spiritual space shrinks little by little, and shrinks little by little. Suddenly, huh? In the soul state, Fong Bai looked at his body and didn't react at once. Stupefied. How did this cultivator die? Fong Bai immediately checked the practice process just now, but found that the spell bit interfered with the control of the flame during the smelting process. In the fantasy space, Because the smelted force is after all just the body spell bit condensed in the fantasy space. No matter how this imaginary spell position is smelted, it will not have any effect on Fong by mental power, let alone Fong by soul and consciousness. But it is different outside the fantasy space. As the only spell position, smelting means smelting the soul, and even consciousness inside it at the same time. Of course, this is just an analogy. This flame is far from reaching the level that can react to the soul. However, although the soul and consciousness are not disturbed, the changes in the spell position have also produced real effects. It's like a stick may not hit the soul, but it can blow up the head. And the changes in the middle of the spell position directly led to a trace of emptiness. This is the culprit of Fong Bai failure. This is something that the fantasy space cannot test. Fong Bai pondered for a while, and did not rush to revive, but directly began to think and sort out in the soul state. A moment later, the resurrected Fong Bai sat in front of the desk and began to calculate and deduce, and occasionally entered the patient space to verify something. About 2 hours later, Fong Bai appeared in front of the furnace again. Before the experiment began, Fong Bai suddenly had an idea in his mind. He seems to be dying more and more casually recently. He had never died before the first death. But since he was killed by the master, he has been dying more and more casually. More and more. Besides, why do I feel that doing research is more dangerous than dueling with a master? Fong Bai couldn't help scratching his head. I can't die in a duel with a master, but a random experiment of my own can kill me. Fong Bai couldn't help but fall into deep thought, and came to a conclusion after a moment. I'm so awesome. Fong Bai was happy. He made a joke to amuse himself. And the reason was clear. Fong Bai cultivation was a creation from scratch. Not just a simple cultivation. The road to creation was full of thorns and very dangerous. So Fong Bai, who was about to have master-level combat power and master-level survival ability in advance, was ready to die without any hesitation. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and focused on the present. The problem of losing control of mental power cannot be tried in a fantasy space. So Fong Bai must take risks directly in the game. But fortunately, as a player, the most serious consequence is just death to the full stack of weak states. If this is the only price, Fong Bai doesn't mind how many weak states there are, as long as he can succeed. Even if there are more stacks, it is worth it. There are so many opportunities to try, which is much better than the Aborigines, and much better than in reality. If it were the Aborigines, it would not be solved in dozens of days or hundreds of lives. Then perhaps there must be hundreds of geniuses who are of the same lineage and have iterated experience. But let's not talk about how to pass on experience after death. Just say where to find hundreds of geniuses, and it must be a lineage that continuously produces wizard geniuses. Just thinking about it is suffocating. Fong Bai focused his consciousness on the flame in front of him. The flame was slightly jumping, and Fong Bai's mind moved. A bag of crystal powder turned into thin lines that shuttled and spread on the ground. After a while, a complex magic array was formed. However, this kind of one-time magic array is generally called a ritual field. After the first ritual field was arranged, Fong Bai pondered slightly, and another ritual field was superimposed, with Fong Bai as the center. The two ritual fields were superimposed on each other, without interfering with each other, and each was independent. But they were connected together at key points and linked to each other. After all preparations were completed, Fong Bai took a deep breath, and the next moment, the spell position was immersed in the flame. Chapter 250, Tempering the Spirit. Buzz. When the spell bit melted, there was a slight ripple, and the two magic arrays under his feet immediately started to take over the flame. The flame burned slowly, and the temperature in it fluctuated from time to time. Fong Bai patiently burned the impurities in it, and occasionally fine-tuned the control results of the magic array. When he occasionally lost consciousness, the magic array would take care of the flame, and Fong Bai's strong consciousness often allowed him to immediately regain control of the flame. This time there was no accident, and the impurities in the spell bit were removed bit by bit. In this process, the original mental power that did not form a spell bit in the mind space could not be integrated into the spell bit. In this process, the structure inside the spell bit was adjusted bit by bit, and gradually, the structure that formed the mental space was removed from the spell bit. When this part of the structure was completely removed, the liquid spell bit directly shrank a lot. It was as if it was originally hollow inside, but now it has become solid. So it has shrunk. The shrunken liquid spell slot seemed to be boiling in the flames. But no original spiritual power was evaporated. Only a trace of impurities were constantly annihilated in the flames. The liquid spell slot became pure and more crystal clear, like a gem. During the quenching process, the internal structure of the spell slot was repaired little by little. Some gaps disappeared, and the spell slot as a whole became more compact. In this process, the proportion of the structure related to perception gradually increased, and the structure representing computing power decreased little by little. And even in the end, only a small corner was left. It only accounted for about 30%. But because the original spell slot structure was originally a spiritual space structure, and the spell slot became more powerful after quenching, so although it was only 30%, it was still much more powerful than before. And the rest was all perception. 70% perception, 30% computing power. Fong Bai maintained the structure of the spell slot little by little, stabilized little by little, and repaired little by little. During this process, Fong Bai suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and the solid structure of the gold element emerged in his mind. Unconsciously, Fong Bai integrated this perception into the structure, and it became part of the basic structure of the spell slot. When the structure was completely formed, the temperature of the spell slot just reached the critical point. The spell slot, which was originally in liquid state, solidified at the moment when the temperature was lower than the critical point. And the structure that originally required Fong Bai to use mental power to maintain also solidified directly. Buzz! In front of Fong Bai, a prismatic spell slot exuded mental power waves. Fong Bai looked at the crystal core, which was only the size of a fingertip, and looked like a small soybean. Looking at its crystal clear appearance, a sense of stability emerged involuntarily in his heart. Solid. Fong Bai even saw a ray of metallic luster on it. It's just a little small. Small? Very delicate. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and all his mental power poured into this new spell slot. Buzz! In the trembling of the spell slot, a new mental power extended out. When the mental power sensed the outside world, Fong Bai was slightly shocked. Everything was different. The world became clear in an instant. All the microscopic and macroscopic images flooded into Fong Bai's mind. Fong Bai was a little uncomfortable. However, Fong Bai processed all the information in just a moment, and received it completely without any information missing. If the image quality that Fong Bai mental power perceived before was standard definition, then now it is 1080. Many details that were not visible before are now clear. Not only can he see it, but Fong Bai can also process this information completely without any omission. This change is almost a qualitative improvement. Fong Bai's mind moved, and his mental power focused on a strand of gold element power. As his mental power focused, Fong Bai's perspective expanded rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a strand of gold element power seemed to become a giant in front of him. The mental power seemed to break through a thin film and enter the microscopic field belonging to the gold element. At this moment, the field of the gold element was in full view. He directly and specifically perceived the microscopic field of the gold element and the characteristic structure inside. It was as if an inspiration bomb exploded in Fong Bai's mind. Countless inspirations emerged in his mind. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and felt that in just a few moments, after digesting all these inspirations in the fantasy space, Fong Bai had studied more than 3% of the first layer of the solid characteristics, which was only about 2.2% before. In just a moment of perception, Fong Bai had advanced more than 1%. That is, more than 110 thousandths. Along with Fong Bai perception, there was a constant stream of inspiration pouring out of his mind, as if it was endless. And the powerful spell position easily received this information and analyzed, processed, and digested it continuously. Fong Bai was making progress almost every minute and every second. This feeling shocked Fong Bai, and he even felt that he was too stupid and too slow before. People nowadays are unreasonably slow. But Fong Bai may know the reason. In the past, it was not possible to observe with mental power very intuitively, and one could only speculate and study with a glimpse of fusion. But now, it is directly watching, carefully and comprehensively perceiving, without omissions, and extremely intuitive. It is like studying space with mathematical models on one hand, and directly observing space with high-dimensional creatures on the other hand, and then rewriting the process according to the answer. There is a gap between heaven and earth. The computing power, which is crucial for research, has been greatly improved in this tempering, which directly prompted Fong Bai to double the research speed and receiving speed. It is improving in every breath. Computing power is really important for scientific researchers. It can be seen from the evolution of abacus, hand crank calculators, computers, and supercomputers in reality. Computing power can even play a decisive role. Fong Bai took a long breath, temporarily put aside his thoughts, and spread his mental power to conduct various tests. After a series of tests, the changes in mental power were also clear. The detection range has more than doubled. In addition, the new mental power is more concealed, more penetrating, more tenacious, easier to control the power of elements, and more details can be controlled. After removing the mental space inside the spell slot, this is a qualitative change. After confirming these gains, Fong Bai finally determined the benefits of this kind of meditation for the mage and the benefits it will bring. The spells and tricks used for mental power cultivation are generally called meditation methods. Fong Bai thought for a moment, returned to the fantasy space, and wrote on the cover of a notebook, Quenching Spirit Meditation Method. After recording all the details, cultivation methods, cultivation requirements, cultivation conditions, cultivation risks, experimental records, etc., it is convenient to throw it into the bookshelf and become a new collection of books. In addition, a copy is also copied in the game and sent to the library, and the relevant reading permissions are compiled to exchange the required points. Chapter 251 Perception Array. CC Su Shiping, Chi Peng and all other project team leaders. Fong Bai wrote a letter and immediately handed it to Zhang Zhong on the side, who immediately sent it out. Looking at Zhang Zhong departing back, Fong Bai pondered slightly. It is indeed inconvenient to not have a network in the game. If there is a network, just push it over with one click on the network. Fong Bai thought for a moment, put this matter aside for the time being, and couldn't wait to study the two structures. One is the perception structure, and the other is the computing power structure. I didn't know it before, but after contacting it, Fong Bai was really shocked by these two structures. He really didn't know that these two structures would be so awesome and so terrible. Just being fixed in the spell position has such an effect. So if it can be turned into a magic array and fixed, and then amplified, how powerful would it be? You know, although the magic array is rigid, although it is expensive, and although it has various shortcomings, there is one thing that can never be denied. That is, the stability and power of the magic array must always crush the spell model of the same level. Fong Bai tried it without any hesitation. He knew what was the most suitable for the constant magic array. Fong Bai immediately took out the Warcraft crystal core. In the fantasy space, he directly took out dozens of master-level crystal cores. Fong Bai wanted to do his best this time. He wanted to see where the limit of these two magic arrays was. Without any hesitation, he started smelting directly. After spending some time, Fong Bai directly melted all the dozens of master-level crystal cores and smelted them together. At the moment of condensation, Fong Bai directly turned the perception structure into a magic array. And after some improvements, it was constant on this large crystal core. When Fong Bai mental power was injected into it and extended through the magic array, Fong Bai instantly felt that the perspective in his mental power was widened again, although it was still not as good as his own mental power perception effect. But you have to know that the template Fong Bai is using at this moment is the template before purifying the crystal core. Sensing this effect, Fong Bai took a deep breath. This array can indeed enhance the perception ability of mental power, but the requirements for materials are too high. The crystal core I smelted this time is not perfect, which directly affects the effect of the array. If the purity can be raised to a higher level, the effect of the array should be higher. Fong Bai found that the crystal core he smelted might be able to complete the projection, but it still had a greater impact when it came to constant perception of the array, limiting the performance of the array. Because the accuracy of the perception array is limited by the accuracy of the array, and the accuracy of the array is limited by the accuracy of the constant material. Ordinary smelted crystal cores can indeed be used for constant perception, but the magnification of the perception array is small. And if you want to improve the ability to perceive the microscopic field as much as possible, you must improve the accuracy and reduce the error. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and instead of smelting, he simply took out a natural master-level crystal core, and then directly set up a constant array in its internal mental space, and then tried to activate it. At this moment, it is more like a spell model than a magic array, which is far less stable than the magic array, and the effect is even worse. And it is even worse than directly perceiving with mental power. At least there won't be so many errors. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and finally melted a master-level crystal core, wiped out the internal spiritual space, and directly set a constant magic array in the liquid crystal core, and finally controlled it to solidify. Buzz. Mental power poured into the crystal core, and after passing through the magic array, the mental power was instantly strengthened. The field perceived in an instant suddenly made Fong Bai's eyes brighten. Stable and clear. It works. Fong Bai did not hesitate, and immediately started to improve and evolve the perception magic array. The perception structure inside the spell position is quite perfect. It perfectly takes into account power consumption, volume, and perception ability. So perfect that Fong Bai can't even improve it. But the failure of improvement does not mean that Fong Bai can't degrade it. Power consumption? It's not something on the human body. You can connect to external energy, and the power consumption can be maximized. Volume? It's not something on the human body. The space that can be constant in the master-level crystal core is still relatively large, so it can be relaxed. Perception ability? That's what we want. Everything else can be relaxed, and we can focus on improving perception ability. After clarifying the needs, Fong Bai made drastic changes. Fong Bai, who has thoroughly understood the perception structure, knows very well what the core is, what is necessary, and what can be relaxed. Fong Bai keeps everything that does not affect the accuracy on the molten crystal core, and the molten crystal core directly wraps a large part of the master crystal core. Only the core part responsible for perception, and only the part with extremely high precision requirements, is fixed on the core master crystal core. In a short period of time, the perception structure has changed beyond recognition. At this moment, the master crystal core is like the core gem of a laser pin. Fong Bai mind moved, and his mental power poured into it. After the mental power poured in, Fong Bai's face changed slightly, and he immediately increased his strength. But the magic circle seemed to have changed from a small pool to a large lake in an instant. After the initial activation, Fong Bai's mental power was directly drained, so that the magic circle only lasted for a moment. But it was this moment that made Fong Bai's eyes widen suddenly. This improvement in perception is no less than Fong Bai seeing bacteria with his naked eyes in reality. This perception ability even surpassed Fong Bai's own perception ability. Far beyond. Although this consumption of mental power is really too great, it is basically no cost effective. Fong Bai's own perception ability may be a maximum speed of 60 km per hour, and a fuel consumption of 0.01 per 100 kilometers. And the perception ability of this magic circle is a maximum speed of 110 km per hour, and a fuel consumption of 1 ton per 100 kilometers. This metaphor may not be very specific, but it can also explain the problem. There is no cost effectiveness, but there is still room for improvement in perception ability, and power consumption can be further improved. Fong Bai was very excited. Forget the power consumption. He only wants performance. As long as the performance reaches the pinnacle, any power consumption can be accepted, and he can find a way. This is at least better than having money but no equipment. Fong Bai was immersed in it in an instant, and he was addicted for several days. And in the fantasy space, it was several years. As soon as he exited the fantasy space, Fong Bai took 2 elite crystal cores, more than 40 ordinary crystal cores, and some element alloys, smelting, engraving, and 2 devices appeared in front of Fong Bai in a blink of an eye. The appearance of the 2 devices is different. The first one is like a small metal valley, roughly the size of a square table. The surface of the hollow valley made of metal structure is covered with a layer of crystal, and the dense 3-dimensional patterns in it make people dizzy. The end point of all the patterns is the prismatic crystal core suspended in the center of the valley. Countless 3-dimensional patterns converge in it. Extremely precise. This device is perception. Chapter 252 Computing Array. Next to it is a much smaller laptop-sized metal flat plate with hollowed out lines inside and outside. Crystal cores, melted into squares, are suspended on it in different heights. Each square crystal core is filled with dense 3-dimensional lines, just like dense circuit boards. From time to time, a ray of light flows through the circuit of the circuit board, giving people a mysterious feeling. And the constant array on it is computing. Fong Bai not only completed the perception array, but also the calculation array, looking at the high and low cube crystal cores in front of him. Against the backdrop of countless fine 3-dimensional lines, it looks like a high-precision chip, and it looks like a magic cube from a magical world. A little bit of light is flowing rapidly in it. when Fong Bai mental power is connected to it and supplies mental power to the array. A little bit of starlight is lit up and flows rapidly in it. At this moment, Fong Bai mind seems to be emerging with thousands of galaxies. Unlike the perception array, if the perception array is a pyramid that is constantly expanding, it is a perception that expands level by level and has an absolute core. The computing power array is stacked level by level, connected to each other, just like a drop of water gathering into an ocean, without an absolute core. Like a series structure, the computing power array and the computing power structure in the spell slot have the same origin. Fong Bai accessed it without any strangeness, without any separation, and did not need any driver. He directly took control of the computing power of each magic cube. In just a moment, Fong Bai thinking and computing ability increased several times, just like connecting to a computer. However, this feeling only lasted for a few moments. And then, the connection was automatically disconnected, because the mental power was about to be exhausted. The feeling of the computing power falling made Fong Bai slightly stunned. After calculating the speed of mental power consumption, he couldn't help but recall the previous bold words to hack the power consumption. He only wanted performance. Forget it. The power consumption can be reduced. If the performance can't be improved, then we can only think of a way to change the volume. Fong Bai was silent. He was quite clear about the level of his mental power after being tempered. Even with this level of mental power, it couldn't last for a few seconds. It was really unbearable. No matter how powerful the performance was, it would be useless if it couldn't be supplied. However, Fong Bai didn't want to reduce the performance. If he wanted to reduce power consumption, he could only think of a way to change the volume. Expanding the volume, using more arrays, and carrying out more detailed division of labor and cooperation, while improving the utilization rate of mental power. It should be possible to reduce power consumption while maintaining the same performance. The perception array is actually the same. In addition, Fong Bai felt that it was necessary to design a structure for the parallel connection of multiple mental powers, so that a project team could use computing resources together for calculations, divide the work and cooperate, and each be responsible for their own part. Then the power consumption can also be shared by everyone, which is more reasonable. However, thinking of this, Fong Bai thoughts diverged. The mental powers of different people are connected in series in the same computing array, and they can control the computing array together. Isn't this equivalent to the team modification function of the document? Simple document modification functions can be used as instant messaging tools to Slack off. Then different people can also communicate when they connect to the same computing array, with the wireless parallel connection characteristics of the computing array. As long as I use enough computing arrays to arrange them, can't I get a network based on mental power? Fong Bai thoughts are now divergent, and a constant stream of inspiration spreads. Wouldn't it be possible to realize network functions and connect computing resources in series on the network for shared use? Fong Bai even thought of the spell slots of each mage, because they have the same structure and the same origin. The mage spell slots can be incorporated into the network without obstacles. As long as the mage cooperates, it will become one of the available computing resources. Cloud computing. Fong Bai's eyes gradually lit up, but he calmed down instantly when he saw the computing array. The idea is right and beautiful, but it is not realistic yet. It takes me a lot of time to run it for just a few seconds. It will take a long time to build a large-scale network and run it all the time. Fong Bai thought about it, compiled this idea into a book and threw it into the project library, and established a point reward. In this way, if someone is interested in this project, they will naturally set up a project team to apply for the project. At that time, Fong Bai only needs to collect the results. After thinking about it, Fong Bai also divided the project into 2 stages. The first stage is to reduce power consumption and establish a public computing array for Tiangong Pavilion. The second stage is to establish a Tiangong Pavilion computing power local area network and submit a correct and effective website architecture. After Fong Bai completed the core technology, these 2 stages were basically not difficult. Doesn't it just take a hand? Fong Bai muttered as he looked at the project description. With the special nature of this project, a player should be able to take it over soon. After all, after the Dynasty Guild joined, a group of players poured into Tiangong Pavilion, and many of them had abilities that made Fong Bai look at them with awe. They were in need of projects, especially after seeing Fong Bai suppress the Master Beast King with his extraordinary army. Well, I don't know what the body of the dragon-scale violent bear has become. Fong Bai thought of the body of the violent bear. When he brought the violent bear back, he considered the fur and bones to be used to make equipment or ritual materials with extraordinary characteristics. As for the meat and internal organs, they can be eaten. These are all treasures containing rich elemental power. Although they may not taste good, they are definitely useful. Whether it is used to temper the body or replenish body consumption, they are very good things. It is a high-energy food. However, when Zhang Zhong and others were excited to split the dragon-scale violent bear, Fong Bai found something unusual and stopped them. Fong Bai walked to the side of the violent bear's body. The huge and sturdy body became extremely thin at this moment. The dragon scales and fur were empty, highlighting the thick bones. There were already a lot of dragon scales and bear skin fragments falling to the ground under the body, in addition to a layer of shriveled and broken muscles. Duh! A breeze blew, and a piece of bear skin broke, and the dragon scales on it fell to the ground and broke. And then the bones behind the bear skin, dragon scales, and muscles that fell on the ground had no moisture. It was obvious that all the energy was drained away. They fell to the ground and dried up like gray leaves, breaking at the touch. Fong Bai lightly touched the body of the dragon scale violent bear with his fingers, and the power spread over his body like ripples. Voila! The dry bear skin, dragon scales, and muscles all fell off. Chapter 253 Violent Bear Bones. Clatter. Dry dragon scales, bear skin, and muscle tissue all fell to the ground and shattered. After all of them fell, the violent bear bones were completely exposed in front of Fong Bai. The bones, which were thicker than Fong Bai's thighs, were like yellow corundum, warm but gave people a sense of steel. Ding! Fong Bai tapped lightly with his fingers, making an extremely crisp sound. The brown-yellow bones were connected and supported each other, still as a whole. Looking up at the head bones in the front, the fangs were scattered, and a fierce aura suddenly rushed out of the hideous bones. Roar! It was as if a bear roared in his ears. Fong Bai felt the hatred, cruelty, tyranny, and the terrifying power of the master-level essence of the violent bear. But, I can kill you alive. But you still want to jump after you die? Fong Bai's eyes shrugged, and the small spell position in his mind shook slightly. A golden light flashed on the surface, directly resisting the impact of the violent bear's remnant. Fong Bai sneered as he felt the impact. If it was still the original spell slot, I might have been seriously injured, or even directly shattered, and killed by you. But it's too late now. The previous spell slot was hollow and fragile, although the current spell slot is much smaller than the original one. It is solid, and the structure has been adjusted by Fong Bai in a targeted manner, including a solid structure based on the gold element. This is a solid little iron lump, a little iron bean, no matter how the remnant of the violent bear attacks. The little iron bean? No. The spell slot remains motionless under the faint golden light, like a spring breeze, ignoring the impact of the remnant that is merged into the momentum. Fong Bai carefully examined the violent bear bone while waving away Zhang Zhong and others who came because of the violent bear bone's momentum. After finding out that they were not attacked by a master beast king, the clouds that had gathered in the sky slowly dissipated. Zhang Zhong, full of curiosity, looked at Bao Xionggu and led his men back to the training ground to continue training. At this time, a loud roar sounded in the cave. Zhang Zhong. Damn it. Why did you open the clouds? My experiments are all over. Damn Zhang Zhong. Damn it. Me too. The roar fluctuated in an instant. Zhang Zhong, who heard it, shrank his neck and hurried back to the training ground. He didn't dare to go out recently. Just kidding. Once the clouds are opened, the elements of heaven and earth are sealed, and all the ongoing experiments are basically dead. This is really going to be a knockout. The key is that this group of people are all high-level intellectuals, with all kinds of strange methods, and they are hard to defend against. Sometimes they are knocked out without knowing who knocked them. After all, they are not the weak scientific researchers in reality. In the game, they all know spell models, magic arrays, rituals, energy structures, and have strong mental power. They are all top-notch wizards. For wizards, stronger scientific research capabilities often mean stronger strength and more methods. Who knows what strange spells they have researched? Even if they are not high enough to cast spells, they have ritual fields to supplement them. Especially with more people. If it causes public outrage, maybe the entire project team will prepare for the ritual at the same time. They just have the mobility and technology, which will really kill people. It is worth mentioning that they often have steel bodies and good forging skills. With the equipment, they can also resist melee. Who can withstand this? Of course, as Zhang Gong. He certainly can't be a coward, mainly because their equipment, skills, and cultivation are all products or semi-finished products of various project teams. In addition, they often need to cooperate with them in experiments and testing of physical data. Once they are offended, respect. This is respect. After Zhang Zhong and others left, Fong Bai looked at the violent bare bone in front of him quietly. Fong Bai action just now seemed to have touched it, and the Beast King's momentum that soared into the sky was like a real Beast King in front of him. If an ordinary mage dared to be in this area, he would even be directly shattered by this violent momentum and die directly. This is the horror of the Beast King. And Fong Bai stood quietly in it, without any feeling. Estimating the momentum, Fong Bai thought in his heart, it is more than one level weaker than the living Beast King. But this is normal. There has never been anything that is stronger than alive when dead, unless there is new energy added. Otherwise it does not conform to the law. The current level of the violent bare bone Fong Bai pondered slightly. To use a more mysterious term, it is a half-step master level, with some characteristics of the master level, but not as good as the real master level. Fong Bai carefully sensed the state of the violent bare bone. After no one urged it, the momentum of the violent bare bone slowly converged and turned into a huge skeleton, like yellow corundum again. The appearance of the skeleton and its performance just now reminded Fong Bai of the dragon skeleton he had seen in the ruins town before. Skeleton versus skeleton. Aura versus dragon might. Fong Bai found that except for the different levels, everything else was exactly the same, without any difference. So the dragon at that time also turned into skeletons bit by bit, and then was suppressed under the Mage Tower? Is this the dragon killed by the Mage Tower Master? Fong Bai looked at the Mage Tower next to him, and the violent bare bone next to the Mage Tower, recalling the Mage Tower that was towering into the sky and the dragon skeleton that emerged from behind. At that moment. But looking at the violent bare bone that has slowly restrained its momentum, it exudes a wonderful quality, and is slowly absorbing the earth element in the environment, recalling the dragon power area that has never restrained. The violent bare bone just now burst out with the violent bear's remnant and momentum because I was touched. After I stopped moving, it automatically retracted. So, what is it that has been touching and even attacking the dragon skeleton? At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall what he saw in the dragon power area before. At that time, he was searching for the Warcraft horse. During the search, he saw an illusory blue dragon soaring into the sky and swooping down. Then, a very evil, chaotic, and shrill scream was heard. Just hearing this scream shook Fong Bai consciousness and made him feel nauseous. Then it disappeared in an instant. Although this incident alone made Fong Bai speculate, there was no evidence, and he could not prove anything. But at this moment, Fong Bai immediately had a guess in his mind, recalling the dilapidated Mage Tower and its final collapse. Will a Mage Tower of this level collapse due to disrepair? This thought came to Fong Bai's mind, and he recalled the traces of the battle there, the traces of the battle in the ruins town, the scars and collapse of the Mage Tower, the phantom of the blue dragon, the strange screams, and the dragon power area that has not faded for a long time. It's all connected. At this moment, all the clues are connected. At this time, Fong Bai couldn't help but have another thought in his mind. Chapter 254 Terrifying Enemy. The Mage Tower has collapsed. How long can the dragon skeleton suppressed by the Mage Tower last? When this thought emerged in Fong Bai's mind, it almost suffocated him. The next moment, Fong Bai turned into a residual image and disappeared in the cave. Fong Bai, who was rushing at high speed, first found the earth furnace he built at the beginning, and then used this place as a reference to find the place where he ran out of the dragon power area. When the dragon power was just activated, Fong Bai ran all the way to get out. Fong Bai searched for a while and found the specific location immediately. After finding it, he immediately recalled the situation when he ran out. At that time, he looked back after running out. As a mage, Fong Bai's memory could not be blurred at all, and he quickly found the place where he ran out and looked back. He came to this position again, looked back, and then marked the scope of the dragon power area according to his memory. At this moment, Fong Bai's heart beat violently. Although he already had the answer in his heart, He still sensed the scope of the dragon power area and marked it out. Fong Bai was silent as he watched the dragon's might area that had been retracted by several dozen centimeters. Fong Bai could either turn on or off the aura, or control it to cover a certain area. It could be turned on normally, but the aura coverage area was smaller. What did this mean? Weakened. He recalled the way the violent bear bone silently absorbed the earth element in the environment after retracting the aura. The violent bear bone contains the essence and power of the dragon scale violent bear, including the unique essence of the master level and the remnant of the soul. Among them, the master level characteristics are the key, which is the key for the violent bear bone to absorb the essence of the body's power, continue to maintain it after death, and then absorb the earth element. It is also the real reason why the violent bear bone is different from others, and still retains the strength of a half-step master. It is also the most precious wealth of the violent bear bone. What the violent bear bone can do is not possible for the divine dragon skeleton. The divine dragon skeleton of an unknown level must have the same characteristics, and must be able to absorb elements to recover and maintain it for a long time. But now the dragon power area is declining, which means that under the attack of a certain enemy, the recovery ability of the dragon bone is not as good as the consumption, resulting in a deficit. Fong Bai face was solemn. Now he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the dragon power area and approach the ruins town. But the enemy at the dragon bone is facing the dragon power at the closest distance, attacking the dragon bone continuously, and causing the dragon bone to lose money. Fong Bai doesn't think he is qualified to resist this level of enemy. Recalling the evil and chaos he had sensed at the beginning, Fong Bai shuddered slightly. The breath he sensed at the beginning was the natural enemy of all life. Without exception, Fong Bai took a deep breath, looked at the distance of the dragon power area in front of him, and recorded it slightly. I don't know whether the dragon power area will retreat at a uniform speed or in a continuously increasing manner, but no matter what the method is, there should still be time now. Fong Bai felt a sense of urgency in his heart. He left a mark on the edge of the dragon power area and turned away, returning to the Mage Tower. With a solemn expression, a complex expression, and a heavy heart, Fong Bai took a long breath, sat down cross-legged, and drew out a wisp of flame from the furnace, drawing out his own boiling blood and chi. In the form of flames, they overlapped and intertwined with each other, and two magic arrays were looming inside the flames. That was the ritual field that Fong Bai had just arranged, and at this moment, it was moved into the flame in the form of a spell model. However, the magic array was adjusted to the spell model state by Fong Bai. For ordinary mages, a big project is easy for Fong Bai. At some point, Fong Bai had already mastered the field of magic. In the process of adjusting the magic model, Fong Bai's thoughts gradually settled down, and the originally somewhat restless breath also completely calmed down. The flames jumped slowly, and the two magic models extended a magic structure and approached each other until they docked. Buzz! A flame that seemed to be virtual and real slowly jumped in front of Fong Bai, and just watching it gave people a faint burning feeling. Watching. This action itself will subconsciously drive some mental power, which is also one of the components of the gaze. This part of mental power is burned, and the person will naturally feel it. Staring at the flame, the thought moved, and it suddenly crossed the boundary between reality and illusion and appeared in Fong Bai mind space. Sure enough, Fong Bai thought to himself, as a combination of matter and spirit, the spell position can appear in the mind space, and the mental power of the same composition cannot fail. The flame burned slowly in Fong Bai's mind. After losing the flame supply of the furnace, the fire was weak, but it stabilized immediately after Fong Bai put his mental power into it. It can burn mental power, so mental power can naturally become its fuel. As a new flame composed of Fong Bai's own blood and red flames and material flames. Whether Fong Bai's mental power will be harmed by it is naturally up to Fong Bai's thoughts. In other words, whether Fong Bai's mental power can be exempted depends on his own thoughts. At the same time, Fong Bai controlled the blood and chi to surge up, and the vigorous blood and chi in his body served as the fuel for the flame. The fire expanded the moment it came into contact. The hot flame illuminated the entire space in his mind. This flame jumped into space in his mind. As soon as Fong Bai thought about it, this flame appeared under the spell slot, wrapping the small spell slot inside. A faint burning sensation emerged in his mind. Enduring the discomfort, Fong Bai separated a trace of thought to control the flame to burn the spell slot little by little, using mental power as fuel. The temperature of the flame gradually increased, heating the spell slot little by little. When it reached a certain level, the spell slot was about to melt but not yet melted. Fong Bai directly controlled the flame to penetrate into the spell slot, set the temperature, and then fine-tune the spell slot structure within a very small range. At the same time, it was tempered and nourished in a gentle way. In this process, the solid structure of the gold element that was realized was also subtly imprinted into it. This is the inspiration that continued from before. The solid structure imprinting of the previous blessing to the mind has brought Fong Bai a lot of benefits. This is a great contribution to being able to face the pressure of the violent bear. So Fong Bai wants to continue to strengthen and further imprint. Under the continuous tempering of blood and qi, Fong Bai can faintly feel that his mental power has become more tenacious and powerful. Compared with Fong Bai master level blood and qi, the professional level mental power is too weak, and the contrast is huge. So it shows an extremely striking change at this moment. With the accumulation of blood and qi over the years, the purification and extraction of mental power, the reconstruction of the structure has not changed qualitatively. The physical body is strong and thus feeds back the mental power, with 2 parts of daily practice and bottleneck breakthrough. This is the new meditation method developed by Fong Bai, a complete meditation method. Of course, this meditation method is still very simple and full of loopholes, but it has also begun to show its grandeur. Chapter 255 Master Characteristics. The powerful body feeds back the spiritual power, and the two grow simultaneously. This directly makes up for a major shortcoming of the Mecha master profession. So to be precise, this should be regarded as a matching meditation method for Mecha masters. Or it can be said that it is a meditation method tailored specifically for Mecha masters. Fong Bai maintained the tempering state of the flame, and tried to maintain it normally with his distraction. There is no danger at all, as long as the spell position is not melted. The fluctuation of the flame, or even the extinction, will not cause harm to it. While maintaining the state with stumbling, Fong Bai returned to the violent bear bone. Just now, he left halfway to confirm the situation of the dragon might field. But this does not mean that Fong Bai will ignore it. He will not think that he has seen through the violent bear bone. Perhaps Fong Bai has a little insight into the formation principle of the violent bear bone. But this not only did not eliminate Fong Bai's curiosity, but made it more intense. The remnant of the soul fused with the skeleton is fine. The real key is the master level characteristics of the dragon scale violent bear. Fong Bai still doesn't know what this master level characteristic is. But Fong Bai knows one thing. Master level characteristics are the most critical thing for the elite to break through the master level, and even determine whether to break through or not, and determine the strength between masters. It is exactly what he needs now. It has been such a long time since he broke through to the elite level, although his combat power has been continuously strengthened in this process. And he has killed a master level beast king. But he knows his own things. In terms of strength, Fong Bai at this moment is no different from when he just broke through the elite level. It is still just a Mecha master whose whole body is made of elemental metal, and has completed the 3 refinements of the whole body. Except for a stronger defense, a greater strength, a more vigorous blood, and a stronger mental power in the future. There is no change. That is, he can beat the master level hard under the clouds. What if it is not under the cloud? Will the master be exhausted by defense? And this is just the master. There are stronger extraordinary beings above the master. As a professional, Fong Bai naturally desires to break through the master. Of course, Fong Bai actually has some clues and ideas about the master. However, the characteristics left by a ready-made master are also an excellent reference for Fong Bai. Fong Bai mental power carefully senses the charm and breath on the violent bear bone. Master, command the elements of heaven and earth. Within a certain range, the elements of heaven and earth will be controlled by the master's every move. And this is also the principle of the master's flight. In Fong Bai view, the powerful master level extraordinary has transformed himself into a whole. A whole, commanding the body and energy with a higher level energy, forming a rough field. The elements of heaven and earth in the field will naturally be affected by the master. This is like the gravity emitted by a planet, which naturally attracts satellites and meteorites to rotate. Fong Bai, the core of this high-level energy, studied it little by little, and tried to penetrate the violent bear bone with his mental power little by little, trying to interpret its structure and grasp its secrets. As a result, the violent bear bone was stimulated again and again, alarming a large number of people. Later, Fong Bai simply scanned it as a whole. and then entered the fantasy space for research. The violent bare bone in the fantasy space continuously burst out with terrifying momentum. However, no one in the fantasy space could be alarmed, and Fong Bai could only spy on all the secrets in repeated attempts, without any omissions. When Fong Bai broke away from the fantasy space again, he looked at the violent bare bone in front of him quietly. The so-called master's characteristics are actually not complicated, but a strong consciousness that penetrates the peak energy. The strong consciousness reaches the critical point, and the peak energy gradually causes qualitative changes. The qualitative change of energy is strong, but not stable enough. Just like a wave, there are ups and downs. When it is high, it can even cause qualitative change and challenge by leaping. When it is low, it will even be lower than the normal state and be jumped. And if there is a strong consciousness in this process, the fluctuating energy can be stabilized, turning the peak into the normal state, maintaining the qualitative change of energy with the consciousness of breaking the limit. The close fusion of the two forms a field belonging to the master level. Based on the situation of the violent bare bone and the recent reading, Fong Bai began to reverse the master level breakthrough process and thought about it again. It seems to be a simple operation, but there are many difficulties. Fong Bai thought about it. First, the consciousness is enough to affect reality, and the peak energy is enough to cause qualitative change. These two are the basic conditions. Fong Bai sensed his consciousness and found that although the consciousness was strong, it was still far from directly interfering with energy with consciousness. Of course, this may also be because Fong Bai emotions are not in place. What is consciousness interfering with energy? Consciousness interferes with energy, which means that as long as Fong Bai thinks about it, the energy will move accordingly. This is the beginner's gameplay. The intermediate gameplay is probably to shout stand up, get out of the way. And then the pet can exert extraordinary combat power and start to explode. What is the advanced gameplay? Originally very weak, but shouting about bond, friendship, and love. It will be a god. In Fong Bai view, these should be attributed to the strength of consciousness. And what is peak energy? Fong Bai doesn't know. After completing these 2 points, it is necessary to continuously induce qualitative changes in energy. And when the qualitative change reaches its peak, consciousness intervenes to control it. Qualitative changes, consciousness intervention, and stabilization are all new challenges for Fong Bai. And this also makes Fong Bai think of something. As a master level energy, dragon energy is not only powerful in nature and has extremely high energy density, but also has a strong ability to infect. Just like self-awareness, it is energy, and this instinct that together constitute dragon energy. The energy essence inside the violent bare bone is also quite high. And there are also remnants of the dragon scale violent bear. And the evil spirit in it can be detected with a little perception. This is also a common point. So, consciousness is a very critical factor in the future cultivation process. Retracting his thoughts and continuing to look at the violent bare bone, Fong Bai couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. As a high-level energy, I can use the blessing effect of dragon energy to design and realize a master-level armor, so that I can have real master-level combat power after wearing the armor. What about the master-level characteristics and master-level energy in the violent bare bone? Although these are far inferior to dragon energy in essence, they are less dangerous, more controllable, and have a skeleton as a dependency. If we can use the master-level essence as the core, expand the energy and body, can we create a master-level armor? Looking at the size of the violent bare bone, Fong Bai suddenly felt that the word armor was no longer very appropriate. Or, build the violent bare bone into a master-level combat power. Violent Bear Mecha. Chapter 256. Violent Bear Mech. When these 4 words appeared in his mind, Fong Bai impulse could not be suppressed. What is his profession called? Mech Master. He named this profession himself. And his love for mechs can be seen from the name of the profession. Although people often say that if all the shortcomings of a mech are corrected, it will be a tank. But Fong Bai didn't listen. Can tanks and mechs be the same thing? There was no basis for realization before. But Xiao Fan has come. Fong Bai thinks it is not too much to have another mech. In fact, Fong Bai had wanted to try to build a mech a long time ago. But after careful consideration, Fong Bai realized that without a strong energy source, a strong power, and sufficient materials, it would be meaningless to just force a mech. If the combat power cannot be qualitatively changed, and if a huge mech is built, it cannot beat the elite mech master himself. and cannot suppress the master under the blood and chi. Then what is the use of it? It is just a beautiful building block called a mech. Silver gun wax head. Good looking but useless. So although Fong Bai had a desire in his heart, he still suppressed his impulse and did not make it, but focused on the close-fitting mechanical armor. It is practical, and can also accumulate experience for the subsequent mecha manufacturing. But at this moment, when he saw the violent bare bone, Fong Bai knew that the time had come. The master-level violent bare bone is supplemented with elemental metal plating to surpass the original strength, and is enough to be the keel of the master-level mecha. The master-level essence contained in the violent bare bone can be used reasonably after the energy is drawn out to try to return to the master-level combat power. This is the foundation of a true master-level mecha. Fong Bai did not hesitate at all. Took a look at his huge Tiangong Pavilion points, and immediately chose to use the points, and then summoned all project team members. However, he did not notify everyone directly, but conveyed to the leaders of each project team, telling them that Fong Bai was going to start a master-level mecha manufacturing project, and asked them to notify their own team members and come over if they were interested. Originally, Fong Bai was still worried whether this move would cause resistance from these project team leaders. After all, he was pulling people from their hands. However, what surprised Fong Bai, but also made him understand, was that the first to sign up were actually these team leaders. After hearing about it, they put down their projects and said they would participate in the project. Otherwise, they refused to notify others. Resistance was indeed resistance, but the direction of resistance was different. So, one by one, the players gathered in the training ground in project groups. With a minimum of more than 10 people in a project group and a maximum of nearly 100 people, dozens of project group players gathered together. And after about half an hour, almost all project groups gathered in front of him. Fong Bai looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. Hundreds of highly educated players. Over such a long time, each of them had a certain understanding and mastery of spell models and spell structures. Even in Fong Bai's opinion, everyone who went out was far beyond the mage apprentices, who had studied for decades with the aboriginals. As long as these people follow the steps, it is almost inevitable that they will become mages. And these are his talent pool. And behind these talent pools stand one after another scientific research giants. This is the most valuable resource he has. Fong Bai quietly looked at the project leaders Su Shiping, Chi Peng, Tang Wen, Ding Xiu, and other players in front of him, including his father Fong Bogan. I'm sorry to interrupt everyone's experiment and call everyone here at this time. I make it short. Swish. Fong Bai lifted the linen covering the violent bare bone and exposed it. Roar. It was as if a bear roared in his ears, and everyone's eyes were directly focused on the violent bare bone that looked like yellow corundum. And a strong murderous aura gushed out. Everyone subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and stopped only after finding that it was just a skeleton. But their hearts were still heavy. Master-level Beast King Dragon Scale Violent Bear. This is its skeleton. It contains the residual soul of the Dragon Scale Violent Bear, and the master-level characteristics. Although it is not a master at present, the gap from the master is negligible. The project combination I want to build is very simple, with the Dragon Scale Violent Bear skeleton as the core to create a master level. Fong Bai's voice was slightly dragged out. And then he said, Mecha. The players who were originally discussing the master level fell silent the moment the word Mecha was heard. Mecha. These two words were more shocking than the word master. They had thought about Mecha before, but they all felt that it was a long way off. Suddenly, they found that it was right in front of them. Master level Mecha. When these two words came together, they began to breathe more heavily. The project team is named Bao Bear Mecha. There is one person now, Fong Bai. That is, myself, as the team leader. I will exchange my points for all the knowledge of the entire Tiangong Pavilion, and coordinate the research of the project team with resources. The current project team plans to recruit 3 deputy team leaders, 7 team leaders, and 200 researchers. Everyone can sign up. After 15 days, the exam will be conducted based on the spell structure, and the first 210 people will be hired. In addition, all members who participate in the research and make certain contributions can automatically obtain the qualification to exchange the design drawings of the Violent Bear Mecha and the qualification to customize the mecha with incoming materials. The discount fluctuates with the position and contribution. Those who have not participated in the project need the authority of the elders to exchange the points. This is the first time that Fongbai has set a threshold for the exchange of a certain technology. In fact, at the beginning, Fongbai considered using points to recruit members to join the project team. Not to mention his contribution to Tiangong Pavilion in providing resources such as the Mage Tower and Iron Tree. His research results alone are enough to recruit all members. However, Fongbai considered for a long time and finally chose another route. It is better to let researchers bring their own dry food and rush to come. His project. Both he and the project itself have this qualification. And it is true. As soon as the voice fell, there was an uproar in an instant. The factors that caused their uproar included the project itself and the benefits of the project team members. Mecha. Master Level Violent Bear Mecha. Technology Exchange Qualification. Material Customization Qualification. Every word is extremely touching, which makes people feel excited. Mecha Master. Mecha Master. Is the Mecha Master finally going to welcome its first mecha? Almost everyone's heart was beating, and they were excited. Mecha Master. Su Shiping and Shipeng looked at each other, and they both saw the heat in each other's eyes. But when they saw each other clearly, they reacted, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. And Zhang Zhong on the side couldn't help but recall the scene when he first saw Fongbai wearing mechanical power armor, and couldn't help but mutter to himself while looking at the 3 words Mecha Master on the attribute panel. Is the boss finally going to realize his big pie? Fongbai was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head to look at Zhang Zhong. What the hell? Zhang Zhong reacted, shuddered, and said quickly, What? What? I said the boss is awesome. Chapter 257 Development Rights. Really? Zhang Zhong said sincerely. Fongbai glanced at him calmly. Your mecha is gone. What? I said. After the Violent Bear mecha is built, I won't give it to you. It's not worthy of you. Fongbai said calmly. Zhang Zhong? Question mark. Zhang Zhong, who originally felt that he had no sense of participation, suddenly breathed quickly. Fongbai was happy. Don't be excited in a hurry. I was going to give it to you before, but I'm not going to give it to you now, Fongbai said happily, then turned his head and continued to look at the players. This is their passion. This is the childhood dream of many people. Childhood dreams have long been covered with dust in the process of reality, growth, and learning. Over time, dreams are like Monkey King under the 5 Fingers Mountain. They have struggled and worked hard, but they still can't see the light of day. And at this moment, Fongbai tore open the Buddhist verses in their hearts with his own hands. Boom! Cloud Palace swift sound. It was like Monkey King soaring into the sky, echoing in my mind. This is the boy who still has dreams. Or the boy he used to be. In a corner, 2 old men with white hair, full of bookish air and gentle air, looked at the violent bear bones on the stage, and then looked at the players below. Old Wang, do you think they can make it? Master Level Mecha. The old man next to him looked at the players one by one, and then looked at Fongbai with satisfaction. Good children. All good children. After the old man finished speaking, he spoke again. Such a group of good children are focused and united. Nothing is impossible. Fongbai seemed to notice the sight, turned his head, and looked at the old man. When he saw the old man nod an ear, Fongbai also nodded slightly. The attention returned to the group of players, and everyone was excited. But some of them recalled what Fongbai had just said, and suddenly spoke out. Fongbai, can other people come to sign up? Players from other guilds? Fongbai was not surprised to hear this. Or rather, he had been watching this sentence, and without any hesitation, he replied immediately, yes, anyone can participate, as long as they arrive before the exam starts. Complete the exam and rank in the top 210. After all, this project is extremely difficult, and you can't participate without a certain level. If you come in, you will at most be a scumbag, so we don't set any restrictions. As long as you can pass, you can enter. There will be no interview, only a written test, and your hard power will speak. As soon as Fongbai words sounded, many people went offline, and the external manifestation was that their eyes became dull. They fell down, sat on the ground, etc. It is obvious that this news is spreading among the major guilds at a very fast speed. And almost the moment they heard the news, they made the same decision. Immediately bring the top scientific research players in the guild to come. Tiangong Pavilion is deep in the wilderness mountains, and they don't have much time. At this moment, the guild leader, who was originally a little secretive, low-key, and modest, immediately revealed his trump card: the manufacturing technology of master-level mechas, and the authority to customize mechas with incoming materials. Master level. These words simply hit everyone's weak spot. Today is different from the past. In the past, everyone just thought that the master level was very powerful, strong, and influential. But they didn't know how powerful it was. But after fighting with the natives in different regions, they understood. The master level is a real tactical force, a strong foundation, and a deterrent force. In the eyes of the natives, a master-level professional is equivalent to a high-level noble. The family of the master-level professional will immediately obtain the corresponding noble family status, and can easily obtain a fiefdom. And having a master level will be recognized by the nobles, who think that you are truly on an equal level, and will treat you seriously. They will never attack you before killing the master-level professional. After you have a master-level professional, even if there were conflicts before, they will naturally disappear. More importantly, master-level professionals have the right to explore in all kingdoms. Master-level professionals will be recognized by any country and force when they explore territories and build cities in the unknown wilderness. Not only that, they will also be recognized by all the natives. That is, the city with the master is the real friend city. The wilderness territory with the master is safe, so that the natives will be willing to move, and a large number of forces will settle in and trade, becoming part of the human territory and appearing on the map of every force. In this way, the major guilds can directly enter the state of territory war. The territory is also the real foundation, which can support them to continuously expand their armaments and seize profits. In addition, the personal strength of the master is enough to allow him to open the unparalleled without scruples and crush the guilds of the same level. These advantages translate into more cultivation resources, more treasures, more power and influence. At this level, money has even become the most insignificant existence. So crazy. However, when Fong Bai saw the registration information of the guild presidents on WeChat, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. I knew that these bastards hid the top group of people. Fong Bai looked at the information with a smile, and looked at these names, and was very happy. Now, with the master-level Mecha as a guide, Tiangong Pavilion can really bring out the absolute elite among the players. It can really bring together the most elite group of scientific researchers to collide with their thoughts here. And Fong Bai also believes that in this project, the Violent Bear Mecha will definitely become the most perfect product under the gathering of countless people's wisdom. In addition, once these talents gather together, they will naturally become the most valuable wealth. Watching the players disperse one by one, Fong Bai looked at the Violent Bear Bone on the stage. Move the Violent Bear Bones back to the base of the Mage Tower. Arrange a ceremony and place the Violent Bear Bones in the center. The elemental power will gradually gather, and warm the Violent Bear Bones inside the ceremony bit by bit. This is a ceremony derived from the Bronze Wall Nourishing Array. This array can absorb the power of elements for warming, and the objects of this warming can be people, monsters, plants, buildings, minerals, etc., as long as the directionality is removed, at the cost of reducing the warming efficiency. This can become the most gentle warming method and become a panacea. Even if it does not have a warming effect, it will not cause damage, because all warming effects are based on the original development trajectory. At present, this warming method has been applied by Fong Bai in many fields such as the tempering meditation method, iron tree, willow tree, iron ingot warehouse, treasure warehouse, etc., and it is already a relatively mature array with a wide range of applications. Chapter 258 Mecha and Armor. Mecha. Fong Bai looked at the Violent Bear Bone, which was operating normally and being nurtured bit by bit, and couldn't help thinking. He had already prepared the test questions for the screening test. That is the analysis and deduction of the spell structure. There are no multiple choice questions, no fill-in-the-blank questions, only deduction. Refer to the example questions. Analyze the function and effect of each spell node in a spell structure. The more specific and accurate the score, the higher the score. Complete analysis is full marks. Then derive the next level spell structure based on the existing spell structure, with the spell structure being able to operate normally as the standard. The better the effect, the higher the score. And there is no upper limit. This is basically the foundation of the magician. And only when you reach this level can you be qualified to join the research and development process of the Violent Bear Mecha. If you can reach this step among the indigenous people, You may be called a real magician and gain a high status among the players. Fonbai actually understands that at this stage. I am afraid that only the various gods among the players can reach this level. Learning ability, innovation ability, and talent are all indispensable. It is impossible for a genius, who is not truly top-notch, to get a high score on the second question. Others may think that 210 places are too few. But only Fonbai knows. I am afraid that there may not be 210 players who can meet the standard. Fonbai has already made plans to teach and research at the same time. Teaching and researching is one. While thinking, he sent the example questions to the forum and marked them as the exam outline. Fonbai wrote the process of this example question in great detail, without skipping any steps. And without any from this, we can see that theoretically, if you are sensitive enough to the structure of spells, if you have enough talent, you can control the structure of spells from this example question. In case a genius is lost in the dust because he does not get the relevant spell knowledge. Relatively speaking, spell knowledge is still relatively rare and precious nowadays. Although some large guilds have acquired a certain degree of knowledge through various channels, it is basically unheard of for small guilds and even individual players. Just waiting for the exam. Huh? Fonbai took a long breath, logged back into the game, looked at the violent bare bone in front of him, and immediately began to think. Although the project team will take a long time to set up, it does not mean that Fonbai still has time. As the leader of the project team, Fonbai must sort out the ideas and main trunk before the project starts. And then, he can lead the entire project team and gather everyone's wisdom to create the Violent Bear Mecha. The real core of the Violent Bear Mecha is not the Violent Bear Bone, but the Dragon Scale Violent Bear Remnant Soul and Master Level characteristics integrated into the Violent Bear Bone. If you want to make a Master Level Mecha, these two factors are absolutely the core. Otherwise, even if you install all kinds of accessories on the Violent Bear Bone and make it move, it is just a stronger armor that can exude the aura of a master. A paper tiger, good-looking but useless, and even a little outrageous. The Mecha Master may be directly killed by the aura, so the Violent Bear Bones are secondary. The residual soul and the essence of the master are the core. In order to build this master-level mecha, it is necessary to focus on the use of the residual soul and master-level characteristics. There are two directions here. One is to find a way to separate it from the Violent Bear Bones, and the other is to use the Violent Bear Bones directly as the skeleton. But in the final analysis, they all mean the same thing. That is, the control and export of the Violent Bear residual soul and master-level characteristics. Export these two to the mecha to provide support for the attack, defense, and action of the mecha, and at the same time use the equipment and magic array on the mecha to control it. Fonbai suddenly recalled the state when he merged with the dragon energy before, and he had a vague idea in his mind. If it is just an external mecha in the conventional sense, then the mecha master's reaction ability, soul strength, and mental strength are all easily suppressed or directly targeted by high-level enemies. This is a key step that must be completed in the manufacture of high-level mechas, and if the method is appropriate, these two problems seem to be solved together. You can consider it. Fonbai wrote and drew on paper and pen, writing down each subproject and group for sorting out. After a brief thought, his thoughts drifted to another angle, looking at the corundum-like Violent Bear Bone. The Violent Bear's residual soul and the master-level energy essence have been deeply integrated with the Violent Bear Bone itself. Fonbai can sense that every corner of the Violent Bear Bone is filled with residual souls and master-level energy essence. Every bone and every detail is like this, without a single gap. This makes the Violent Bear Bone without a single loophole, and also gives Fonbai an idea. The residual soul and energy essence are all concentrated on the Violent Bear Bone, and there are in every place. This is a whole. What if this whole is added with another part? Will this new structure be recognized by the residual soul and the energy essence? If we use the gold element to convert the Violent Bear Bone into metal, and then shape it, will it affect it? Shaping may be too extreme. So what if I just add armor, equipment, and magic arrays to the metallized Violent Bear Bone? Will these be recognized by the residual soul and the energy essence? If so, can I use the computing array as a hub to connect the Mecha Master, the Violent Bear residual soul, and the energy essence, and control the energy essence with the magic array, and control the Violent Bear residual soul with the Mecha Master? Then use engines, attack magic arrays, defense magic arrays, flight magic arrays, Gaussian, electromagnetic rail guns, and other weapons. Fanbai gradually had inspiration in his mind, and the image of the violent bare bone in his mind gradually became fuller and more specific, and the plan written for the project team in his hand became more and more complicated. Time slowly passed, and the news gradually fermented among the player group. 10 days passed in a flash, and Fanbai's mind was immersed in the fantasy space. The violent bare bone stood in a huge ritual field, and the surrounding elemental metals played a role in the ritual. It turned into gold particles and rushed towards the violent bare bone. Roar! The bear roared. The shockwave echoed, and the aura comparable to that of a master rose up, and the ceremony was broken in an instant. Fanbai was not annoyed at all when he saw this. With a thought, the ritual field reappeared, and he controlled the gold element to test it bit by bit again, looking for the frequency belonging to the violent bare bone. In the constant testing, different methods, different frequencies, and different intensities were used to find the method that was least likely to cause resistance from the violent bare bone. It's like stroking a cat by its fur. Although the violent bear had a very high intelligence when he was alive, and was not much inferior to humans, it is now only a wisp of residual soul. What remains is only the deep-rooted violence and ferocity of the soul. In this case, it will not be too difficult to crack it after forming a fixed mechanism. Chapter 259 Reappearance of Shadow Assassin. Can I? Fanbai tried to attach the gold element to the violent bare bone, and little by little, transformed a small part of the violent bare bone into a metal structure, adding a layer of elemental metal to its microstructure. When a little bit of the bone flashed with metallic luster, Fanbai controlled the gold element to swarm up and directly extended a thin metal wire on the basis of this piece of metal plane. This kind of metal wire is different from the metal attached to the outside. With the existence of that piece of metal foundation, this metal wire is no longer an external object, but a kind of bone hyperplasia. The moment the metal wire was formed, the power in the violent bare bone immediately spread over, the essence of master-level energy. But the remnant soul suddenly rioted as soon as the power spread. The violent master-level energy is full of aggression, and the thin metal wire is directly twisted and broken under the violent energy. Energy is fine, but it's just a remnant soul. Fanbai pondered. Outside the cave, a masked man in a tight slowly approached the cave in the shadows. His figure changed with the light and twisted wantonly. The whole person seemed to blend into the shadow, and his whole body was shrouded by the shadow aura, without a trace of breath. Such a big man walked in the shadow, but no one in the Tiangong Pavilion noticed him. Even if the mental power flashed, it was ignored. Soon the masked man entered the cave. Der was an assassin, and his favorite thing to do was assassination. He liked to see the unbelievable look of the enemy before he died. He liked that look. But since the player appeared, Der found that everything had changed. After the assassination of the player was successful, he did not see the look he wanted, and it would not be long before the player would appear in front of him again. He hated this feeling. He hated players. This was a blasphemy against death. After Der walked in the cave, one player after another passed by him. When someone passed by, he stopped and waited for a while. And when no one passed by, he moved forward quickly. No one could find that there was a pair of resentful eyes in the shadow. Another person walked by, and Der's eyes showed a hint of pride. This is the extraordinary profession excavated from ancient times. The Shadow Assassin. It is said that in those days, the Shadow Assassin was a terrifying existence, and even the most powerful people would be afraid of the Shadow Assassin. Duel recalled what the Master Wizard said to him, but for some reason, the Master Wizard's face was a little strange at that time. Duel shook his head slightly, shook off the thoughts in his mind, and moved forward in the shadows bit by bit. Suddenly, a player came over. Seeing the people around him greeted him one after another, Der's eyes flickered, and he immediately followed behind, continuously going deeper and deeper. After skipping a few buildings, he followed directly into a project team. One player after another walked by, but no one could find him. A hint of pride flashed in Der's eyes, and he followed this toy into a building. In the building, watching the players coming and going, Der immediately gave up tracking, but based on his experience, he continued to enter different offices and laboratories, and recorded everything he saw with a bead in his hand. Wandering between different laboratories and offices, no one found him. Occasionally, he felt something, but when he looked back, there was nothing. After a project team finished recording everything, Der went out to find another person to follow. Wandering between project teams, recording everything in project teams. Der was like a ghost, wandering in this cave. After visiting many project teams, looking at the full beads, Der's eyes showed a sense of pride. So what if it's a player? So what if it's not dead? It's still a place where no one can come and go. When he passes the message back, no one can escape. Not dead? It's hard to die, Der thought proudly, looked at the crowd again, pondered for a moment, and immediately left the crowd to continue to go deeper into the cave. According to the layout of the building, his experience told him that the most important building was still inside. Without anyone to lead, Der continued to go deeper. The light ball above his head could bring a good view. After walking for a while, a white tower gradually appeared in front of him. The moment he saw the white tower, Der's pupils shrank suddenly. Mage tower? Duel entered the shadow state in an instant, jumped to the back of the shadow space, and then turned back without hesitation. There is a mage tower in here. Run! Must go back and report immediately. No one knows the horror of the mage tower better than him. However, he froze suddenly as he turned around, and his rapidly shrinking pupils reflected a figure. No, I am in the shadow state. He can't sense me. Duel calmed down instantly, motionless, and then saw the figure in front of him looking at him indifferently. Then, he saw his favorite expression in the other person's eyes. Shock, fear, and disbelief. This face was a little familiar. Oh, it was him. Der's consciousness fell into darkness forever. Fong Bai looked at the colorless person in front of him. Like a shadow, his mental power locked him tightly. And the moment he saw him, Fong Bai recalled the assassin he met in Hongfeng City. Later, he inquired that it was the follower of the elite mage. The elite mage had been killed by him on the battlefield. He was sure that the ashes were scattered and the spirit was annihilated, and there was no possibility of fake death. And since the mage was dead, his followers didn't care. But they didn't expect to meet such a shadow assassin here again. Recalling the miserable state of the players in the laboratory, Fong Bai's eyes were indifferent, staring at the shadow in front of him. And punched. Hit. Bang. The terrifying power turned into thousands of strands and poured on the shadow. When all the shadows were blown up, a man in night clothes appeared in front of Fong Bai, as if a gray man was painted with colors bit by bit. This man's face was covered, revealing only a pair of eyes. But Fong Bai could see the look of disbelief in his eyes. There was even a hint of pleading. However, Fong Bai did not show any hesitation and punched out lightly. Bang! This man was directly blown into a blood mist, leaving only an incredible look in his eyes. Fong Bai reached out and caught the things that fell from his body. A night suit that covered everything except the eyes. A fist-sized green bead. Fong Bai felt it slightly, and then raised his eyebrows. Elemental materials. Elemental materials are all extraordinary equipment. Fong Bai used his mental power to sense that all the clothes were attached with a kind of extraordinary power. Close to shadows, which should be shadow energy. But the bead did not sense anything at first, and almost thought it was an ordinary gem. But after careful perception, Fong Bai still sensed a faint light element. Chapter 260 Dimension Upgrade? Is this a passive photosensitive scanning spell? Fong Bai was a little surprised after thoroughly scanning the beads. It relies on completely passive collection of the object's anti-color light to edit the image, so that no element fluctuations are generated during the shooting process. And because it does not contain mental power like sight, even if you shoot a person directly, it will not be exposed due to any perception or sensory problems. After shooting, it is stored in the magic circle. So much effort is made to improve the concealment, even at the expense of some other functions. This is a special spy tool. Fong Bai reacted in an instant, which reminded him of the laboratory he saw at the beginning. Slowly pinched his fingers. It is obvious that there was a huge force behind the elite mage at the beginning. And now this force has come to the door. Fong Bai's eyes were stern. And then he calmed down again. I just don't know if this force came to cause the violent bear bone and the violent bear mecha, or simply to avenge the explosion of the elite mage. Fong Bai was not surprised or disappointed at all that the natives knew about the violent bear bone and the violent bear mecha. This was inevitable. Fong Bai even knew one thing. That is, there are players watching the movements of Tiangong Pavilion at all times. Some of them are from major player guilds. Players are watching, following if there is a chance, and helping together when there is a boss. It's an old tradition. There is nothing malicious, but the killing intention is not small. Happy, I may not have any malicious intention towards you, but I definitely have killing intention towards you. Some are players sent by player guilds, and the other part is naturally players sent by the native forces. Some people ran to Fong Bai early in the morning and said they wanted to be double agents, and explained clearly that the natives asked them to do so. After all, it is a force with master-level combat power, and it has entered the range of the natives' surveillance. It's like they are keeping an eye on each other's master's movements, watching them closely. They care more about where you go, how you are doing, whether you are dead, when you plan to die, why you haven't died yet, etc. than your family. So consider it. There is no way. There are bloody lessons in this. You know, the master level is a real tactical force, a high-end combat force that is truly recognized by people. If a high-end combat force is missing, it is basically equivalent to two countries going to war, and you don't know where the army of the other side is gone. This is life-threatening. Of course, this is a digression, but it is enough to show that the current natives are changing their strategies, accepting and adapting to the existence of players little by little, and starting to use players. After all, if you can't beat them, just accept it. The nobles are not fools. On the contrary, the nobles who react are definitely smart, and the players are not mindless to resist the nobles on issues that do not involve principles. Some players even ignore issues that involve principles. There is no way. These nobles give too much. It is precisely because of this situation that many players and nobles maintain close contact. So any slightly louder movement from Fong Bai's side will inevitably reach the ears of the nobles. But no matter what the reason is, they are all ill-intentioned, Fong Bai murmured. And the virtual and real mental power unconsciously permeated around. The mental power that can peek into the microscopic field permeated unconsciously, permeating into the gaps of various energies. And vaguely, it seems that you can still see the layers of the world, and one of them is like a shadow of reality. Very inconspicuous. Just now, Fong Bai noticed a trace of the strangeness of the shadow and locked the invader. And with the tempering of the flame of nothingness, Fong Bai mental power perception ability has become stronger and stronger, and the structure of perception in the spell position has become more subtle and complex. In this process, the layers of the world that was originally like a bubble gradually became clear. Fong Bai mental power perspective has also gradually changed. It was originally like an eye installed in the sky that can see all directions, above and below the ground, similar to the perspective of the eye. Now it is more like a signal receiver installed in the sky, which can directly receive a wide range of information such as light, electromagnetic waves, element fluctuations, etc. Even light that is invisible to the human eye can be seen with mental power. This is not just a change in the range and depth of perception, but more in the amplitude and field of perception. Even the spatial level is perceived little by little. This is more like the perspective is rising little by little in the field of dimension. It was originally 3, and now it may be 3.0001. Who knows? Fong Bai did not notice anything unusual about the change in mental power perception. Isn't it the same for all orthodox mages? No way. Aren't you? Fong Bai simply felt that the computing power structure had to keep up, while strengthening the perception structure. The computing power structure was also continuously strengthened to receive more and more instantaneous information. Fong Bai mental power instantly sensed too much information, and it was still increasing. Every second, a huge amount of information poured into his mind. If he couldn't handle it, his brain would crash due to the huge amount of information until it was digested. If his mental power was always on, and the processing speed couldn't keep up, he would be a fool for life. If it exceeded too much, he wouldn't be a fool at all. It was as if all the information Fong Bai sensed in 1 second was input into an ordinary person's brain in 1 second. Then this person's brain would be damaged instantly. Snap! He got a vegetable. Fong Bai paid attention to the situation of the flame tempering spell position, and after confirming that there was no problem, he began to read the information stored in the green bead. There was a magic array inside, and the magic array stored information. The magic array was locked, and the information was encrypted. Fong Bai also tried for a long time in the fantasy space before he could crack it. It was quite difficult, and it took about an hour. After the crack was completed, Fong Bai's face turned green when he saw the content inside. Zhang Zong, Su Shiping, Chi Peng, all project team leaders, come here. Outside the Longway area, a group of people wearing black robes suddenly appeared. The black wide robes were embellished with gold threads, and the sleeves and collars were embroidered with gold threads into cloud patterns. Some people had one cloud pattern. Some had two cloud patterns. And only one person had three cloud patterns. Each of them had elemental fluctuations, mental fluctuations, cleansing spells, perception spells, and warning spells at their fingertips. Without exception, every one of them had the ability to cast spells. Without exception, all these black-robed people were mages. The leader was a middle-aged black-robed mage with three cloud patterns. As soon as he appeared, he focused his attention on the Longway area. Seeing this, the people around him did not make any sound.